Chapter 1. The Eerie Downpour. Dark clouds loomed heavily above the forest, with faint rays of light struggling to break through the dense foliage. These feeble beams illuminated the weary woman traversing the woods, cradling in her arms a newborn infant. Typically, infants are acutely sensitive to the fluctuations of the external world, yet, despite the relentless jolting of the long journey in her mother's embrace, the child remained eerily silent, not once crying out in distress. The woman, burdened and fatigued, sought refuge in a secluded spot, her legs trembling as she sank beside a gnarled tree branch. She dared not weep aloud, but only exhaled a breath of relief once the sounds of the pursuing Ministry of Magic officials faded like a gust of wind. Her complexion was ashen, lips parched, and her frame emaciated, with her eyes sunken deep into their sockets. Her husband had perished just days prior, sacrificing himself to delay the relentless pursuers. Bitterness coursed through her veins as she loathed these hunters. Why must they cling to the past? All she yearned for was a simple life, a hope for her child to flourish. Perhaps this was the price she had to pay for the pain she had inflicted upon others in her past. With great effort, she inhaled deeply, feeling the specter of death closing in on her. What would become of the infant? It was as if the gnarled branch had heard her silent plea, creaking in response. Gazing at her innocent and cheerful child, she managed a weary smile. Hana Joan, your name is Hana Joan, neither bearing your mother's surname nor your father's. No sooner had she uttered these words than the thick clouds erupted with flashes of lightning, seemingly heralding her unease and impending fate. The thunder clapped, and a deluge ensued. Beyond the gates of Hogwarts, boats laden with young witches and wizards made their voyage to the school. This year's newcomers no different from those of years past. Those of age with magical aptitude received their acceptance letters from Hogwarts. Upon entering the Great Hall, they would be sorted by the sorting hat, followed by a grand and warm welcome feast. After the feast concluded, upperclassmen would escort the newcomers to their dormitories. First-year Slytherins, please follow closely and do not lag behind, called Novia Fei, glancing back at the first years with every few steps, concerned that the shifting staircase might inadvertently snatch a few young wizards away. A fourth-year Slytherin girl approached Novia, speaking softly. I didn't see Kalike during the welcome feast. Has she gone off to study alone again? Biman Aishi expressed her concern. Kalike Falair often preferred solitude, a trait linked to her character. Naturally, some Slytherin students who valued bloodlines were also hesitant to associate with her, given her half-blood heritage. She probably has. It's not too late. If she hasn't returned by too late, do let me know, Novia remarked, not overly concerned about Kalike's lineage, for to her, Kalike was just as deserving of respect as any Slytherin. All right, Biman replied before walking away. Nearby, a young wizard inquired, who is Kalike? Novia pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, a very talented witch, in the future. Kalike's magical aptitude was rather low, yet her diligence and perseverance would surely pave the way for her to become an exceptional witch. Kalike did not possess a solitary disposition, but most of her classmates shared no profound friendships with her, not even Novia or Biman. She lacked a true companion. Outside the Forbidden Forest, Kalike quietly examined the textbook in her hands, reviewing what she had previously learned. She preferred not to be amidst large crowds such as at the welcome feast, dances, or Quidditch matches. The wind in the Forbidden Forest was mild but eerily unsettling and frigid. Kalike instinctively rubbed her arms, only to be startled by a sudden clap of thunder. She looked up in astonishment, finding no stars in the night sky, and hurriedly clutched her books as she made her way back. The world was enveloped in torrential rain, a rare climatic event. The region surrounding Hogwarts had not experienced such a downpour in ages. Kalike, are you all right? Upon returning to the dormitory, Biman inquired with concern, noticing Kalike soaked to the skin. Kalike offered a polite smile, momentarily setting aside her usual air of aloofness. I'm fine, no need to worry. Remember to take a hot shower. Tomorrow is the first day of school, and it feels like there are so many new students this year. Life will surely become quite interesting, won't it? Biman chattered as she climbed into bed, snuggling her teddy bear and closing her eyes. Let's hope so, Kalike murmured softly, gathering her belongings and heading to the bathroom. How peculiar! Why is it raining so heavily? Hogwarts has never experienced such a downpour, let alone such frequent lightning and thunder. Though it was not a matter that particularly concerned her, she loved to question and ponder. In the headmaster's office, several teachers had gathered, all perplexed by the inexplicable deluge. Perhaps it's just a rainstorm? The global climate is changing, suggested the potion's master, Biloholida, tall and slender with shoulder-length, lightly curled brown hair, a narrow and high nose, and thin lips, standing with his feet apart. Yet Hogwarts has never seen such torrential rain. Even the Ministry of Magic has issued flood warnings, countered the defense against the dark arts teacher, Miri Alii, placing a newspaper on the headmaster's desk, drawing the attention of the others. The newspaper proclaimed that the magical world was facing an unprecedented deluge, urging everyone to take precautions. Headmaster McGonagall pondered in silence, sensing the strangeness of the storm, yet uncertain of how to analyze it, for the magical world was at peace, devoid of any malevolent forces. Then I urge you all to remain vigilant. The heavy rain may disrupt certain class schedules, particularly the first-year flying lessons. Of course, I hope this downpour ceases by tomorrow morning. Good night, everyone. After the teachers departed, McGonagall lingered in her chair, a nagging sense of unease gnawing at her, the source of which eluded her. With a wave of her wand, the entire image of Hogwarts materialized in the air. The black clouds shrouded the school, nearly extinguishing all natural light, while the torrential rain obscured the view of the castle. Memories of the Battle of Hogwarts from 19 years prior flickered in her mind, yet she swiftly banished the thought. With another flick of her wand, she commanded, "Image, disappear." Just as she was about to close her eyes for a moment of respite, she was startled to find a girl with deep green hair standing in the image behind her. A gasp lodged in her throat, morphing into frantic, shallow breaths. The girl remained silent, her gaze fixed on Headmaster McGonagall, her eyes wide and innocent. Once McGonagall regained her composure, she scrutinized the girl, puzzled as to why this student was not wearing a wizard's robe. It was bedtime, and wandering outside the dormitory was against the rules. McGonagall rose, her brow furrowing in perplexity. Which house do you belong to? Chapter 2, Hana Joan. The girl shook her head, lifting a greenish gnarled branch in her hand, and looking at McGonagall. I want to enter Hogwarts. Is that possible? Her words indicated that she was not a Hogwarts student. This was indeed strange. How had she managed to arrive here? Who are you? McGonagall inquired, stepping closer to the girl, who appeared to be around 13 or 14, with shoulder-length, slightly curled deep green hair, deep green eyes, and clad in tattered clothing. Hana Joan, the girl replied in a wooden tone, devoid of much emotion. How did you get here? If she had received an acceptance letter, she should have arrived with the first years today. Yet she hardly resembled a first-year student. Hana herself was unclear about how she had arrived. I just walked here, she said, a spark of excitement igniting within her as she added, Can I enter Hogwarts? She lightly waved her wand, indicating her understanding of magic. McGonagall did not immediately address the question, as she was still grappling with how the girl had silently appeared in her office, startling her in the process. Apologies, but where are your parents? And your pet? Your acceptance letter? Hana shook her head, unsure if she simply did not have those things, or if she did not comprehend McGonagall's inquiries. If you do not possess an acceptance letter, I'm afraid that while you may understand magic, you cannot enter Hogwarts. The little girl's face fell, as if a flame had been extinguished. I can, she insisted stubbornly, clutching her wand tightly, as if issuing a challenge. McGonagall found herself at a loss, primarily perplexed as to how Hana had managed to appear in her office without a sound, leaving her quite startled. Suddenly, Hana raised her wand, not uttering a spell, and the tip emitted a faint blue glow. In the next moment, the blue light flickered and obscured McGonagall's line of sight, and with a sound of whoosh, Hana vanished before her eyes. She had grand plans. She intended to venture into the Forbidden Forest to confront some formidable magical beasts, thereby proving her worthiness to enter Hogwarts. The rain continued to pour, and as she held her wand aloft, a spherical barrier enveloped her, moving with her to shield her from the downpour. To the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, a series of formidable magical barriers stood resolutely like mountains. These barriers were evidently designed to prevent students from wandering in recklessly. Hana surveyed her surroundings, noting the absence of any other individuals, and then turned her gaze back to the barriers. Gripping her wand, she resolutely declared, "Dissipate the barriers." In the next moment, the first barrier slowly faded away, leaving Hana astonished as she beheld the remaining 2 layers intact. How could this be? Logically, all 3 barriers should have vanished simultaneously. Could it be that a higher-level spell was required to dismantle them? Hana rifled through the incantations in her mind, realizing she seemed to be at a loss for any other spells that could counter the barriers. As she contemplated her predicament, her eyes were drawn to a small notebook lying beside a large stone. She approached, picked it up, and flipped to the front page. Calici Folaire. The name was accompanied by a drawing of a snake. The name sounded feminine. How could someone have forgotten a book in such a place? In Hana's recollection, the Forbidden Forest was hardly a favored destination. Flipping through the pages, she discovered an abundance of advanced magical spells, hoping to find what she sought. Barrier dissolution? Hana smiled with delight, stepping back to a safe distance. Though it was an advanced spell, she decided to give it a try. Focusing intently on the 2 layers of barriers, her gaze unwavering and resolute, she channeled the essence of a skilled sorceress. Barrier dissolution. With a vigorous flick of her wand, a thunderous boom echoed as the 2 barriers shattered like glass, disintegrating into fine dust that scattered upon the ground. Suddenly, the underbrush rustled in the corner, prompting Hana to turn, only to realize she had misheard. With the barriers down, her next objective was to seek out the magical beasts. Should she pursue the enormous spiders? In her memory, those arachnids were notoriously troublesome. She glanced at the small notebook in her hand, uncertain of its purpose, yet grateful for its fortuitous presence. Hana returned to the front page, contemplating the name Calici Folaire, then raised her wand and uttered, "Evaporate the moisture." The once soaked notebook gradually dried, and as she set it down, a protective aura enveloped it, shielding it from the rain. Hana stepped into the Forbidden Forest, her slight figure gradually vanishing into the encroaching mist. In Calici's dormitory, Biman, awoken from her slumber to sip water, glanced at Calici's bed, which bore a most peculiar shape, piquing her curiosity. With a furrowed brow and a hint of caution, Biman approached slowly, tentatively inquiring, "Calici?" Her thoughts were already racing ahead, yet she hesitated to confirm them. "Calici?" Biman reached out, gently pulling back the covers. When she discovered the bed to be empty, she was startled into a seated position on the floor. Outside, a tempest raged, lightning illuminating the dormitory with an eerie brightness. Within the Forbidden Forest, Hana wandered alone along the winding, overgrown path. She was somewhat uncertain of the route to the spider nest, now lost in the labyrinth of shadows. This place was even more desolate and sinister than the entrance to the Forbidden Forest had been. Gnarled branches lay strewn about, trees devoid of leaves, while swarms of flying insects buzzed, and small creatures scurried amidst the decaying foliage. The natural light here was peculiar, tinged with red, and the further she ventured, the lighter the rain became. Clutching her wand tightly, Hana turned to survey her surroundings, her palms damp with perspiration, yet she maintained her composure. Observing the unremarkable piles of dried leaves, she waited in silence, when suddenly the leaves began to flutter as if animated by a hidden force. They swirled around her like a cyclone, the rapidly spinning air rendering the oxygen scarce, and dust rushed into Hana's mouth and nostrils. She pressed her hands against her face, bewildered by the whirlwind of leaves that had formed around her. The vortex of leaves spun violently, creating a series of afterimages in their wake. Hana gazed at these phantoms, recognizing familiar faces and places, though her mind struggled to retrieve definitive memories. As she strained to recall, a sharp pain suddenly erupted in her head, prompting a cry of anguish to escape her lips. Her weakened grip faltered, and her wand slipped from her fingers, swept away by the whirlwind. The cyclone lifted her entire body into the air, and a long tentacle suddenly emerged, wrapping tightly around her neck. She gasped for breath, realizing her wand was no longer in her possession. She wished to scream for help, but this was the forbidden Fresno one would come, and the tentacle constricting her throat rendered her voiceless. The whirlwind of leaves abruptly collapsed, and a memory butterfly, larger than human, glimmered with a crimson hue, its tentacles undulating like aquatic plants in the air. Chapter 3. The Memory Butterfly. This creature, reminiscent of a kraken, stirred the long-hidden wizard concealed within the underbrush. She had encountered this magical being, known as a memory butterfly, in her readings. It would use its tentacles to touch its target, probing into their memories, selectively consuming those that were forgotten. The greater the effort expended by the target in recalling their memories, the more energy the memory butterfly would absorb, which it could use for its own growth or to unleash skills. Naturally, the most significant and convenient gains came from devouring the target entirely. The antennae of the memory butterfly were tightly bound around Hana's neck, suggesting that this creature had been hunting in this vicinity for quite some time, with Hana presumably being its sole prey for an extended duration. Hence, the memory butterfly resorted to employing a whirlwind of dried leaves to disarm Hana, directly breaching her defenses before ultimately securing its capture. Leaves scattered across the ground as Hana, ensnared by the antennae, struggled for breath, her mind racing with an influx of unfamiliar memories. Numerous figures chased after her, accompanied by a cacophony of noise and screams, all of which morphed into agonizing echoes residing within her consciousness. Her vision began to blur, her limbs grew numb, and fear clutched at her heart as it pounded wildly. She harbored no illusions of rescue, yet her thoughts incessantly drifted to the name inscribed in that little notebook, Carlike Faller. Would she come to her aid? Although Hana had no knowledge of who this person truly was, the antennae atop the memory butterfly began to sway, signaling its intent to feast upon its target, a rare occurrence. As memory butterflies were typically rather dull creatures, that a disturbance arose from the underbrush, prompting the memory butterfly to turn its gaze in that direction. After a brief silence, a sudden burst of blue light shot forth from the thicket. Striking the memory butterfly's head in an instant, it became slightly disoriented, yet continued to flap its wings, causing the tendrils binding Hana to loosen somewhat. The wizard emerged swiftly from the foliage, seizing the opportunity to press the attack, forcefully waving her wand beneath the ominous crimson glow of the natural light. Thunderous explosion. In an instant, the tendrils on the memory butterfly's back began to smoke as it let out a pitiful wail. Its voice shrill and hoarse. Hana collapsed in response, struggling to regain her composure amidst the dizziness. We must flee quickly. This disorientation won't last long, and it possesses similar abilities. The wizard spoke, clearly referring to the spell of disorientation she had cast upon the memory butterfly. However, the memory butterfly was not to be underestimated. It could generate a frequency wave with its wing vibrations that would induce excruciating headaches. Hana's blurred vision glanced at the wizard, whose silver hair cascaded down to her waist. Her features exquisitely defined. She had saved her, yet there was no time to ponder the origins of her arrival. "Thank you," Hana said gratefully, maintaining a tense expression of combat readiness. The wand flew towards her. She called out into the air, and the wand swiftly returned from the depths of the fallen leaves to her grasp. The wizard, witnessing this spectacle, appeared momentarily bewildered. Shouldn't the levitation spell require a wand to be performed? Only fairies could wield magic without a wand, right? The memory butterfly, sensing hostility in the air, began to hover and circle above, but then remembered its captured prey had been rescued and let out an irate shriek. "Goodness, how utterly unpleasant," the wizard remarked, shaking her head at the frenzied memory butterfly, her face reflecting disdain. Indeed, not only did it hurt the ears, but it also throbbed painfully in the head. Hana jested. The memory butterfly seemed to comprehend their exchange. Immediately locking its large, round eyes onto the two, it was about to vibrate its wings. The wizard sensed impending doom. Still learning magic, her abilities were limited. She grasped Hana, intending to retreat. Yet Hana remained rooted in place. "Run, what are you hesitating for?" the wizard queried, both puzzled and anxious. The memory butterfly hovered in the air, indeed increasing the frequency of its wing vibrations. Hana glanced at the wizard, and that glance suddenly instilled a sense of calm within the wizard. As the frequency wave approached them, Hana raised her wand, her eyes narrowing slightly, exuding confidence. Mirror reflection, the tip of Hana's wand emitted a starry glimmer, creating a planar barrier that obstructed the frequency wave and reflected it back. Seeing that the two remained unharmed, the memory butterfly intensified its vibrating frequency. Hana found herself staggering back a couple of steps under its force, but ultimately, it collapsed, rendered unconscious by its own frequency wave. The massive body of the memory butterfly thudded onto the dried leaves, and both individuals breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you all right?" the wizard asked, supporting Hana, her eyes filled with urgency and regret. She had felt utterly powerless moments ago. Hana shook her head, resting against the wizard as she sat down. The headache persisted, akin to a bee buzzing incessantly in her mind, painful in waves. How could such a creature exist in the forbidden forest? The wizard murmured, "I too am curious as to why two young ladies would be found in the forbidden forest, Headmistress McGonagall." The wizard's expression suddenly turned woeful. Why would Headmistress McGonagall venture into the forbidden forest? "This is disastrous. Slytherin will lose 50 points, Carlyle lamented. Observing that the two girls showed no inclination to turn around, McGonagall continued, "Miss Fowler, please step forward, and Miss John." After the two girls laboriously turned to face her, she confirmed her suspicions. "Fowler? Carlyle Fowler?" Hana glanced at Carlyle, realizing she was the owner of that notebook filled with advanced spells. Indeed, the girl who had mysteriously appeared in the headmistress's office now inexplicably stood in the forbidden forest. This was hardly a fortuitous situation. The forest was deep, and it remained uncertain whether she had ventured in deliberately or stumbled upon it by chance. Roaming outside of sleeping hours is hardly a commendable habit. "And the rain has yet to cease," McGonagall chided Carlyle playfully, as she was a student of Hogwarts. And thus, she also chided Hana. "The forbidden forest was an exceedingly perilous area. I have no place to sleep." Hana murmured, her head bowed. "Then it seems both of you will be spending the night in the headmistress's office." With a flick of her wand, the three of them vanished in a flash of crimson light. "Now, let us discuss this, Miss Fowler. Why did you venture into the forbidden forest at such an hour? You are aware that the school forbids any student from entering without permission, had it not been for Minerva finding you. Another teacher might have dealt with the matter, and you could have faced expulsion. However, she did not mind having a diligent and eager to learn witch at Hogwarts. It was merely that young witches often lacked maturity, and youthful impulsiveness was a common occurrence, provided it was reasonable. Furthermore, considering that both of you emerged unscathed from an encounter with such a dangerous magical creature as the memory butterfly, she might have to reconsider Hana's application for admission." Carlyle was at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain herself. If she did, it would reveal her past penchant for visiting the entrance to the forbidden forest, a serene location, which was also against the rules and would incur penalties. How would the Slytherin students perceive her as a half-blood witch, though she had never been particularly concerned about it? Chapter 4. Temporary residence then. "Miss John, please share your account with me." McGonagall likely surmised the events leading up to this moment. The young girl possessed a strong competitive spirit, and her venture into the forbidden forest to prove herself was quite understandable. Hana remained silent, her head lowered. Technically, she was not yet a student of Hogwarts and was not bound by its regulations. The first step to becoming a student at Hogwarts is to avoid breaking the rules as much as possible. McGonagall paused, her gaze drifting to the magical tapestry upon the wall, depicting Dumbledore reclining in an armchair. Lost in slumber. Of course, there had once been a student who frequently violated the rules, who later became an outstanding wizard. What I mean to say is, why did you not receive your acceptance letter from Hogwarts? McGonagall pondered this question after Hana had vanished with a disapparation spell. She could sense the young girl had considerable magical talent, likely comparable to Carlyle's age, so why had she not received a letter? A dedicated owl would never lose its way. "Listen, ladies, it is rather late now, and regarding Miss John's fate, I must discuss it with the faculty. She is indeed quite gifted. If nurtured, she could become a remarkable witch in the future." Upon hearing this glimmer of hope, Hana's eyes brightened like light bulbs, though she tempered her excitement, mindful of the earlier reprimand. Carlyle, however, found herself puzzled, stealing a glance at Hana, whose face betrayed an uncontainable joy. "Well, headmistress, you mentioned fate earlier?" "Yes, Carlyle." McGonagall addressed her by name, the earlier severity of her tone having softened. "As you can see, the young lady standing beside you, Miss John, is not a student of Hogwarts." "Not?" Carlyle exclaimed in astonishment, looking at Hana, who often concealed her emotions, now admiringly gazing at this girl of similar age. Though they were peers, Hana's prowess seemed to far exceed her own. The mirror reflection spell she had employed against the memory butterfly was simply stunning. Carlyle had assumed Hana was a senior student. While she didn't look the part, she certainly impressed Carlyle with her abilities. The advanced spells in her notebook were those she had been attempting to practice. Though she had seldom succeeded, "I'm beginning to admire you a bit," Carlyle remarked with a smile. "Save your admiration for tomorrow, ladies. You both need to sleep." Principal McGonagall rose and approached the girls. "If you all don't mind, Miss Jones may temporarily reside in Carly K's dormitory. I recall there are vacant beds there." Carly K nodded, reflecting on how long it had been since any newcomers had arrived in her dorm, at least 4 years. "Thank you. I hope I can stay for an extended period." The tension that had long gripped Hana began to dissipate, as McGonagall's words signified an opportunity for her to study at Hogwarts. "Good night, ladies. Additionally, Miss Jones, you are not permitted to use apparition within the school grounds. To become a student at Hogwarts, one must first endeavor to adhere to the school's regulations." "Understood, Professor McGonagall." Hana offered a gentle smile. Embodying the innocence befitting a girl of 13 or 14, McGonagall gazed into her eyes and felt a sudden chill. As they made their way back to the dormitory, the torrential rain drowned out their soft conversation. "I truly did not expect that you are not a student here," Carly K remarked, her voice imbued with a magnetic quality accompanied by a natural confidence. At 16, she possessed a blend of slightly immature thoughts and the poise and wisdom of someone approaching adulthood. "I believe I will be soon. I genuinely desire to be here." McGonagall's words served as the best affirmation. If she was being considered, then there was hope that, of course, every gifted student will come here. "You should have arrived around the age of 8 or 9. You are quite talented, at least that is my impression, and such talent should not be squandered." Carly K found it peculiar that McGonagall's earlier statement implied that gifted young witches would receive letters of admission delivered by owls. Had Hana not received one? How could that be? "Do you have your own magical tutor, akin to a private teacher for muggles?" Hana pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "Then your parents must be wizards." "Correct. Where did you learn that spell, mirror reflection?" "I do not recall seeing it in any of the books." Carly K maintained an inexplicable excitement and curiosity regarding those who intrigued her. "Parents?" Hana was unfamiliar with the term, her previously hurried pace halting abruptly. She rifled through her memories regarding the concept of parents, finding almost no imagery, only some vague, shadowy remnants. She had no knowledge of who her parents were and could not recall them. Suddenly, she remembered the fleeting shadows within that swirling vortex of dried leaves, yet those memories left no impression on her. She did not even feel they were hers. Strangely, why had she experienced such excruciating headaches at that time? Pain to the extent that she lacked the strength to grasp her wand. Even now, her head remained foggy, the pain a distant echo. Carly K observed her unusually dazed expression and contemplated whether perhaps she ought not to press the matter further. "And what of that spell?" She urged Hana to continue walking. "Mirror reflection? The situation was rather urgent. I felt compelled to use it, though I cannot recall when I learned it feels as if my mind has been scraped clean. Like a plate." She genuinely had no recollection. When she needed to cast spells, she simply sought them within her mind, unaware of where or when she had learned them. It seemed that many things were like this for her. She had some impression. Yet just as she was on the verge of remembering, it would slip away. "You know, it's quite difficult to study potions with poor memory, huh?" The two shared a light laugh, though the relentless rain above continued to muffle their amusement. However, how could one not have any recollection of learning magic? Upon returning to the dormitory, the two shrank into their beds like little mice. Carly K, Biman, noticing the door's opening, stepped into the shadows and asked softly, "It's me." Carly K waved her wand, igniting the candles by each bed. "Where have you been?" "It's pouring outside." Biman cast a puzzled glance at Hana, observing her deep green hair and eyes, which inadvertently evoked thoughts of Slytherin. Hana Jones, a new student. Carly K hoped that with the dawn of the new day, Hana would officially become a first year at Hogwarts. A new student. Reporting now with such heavy rain. "Are you both all right?" Biman inquired with concern. "That we're fine. Why aren't you asleep at this late hour?" Carly K replied that I got up for some water and noticed you were missing, so I stayed awake out of worry. "But it's a relief to see you're all right." Biman exhaled in relief before lying back down to sleep. Chapter 5. The sorting hat malfunction. The bed beside mine is vacant. You may rest there for now. I'll lend you my nightgown. Upon hearing Carly K's words, Biman, who had just settled down, felt a twinge of neglect. Although their relationship was rather ordinary, she had never witnessed Carly K exhibit such warmth before, at least not towards anyone else. This new student piqued Biman's curiosity. Nevertheless, it was also quite nice for Carly K to find a good friend. Both girls donned their nightgowns and burrowed under the covers, the flickering candles on the nightstand casting a soft light and a gentle crackling sound. Hana watched the candles, the faint glow reflecting on her face. The storm outside raged on, the swaying flames of the candles seemingly heralding some unease. What intriguing events might unfold at Hogwarts? Hana chuckled softly before shifting her gaze from the candlelight to Carly K. Thank you. Carly K was taken aback by the sudden expression of gratitude. Thank you for what? She questioned, her brow raised in confusion, but Hana did not elaborate. This girl is truly strange, Carly K mused inwardly. Her magic was undeniably powerful, yet she did not always display such wisdom in certain matters. Why express thanks so suddenly? Was it in regard to the memory butterfly from earlier? Carly K had intended to inquire further. But Hana had already closed her eyes. Like those enigmatic spells, she evoked curiosity, watching Hana drift off, accompanied by the sound of pouring rain outside. Carly K succumbed to sleep. The candle flames flickered on. But a gust of cold wind seeped through the window, snuffing them out in an instant. Within Hana's dreams, wisps of black smoke floated about, coalescing into various scenes. Tom, the Horcrux cannot be singular, can it? The desire to kill one person is already malevolent enough. Must one seek to slay more? 7. These images had never before entered Hana's mind. She had never encountered the boy named Tom, yet everything felt strangely familiar. Devoid of any sense of alienation, night swiftly yielded to day, yet Hogwarts appeared markedly different from its usual self. Dark clouds still cloaked the sun's rays, stingily offering only a flicker of sunlight to the world. The torrential rain had evidently concealed itself, allowing a light drizzle to take its place. The world remained enveloped in the incessant sound of dripping water. Many trees and flowers bowed under the weight of the previous day's deluge. Subservient to the violence of the world, the rain had not ceased. The situation appeared dire. In the headmaster's office, Minerva McGonagall observed the magical images of the drizzle, speaking to herself with a tone of resignation. Have you decided to admit the girl who did not receive her acceptance letter? The sorting hat perched on the cabinet inquired. If making an exception for one, without an acceptance letter, can cultivate an outstanding wish for the magical world, then let it be so, McGonagall replied with satisfaction. She could sense that Hana's talents surpassed those of many students, her seamless apparition serving as the finest testament. During lunchtime, everyone gathered in the great hall to dine. Carly K seemed in a remarkably better mood than ever before, and Biman suspected the reason but chose to remain silent as she sat beside her. Thank you all for gathering once more in the great hall. McGonagall announced from the podium. I am aware that the magical world is experiencing unprecedented climatic changes, affecting everyone's spirits, yet I firmly believe the gloom shall eventually dissipate. The phrase resonated with Hana, who stood outside the great hall, awaiting entry. Now, I have an announcement to make. Due to an oversight by the school's owls, a young witch has not been able to enroll in a timely manner, and I would like to formally introduce her to you all. The doors of the great hall swung open, and all eyes turned toward the entrance. Hana Jones. The grand doors slowly creaked open, and a wave of astonishment filled Hana's eyes. The long table in the hall was divided into 4 rows, each adorned with different floating banners. Red, yellow, blue, and green. Suspended candles danced gracefully in midair, while the enchanted ceiling projected a magical weather illusion. Though outside the school it drizzled, within, the sun shone brightly in a clear sky. As Hana stepped into the hall, under the gaze of many, she did not falter but boldly surveyed the faces surrounding her. On the stage stood Headmistress McGonagall alongside other teachers. In the early hours of that morning, the teachers had expressed a profound curiosity about this gifted young witch, fueled by McGonagall's own words. As she approached the stage, Hana glanced at the pointed sorting hat above her head, which seemed to twitch slightly. How marvelous, she whispered in awe as she turned around. The customary ceremony for the new students was about to commence, with everyone eager to witness which house Miss Joan would be sorted into. Upon the mention of the sorting, an excited cheer erupted from the audience. McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon Hana's head and stepped aside. The hat then began to speak. You possess courage and intelligence, especially when faced with adversity. Carlike stifled a laugh at the hat's words, perhaps recalling the memory butterfly incident from the previous day. Yet you also exhibit wisdom and ambition, which complicates matters. It seemed the Sorting Hat was grappling with a difficult decision. McGonagall observed the hat struggle with a quizzical expression, having witnessed a similar scenario over 20 years ago when Harry Potter donned the hat and faced a prolonged deliberation. The eyes of the assembled crowd shone brightly, their anticipation palpable. Perhaps you. Carlike nervously clutched her book, wishing fervently for Hana to be placed in Slytherin, though she resolved that it would not matter if she belonged to another house. The Sorting Hat appeared to wrestle with its decision for an extended period, but the audience's hopes remained undiminished. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented situation. The hat was taking far too long. Please, give us a result. McGonagall urged. All right, perhaps. The hat hesitated for a few moments. Perhaps you are not suited for any house. That proclamation. The hall erupted into chaos, the previously serene atmosphere transforming into the raucous ambience of a Quidditch match. How is this possible? The Sorting Hat cannot determine a result. A sense of disbelief swept through the crowd. Maybe she isn't a witch after all. Perhaps she lacks any talent. Among the few who remained calm were Carlike and Biman. Shocked whispers filled the air, as this marked the first failure of the Sorting Hat since Hogwarts' establishment, a headline-making event in the magical world. McGonagall, taken aback by this unexpected outcome, appeared somewhat helpless, while the other teachers exchanged bewildered glances. Silence, please. Everyone, quiet down, McGonagall commanded, raising her hand to silence the commotion. The hall quickly fell silent. She removed the Sorting Hat, noting its troubled expression, and softly reassured Hana, "It's all right, dear, the hat is simply weary." She had to temporarily deflect the situation and handed the hat to Professor Ailey, the defense against the dark arts instructor, signaling her to take it back to the headmaster's office. Professor Ailey, her cherubic face displaying concern, hurriedly departed, her soft, marshmallow-like hands cradling the hat as she scurried away in her oversized shoes. McGonagall could see the disappointment in Hana's eyes, yet the perceptive child refrained from expressing her feelings vocally. There is no need for concern or fear. The Sorting Hat is merely experiencing a temporary issue. McGonagall reassured the assembly. But which house should she belong to? A first-year Gryffindor witch inquired. Minerva pondered for a moment before turning to Slytherin's head, Ois, and stated, "If it is permissible, I believe Slytherin would be the most suitable place for her." Ois. Ois glanced at the silent Hana, whose face bore disappointment, and nodded in agreement. "That I hope Miss Joan will, as the headmistress suggested that I end their morning discussions." McGonagall had mentioned that this highly talented young witch, of pure wizarding blood, might yet possess the ambition needed, which would only reveal itself in time. Importantly, she had already formed a friendship with a certain Slytherin girl. Ois felt indifferent towards Hana, to her. The girl was just another ordinary witch, but if Hana proved to be an exceptional sorceress in the future, Slytherin would gain further prestige. Therefore, I officially announced that Miss Joan belongs to Slytherin. The Slytherin students did not erupt into their usual applause, only offering a scattered smattering of claps. Carlike, seated at the back, surveyed her peers before putting down her book and clapping for Hana. Ois noticed Carlike from afar, a subtle smile of approval gracing her features. She then scanned the Slytherin table, her gaze sharp as a sword, her dark bangs partially obscuring her eyes, creating an air of intimidation. That single glance was enough to instill a sense of compliance among the Slytherin witches, who readily extended their hands in warm applause to welcome their new housemate. What is the meaning of this? This unexpected little pumpkin has just dropped into Slytherin. Delara Adas rolled her eyes, her pale blue eyes brimming with animosity towards Hana, her slender brows twisted into a rope-like knot, her lips perpetually curled in disdain. "Is Slytherin a temporary dumping ground now?" Delara muttered, her voice pitched just above the applause. Biman, feeling a surge of irritation, shot Delara a disapproving glare, her round eyes silently expressing her contempt for the arrogant girl. Standing on the stage, Ois directed her gaze towards Delara, then murmured a few words to the small black raven perched on her shoulder. The raven's eyes flickered with a brief blue light. "All right, everyone, please return to your dormitories for a midday rest after your meal," McGonagall announced as she prepared to leave for her office. Before departing, she leaned closer to Hana and whispered, "Go find Carlike." "Dear," Hana offered a stiff, emotionless smile, resembling a statue devoid of feeling that McGonagall, not noticing the peculiarity of her smile, proceeded to exit. Just as Hana was about to leave, Ois's cool voice called out to her. Miss Joan. Ois lowered her gaze slightly, her reddish-brown eyes fixed on the girl who stood approximately 5 feet tall, her bangs gently floating in the air, with her right hand clad in a black glove. She reached into her robe, and after a flash of blue light, she produced a Slytherin badge. This belongs to you. The badge gleamed brightly against the black glove, and Hana looked up in delight at her head of house. Her brows furrowed slightly, the tips curving downwards, her eyes elongated and subtly upturned at the corners, giving her an unapproachable demeanor, almost fierce. Yet, Hana sensed a warmth beneath Ois's seemingly cold exterior. Thank you. Hana's deep green eyes sparkled as she blinked at Ois, the cherubic roundness of her face breaking into a smile. She accepted the precious badge with both hands, her green eyes brimming with joy. That I have heard that you repelled the memory butterfly in the Forbidden Forest, as witnessed by the centaurs, Ois said, her gaze penetrating, as if seeing through to Hana's very soul. That it turned out the centaurs had been watching from the sidelines during the incident, but had chosen not to intervene. Why? Hana pondered in confusion. Ois seemed to notice her unspoken questions, but chose not to elaborate. Some matters will become clearer to you in time. Focus on your studies, and remind Carlike not to overexert herself. Was this an indication that she could attend classes alongside Carlike in the same year? Just as Ois was about to depart, Hana called out to her. Wait, Headmistress Ois. Ois glanced at Hana's hand clutching her robe, and the little girl quickly released her grip. That I did not defeat the memory butterfly alone. Carlike saved me. Hana's gaze held an unusual determination for her age. Indeed, that is why Slytherin has been spared a deduction of 100 points. As Shaluo spoke, her delicate lips concealed a hint of amusement. Once she finished speaking, she departed. 50 points for 1, 100 for 2. That upon grasping Shaluo's meaning, Hana excitedly clutched her badge and hurried off to find Carlike. As she rushed forward, students from other houses set aside their delicacies to applaud the newcomers, while only a few Slytherins clapped half-heartedly. This was the first new student I had encountered who was met with such indifference. At the Gryffindor long table, a third-year boy named Dorky Willis raised a quizzical brow, his left eye slightly clouded, a remnant of a childhood injury that had since healed. That's splendid, Hana, Carlike whispered with enthusiasm, her softly curled silver hair swaying gently in the air, the casually braided strands dancing along with it. As she grasped Hana's hand with her own scarred fingers, Biman and Carlike vacated the center seat for her. Principal Ovis seems to suggest I can study alongside you. Fourth-year classes? Biman inquired in astonishment. She perceived that Hana appeared rather young. Would she be able to keep up with the fourth-year curriculum? No worries, I can assist you. I have a thorough understanding of what I've studied, Carlike assured her, her tone implying a sense of responsibility. Chapter 7. The dirty half-blood. A sudden chill enveloped Biman's heart. She recalled the previous night, when she first witnessed Carlike being so cordial and approachable towards someone, a contrast to her usual demeanor with teachers and heads, which retained a certain distance. They had been roommates for a year. Perhaps she was being somewhat petty. Why should she begrudge others the chance to make new friends? My goodness, why are you so silent, Biman? As Carlike and Hana conversed, Dyla abruptly approached, her voice piercing and elongated, reminiscent of yesterday's memory butterfly. With an air of arrogance, she held her head high, her unbound long hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with a black bow headband, her arms crossed defiantly in front of her chest. Her gaze fixated on Biman as if she were a mere jester. The three turned to face Dyla, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Around them, other students simultaneously set down their food, their eyes converging on the unfolding scene. There's something you need? Carlike mirrored Dyla's expression, nonchalantly adjusting her half-tied braids. Fowler is a busy person. How could she spare time to attend to me? But it seems that little mouse who keeps her head down has been neglected, hasn't she? Dyla shrugged dismissively. Upon hearing Dyla's words, Carlike suddenly realized something and glanced back at Biman, who appeared to be brimming with unexpressed frustration. I warn you, Dyla added, to rein in your cleverness. No one is as easily bullied as you assume. Carlike was aware of Biman's past as Dyla's reluctant follower, a position she had usurped. She could not fathom why Dyla engaged in such tedious games, treating Biman as a servant. When faced with the fifth-year novia, Dyla transformed into a true aristocratic lady, leading some unaware individuals to believe that the magnanimous Dyla had befriended the timid and insecure Biman. With Cowlike positioned as the third party in their dynamic, Biman understood that Cowlike's words alluded to her previous role as a follower, and her hands instinctively clenched into fists. Adas is a name you dare utter? You filthy half-blood. Dyla's eyes widened in disbelief as she glared at Cowlike, her lips curling in disdain. The mention of dirty half-blood caused many present to exchange glances. After all, half-blood referred to a significant portion of the students present, with lineage tracing back to both wizards and muggles. Furthermore, it also insulted the great wizard who perpetually resisted Voldemort. Dyla placed immense value on her family and her surname. For her, Adas represented pride, and the family's pure bloodline was a source of further pride. Thus, whenever the illustrious Adas family was mentioned in the magical world, she felt an inexplicable superiority. Her father was the head of the family, and every peer was required to defer to her, which contributed to her haughty disposition. Names exist to be spoken. No one wishes to tiptoe around your Adas legacy. Cowlike's words inadvertently drew in everyone present, causing students to instinctively step back. Her remarks were an affront to the most esteemed members of the magical community, and anyone associated with her would find themselves in an uncomfortable position. You are disrespecting Adas. Dyla's tone lacked its previous strength and vigor, her words wavering as if she might collapse at any moment. That I do not disrespect anyone. It is you who brings shame upon the illustrious Adas family. Any individual who knows the value of respect would never allow themselves to be a lifelong subordinate. In Cowlike's eyes, Dyla was merely a spoiled princess, believing that the entire world should revolve around her. She found it childish to engage with the princess's petty remarks and wished to shield her parents from entanglement with the Adas family. Dyla, rendered speechless by anger, belatedly recognized the folly of her earlier insult. She feigned indifference and hastily departed, deliberately brushing past Biman, her slender hand patting her shoulder. Biman felt the sting of her malicious mockery, tightening her fists on the table, just as Dyla reached the doorway. She collided with something unexpected. Who is it? She was poised to chastise the unobservant soul who dared to bump into her, only to discover it was Shalaw's raven assistant. She quickly bit her tongue, nearly unleashing a tirade against Shaluo. The raven assistant reminded her of her earlier words, and panic surged within her. Could Cowlike have reported her to Principal Ovis? Dyla felt a wave of cold sweat trickle down her back. Shaluo rarely sought out students for conversation, nor did she delegate her raven assistant for such tasks. Other Slytherins regarded the raven assistant with expressions of dread, fearing that misfortune awaited them. Dorky Willis observed Dyla's encounter with the little raven with a smirk of schadenfreude. What is that? A curious first-year wizard inquired. Ovis Professor's raven assistant.it is said that if she actively seeks out a student, or if the raven assistant does so on her behalf, it usually heralds bad news, cleaning the castle, preparing complex potions, or various peculiar punishments. Thus, the raven assistant is often referred to as the bird of misfortune, Dorky explained. Have you ever been summoned? Dorky's mischievous grin faded, but recalling that this first year was merely a child, he reassured himself. Let it go. Let it go. Children speak without a filter. However, once the first year left, he silently made a furious face on the other side. The raven assistant had just delivered Shaw's instructions when Dyla's expression shifted from one of dismay to fury. Professor Ovis requests that you clean every corridor after dinner this evening, until bedtime. Why should I? Although Dyla silently screamed this in her mind, she forced a smile and assured the raven assistant that she would comply. The raven assistant did not retrace her steps, but instead flew directly into the great hall. Hana gazed at the marvelous raven assistant, which had been perched obediently on Principal Ovis's shoulder moments ago. It flapped its wings, gliding through the floating candles before exiting through the door on the stage. It's so adorable, Hana remarked. Are you serious? Cowlike could hardly believe that someone would find the raven assistant charming, even if they had not yet suffered from its misfortune. Yet, wasn't there a Slytherin at the door who was about to be afflicted? I think I should take my leave, Biman murmured, before they could reach out to stop her. Biman had already walked straight out the entrance. Dyla remained there, breathing heavily in her fury. One by one, students departed, including Hana and Cowlike, completely disregarding her presence at the Great Hall entrance, until the crowd dispersed. Dyla stood alone for a long while, her mind replaying Cowlike's earlier words. Chapter 8. Blossoming, is it truly I who brings shame upon the Adas family? It seemed inconceivable. She had always placed her family's honor above all else. And the family had pinned their greatest hopes on her. How could she possibly tarnish their name? Surely, cow-like, being from a common family, had said such things out of spite. Dyla turned her head towards the direction in which Hana and cow-like had departed, her memory hazily recalling the two of them running in tandem, pursuing Biman. This scene felt like a sharp thorn deeply embedded in Dyla's eyes, inciting a rage that caused her entire body to tremble. The veins on her forehead becoming visibly pronounced, her hand clenched into a fist, her wolf-like gaze fixed resolutely on the end of the corridor, before slowly shifting towards the wand concealed within her robe. She was determined to settle the score with those two individuals. Inside the Slytherin girls' dormitory, Biman was in the process of gathering her belongings, while Hana and Kalik arrived late. The two of them stood at the door, feeling at a loss upon seeing the disarray of items Biman was attempting to tidy. "Biman, I'm fine," she said, her back to Kalik, shaking her head, her shoulders heaving noticeably, her voice tinged with the remnants of tears. "Are you all right?" Kalik stepped forward, only to catch sight of Biman hurriedly wiping away her tears. Kalik immediately halted her advance. Biman cast a glance at the nearly organized items, a wave of sorrow washing over her, her brow furrowing as she clutched the hem of her clothing with a scarred hand. It was rare for her to experience such unease. Perhaps it stemmed from having befriended Hana at the expense of Biman, who had been her roommate for a year. "You don't need to worry about me. Truly." Biman turned around, her nose reddened, forcing a smile upon her face. "I just feel that I should return." Kalik, puzzled, shook her head. "Back to your old dormitory?" Biman nodded, tears spilling from her eyes. "But there's no need. We can continue living together." Though we certainly included Hana, who stood silently to the side. "That's not what I meant." Kalik, "that I know you never intentionally neglected me." Biman's fists were clenched tightly, her words lingering unspoken on her lips. The air fell into silence for a few seconds, until the girl with short hair took a deep breath and said, "I know you've always defended me in front of Dyla this past year, and I'm truly grateful, but I can't rely on that support indefinitely." It wasn't that she wished to remain coddled. Rather, she felt it inappropriate to remain so weak and self-deprecating under such precious protection, at least in the face of Dyla's haughty demeanor. She had always felt timid and never fought back, even when Kalik had stood before her, shielding her from Dyla over the past year. She simply did not want to be so weak any longer. No one wishes to avoid mentioning your Ada's family. The moment Kalik uttered this in the Great Hall, Biman felt as though Kalik's figure had transformed into something immensely towering. Kalik was an ordinary witch from a common family, and she was also one of the rare witches with exceptionally low talent. Yet her diligence, confidence, and self-respect were qualities Biman had never possessed. She consistently ranked first in every subject, never once falling to second place, for her lack of talent necessitated that she invest considerable time to achieve the same results as others, and then even more time to perfect a simple spell or potion recipe. Kalik was like a luminous pearl cast into a swamp. Despite being covered in muck, she could still shine with poise. Biman did not wish to become Kalik. She merely aspired to become a better version of herself, to confront the people and matters she had previously feared. This was the first step towards self-improvement and also a means to honor Kalik's support for her. "I used to worry you'd be lonely on your own, but now I needn't fret." Biman shook her head, her mood noticeably improved. "And I must return to the dormitory with Dyla, but we can still attend classes together." After speaking, Biman waved her wand, and the neatly organized items gradually vanished. "You can't forget about me just because you've made new friends." She smiled at Kalik, then turned to Hana with a similar smile. Neither Biman nor Kalik noticed that Hana had remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Biman, sensing something deeper beneath the surface. Surely, Biman's desire to return to her old dormitory was not solely due to her wish to avoid continuing in her own weakness. Was it? Hana pondered, watching as Biman, with a sorrowful expression, opened the door and stepped outside. Kalik stood rooted to the spot, her expression akin to that of someone who had just tasted a foul-flavored being. "What is that?" Hana noticed a small potted plant resting on the cabinet between Kalik and Biman's beds. The plant had begun to turn yellow. Unsure of what it was, she recalled having asked Biman about it before. Biman had mentioned finding it by chance and thinking it beautiful, thus bringing it back along with its roots and soil. After hearing Kalik's explanation, Hana nodded, consciously committing the plant's appearance to memory. If even the exceptional Kalik didn't recognize it, It must be something quite extraordinary. Earlier that morning, the skies over Hogwarts were still draped in rain, albeit light, yet the gloomy atmosphere felt suffocating. Hana turned her gaze toward the window. Look, the trees and flowers that were bent by the fierce winds yesterday have straightened their backs again. Kalike also glanced outside, her mind lingering on Biman's earlier words. Indeed, even the tiniest bud can bloom. She was not adept at making friends, nor at managing friendships. Initially, she hadn't even considered Biman her friend, merely a classmate. Her usual approach to life was one of solitude. Others could trouble her, but she preferred not to trouble anyone else. Self-sufficiency was best. When Biman spoke of support, she hadn't consciously intended it. Biman needed help, and she happened to be there, so she extended her hand. If that were the case, then perhaps she would have many friends in the future. From now on, it will just be the two of us living together. Kalike's mood dipped slightly as she lay on the edge of her bed. Her arms spread wide, allowing herself to relax comfortably. Hana joined her on the bed. Were you in the grass at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest yesterday? Yes. After I returned, I had planned to sleep. But I realized my notebook was missing, so I rushed back to find it. From quite a distance away, I heard some commotion. As she spoke, Kalike suddenly recalled something and sat up. Did you forget the spell when you went to rummage through my notebook yesterday? If you didn't forget the spell, then it was your first time using the shield breaker. Was it successful on your first try? Well, sort of, she replied. It was entirely me. I didn't know which spell to use to break through the second and third layers of the shield. And I just happened to see that notebook, which is why I went to look. Upon hearing this, an expression of incredulity crossed Kalike's face. Oh, it was your first time using it, she asked. Hana found Kalike's reaction somewhat peculiar, but she nodded slowly. First time? Kalike reiterated, confirming her understanding. Yes, the girl with long hair exclaimed, shaking her head in disbelief, her fingers brushing through her parted locks and the half-braided strands on her left. The scars on her hands subtly visible among her hair. And you succeeded on the first try? That's incredible, she continued, marveling at the feat. Hana looked at her, puzzled. Is there a problem with that? Chapter 9. Lost Memories. Kalike lowered her hands, her expression suddenly turning serious. You know that without an admission letter, one cannot enroll. This has been Hogwarts' rule since its establishment. She paused for a moment. But I was accepted, wasn't I? Yes, and why? After all these years, has no student ever entered the forest unless permitted by the school? Because those 3 barriers were personally set by Professor McGonagall. You broke through a barrier set by Professor McGonagall. Kalike became animated as she spoke. That's why Professor McGonagall made an exception to admit you. You truly possess great talent. The shield breaker spell is something only the top students in their 6th year have access to. And even then, not everyone can master it, but you're only in your 4th year. No, your age should be 3rd year. 4th year? Hana was unfamiliar with Hogwarts. Yes, Dean Ovis should have already assumed that. If she didn't mention your year, then you must be in the same year as me, which means you're in the 4th year. Your talent is remarkable. Speaking of talent, Kalike should have been sensitive to that term. Yet she discussed it without discomfort. If this was your first time using such an advanced spell as the shield breaker, did you have any special feelings? Care to share? Kalike is always eager to listen to the insights or suggestions of others. She will heed anything that proves beneficial to her. Meanwhile, Hana reflects seriously on the events of the previous night. The torrential rain, the flashes of lightning, the mud stirred by the splashes of water, and her own figure amidst the downpour. The night's illumination was exceedingly dim, and she stood alone at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, wand raised, aimed at her target. She felt both isolated and courageously defiant. The moment she waved her wand and uttered the incantation to dispel the barrier, a wave of dizziness washed over her mind, though this disorientation would soon pass. Was this dizziness? She was not jesting. Kalike could discern that. Dizziness? It was her first time hearing that casting a spell could induce such a sensation. Perhaps you were overly fatigued yesterday, or maybe you hadn't eaten for an extended period? She failed to recognize that Hana's dizziness was entirely different from ordinary lightheadedness. It was not the typical vertigo. Rather, it was a sudden blankness in her mind, a stark whiteness enveloping her vision. Accompanied by a piercing tinnitus, It felt as though she were on the brink of death. Observing Hana's earnest explanation, Kalike pondered in retrospect. I have perused many texts on magical healing, yet I do not recall encountering a situation like yours. Perhaps you should consult the school nurse? She believed she had read enough. Yet this particular question perplexed her. Does this occur every time? For instance, when you repelled the memory butterfly with mirror reflection? Callie Kai recalled that Hana had cast spells without her wand yesterday. A thought that struck her as peculiar that it is exceedingly rare for a witch to perform magic without a wand. Could it be that her reading was insufficient? Not every time. For example, when I say wand. Come to me. I do not experience dizziness. I believe it is only high-level spells that induce such a response, but I am uncertain. This dizziness does not particularly trouble me. So, Hana paused abruptly, as if struck by a thought, her expression shifting to one of confusion that I cannot recall when this sensation first manifested. She shook her head vigorously, attempting to remember. The more I try to recall past events, the more elusive they become. Callie Kai gazed into her deep green eyes, reminiscent of Slytherin, as if Hana were a natural-born member of that house. Do you remember when you first learned mirror reflection? She inquired once more. Hana closed her eyes and contemplated for a moment. I do not remember. Do you forget many things? Callie Kai began to harbor doubts. Yes, the young girl nodded, her deep green hair gently swaying, strands brushing against her robe. Have you had your memory altered by someone? Callie Kai speculated. Forget when one learned a spell seems nearly impossible. Even if it were learned in childhood, one would not lack the capacity for memory at such a tender age. Would they? It seems I did not consciously learn it. I simply thought of it and then executed the spell. Hearing Hana's nonchalant admission left Callie Kai utterly astonished. You mean you invented it? That is nearly inconceivable that a 14-year-old was creating her own spell. After all, even Severus Snape, the former head of Slytherin, was older than 14 when he devised his own spells. Inventing a spell? Clearly, Hana was also uncertain about the circumstances. As casting the spell felt as if her dreams had materialized, she merely thought of something, and it manifested. You are truly remarkable. Callie Kai's lips curled into a genuine smile, not only due to her extraordinary admission, but also because Hana had so effortlessly defeated the memory butterfly without even realizing the magnitude of her achievement. Remarkable. Is that not a term reserved for magical creatures? Hana momentarily struggled to discern whether she was being praised or teased, and soon, her own words made her chuckle. Setting aside the matter of whether it is remarkable. You mentioned that you do not recall when you learned the spell. What about your past? Do you remember anything from before? Callie Kai pressed on. The past? How far back are we speaking of? Yet, she truly seemed unable to recall. Even fragmented images that surfaced were exceedingly vague. It was as if Callie Kai's assertion held some truth. Had her memory been tampered with? She recalled the blurry silhouettes she had seen while encircled by the withered leaf whirlwind yesterday. The sensations she experienced were chaotic, the sounds overwhelming, and she could not discern what had transpired. The more she attempted to clarify those images, the more intense her dizziness and headache became. She could not even ascertain whether those images belonged to her memories. Could it be that her memories had indeed been altered? Now, if she tried to recollect events prior to arriving at Hogwarts, she could conjure some vague images, yet they existed merely as shadows. And Hana could not perceive their true essence, as if they were remnants of dirt on a plate that had not been cleaned. Observing Hana lost in thought, Callie Kai contemplated whether to allow this matter to unfold at a measured pace. Logically, they should inform a teacher. However, a persistent voice within her urged her not to. Wait, are we nearing class time? Callie Kai suddenly realized how swiftly lunchtime had elapsed. They were now only moments away from the start of class. Hana, too, belatedly glanced at the clock on the wall. 5 minutes left. Chapter 10. The Summoning Charm. The journey from the dormitory to the classroom would hardly suffice in 5 minutes. What if I am late? From the tone of Callie Kai's voice, Hana surmised that she likely had never been late before, considering her status as a top student in every subject. No worries. Hana winked at her. You are not suggesting. Before Callie Kai could finish her sentence, Hana grasped her hand. Apparition. In an instant, their figures vanished from the dormitory and reappeared at the corridor's corner. The taller girl was evidently taken aback. When she looked up again, she found herself outside the classroom. She recalled Professor McGonagall advising against violating school rules. No worries. We will not be discovered, Hana replied confidently. After all, she had slipped into McGonagall's office unnoticed yesterday. Wow, ladies, are you not heading into the classroom? You are about to be late. Approaching them was Dorcas Willis, a third-year Gryffindor student, who was of a similar height to Hana. Though small in stature, he possessed an air of having navigated the trials of society. his tone and demeanor reminiscent of a gentleman who was not quite a gentleman. "Let us hurry, or we shall be tardy," Hana urged, pulling Callie Kai into the classroom. Upon entering, they spotted Biman, who had 2 empty seats beside her. "Hurry, 2 disheveled rabbits." Biman covered her mouth, observing Hana and Callie Kai, whose hair was in disarray. "Rabbits? Could it be that she is inextricably linked to magical creatures?" Hana mused internally that yes, they took their seats. Hana opted for Callie Kai to sit in the middle. Nicole Yag entered through the side door of the podium, holding books and a wand. Clearing her throat, the classroom fell silent, her eyes, adorned with light orange eyeshadow, scanned the room, ensuring every student was prepared for class. Today marks the first day of the new school year, a day of fortune, wizards. She paused, her ring-adorned hand gripping her wand, and with a flick, the pages of her book turned to the desired chapter. Please open to page 100. Today we shall learn the summoning charm, specifically for magical creatures. After this, she tapped her wand gently against the white curtain behind her. Additional information regarding the charm materialized on the screen. The summoning charm is a spell capable of conjuring living magical creatures, and at times, these beings may assist us. However, there is a prerequisite. Nicole Yag tightened her grip on her wand and waved it through the air, as if flipping through a book, changing the images on the curtain to another. Magical creatures possess sentience. If you have little interaction with them or do not genuinely care for them, you risk failure in summoning. Thus, dear wizards, do not be picky. There are always mischievous souls who only take the chicken legs from the dining table while ignoring the vegetables. Upon concluding her introduction, many students were eager to participate. She nodded in satisfaction, searching for a student to demonstrate the lesson. Her ring was truly beautiful. Hana quietly murmured to herself upon noticing the ring on Nicole Yeager's ring finger. The gemstone adorning the ring was an irregularly shaped crystal, its purple hue imbued with an air of mystery, while the silver band accentuated the crystal's splendor. Magical creatures? I have had little exposure to them. Carlike had been eager to speak during the lecture. Yet the incantation was indeed as simple as Professor Yeager had stated. Simple, yet not trivial. That I suppose magical creatures are predominantly wild, aren't they? Even if there are domesticated magical beings, they must be exceedingly rare. I imagine. Biman shared the same concern. As a regular wizard, opportunities to interact with magical creatures were quite scarce, let alone nurturing or detesting them. While the 3 of them were lost in their worries, Dosai had already begun attempting the summoning spell. Sitting opposite the trio, his somewhat bleached eyes were fixed intently on the cage that had been placed in the center of the classroom from the outset. After gathering his energy for a moment, he earnestly recited, "Magical creature." Upon uttering the spell, the tip of Dosai's wand immediately shimmered with a blue light, which flew into the cage. Dosai was successful. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, redirecting everyone's attention to the cage. The blue light hovered within the cage, slowly expanding until it reached half the size of the cage, revealing a dark gray wolf-like creature inside. All the students were momentarily dumbfounded. For many, the prerequisite for the magical creature summoning spell was already quite challenging. Yet Dosai had managed to summon a pigwolf, a particularly rare magical species in the wizarding world. By Merlin's beard, Mr. Willis actually summoned a hunting wolf. After expressing her excitement, Nicole set her wand down and applauded gracefully, her amethyst brooch catching glimmers of light. The other students in the classroom looked at Dosai with admiration and generously offered their applause. How impressive! Carlike's expression dimmed. Generally speaking, she ought to have been the first to master the incantation in class. This scene felt somewhat disconcerting to her, as Dosai appeared to perform the spell effortlessly. "I believe you can do it too, Carlike," Biman encouraged her. However, Carlike instinctively bowed her head, letting out a soft sigh. Hana's deep green eyes regarded her weary expression, then shifted back to Dosai, who was playfully engaging with the hunting wolf. She silently muttered something, and a flicker of green light briefly illuminated her gaze. Dosai was gently stroking the wolf's head, acutely sensing a strong sense of intrusion. Yet when he looked up, the Slytherin-haired girl was already conversing with Carlike. "Isn't Dosai Willis in his 3rd year? Why is he attending a 4th-year class?" she inquired. Upon seeing Carlike and Biman shake their heads, she turned her gaze to a classmate beside her. She posed the same question, and the kind Hufflepuff replied gently, "I heard Dosai Willis personally sought out Professor McGonagall to obtain special permission to attend this spell class." "Thank you," Hana said, redirecting her gaze to Carlike. Does Dosai Willis have a particular fondness for magical creatures? Akin to Dringer, Hana casually mentioned Dringer, speaking with remarkable ease. Dringer, he is a remarkably distinguished magical biologist who has protected numerous magical creatures, Biman elucidated. Indeed, he is my idol. Dosai had somehow arrived at the trio's desk. Though petite in stature, his mind brimmed with clever ideas. He enjoyed adopting gentlemanly gestures reminiscent of a ballroom. Beautiful Miss Fleer, you must have little interaction with these delightful little creatures. Yes? Fear not, as long as you concentrate your thoughts. Summoning an Arctic ice dragon will undoubtedly be within your reach. After finishing his words, he playfully winked at Carlike, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Delightful. Biman narrowed her eyes in disbelief, staring at the wolf in the cage. Chapter 11. Biman's potted plant. Thus far, Dosai was the only one in class to successfully cast the summoning spell for magical creatures, making him the star of the lesson. Carlike could discern that Dosai's words bore no malice, and even felt somewhat like he was providing her with an escape route. Yet at that moment, she could not help but feel a sense of indignation. The more Dosai flaunted his success before her, the more irritated she became. Does Mr. Willis often interact with magical creatures? Hana innocently inquired. Of course, Scamander is my idol, he proudly stated. It seemed that Professor McGonagall's approval for him to attend a higher grade class was not without reason. Those who had ample opportunities to engage with magical creatures would naturally find the summoning incantation second nature, while for Carlike and others, the fundamental prerequisites were largely unmet, rendering their failures entirely understandable. Those who have not succeeded need not worry. The summoning spell itself requires wizards to frequently interact with magical creatures. Only when the creature you wish to summon senses your presence will it respond to your call. Consider this class as the appetizer for this semester's first spell lesson, dear wizards. Until next class. Nicole Yeager waved her wand in the air, causing the textbooks to revert to their original state and the magical images on the white screen to vanish. Before exiting through the door of the podium, Carlike automatically tuned out the voices of Hana and Biman, hastily organizing her textbooks as she left. As Hana watched her walk away, she turned back to Biman and Dosai. Dosai, sensing the situation, discreetly distanced himself, unaware of the implications of his words. Has she always been like this? Hana asked. Biman was puzzled by her meaning. Would she be this dejected if she weren't in first place? Such a mindset clearly seemed abnormal, almost the antithesis of her usual self-confidence and composure. It appeared she rarely settled for anything less than first place. Today was the first time she had encountered such a scenario. Biman briefly reflected on her experiences with Carlike over the past year. Carlike had consistently performed exceptionally well in every class, never placing lower than first in any exam. Is it true that the more you care about something or someone, the more likely you are to be disappointed? Hana gazed into Biman's eyes, the surrounding noise fading from her perception, as if the world consisted solely of the two of them. Her deep green eyes fixated on Biman, seemingly devoid of emotional fluctuations. Yet as Biman observed her, a sudden chill ran down her spine. Those eyes appeared to conceal some enchanting secret, like a haze. What's wrong with you? Biman asked, perplexed. It took her a moment to process Hana's peculiar gaze, and she found the words Hana had spoken equally strange. It's nothing. I just blanked out for a moment, as if my mind were completely wiped clean. Aren't you taking that plant you left on your nightstand? The leaves of the little potted plant were beginning to turn yellow, as if they had not been watered in ages. Oh. Biman absent-mindedly brushed her hair back, a hint of embarrassment tugging at her lips. Could you please dispose of it for me? Anywhere in the bushes will do. After saying this, she began to organize her textbooks, appearing somewhat guilty. Are you truly not taking it back? Hana inquired once more. Why ask again? Indeed, I no longer wish to keep it. She clearly felt guilty, her movements becoming stiff. All right, Hana nodded, then said, I'll swing by the library. You go find Carlike first. She often prefers solitude. Hana departed with her textbooks in hand, leaving only a few students in the classroom. Dyla, who had remained silent in the corner throughout the lesson, suddenly approached Biman from behind, making a mocking sound. Recognizing the voice immediately, Biman's expression shifted to one of disdain. She truly wished to avoid unnecessary interaction with Dyla, despite having moved back. How did you return after living at someone else's house for a year? Were you ostracized by a third party? I suspect so. After all, what status could a little mouse possibly hold? Dyla crossed her arms defiantly, tilting her head and glaring sharply. Biman let out a huff from her nose and attempted to leave with her textbooks. You. Observing Biman's newfound defiance, Dyla felt a pang of discomfort. Why had she suddenly changed? Let me tell you, even if you've moved back, I still don't welcome you, she retorted, seeking to regain some semblance of dignity. Upon hearing this, Biman abruptly halted her steps. Is Hogwarts the private property of the Addis family? Her tone was resolute, and her enunciation was no longer the vague and humble manner it once was. This statement echoed the sentiment expressed by Carly K, that no one wishes to tread lightly around the Addis family. Each individual is entitled to a fundamental respect from others, yet such respect does not necessitate a form of avoidance. After she finished speaking, she promptly departed, leaving only a few scattered individuals behind in the classroom, none of whom paid her any particular mind, as they were all preoccupied with their own affairs. Just wait and see. On the way to the Hogwarts library, a girl with a hairstyle reminiscent of a jellyfish was jogging. She must have gone to find Carly K right after leaving the classroom. But for now, she was determined to discover the identity of that peculiar plant. Upon arriving at the library, she greeted the librarian before making her way to the shelf in the plant section. As she looked up at the neatly arranged, thick tomes, she was momentarily at a loss as to where to begin. After a brief contemplation, a sudden epiphany struck her, drawing her wand from the folds of her robe. The Slytherin emblem on her garment shimmered slightly. With a flourish, she waved the wand in the air, tracing arcs, as its tip emitted a brilliant blue light, causing the books on the shelf to soar into the air. One after another, students engrossed in their studies were drawn to the spectacle. With her eyes closed, she wielded her wand like a conductor leading an orchestra, the sound of pages turning resonating like a symphony. The books whirled around her, their pages flipping rapidly as if stirred by a fierce wind, the blue magical glow trailing their path. Information from within the books flooded into her mind, where it was meticulously sifted through. The onlookers were rendered speechless, and even the librarian gaped in astonishment at the seemingly youthful sorceress. Diana Hurry. The librarian retrieved her wand to capture this extraordinary scene with a magical recording. Intending to present it to Professor McGonagall, the dozens of floating tomes resembled a tornado, and at the center, Hana recalled the memory butterfly that had conjured a whirlwind of autumn leaves, a moment when she had been engulfed in the chaos. Her head throbbing from the effort of recalling her memories, she had pondered why this occurred. Perhaps it was a question worth considering. The spell for retrieving information required intense concentration, but Hana's sudden distraction caused the enchanted books to lose their magical lift. Cascading one by one to the ground, students hurriedly scattered, yet Hana stood transfixed, as if under a spell. Fortunately, the falling books did not strike her. Slowly coming to her senses, she noticed the astonished gazes of her peers and the librarian approaching her with concern. "Are you all right, dear? I hope none of those books hurt you." The librarian meticulously checked Hana for injuries, confirming she was unscathed. Hana did not respond immediately, her gaze vacant. Just then, the books fell with a thud. "I'm sorry," Hana began to apologize, but suddenly felt her mind invaded, emptied of all emotion, leaving her unable to react. Chapter 12. Unfounded dreams. She watched as the librarian's visage gradually blurred, her hand gripping the wand losing strength. Her frail body plummeting to the ground like the earlier books. Whispers erupted among the students, some rushing to fetch the school nurse. Unconscious, Hana drifted into a realm that felt utterly foreign. Before her stood Hogwarts. The castle she recognized, yet it felt profoundly alien. Why had she wished to attend Hogwarts? This question had never crossed her mind. It felt as though she had suddenly arrived, clutching a beautiful, gnarled twig. She could not recall when it began, but her mind felt like a platter, meticulously cleansed by another, leaving scant memory of her past, including spells she could wield or recollections of her parents. Why had she come here? Barefoot, she stood on the grass of Hogwarts, an inexplicable breeze enveloping her with an unsettling sense of anxiety. The sky above Hogwarts was overcast, drizzling softly, with light peeking through the gaps in the clouds. As she surveyed her surroundings, a piercing sound assailed her ears. This sound was familiar. It was the memory butterfly from that day. An ominous premonition welled up within her, and she clenched her hands. Realizing she held no wand, a witch without a wand was as vulnerable as a snake deprived of its venom when confronted with danger. The shrill sound intensified, and with trepidation, she turned to face the source, only to be struck by a scene that left her in shock. Memory butterflies hovered in the air above Hogwarts, not just a few, but countless numbers, as if summoned by one seeking to collect a debt. They surrounded the entirety of Hogwarts, their wings flapping, tendrils undulating in the air, ready to unleash chaos. Terrified, Hana stumbled backwards and fell to the ground. The swarm of memory butterflies multiplied, threatening to obscure the entire sky. As they prepared to unleash their frequency wave, Hana jolted awake from the nightmare. "B.Y. Merlin's beard. You're awake," exclaimed the nurse, dabbing Hana's forehead with a towel. Strangely, Carly Kay and Biman were nowhere to be found in the infirmary. As Hana opened her eyes to gaze at the nurse, she realized she could not discern her face. Panic surged within her, prompting her to retreat. Suddenly, the nurse broke into an eerie smile and lunged forward, gripping Hana's throat with an iron grip. Yet again, she awoke, bolting upright in bed, glancing around to find herself surrounded by four walls, bound to a cross, with writhing snakes coiling beneath her. Upon noticing her awakening, the snakes sprouted bat-like wings and flew towards her face. Hana screamed in terror, only to awaken once more from the nightmare. This time, she found herself in a forest. The light filtering through the trees was dim, akin to the Hogwarts she had just seen under a clouded sky. Just as she was about to take a step forward, a splitting headache overwhelmed her, forcing her frail body to kneel in pain. Looking up, she beheld a group of cloaked figures, their faces obscured by their hoods. The scene before her abruptly vanished, and for one final time, she slowly opened her eyes. Blurred figures of Carly Kay and Biman came into view, their faces etched with worry as they repeatedly called her name. "Wake up, Hana! Wake up! She's awake! I'll fetch the nurse!" Biman exclaimed, rushing out, leaving only Carly Kay and Hana in the room. But as Hana's consciousness gradually returned, she felt a dull ache in her head, a remnant of her earlier fainting spell. What had transpired during that inexplicable dream? So many memory butterflies, serpents, and shadowy figures with concealed faces. Carly Kay looked at Hana with concern, asking, "Are you all right? Did you just have a nightmare?" Upon seeing Hana nod, Carly Kay still felt a wave of unease. You've been asleep for 4 days. I was truly worried about you. Why did you faint in the library?" Carly Kay diverted the topic, unwilling to revisit the scene she had just witnessed. Hana sensed something amiss. "What is wrong with me?" You've been out for 4 days. I was genuinely worried. What caused you to faint in the library?" Carly Kay forced herself to discuss the matter, still shaken by the previous scene. I was using the retrieval spell, then suddenly recalled that whirlwind of autumn leaves, and my head hurt so much while I was inside it that I lost focus and fainted. Hana recounted, reflecting on the events of a few days prior, astonished at her inability to recall the feelings she had experienced before losing consciousness. It was as if her mind had been scrubbed clean. Only fragments of the memory remaining, the specific sensations utterly forgotten. "The retrieval spell?" Carly Kay echoed, intrigued. "It's undoubtedly a complex incantation, but for you, Hana, it seems entirely plausible." She had always considered Hana to be an extraordinary person, as if she harbored many secrets. "Indeed, I wanted to investigate the plant on Biman's bedside table, but there were too many books, so I resorted to the retrieval spell," Hana explained, as Carly Kay handed her a glass of water. "Let me guess, Miss Joan, you probably don't even recall when you learned the retrieval spell, do you?" she inquired, her tone reminiscent of a teacher addressing a student who hadn't completed their homework. Hana chuckled at her words and accepted the water, shaking her head, a few disheveled strands of hair sticking to her face. This moment was witnessed by Biman, who had returned with the nurse, and a pang of sorrow washed over her. "Miss Joan, are you all right?" The school nurse is a kind and affable middle-aged woman, holding a potion in one hand and a plate of pastries in the other. In stark contrast to the nurse in Hana's dreams, although she could not clearly discern the woman's face in her dream, she felt certain that they were undeniably different individuals. "I'm fine, thank you," she thought. Perhaps it would be wise not to mention her headache to the school nurse just yet, especially since even she herself could not comprehend the peculiar phenomenon surrounding her condition. The school nurse conducted a brief examination and found nothing amiss. "Remember to come here on time to collect your potion, and if you feel better, do visit Professor McGonagall in her office," she advised before setting down the light blue potion and departing. "Have I made another mistake? Is it because I failed to pick up the books scattered in the library?" Biman nervously shook her head. Of course not. The three of them made their way to the headmaster's office, where a black cat in a mural on the wall mewed softly as the spiral staircase revealed itself. Miss Hana may enter alone. Professor McGonagall's voice resonated through the mural. The three exchanged glances, and Hana ascended the stairs into the headmaster's chamber. The sense of unease gnawed at her. If it wasn't about the library books, could it be that she and Carlocke were discovered while using transfiguration to attend Charm's class? Upon entering the office, Hana found Professor McGonagall staring intently at the floor, her expression grave. "Professor McGonagall?" she called softly. Chapter 13. A search for two. Mileva snapped back to attention, her demeanor softening into a warm smile upon seeing Hana. "Child, you have been unconscious for so many days." It frightened everyone. During Hana's inexplicable fainting spell, the school nurse and the teachers, including Carlocke, were in a state of great anxiety. The nurse could not ascertain the cause of Hana's collapse, and her awakening was delayed. Most troubling was the news brought back by the individuals sent by Professor McGonagall to investigate Hana's parents. They could find no information regarding them. For a time, Hana's existence resembled a blank slate, leaving everyone perplexed. "I'm sorry. I find it equally puzzling." Professor McGonagall nodded, lowering her voice. "Have you previously studied many spells, particularly some of the more complex advanced ones?" The centaur had informed Professor McGonagall about Hana's encounter with the memory butterflies. Thus she was aware of how Hana had repelled them. However, she had never heard of a spell called reflection. "Honestly, I do not remember," Hana replied. Carlocke had posed a similar question, and it seemed they both harbored doubts about their use of such spells. Yet, Hana felt no particular sensation. She wielded the magic as if it were a dream come true. "Do you not remember?" Mileva mused, furrowing her brow. Such a thing seemed impossible to forget. "Could it be that your memory has been altered or erased?" "Yes," Hana affirmed. "Very well. What I wish to convey is this. For a relatively young witch, overusing advanced spells can place a strain on the body. Perhaps this is the reason for your fainting. The school nurse informed me that she found no other issues with you. Regarding the use of complex advanced spells, my advice is to minimize their use out of course. Casting spells is the prerogative of every witch, provided one does not direct their wand at the innocent." After a moment of contemplation, Professor McGonagall continued, "Child, may I inquire about your parents? Since Hana was admitted under special circumstances, there is scant information about her at Hogwarts. Strangely, those sent to investigate could find nothing at all. This is highly irregular. It is as if someone had deliberately erased all traces of them, concealing something quite significant. Parents?" At the mention of them, Hana felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Not only were her memories of the two of them sparse, but the name itself felt detached from her identity. "Yes," she replied thoughtfully, her expression turning serious. "I do not remember them." "Is it akin to not recalling when you learned those spells?" Mileva speculated. "Yes, it feels as though they never existed. I cannot even picture what they looked like. Do you remember why you came here?" A look of confusion began to cloud Mileva's face, an unsettling feeling thrumming in her heart. "Well, it seems I just fell asleep and woke up here," Hana responded. Upon hearing this, Mileva fell silent, her expression peculiar. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "Very well, you may return now, child, and if you experience any further discomfort, do remember to inform me. All right, thank you." Hana sensed that Professor McGonagall was withholding something from her, yet she refrained from pressing further. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Carlocke and Biman awaited her. Just as the three were about to leave, Biman suddenly grew distressed. "Wait, I left something in the infirmary. You two go on ahead to the dormitory." With that, she dashed off, as if she had forgotten something of utmost importance. Carlocke regarded her with concern, furrowing her brow. "Let's go," she said to Hana. "What did Professor McGonagall want with you? It couldn't be about being caught with transfiguration that day, could it?" When the nurse suggested Hana see the headmaster, this was the first thought that crossed her mind. She had wondered if they happened to be seen when they turned the corner in the corridor and informed Professor McGonagall. "Of course not. I told you we wouldn't be caught," Hana chuckled, her eyebrows and lips curving into a smile. "She asked the same question you did, and I replied that I do not remember." Upon hearing this, Carlocke quickly grasped what Professor McGonagall must have inquired about. "It's not surprising she would ask that. I heard a classmate describe the scene when you were using the summoning charm in the library. It was pretty cool, you know. How many more secrets did she harbor? The ability to wield advanced spells with ease, Slytherin-like green hair and eyes, parents she could not recall, and a wand that appeared rather peculiar. Isn't it fascinating? Hana replied. I feel nothing at all. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered how vividly real her dreams had seemed during her unconsciousness. By the way, did you leave something unsaid in the infirmary? At this mention, Karlike's expression shifted to one of discomfort, revealing her reluctance to discuss the matter. All right, I should not have gotten so worked up and let something slip, she lamented, shaking her head, causing her braids to sway. The two paused. Just now, while Biman and I were keeping watch by your bedside, we thought you were about to wake up, but then you suddenly began screaming and clutching your own neck. My goodness, we were both terrified, Karlike recounted, still shaken by the recent events. That I was choking myself. Hana mused, pondering the eerily realistic nature of her dreams. Yes, Biman and I couldn't pry your hands away. Ultimately, it was you who released them. What could this signify? In her dream, it was the indistinct figure of the school nurse who had been choking her, yet it turned out that the assailant was herself. That I knew if I told you. You would wear that disbelieving expression, Karlike admitted, astonished by her own account. How could Hana possibly believe it? Hana shook her head. It's not disbelief. I simply find it perplexing that such strange occurrences could happen to me. Speaking of strange, I find myself rather peculiar as well, do I not? Why can I not even remember my own parents? I have forgotten why I came here. Suddenly, a foreign image flashed through Hana's mind. A face she had seen in her dreams. The boy named Tom. That I feel as though I have forgotten something exceedingly important. Oh, you know that feeling. As if a stained plate has been scrubbed clean. Hana raised her gaze, surveying her surroundings. Despite standing in Hogwarts, everything felt dreamlike. She was acutely aware of the reality around her, yet felt as if she were lost in a dream, due to the excessive realism of her dreams. She felt that her waking life was but a fade. Observing the look of frustration and helplessness on Hana's face, Karlike's heart suddenly blossomed with a resolve to assist her. She found it rather peculiar that she had begun to care about others' affairs. Chapter 14. An audience with the chief of the Ada's clan. Perhaps it was admiration that stirred within her, for Hana was a mysterious little sorceress adept at wielding numerous advanced spells. As for Karlike, she too had been practicing in secret, yet not a single advanced spell from her notes had she successfully mastered. Her magical aptitude was rather low, a trait shared by the entire Folair family. Some whispered that the prevalence of mixed-blood wizards in the Folair lineage had gradually diluted their magical gifts. However, Karlike dismissed such rumors. Otherwise, she would not consistently have achieved the top ranked out of course. With the exception of the lesson on summoning magical creatures in no matter, she thought, I shall treat it as an examination, tackling each question one by one. A somewhat incongruous smile often graced her typically serene face, which, combined with her slightly heroic features, made her resemble the once mighty Empress Catherine the Great when she smiled. She radiated a brilliance that required no crown. How could she forget? Karlike suddenly recalled an incident. During your slumber over these past few days, that Gryffindor student, Morty Willis, had visited the infirmary to see you. Morty Willis? Why would he come to see me? Hana furrowed her brow in confusion, recalling that she was not particularly acquainted with Morty. Moreover, wasn't it alarming for a student to faint unexpectedly in the library? Just moments ago, Karlike had mentioned seeing her clutching her own neck. Indeed, that dream was exceedingly strange. I don't know. I've only encountered him that once. And I haven't seen him since. Hana shook her head, perplexed by Morty's actions. Let us be on our way. The two of them traversed several corridors and arrived at the entrance of the spiral staircase when, unexpectedly, Dara appeared. What are you two ladies in such a hurry for? Upon seeing her, Karlike instinctively placed her hand protectively around Hana, urging her to halt. My goodness, here comes trouble again. It was evident that Karlike had little patience for Dara. Indeed, if there were a day when she did not encounter Dara at all, she might even thank the heavens. I imagine the top student who spends all day in the infirmary is unaware that the Quidditch match has been replaced by the ball. Is she? I heard it was due to the incessant rain. As Dara spoke, she abruptly paused, donning an expression of sudden realization. Wait a moment. She slowly pointed her finger at Hana, saying, Little pumpkin, it seems it has been raining since the day you arrived. Hasn't it? What do you mean by that? Karlike immediately furrowed her brow at Dara's remark, her tone laced with an underlying anger, her previously disdainful gaze sharpening into one of fierce intensity, seeing Karlike's strong reaction. Dara rolled her eyes, appearing somewhat intimidated. I was merely speaking casually. After all, you won't be attending the ball, Surely not everything can be yours to excel in. Her words seemed to subtly allude to that lesson where Morty took center stage during the summoning class, a rare occurrence that Dara felt compelled to broadcast to the world as if it were breaking news. Dancing was not Carlyke's forte. Performing before a crowd only filled her with aversion. She preferred quieter spaces over bustling, noisy ones, much like the last time she was discovered and subsequently barred from the forbidden forest entrance. Listening to Dara, no one wishes to contend with you. Humph, how stubborn you are. Then why did you bow your head in anger during the charms lesson, only to be publicly mocked by a third-year student? The sensation of being the last in the rankings should be entirely dissimilar. No? Dara feigned a gasp, letting out a thin, mocking laugh. Goodness, that sound resembles those bothersome butterflies, Hana grimaced, expressing her disdain as she stood behind Carlyke. Dara did not fully catch what Hana had said, but she was convinced that Hana was insulting her. What are you mumbling about? Dara exclaimed loudly, her eyes widening, her posture mimicking that of a spoiled heiress scolding a house elf. Carlyke was well aware that Dara was a pampered rich girl, and she knew this person to be both childish and annoying, which made her reluctant to engage in conversation. All right, thank you for taking the time to inform me. However futile it may be, Carlyke seized Hana's arm, intending to leave, but Dara, feeling slighted, suddenly shouted, "Filthy half-blood!" Time seemed to revert to the day Hana donned the sorting hat, when Dara had also hurled the same insult, prompting the arrival of Professor Ovis's raven assistant. Suddenly, a cacophony of cawing echoed through the corridor, and Dara's previously furious expression transformed into one of surprise. At that moment, Carlyke noticed Professor Ovis approaching. Accompanied by a few scattered students, the raven assistant flew a rapid circle around the corridor, and as Ovis reached the trio, it obediently landed on her shoulder. Dara was now too tense to breathe. While Carlyke and Hana greeted Ovis with grace. "Professor, good day." Professor Ovis's half-covered eyes, obscured by her angled bangs, cast a vague emotion that left one uncertain whether she was angry or disappointed. Her right hand, adorned with a black glove, was crossed over her left, resting in front of her. Her hair was styled in a low ponytail, giving her an appearance that was both neat and composed. She was acutely aware of Dara Addis's various behaviors at school, yet she often refrained from intervening too heavily. "Miss Addis," she addressed her in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. "Lift your head." This statement laid bare Dara's sense of guilt, once Dara raised her head. Ovis continued, "The history of magic class should be going well for you, no?" Upon hearing this seemingly perplexing question, Dara sensed that something unfavorable was about to unfold. "Did you know that the previous head of Slytherin, Severus Snape, was also a half-blood wizard? In the past, Ovis had thought that Dara might have been spoiled by her family, as she often heard complaints from other students about Dara's haughty demeanor. To insult a great wizard merely to belittle classmates you dislike should not be a tenet of the Addis family, should it? Ovis's tone was laden with menace. She could readily discuss the matter with the Addis patriarch, Dara's father. However, out of respect for nobility, she had seldom done so. The rise of the Addis family was not without hardship. A decade ago, Dara's parents were merely wizards of modest standing. The struggles they endured paved the way for Dara's current elevated status. Yet it was evident that Dara had not adequately utilized the resources bestowed upon her by her lineage, which could have set her apart from other wizards. Theoretically, Dara Addis should have been an exceptionally talented witch. At the very least, her character should not have sunk below that of a wizard from a regular family. Dara's habit of insulting her classmates was no trivial matter, especially considering her offense against Severus Snape. Her reign of intimidation among her peers had persisted for far too long. If a crooked sapling was not straightened in time, it would become irredeemably entrenched in its wrongness. Chapter 15. The Wizard's Ring. Dara lowered her head, her hair cascading to obscure her face, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as though she had received a profound insult. "Perhaps I should speak with your father." Ovis lowered her voice, ensuring that passing students did not overhear. This remark coiled around Dara's heart like a viper, instilling in her an overwhelming sense of anxiety and fear. Hana, standing nearby, observed that Dara's father appeared to be a source of her dread. This fear seemed utterly at odds with Dara's domineering nature. "Attend to your own affairs, Miss Addis." After Ovis spoke, Dara stumbled away in haste. The remaining two were also about to depart. "Wait a moment," she interrupted, then reached into her robe with her gloved right hand. Much like the day Hana donned the sorting hat, Her robe shimmered with a faint blue light before she produced a vial. The pink potion was contained within a vintage bottle, roughly the size of half Hana's hand. Hana gazed at the potion bottle with curiosity, puzzled by its significance. Advanced magic can be burdensome for wizards whose bodies have yet to mature. If you have questions, you may consult the professor if you are interested in plants. You could visit the potions classroom. As your dean, I must express my disapproval of your current use of advanced spells that are ill-suited for you. In due time, you will encounter numerous opportunities. It is entirely reasonable for Shaluo ways to be aware of such practices as consulting spells within the library, especially since she is a student from her own academy. She confesses that upon learning of this matter, she felt an immense sense of pride. However, if such preemptive spellcasting comes at the expense of a student's well-being, it is far more prudent to allow students to progress steadily, one step at a time. Hana nodded obediently, realizing that Headmistress McGonagall's sentiments echoed those of Professor Oways, albeit in a more tactful manner. Meanwhile, Oways was resolutely firm that she must cease her usage. This potion can aid in restoring your vitality and will not conflict with the remedies from the infirmary. After Shaluo concluded her remarks, her gaze shifted toward the somewhat anxious Carlike, who had been practicing advanced spells in secret for some time, something Shaluo had known long before. Whether her repeated failures in this endeavor were a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. When Carlike's eyes met Shaluo's, she offered a somewhat forced smile, a rare instance of her own nervousness. Hana's understanding of the situation crystallized, as her first encounter with Carlike had occurred amidst a notebook filled with advanced spells. Thus, it was clear that Professor Oways' words were not directed solely at Hana. "Well, ladies, prepare for the evening's ball," Shaluo declared as she departed from their vicinity, prompting Hana's gaze to follow. In an instant, a multitude of images flooded Hana's mind, particularly regarding the reason behind Shaluo's choice to wear a black glove on her right hand. Just a few steps away, Shaluo sensed an invasive pressure and abruptly turned to face Hana, who was likewise gazing back. The glint in Hana's eyes was momentarily captured by Shaluo's keen observation. Carlike, puzzled, whispered to Hana, "Let's go." Yet Hana remained rooted in place, sensing something amiss as Carlike tugged at her sleeve with a bit more insistence. Once Hana regained her composure, Shaluo distinctly felt the invasive sensation dissipate, and she turned her body to face Hana directly. Just as she was about to speak, Carlike interjected, "Professor, I apologize. She's simply exhausted. We shall return to our dormitory now." With her arms encircling Hana, Carlike hastily led her into the moving staircase. As if they had committed some grave error, Shaluo stood still, her feet planted, acutely aware of a gaze akin to a needle's point. She was certain she had not misread the situation at that moment. Her assistant, the Raven, softly called out, seemingly alluding to Hana's recent actions. "You felt it too." Shaluo cast her eyes downward, glancing sideways at the Raven's eyes. The vision of Hana's gaze following her as she departed replayed vividly in her mind. What was that? The intensity of the invasion was unlike anything Shaluo had ever encountered. In that fleeting moment, she thought she caught a glimpse of an eerie green light flashing in Hana's deep green eyes. When she attempted to look again into the Raven's eyes, she found the image had grown hazy. "Are you fatigued?" She scrutinized the Raven closely, but found nothing amiss. The previous vision concerning Hana had become indistinct, eventually vanishing from the Raven's sight. How peculiar. The Raven's dark eyes, known for retaining numerous images, rarely encountered such a situation where a recently observed scene faded away so swiftly. Could it have been her doing? A look of perplexity crept into Shaluo's gaze, her elongated eyes narrowing. Hana possessed the ability to wield advanced spells, yet intruding upon her mind to extract memories was no simple feat, surely not. "Perhaps I am simply fatigued," Shaluo mused with a hint of intrigue. Upon returning to the dormitory, Carlike's anxious heart began to settle somewhat. Yet meeting the dean's eyes as she had earlier was undeniably a challenge for her. "Goodness, what she said was not directed solely at you." Carlike flopped onto her bed, attempting to erase the memory of Professor Oways' penetrating gaze, which induced anxiety at the mere thought. However, it seemed that such circumstances necessitated eye contact with the dean. Is it truly terrifying to meet the dean's gaze? Hana had sensed Carlike's palpable fear of Professor Oways. Is it not? The girl, reclining on her bed, sprang upright, her excitement palpable as she explained, "If I told you she single-handedly shook the very foundations of the Ada's family during the inaugural Wizard's Ring competition, would you not find her fearsome?" The entire Addis family. Hana's curiosity was piqued immediately. Carlike nodded affirmatively. Indeed, during the Wizard's Ring competition, the seemingly unremarkable Shaluo always ascended from the preliminary rounds to become the champion of the Daylight Division. Ultimately representing the Daylight Division, that is, the British Division, in the Global Wizard's Ring Finals, she vanquished every elite wizard from the Addis family, who had monopolized the individual, duo, and quartet competitions, as well as the preliminaries and resurrection rounds. Hana's face gradually displayed disbelief. Did I hear you correctly? The quartet competition? Precisely. The regulations did not explicitly prohibit solo wizards from competing against teams of 4, so she engaged in 8 quartet matches over the span of a week. With a single wand, she bested all her opponents convincingly, including all the elite wizards from the Addis family in the latter 6 matches. Carlike paused briefly. It was the Addis family's exceptional performance in preceding competitions that had suddenly thrust them into the limelight. And it was this very phenomenon that catapulted Professor Always to fame. Yet, this sudden notoriety did not afford Shaluo Always the same acclaim from her peers as the Addis family had received. Chapter 16. Under public scrutiny, the ensuing events were even more captivating, as the previously obscure wizard suddenly revealed her prowess, causing widespread panic among many. Numerous magical media outlets began reporting unfounded rumors, ensnaring Professor Always in a deluge of public scrutiny. Carlike conjured her wand, causing various newspaper articles concerning Shaluo Always from that time to materialize in the magical projection. Some alleged she had resorted to cheating or consuming potions to defeat her opponents, while others claimed she had bribed them to intentionally lose the competition. There were even publications questioning why such a formidable wizard had not revealed her talents sooner. Some even speculated that such a powerful wizard might pose a threat to the magical world, implying that Shaluo Always could become a tyrant. Hana furrowed her brow, shaking her head, her deep green eyes filled with confusion and shock. Did possessing great strength equate to the potential for tyranny? At least Hana could not perceive Shaluo Always as that sort of individual. What thoughts might those magical media outlets harbor upon witnessing her current role as a professor at Hogwarts? Serving as the head of Slytherin? Perhaps they believe that words spoken do not incur any cost. And what transpired thereafter? Hana inquired. The media outlets responsible for fabricating rumors were subsequently shut down by the Ministry of Magic. However, the rumors continued to circulate among wizards, and even today, some still harbor doubts about her. Hana cast her gaze once more at the historical newspapers in the magical projection, feeling a sense of disappointment for Professor Always. She seemed rather solitary. Indeed, unless there are work-related matters, she typically refrains from socializing with other teachers. Perhaps she has become wary of crowded spaces? Carlike waved her wand again, transitioning the projection to scenes from the Wizard's Ring Finals. The ultimate showdown of the Wizard's Ring featured the 3 finest wizards from around the globe competing for the championship. Runner-up and third place. In the projection, Shaluo stood on one side of the stage, facing her final opponent on the other, with a purple orb of light suspended above them. Wait, that orb. Hana recalled the earlier charms class, where Nicole Yeager wore a purple crystal ring. Wasn't that the very same? Indeed, that was the championship prize for the inaugural Wizard's Ring, a ring forged from the rarest purple crystal, encased in an equally rare material. The projection began to showcase the climactic duel between Nicole Yeager and Shaluo Always, both of whom had emerged as the world's finest wizards through rigorous selection. The spectacle was nothing short of exhilarating, as they swiftly brandished their wands, unleashing a dazzling array of magical lights upon the stage. Spells ricocheted off the protective barrier, casting forth brilliant glimmers. Stop! Hana suddenly spotted something, prompting her to call for an immediate halt to the magical projection. She extended her hand to magnify the image until it focused on Shaluo's hand. Had Professor Always begun wearing gloves at that time? Carlike nodded. Indeed, at that time, some speculated whether she had tampered with her left hand, given that she wore black gloves, to secure her victory in the championship of the Wizard's Ring. Is she truly the champion? But isn't the ring in the possession of Professor Yeager? Are they good friends? Hana inquired with a hint of curiosity. Well, honestly, I can't discern any signs of friendship between them. Occasionally, I observe Professor Yeager encountering the headmaster in the corridors or on the playground, yet they don't even exchange greetings. Even more perplexingly, they once shared a train compartment, sitting face to face. But not a single word passed between them. One could hardly consider them friends, let alone close friends. Moreover, Shallow does not appear to be the type to belittle her opponents with spoils of victory. Besides, it seems that Professor Jaeger has a particular fondness for purple. The inner lining of her cloak is entirely purple. It is as noble and elegant as she is. How utterly astonishing, Hana remarked in bewilderment. The questions you ponder now are ones I have contemplated in the past, Carly Kai replied with a resigned expression. Regardless, it's probably not our place to speculate about such matters, despite ruminating alone. I have yet to arrive at any conclusions. What about Professor Ovis's family? She continued to gaze at Ovis's image. Contrary to your assumptions, she has no family. Carly Kai paused, instinctively surveying the empty dormitory around her. I have heard that prior to the Hogwarts War over 20 years ago, the Death Eaters nearly exterminated her entire lineage, leaving her as the sole survivor. Well, I cannot vouch for the truth of this. It is merely hearsay. The first to mention it was Della. Della? Hana exclaimed in surprise. How could this matter possibly concern her? Indeed, Biman is aware of it. She informed me. Della used to coerce Biman into being her little follower and inadvertently mentioned this incident. Carly Kai explained, uncertain why Della possessed such knowledge. Regardless, after Ovis appeared at Hogwarts, the old rumors circulated fervently among the students. At that time, Headmaster McGonagall took it upon herself to quell the gossip. And coupled with Professor Ovis's perpetually stern demeanor, few students dared to utter slanderous remarks about her. Professor Ovis's background seems to remain an enigma, and many magical media outlets appear to have reported on it. Particularly during the Wizard's Ring competition, the Addis family was then in the limelight, while Professor Ovis, who initially concealed her abilities, finally revealed her prowess during the selection of representatives for the Daylight Division. Utterly overpowering the Addis family to onlookers, it seemed she was merely biding her time, ultimately subduing the Addis family. This is one of the reasons Della harbors fear towards Xiao, not solely due to her perpetually stoic countenance, which exudes an air of coldness and aloofness. In a certain sense, Xiao is the one who inscribed the word shame upon the Addis family. It is striking that she chose to reveal her brilliance precisely when the Addis family was at its zenith, which certainly appears targeted. An additional detail from that year's competition captured many people's attention. When Xiao faced off against other wizards, she always held back. However, if her opponent was from the Addis family, they were inevitably left with minor injuries or disarmed. Although she outwardly maintains a level of civility towards the Addis family now, some can still discern that she harbors disdain for them. As for Della, it seems she is not deliberately targeting her. Rather, Della is simply exceptionally intimidated by this professor. Chapter 17. The spell begins. Professor Ovis was merely in her 20s at that time. Wasn't she? As a member of the younger generation of wizards, she was already remarkably powerful. In fact, the most promising contender to defeat her, Professor Jaeger, ultimately fell short. Hence, I find myself both in awe and trepidation of her. While speaking, Carly Kai retrieved a small notebook from her robe, filled with numerous advanced spells. Regrettably, my talent is lacking. Perhaps I am not putting in enough effort. She appeared somewhat despondent, but after speaking, her spirits were instantly lifted. Hana recalled the day she donned the sorting hat when Professor Ovis casually advised her not to overexert herself. If even Headmistress Ovis acknowledges your effort, how can it possibly be deemed insufficient? You are indeed working hard, Hana reassured her. Yet, what I desire is not merely hard work. I yearn to become stronger. Clearly, being first place was no longer satisfying for Carly Kai. She had deliberately carved out time to secretly practice advanced spells. Having already completed a significant portion of her fifth-year coursework and was recently delving into the sixth-year textbooks. But didn't Headmistress Ovis express her disapproval of us doing so? Hana pointed out. Referring to the issue of underage wizards using advanced spells, such actions can strain the body and make recovery exceedingly difficult. Xiao is especially concerned about this and firmly opposes it. I am aware. Yet I must proceed, Carly Kai insisted, resolute in her determination to pursue her desires with all her might. That kind of stubbornness permeated the atmosphere, and Hana chose not to press further for how she acquired so many spells. Carly Kai herself remained uncertain. It seemed that with a mere flick of her wand, she could attain whatever she sought. If there is a ball in the evening, we likely won't have classes in the afternoon. Right? Hana stood and adjusted her robes and attire. Observing her readiness, Carly Kai inquired, "Where are you off to?" The girl casually swept her deep green hair aside. "To the library." After speaking, She promptly opened the potion vial Professor Ovis had given her and drank the potion. I have some things I wish to research. Could you assist me in preparing an outfit? I can assist, but why are you going again? It was clear that this visit had a different purpose than the last. I will return shortly. Hana winked at Carly Kai, her deep green eyes twinkling with charm at tea times. Carly Kai found it difficult to recall just how long they had known each other. It felt as though several years had passed since the day the memory butterfly had appeared. Due to the evening's ball, the library was sparsely populated, and the vast aisles of bookshelves felt somewhat lonely though. It's you, the librarian, upon spotting Hana, was reminded of the scene she had witnessed a few days prior. This child will undoubtedly become an exceptional wizard. Good afternoon, Madame Lodi. Lodi Venus, a kindly middle-aged woman, served as the librarian at Hogwarts. She often donned a worn but clean gray robe, cradling a small, perpetually tiny kitten in her arms. With pockets always stocked with its treats that it's so adorable, Hana remarked, gazing at the kitten. Thank you, go on in. Lodi nodded towards the bookshelf, urging her to enter. All right. Arriving at the shelf dedicated to plant classifications. Hana murmured the title of the book she had located using a searching spell a few days prior. Book, come to me. As she recited the summoning spell, a book titled Compendium of Magical Plants flew into her hands. Page 432. The book obediently flipped to the corresponding page, revealing an image of the potted plant that Biman had left behind when returning to her dormitory. The plant, known as moonflower, unfurls its petals during the day and folds them shut at night. Its growth is intricately linked to its owner's emotional state. Should the owner remain persistently despondent, the moonflower will gradually wilt. It requires no watering, thriving solely on the gentle kiss of morning light. The name moonflower is derived from a legend. An angel fell in love with a mortal, but their union was deemed impossible. Each day, the mortal would traverse a narrow path, and the angel would await his arrival there. The angel longed for the dawn, yearning to catch a glimpse of her beloved after many days of waiting. The mortal ceased to walk that path, and the angel's body and soul transformed into a flower that blooms only by day, the moonflower. Hana reminisced about Biman, who had been her only friend before Carly. It was only natural for her to feel a pang of loss, though she feigned indifference. After closing the book, Hana magically returned it to the towering bookshelf. She then approached the shelf dedicated to spell classifications, circling it twice before discovering a tome that compiled all known spells. Intrigued, she sat down, unaware if the information she sought lay within that. She opened the book with her slender fingers. The first page revealed that it bore no author. It was a miraculous creation by the ancestors who first conjured magic, capable of autonomously collecting spells. There was no need for manual transcription. Whenever a new spell emerged, the book would update itself, modifying the information in accordance with current realities. How wondrous! Curiosity sparkled in Hana's eyes, for this seemed to be precisely what she had been searching for. The second page featured a search tool reminiscent of a Muggle internet browser. By simply tapping a dot at the center and articulating the type of spell she desired, labels would gradually extend from the book's side, allowing her to find what she sought. After a brief hesitation, Hana reached out to touch the dot. It emitted a faint glow, sending thin, jagged lines radiating outward along the paper's texture until the page displayed. Please. The girl surveyed her surroundings, confirming her solitude before speaking. Is there a spell that can make one forget everything? Once her voice, soft as a cat's purr, faded, several labels emerged from the book's right side. Hana selected the first label, and the book automatically turned to that page. At the top of the page was a rectangular box adorned with a peculiar symbol, a moon encircling a sun. The white sun rotating within, while the black crescent moon also spun, symbolizing the cycle of day and night, the passage of time, and the corresponding changes in the world. Below the box lay the spell and its pertinent information, including the age suitability for the caster, the target demographic, and the spell's effects. Total oblivion. Hana silently pondered the spell's name. Had someone cast a spell upon her, erasing her memories, even the recollection of when she had learned those spells? Yet if that were the case, why would that person do such a thing? It felt as if she had been guided to Hogwarts, awakening to find herself there, when the memory butterfly had forcibly extracted her memories. It felt as if something within her had resisted, not against the butterfly, but against herself. Some scenes, on the brink of recollection, would inexplicably vanish, tantalizingly close yet forever out of reach. Chapter 18. The genius wizard. While Hana was lost in thought, A boy approached the bookshelf, maintaining a respectful distance from her. Noticing him, she lifted her gaze. He wore the Gryffindor emblem, likely a 5th or 6th year student. "Hello," she greeted, as the library was sparsely populated, and he was one of the few present. Out of courtesy, she closed the book and stood to meet his gaze. "Hello," the boy replied warmly. "I am Albus Severus Potter, also a 4th year. In principal. Hana should have been a 3rd year this year." She offered no significant reaction. Unaware that this boy was the son of the legendary wizard Harry Potter, the current Minister of Magic in Britain, the girl smiled politely and introduced herself. "Hana Joan." Instinctively, she clutched the book tighter, sensing that Albus's arrival was ill-timed. "Does your name mean healer in dawn?" Albus inquired. "Indeed." Hana translates to healer in English, while Joan signifies dawn or daybreak, symbolizing hope. Albus nodded, saying, "I know, the genius wizard who caused the sorting hat to malfunction." He had been present when the hat failed to provide a sorting result and was equally astonished. Observing Hana utilizing advanced spells in the library had also left him impressed, though she was merely a teenager. Her abilities surpassed those of many contemporaries and even older wizards. Hana chuckled at his humor, feeling considerably more relaxed than before that a genius wizard. She mused, intrigued. Having recently arrived at Hogwarts, her interactions with classmates had been limited, leaving her uncertain of how others perceived her. Of course that I was there when you used the research spell. It was quite a spectacle. The use of such a spell is rare, even among older students. Albus remarked, shrugging. What qualifies as a genius wizard? Is it someone who learns effortlessly, or one who employs spells beyond their age? Reflecting on this, Hana became acutely aware of the peculiarities surrounding her forgotten past, a source of both curiosity and trepidation. "Thank you. I suppose that's a compliment. I must be going now." The conversation abruptly concluded as Hana took a few steps back and exited the library. Having circled around the aisle behind her, Albus, perceptive to her shifting emotions, wondered if his mention of genius wizard had unsettled her. In truth, it had not. Hana was merely preoccupied with her book. "What's wrong?" Scorpius asked, joining Albus as they left the library together. "What do you think of that latecomer wizard?" He continued, "I applauded her that day. You know, Dean Owlsley dislikes any form of prejudice within the academy. Yet I sense she is a natural Slytherin." Albus quickly recalled his earlier conversation with Hana. Indeed, her hair and eyes resonated with Slytherin traits. The boy beside him nodded, adding, "Beyond that, her inner qualities align as well. She possesses great ambition. Why else would she practice such a challenging spell as the research incantation?" On that day, Scorpius was studying in the library alongside Albus, thus witnessing Hana's incantation and the moment she fainted. Indeed, few wizards employ the memory charm nowadays, do they? The overwhelming influx of information can overstimulate the brain, rendering such spells less popular among practitioners. Albus remarked that it was only now that I heard of this charm. Although I had come across it previously in some third-rate magical publications, the astonishment I felt upon discovering it that day was akin to the moment I first realized I was a wizard. The two of them approached the arched window, instinctively halting their steps. It had been years since the magical realm had witnessed such persistent rainfall, and after a week, the downpour showed no signs of abating. "You know, I have been eagerly anticipating Quidditch," Scorpius lamented wistfully. "The ball is quite delightful as well. Have you found a dance partner?" Albus glanced at Scorpius, and they both erupted into laughter. The gentle patter of rain in the sky seemed less pallid in the wake of their mirth. As the evening ball approached, most students had retreated to their dormitories to prepare, leaving many classrooms nearly vacant. Hana casually selected one, stealthily entering like a cat indulging in a forbidden treat, and took a seat at the long table. She turned to the second page and pressed the mark in the middle of the book. After waiting for it to flash with light, Hana inquired, "Is there a spell to counter-obliviate?" A label appeared again on the right side of the book, this time bearing only one entry. Upon flipping to that page, the layout and illustrations resembled what she had seen before. Memory retrieval can recover lost memories, but is only applicable to oneself. This doesn't seem entirely suited to countering obliviate, Hana pondered, gazing at it in confusion. Was it her method of questioning that was flawed? Nonetheless, it was worth a try. Memory retrieval, a high-level spell? What if I am discovered? The headmaster had explicitly forbidden her from using advanced spells, and having just ingested potions, she might not have fully digested them yet. Chapter 19. The Lost Glory of a Millennium. To be honest, Fainting in the library that day may have been due to the considerable strain high-level spells exert on the body. However, Hana understood that it was the sight of the books surrounding her, which reminded her of the memory butterfly and the unfamiliar images seen among the withered leaves that had distracted her, leading to her fainting. Regarding the dream she experienced after losing consciousness, Hana found it even stranger that in her dream, she envisioned the school nurse choking her, only for Carlyle to inform her that it was, in fact, herself doing the choking. Why would I choke myself? She wondered, suddenly hearing footsteps and the flapping of wings outside the classroom. The Raven assistant, though the voice was not particularly familiar, she could at least discern it correctly. It must be Dean Owls. Hana drew her wand and pointed it at the book, softly uttering, "Shrinking charm." The book initially expanded before swiftly diminishing to the size of her palm. She stowed her wand in the book just as Owls arrived at the door. "Miss Joanne?" she expressed, somewhat surprised, for it was evening, the time designated for the ball preparations. "Dean?" When Owls first spoke to her, she had presented Hana with a Slytherin badge, seemingly drawing the two closer from the outset. Hana approached, the gray sky casting a touch of melancholy on Owl's silhouette. From the front, Hana could not clearly discern her features, only the inky strands of her hair offering a vague outline to Owl's eyes, partially obscured by her disheveled hair. "Were tranquil and profound. I have a question I would like to ask," Hana stammered, her mind racing to mask her unease out of course, regarding the incident that had transpired not long ago between Hana and herself. Owls appeared unperturbed, attributing it to her own fatigue. "The two exited the classroom that I heard you were the champion of the wizarding ring." Upon hearing this seemingly irrelevant query, Owls paused, for it was rare for students to bring this matter up. Even those seeking her out were few and far between. "Very few people mention this to me. You must have heard it from Carlyle." Among the few was indeed Carlyle, a devoted admirer of the subject. Hana nodded in affirmation. Yes. Subsequently, she heard Professor Owls emit a resigned chuckle. "When I was in my first year, she had already thoroughly investigated me, bursting into tears on the day of her sorting into Slytherin. After the sorting feast, she stealthily followed me, insisting I sign my name for her." The recollection of Carlyle's past antics amused Hana, who had always perceived her as a stoic and cold girl. "So, did you sign for her?" She continued to probe. "Of course. I told her that as long as she secured first place in every exam, I would inscribe greater on the corner of her test papers." "But don't teachers need to sign their names on the exams?" Hana queried, puzzled. "That's the rule. In fact, if multiple teachers grade a paper, they must use different ink colors to distinguish their corrections." Indeed, but she consistently achieved first place, to the extent that it appeared she was sacrificing her social life for it. Owls exhibited a particular concern for Carlyle's relentless pursuit of academic excellence, as it came at a considerable cost. She often visits Madame Lodov in the library to retrieve her borrowing records. The first place must surely belong to Carlyle. Sounds like she might be overexerting herself." Hana shared Owl's sentiment, although her acquaintance with Carlyle had been brief. She could sense Carlyle's obsessive fixation on attaining the top rank. It is indeed excessive. She can spend an entire day immersed in the library, completing all her required readings in advance, and then utilizing class time to study subjects she finds challenging. A mixture of pride and concern washed over Owl's expression as she spoke. "I heard she was overshadowed by a third-year student during the first charms class of the term. Later, while you were in the infirmary, she spent each day poring over books on magical creatures. Teachers encouraged students to strive diligently, yet it was evident that Carlyle's situation extended beyond mere hard work. She even asked me if there were other methods to successfully cast spells. But there are none. The prerequisite for the summoning spell is direct contact and a heart that reveres the forces of nature. It is no wonder she has not succeeded, as she confines herself to the library." After Carlyle's inquiries yielded no results, Owls could distinctly feel her disappointment and her pathological obsession with success. However, perfection remains an unattainable ideal. Each individual possesses their strengths and weaknesses. Clearly, Carlyle had yet to grasp this truth. She likely desires to achieve 100% in everything. Hana remarked. To put it succinctly, she is not inherently a perfect individual. She is a half-blood wizard. In the past and present, half-blood wizards continue to face denial from certain factions. Furthermore, her family, though ancient, has fallen into decline, and her greatest ambition in this life is to restore her family's long-lost honor. The Fowl family was once among the most illustrious in the British wizarding world centuries ago. Even the contemporary rising houses of Adas and Wills would not have been able to contend with the Foul family in that era. Over the course of a millennium, the Foul family, beset by internal strife, wars, divisions, and reconstructions, has dwindled to a mere flicker, no longer ablaze as it once was. A millennium. The brevity of those words stirred Hana's thoughts. She found it hard to believe that such a monumental responsibility now rested upon a mere teenager. Indeed, it is difficult to fathom that this is the life goal of a 16-year-old wizard. I first encountered her during the practical lessons in her second year, when she articulated her aspirations. At the time, I assumed it was merely the lofty ambition of youth, only to later discover her sincerity. As she recounted this, Owls let out a sigh, filled with concern for Carly Could as a teacher. I feel honored to have such a diligent student. But can you discern the underlying issue, Hana? Carly is not merely a perfectionist. She cannot bear to accept any form of failure, which is a grievous misconception. However, more than her, I am genuinely worried about you. What? Hana was taken aback, unable to process the sudden mention of her name. Carly possesses a low aptitude, which restricts her from learning and employing advanced spells. Whereas you are different, you struggle to ascertain whether the spells you are using are indeed advanced for you. Xiao Luo spoke of matters that Hana had not yet contemplated. She was adept at wielding advanced spells. Yet her body was not yet capable of withstanding such immense pressure. Employing spells beyond her age would impose a burden on her physique. This burden was not easily remedied and could potentially lead to irreversible damage. Hana felt a twinge of frustration as she considered that some bodily ailments insidiously manifest, akin to the cancers that afflict muggles, which only reveal their severity when they reach an incurable stage. You might faint. That could be a contributing factor, Xiao Luo implied, suggesting there were additional reasons at play. Chapter 20. Encounter with a gentleman. In summary, both of you should refrain from using age-inappropriate spells. Her admonition was unmistakably a warning, yet it was underscored by genuine concern. Thank you, Professor, Hana replied, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Xiao Luo's gloved right hand, just as she spotted Nicole Yeager approaching from down the corridor. Professor, I must take my leave, she said, and upon receiving a nod from Xiao Luo, she made her way toward Nicole. Nicole exuded an air of elegance at all times, her mysterious purple attire rendering her inscrutable. Good day, Professor, Hana greeted, her eyes momentarily drawn to the amethyst ring adorning Nicole's hand. Beyond symbolizing the utmost honor within the wizarding world, that ring surely possessed other purposes, otherwise as a trophy for the champion of wizard rings. It would seem rather unworthy. As Hana passed Nicole, a thought struck her. After leaving the classroom, the route she took to exit the teaching area was not the most prudent choice. Would there still be teachers patrolling at this hour? Turning the corner, she encountered an office door marked Nicole Yeager. Surely Professor Ovis was there to consult with Ms. Yeager? Hadn't Carly K mentioned that their interactions were infrequent? It seemed they preferred to converse away from prying eyes. Otherwise, why would Professor Ovis gift the ring to Ms. Yeager? After pondering this, Hana retrieved a shrunken book from her pocket. This book was a valuable possession, and she intended to care for it diligently. However, she had been too hasty earlier and had not completed the borrowing process. She resolved to rectify that at her next opportunity, upon returning to the dormitory. Hana heard Carly K reciting spells even before she entered, likely practicing the incantations in secret once more. Regarding Professor Ovis's warning against using advanced spells, Hana felt conflicted. She had inexplicably mastered numerous high-level spells, while Carly K bore the weighty aspiration of revitalizing her family, compelling her to strive for greater strength. In contrast, Professor Ovis wished to prevent them from repeating his own mistakes, once bodily harm was inflicted by age-inappropriate spells. The effects endured. Even magical means of mitigation would not erase the damage, and the practitioner would continue to suffer. Such injuries, once incurred, were nearly irreversible. For Carly K, perhaps a lack of talent was a blessing, at least for her present circumstances. Hana took a deep breath, wrestling with her conflicting emotions before finally pushing the door open. Carly K, noticing her arrival, showed no signs of reservation and instead approached Hana for guidance. You're back. I was practicing barrier dispel, but the results were rather unkind. Standing beside Hana, she pointed her wand at the barrier she had conjured, her other hand idly twirling her silver hair, the delicate braid accentuating her charm. Hana's attention was captured by the barrier encasing the potted plant. Did you create this barrier? She inquired, recalling having seen a spell named Sturdy Bubble while perusing Carly K's notebook at the Forbidden Forest entrance. This spell can instantly conjure a bubble from the tip of the wand. Indeed, but for now, I can only manage a small one. Eventually, I aim to create a larger one, enveloping all of Hogwarts in a protective bubble. This size was currently her limit, and she was acutely aware of her own limitations, thus she felt little frustration. However, if you wish to practice barrier dispel, shouldn't you be dispelling someone else's barrier? Hana mused. As it was uncommon for spells to be cast upon oneself, this reminded her of the memory-seeking spell. She hoped to find an opportunity to try it out. That does seem to be the case. Carly K realized she had made a rather silly oversight. Just as she was about to ask Hana to create a bubble barrier to assist her practice, the Hogwarts Tower clock chimed, signaling that the ball was about to commence. Caught up in their practice, they had completely forgotten about the event. The two exchanged glances, then feigned panic, bursting into laughter as they hurried to change into their formal attire. Carly K wore a silver-gray gown, its simple yet elegant design reflecting her refined taste. She had prepared a charming black dress for Hana, which accentuated her petite frame. Hana was pleasantly surprised. Although Carly K often clung to her books, she had a knack for fashion as well. Standing before the mirror, Hana's thoughts drifted back to the spell, a thrill of anticipation coursing through her as she hoped to seize an opportunity soon. "We must hurry. It seems we are running out of time," Carly K said, a hint of urgency in her voice as she attempted to pull Hana out of the dormitory, only to be halted by Hana's grip. Upon turning, Carly K noticed a mischievous glint in Hana's expression, and she suspected she knew what was afoot. "I believe we can still make it if we run." Hana's eyes conveyed a resolute refusal. But before Carly K could protest further, the two had already apparat to the entrance of the ballroom. Carly K stumbled slightly, about to exclaim Merlin's beard, when a boy in a suit stood before them. Adjusting his tie, Dorothy Willis appeared to be in the midst of his preparations, and upon seeing the two materialize, his expression mirrored that of someone who had just tasted a rather unpleasant jelly bean. Hana, still processing the situation, quickly realized that Dorothy had not witnessed their previous apparition in the corridor. Was it fate that he noticed them this time? With a smirk, the charming boy, first embarrassed, then composed, waved his hand in a gentlemanly fashion and bowed, saying, "Oh, my goodness, are the beautiful ladies simply appearing out of thin air? It is no surprise. The entrance of beautiful ladies should always evoke astonishment." Carly K and Hana exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Dorothy, however, took the initiative. They silently communicated their thoughts through their gazes, and Carly K nodded in acknowledgement of Dorothy's earlier comment. Subsequently, the two feigned ignorance of the earlier incident as they exited the small garden. Dorothy's gaze discreetly followed their retreating figures, and he muttered to himself, "Carly K Flair, doesn't she usually avoid balls?" Then he turned his attention to Hana. "Ah, so she has made a new friend?" He recalled the short-haired Slytherin girl who often accompanied her. The young gentleman furrowed his brow in contemplation until the vines of the small garden obscured their view. "Ah, well, matters between ladies should be left to themselves," he concluded, hastily taking a more direct route to the ballroom. It'd be by the time Carly K and Hana reached the ballroom, they found Dorothy already engaged in conversation with other ladies at a table laden with delicacies. "Is he on wheels or something?" Carly K pondered. "Carly K," a familiar voice called out from across the expansive ballroom. Biman waved enthusiastically, though the music from the enchanted instruments drowned out his words. "Shall we move over there?" Carly K suggested to Hana. The two made their way to a more secluded corner, while Biman's animated greeting gradually froze in the air, his expression shifting to one of disappointment. Observing this scene, the young gentleman felt a bubbling sense of unease within him. Perhaps the music was simply too loud. He contemplated whether he should invite that lady to dance. Approaching Biman, he found him back in his previous position, nervously toying with his juice. "Hello, I am Dorothy Willis, a gentleman from Gryffindor. May I invite you for a dance?" Duo Chi appeared somewhat comical, bowing with a gentlemanly flair as he had moments ago. Biman was taken aback, having never anticipated an invitation to dance in the context of the ball. Biman's silence stood in stark contrast to Duo Chi's exuberance. "I apologize, but I am not particularly inclined to dance." The ball was a joyous occasion, a moment to momentarily forget one's troubles. The music from the dance floor was about to commence. "Come now, my lady, let us embrace a fleeting happiness." Duo Chi extended his hand toward Biman. who hesitated for a moment before placing hers atop his, relinquishing her juice in the process. The dance floor came alive with graceful melodies. Magical instruments circled the edge of the circular space, twirling in harmony with the music, creating a dreamlike and enchanting atmosphere. In a corner, Kali Kai and Hana were oblivious to Biman and Duo Chi, engrossed in a discussion about the recent dispelling of a barrier spell. Despite Dino Waze's prohibitions against practicing advanced spells, Hana found it impossible to dissuade Kali Kai from her ambition to revitalize her family. The Forbidden Forest entrance is no longer accessible. I have been pondering where to practice clandestinely. Remaining in the dormitory is not a viable option, as excessive noise could easily attract attention. Kali Kai remarked, gently swirling her juice. There truly no other place within the school. Perhaps there are woods on the other side of the bridge, and what if the dean discovers us? That fellow, Duo Chi, witnessed our recent transfiguration. We must be swift in our departures from the dormitory. Unless the event is held there. Other places, would an unoccupied classroom suffice? I typically utilize such spaces for self-study. Generally, after classes, some classrooms become available, and during holidays, the number of students remaining is minimal. Classrooms. Hana recalled the book she had perused earlier, The Origins of Spells. Indeed, I discovered an intriguing volume in the library entitled The Origins of Spells, which discusses the genesis of magic. She spoke. She retrieved the shrunken book from her pocket. Kali Kai immediately recognized it as having been enchanted. Did you cast a shrinking spell on it? After accepting the book, she examined it closely. Is this a library book? It bears no library markings. Every book in the library has a stamp, except for those in the restricted section, which are sealed for protection. Kali Kai fixed her gaze on Hana, her expression gradually shifting to one of astonishment. You didn't venture into the restricted section, did you? Kali Kai was well acquainted with the library's collection, having borrowed numerous books over her 4 years. Unbeknownst to Hana, the existence of a restricted section was foreign to her. However, Kali Kai seemed skeptical of the book's origins. I was entirely unaware of such a section's existence. She shrugged and shook her head. Subsequently, Kali Kai opened the book, and Hana observed as a smile slowly spread across her face. Just as she was about to inquire, Kali Kai turned the book around to reveal it to Hana. Today is not April Fool's Day. Your ruse has failed. I shall not let you off so easily next year. However, Hana was left dumbfounded, for the book obscured her view of Kali Kai, preventing her from seeing the surprise etched upon her face. There are indeed characters inscribed within the book. Why does she claim to jest? Hana seized the book, pointing to a random page adorned with the sun and moon symbols. Here, there is a sun. Her astonishment remained unabated, and she felt a twinge of dread creeping into her heart. Yet, no matter how sincere her expression, Kali Kai shook her head. Do you wish to abandon your aspirations of being a witch in favor of becoming a star? She teased. But there truly is something here. Hana insisted, convinced of her sighting, suspecting that Kali Kai was deceiving her. Where is it? This is but a blank notebook, is it not? Kali Kai, too, began to question, for the pages appeared devoid of content. Why was Hana so adamant? No wonder I have never seen it in the library. How could the library bestow a stamp upon a notebook you purchased? By this point, Kali Kai remained unconvinced that Hana was not merely jesting. The more perplexed of the two was Hana, who had initially thought the book to be a compendium of knowledge, yet now found it akin to something out of a horror film. No, I did not. Look here, it states witch's contract, a spell that allows one to forge a contract with other witches upon completion of the wand ceremony. Should a witch within the contract find themselves in peril, they can relay their location and condition through the contract mark. Hana anxiously pointed to the incantation inscribed on the page, her finger brushing against the words, which emitted a faint glow. Moreover, wait, Kali Kai interjected, feigning a frown, you no longer wish to be an actress, but rather an editor? Hana was further bewildered by her words. Did she truly not see? Why could she not perceive it? Perhaps it was necessary to first ascertain whether this book was indeed from the library, for she had obtained it there. If not, could it be a restricted volume? Would a teacher place an unmarked book in the restricted section? How could a book from the restricted area find its way to the library? She only remembered searching for a book and taking it upon discovering it. Hana, Hana. Kali Kai's voice was nearly drowned out by the music, and it was only when she reached out to gently tap Hana's hand that she jolted back to reality. What are you daydreaming about? Next April Fool's Day, you can devise another elaborate prank. She assumed Hana's days stemmed from chagrin over her failed trick. Now, there was no point in forcing an explanation. It would be best to first understand the origins of this book, and no, I simply find it peculiar, and I feel inexplicably anxious. After releasing a sigh of relaxation, Hana tucked the book back into her pocket. Chapter 22. Conflict. I thought you were upset. Kali Kai jested as she prepared to sip her juice, only to be interrupted by the unwelcome presence of a figure that marred the ambience. Goodness, she had yet to take a sip, the rim of the cup hovering near her lips, when she spotted Dai La approaching with an irate demeanor, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. No, she silently pleaded. When Dai La finally reached their table, Kali Kai shook her head in reluctant acceptance of reality. Hana, for her part, silently shifted her chair aside. Dai La noticed the subtle movement, clicking her tongue in discontent before redirecting her gaze to Kali Kai. How surprising that Miss Fillet would attend the ball. Surely, this will make headlines tomorrow. She emphasized the word headlines, her tone dripping with the disdain of a high society matron addressing a woman of lesser standing. Kali Kai had no desire to engage or entangle herself with her. Had the previous incident not sufficed as a lesson? I advise you to lower your voice. Dinoways may very well be lurking nearby. She turned her head away, downing the juice she had neglected earlier. Little did she know, Dai La was now acutely sensitive to the presence of Xie Luo Wei's, and she turned to ascertain if he was indeed there. Behind her, only the swirling dance floor and animated conversations of classmates met her gaze. As for Dino Wei's, he was absent from the school that evening. You, realizing she had been outmaneuvered, Dai La glared at Li Kai in fury. Yet in an instant, a retaliatory thought crossed her mind. Humph, the top scholar of the year has quite the way with words. Yet, if you cannot dance, what brings you to the ball? Dai La sounded like a petulant child making unreasonable demands of an adult. Her words as nonsensical as her demeanor. I chose to attend out of desire rather than obligation. I have no time to concern myself with your preferences. The underlying implication was that this space was not hers alone. Everyone had the right to attend. Whether one could dance held little significance. Furthermore, why should she heed Dai La's words? Hogwarts was not the private estate of the Addis family, and she was certainly not the head of that family. Come now, if you're so capable, why not challenge me to a contest? Surely the esteemed Miss Foulet, top of the year, can dance. The blatant provocation was intended to incite anger, yet Kali Kai remained unfazed. She offered no reaction, merely retorting, I do not engage in childish games. The expression of raised eyebrows and lowered eyelashes on her face seemed to inscribe the words, I won't play with you directly upon it. Hana, listening to the conversation between the two, pondered that while Carlike might not particularly like her, the sentiment was not as intense as outright hatred. The two resembled sisters who engaged in constant banter. Carlike's comebacks were always humorous and witty, lacking the sharpness and impulsiveness characteristic of Della. The last time Della had lashed out at Carlike in the hall, branding her a dirty half-blood, it was evident that her inability to control her emotions had led to her indiscreet outburst. The two were like water and fire, yet at this moment, it appeared that water had extinguished the flames, possibly due to Della's spoiled upbringing from her family. What was it like to be cherished by one's parents? Where had hers gone? Why had she forgotten so much? It was indeed perplexing. Say that again. At Carlike's loud rebuke, Hana's thoughts were abruptly drawn back. Before her unfolded a scene where Carlike seized Della by the collar of her dress. Her expression fierce, and her gaze sharp as a blade. Della hung suspended in midair, her feet barely touching the ground. Her eyes filled with astonishment and fear. It seemed that this flicker of fire was on the verge of being extinguished entirely. Della gazed up at Carlike with trepidation, her fingers trembling slightly around Carlike's wrist. The gathering crowd began to focus their attention on the unfolding drama, and the teachers present took notice of the sudden commotion. Principal McGonagall hurried over, her long sleeves billowing in the air. She parted the students to reach the center and was taken aback by the sight before her. Goodness, is this a new form of duet? She regarded the two with a hint of disappointment, finding it unacceptable that such a scene transpired within Hogwarts. Carlike Biman had also approached, her shock evident as she stood at a distance. Hesitant to step closer, not far from her stood Hana, who exchanged a glance with Biman. Hana's eyes bore little emotion, resembling a doll, with her deep green irises adding an inscrutable layer to her demeanor. Biman's first impression of Hana was precisely this. Ladies, might I suggest you pause your duet for a moment? McGonagall's tone was markedly subdued and anxious, She had long been aware of the friction between Carlike and Della and had refrained from punishing either party as Della had not crossed any significant boundaries. Nor had Carlike deemed her worthy of concern as for the prior incident in the corridor where Della had loudly berated Carlike. It had been overheard by Scorpius O'Wys, who had since gone to discuss matters with Bulliatus. The head of Della's family, McGonagall, felt it imperative to receive an explanation from Bulliatus regarding Della's insult to a great wizard of Hogwarts. I must ask all students to return to their dormitories. Today's events are quite serious, and the ball is cancelled. The surrounding students exchanged glances, and the prefects promptly organized everyone to return. Outside, a light drizzle began to fall. The rain from the past few days had gradually diminished. Yet remnants of morning and evening showers persisted. The river surrounding Hogwarts had risen several meters. Many a gentleman and lady emerged from the hall, their faces marked by frowns, indifferent to the drizzling rain. Lamenting the cancellation of the ball that was meant to last into the night, Della again. Could one imagine the extent of trouble she had stirred at school? Never had they encountered a sorceress so domineering and uncouth. Oh my God! Dirty half-blood? Is she a fool? Our esteemed headmaster Severus Snape is a half-blood wizard. She truly is a simpleton. Various loud discussions filled the air as students made their way back to their dormitories. Seemingly desensitized to Della's behavior, Miss Addis, Principal McGonagall approached and drew Carlike behind her, as if to declare her stance. Her expression was exceedingly grave, even more so than when she had discovered Carlike and Hana in the Forbidden Forest. Few remained within the hall. Albus and Scorpius lingered, along with Dottie, while Biman did not depart. Please tell me what you just said to Carlike, she inquired. The cacophony of music and chatter had obscured the earlier exchange. Otherwise, she would have noticed Carlike's actions sooner. Della stood there, paralyzed with fear, trembling as though caught in a similar predicament as before. Principal, Scorpius gestured. In truth, we heard it. Both Albus and Albus appeared less than pleased, which likely explained their decision to remain. Chapter 23. On friendship. In truth, she must have uttered something akin to dirty half-blood, and that muggle mothers are like ants. In Albus's mind, Severus was the former headmaster, and his father, Harry Potter, had once told him that Severus Snape was the bravest man he had ever known. I think an apology is in order, Scorpius added, patting Albus on the shoulder, signaling him to temper his anger. He believed the situation would reach a satisfactory resolution. Severus Snape was also one of Albus's idols, and those who had heard of his deeds regarded him as a great wizard. Upon hearing Scorpius's words, McGonagall's expression grew more somber. This is not something that can be resolved with mere apologies. Insulting a fellow student and a great wizard is not something that can simply be brushed aside. Everyone. Minerva cast a glance at Albus, who furrowed his brows, suppressing his discontent. For Albus, this was an additional affront. Snape was an unequivocally great wizard. I hope you understand that no wizard, regardless of their lineage, should insult another. Wizards should not turn their wands upon their own. Her words were carefully chosen, for she could not bring herself to repeat Della's earlier vulgarity in the crowd, nor the insult regarding one's mother being likened to an ant. She found it perplexing why this seemingly innocent girl would utter such venomous remarks. Are you all right? Hana was at a loss for words in this situation, standing silently to the side, feeling utterly helpless. Not well at all. I can barely contain myself. Carlike glared at the chastised Della, breathing heavily in her anger. She had chosen to ignore Della for so long to spare her parents the worry. She hailed from a once illustrious family, where some looked down upon her while others spoke ill of her in private. She cared little for their opinions and simply wished to graduate swiftly and restore her family's former glory. Thus, she had endured, swallowing her pride. But Della's insult to her mother was absolutely intolerable. Principal McGonagall will see to it. This statement implied that Della would indeed face consequences. What Hana had not anticipated was that Scorpius and Albus would remain to testify for Carlike. The two were not particularly close to her, yet their willingness to stand by her side in such a moment indicated their inherent kindness. And there was Biman, standing at a distance yet not approaching. Ladies, please return to your dormitories for now. I will handle everything and provide Carlike with an explanation. From the cautious and solemn expression of Principal McGonagall, one can discern the gravity with which she regards this matter. Delilah's antics, which began as mere excessive pranks or loud reprimands directed at her peers, reveal significant shortcomings in her upbringing. Her blatant insults towards classmates not only disrespected them, but also offended her elders. If this situation is not addressed with the seriousness it warrants, Hogwarts may very well be perceived by outsiders as the private domain of an aristocratic family, allowing the heirs of such families to wreak havoc unchecked. Hana, accompanied by the irate Carlike, exited the ballroom, prompting others to follow suit. Bitch and Dorcas trailed silently behind. Carlike did not immediately acknowledge Hana. Dorcas offered her a comforting glance, although he believed that the friendship among ladies was not his place to meddle in. The bond between Bitch and Carlike seemed far more intricate. In terms of friendship, Carlike appeared to value the newly formed relationship with Hana more than her connection with Bitch, who, a year prior, had been Delilah's sycophant. It was Carlike who had requested the head girl to approve a change of dormitories, thereby liberating Bitch from Delilah's control. Logically, such an act of kindness speaks volumes of Carlike's character. Her benevolence is beyond doubt. She was acutely aware that numerous students suffered under Delilah's oppressive rule, yet her capabilities were limited. It was said that during an encounter in the Slytherin common room, Delilah was mocking Bitch when Carlike fortuitously arrived, prompting her to escort Bitch back to her own dormitory. Due to Carlike's resolute stance, the head girl had no choice but to approve the dormitory switch and document it. The tale of Carlike rescuing an oppressed girl spread throughout the school, reaching the ears of the faculty, who subsequently condemned Delilah's bullying behavior. The entire school came to recognize Delilah's true nature, thus beginning to regard her as the most reclusive individual at Hogwarts. It would be expected that Bitch and Carlike would become good friends, as most would assume that the group walked together. Dorcas discreetly led Bitch to a more secluded area. Perhaps due to the reduction in numbers, Bitch immediately burst into tears. She had always believed she shared a strong friendship with Carlike, yet the current circumstances forced her to reevaluate. A girl like her, marked by insecurity and timidity, had long desired a formidable friend by her side. She was endeavoring to cultivate her confidence and independence from Carlike. However, it seemed as though everything had reverted to square one. Dorcas, unsure of how to respond, scratched his head. What does one do when a lady is in tears? Perhaps a joke to lighten the mood? No, that would be utterly inappropriate. In fact, even in such moments, Lady Eshe remained respectful in her address to the young lady, maintaining her gentlemanly composure. If someone were to rescue a cat out of kindness, yet held no particular affection for felines, would that not serve as a vivid metaphor, perfectly encapsulating the current predicament between Carlike and Bitch? Perhaps aiding others is simply an act born of goodwill. Dorcas's intention was clear, although Bitch regarded Carlike as a particularly cherished friend. Carlike may not have initially helped Bitch out of a desire for friendship. While Dorcas might not grasp all the intricate details, Carlike's seemingly indifferent attitude towards Bitch suggested that she had no intention of forging an exceptionally close friendship. In truth, I believe friendships can develop gradually. Friends will have their own companions, and they are merely a facet of life. Dorcas understood Bitch's current emotional turmoil. He perceived that her distress stemmed from the fear that Carlike might abandon or distance herself from her. Bitch seemed to view Carlike as her entire world, which explained the profound sense of loss she felt upon witnessing Hana and Carlike together. "Do not be so disheartened," he consoled. "If you wish to be friends with her, I am confident that she will not turn you away. Friendships are important, but they are certainly not the entirety of life." Bitch, with a voice thick with emotion, rubbed her eyes to dispel the tears. She needed an outlet. "No need for thanks, my lady. This is simply what a gentleman ought to do." Dorcas, with one hand behind his back and the other resting lightly on his chest, executed a shallow bow. This gesture elicited a smile from Bitch, her shoulder-length bob framing her face adorably. "Well then, the gentleman has completed his task. It is time to escort the lady back to her dormitory," he declared, adopting a gesture of invitation while stepping aside to clear a path for Bitch. An amusing character indeed. Despite being only in her third year, he truly embodied the essence of a young gentleman, capable of engaging conversation and bringing cheer to others. Chapter 24. An audience with the patriarch in a wealthy district. Several kilometers from Hogwarts, an imposing structure reminiscent of an ancient castle commanded attention. Enclosed by a high, ornately wrought copper fence, the estate boasted a series of small gardens, each home to a plethora of rare flora. A tall woman stood outside the fence, her wizarding robes cascading elegantly down her figure, imparting an air of chill. Her side-swept bangs concealed one of her eyes, rendering her already emotionless gaze even more frigid. Hidden beneath her bangs lay a scar, the story of which was a closely guarded secret, one that connected to the downfall of the Ovis family. Xiaolu tilted her head slightly, casting a disdainful glance at the castle-like villa, as if to mock the family residing within. The door to the first floor of the villa swung open, and a maid hurried out. Bowing her head, she apologized. "I am sorry to have kept you waiting." "Madam." Her movements were deft, despite her trembling form, betraying the fear that gripped her. Xiaolu dismissed her with a glance, striding inside with unreserved confidence, her robes billowing as if caught in a tempest. Upon entering the villa, Xiaolu was met with a display of opulent antiques, the decor exuding a vintage charm that clearly suggested wealth. Once inside, the maid hastily closed the door behind her, eager to ensure that Xiaolu did not wander about unchecked. "This way, please," she gestured, her head bowed as she indicated the staircase leading to the second floor. Xiaolu had barely crossed the threshold when the maid fervently beckoned her upstairs, indicating that there were secrets to uncover. The Addis family was undoubtedly cautious around her. During the Wizarding Ring tournament, it was the wizard chosen to compete against the Addis family who had first gained notoriety. It was evident that her presence was not without ulterior motives. Though the Addis family had not sought her out to clarify their suspicions following the tournament, the nature of her relationship with them had developed into a tenuous, yet established, connection. Taking a couple of steps back, Xiaolu adjusted her wizarding robes with her gloved hand before shifting her direction and ascending the staircase. The second floor mirrored the first in style, yet there was an unmistakable atmosphere of desolation that pervaded this level. The maid led the way, her head bowed as they traversed a corridor, turned a corner, and continued until they reached an exit onto an open-air balcony. "Your presence is requested by the master and mistress," the maid announced in a subdued tone before respectfully bowing and retreating. Xiaolu observed the nearly 3-meter-wide half-transparent door, through which she could faintly discern the figures of Bully Addis and Hill Hugo seated at a round table. They were, respectively, Delilah's father and mother. Bully appeared older and more worn than Hill, who retained a youthful demeanor. Taking a step forward, the door parted of its own accord, allowing her entry. The couple had been in a state of stupor for some time, but upon hearing the commotion, they were jolted into awareness. Seeing a shadowy figure standing before them, they instinctively rose. Bully Addis made an effort to compose himself, signaling to his wife with his eyes not to appear anxious and potentially jeopardize the situation. Upon noticing Xiaolu approach, they forced smiles and greeted her. "Principal Ovis, we have long awaited this moment." "Indeed, long awaited." Hill Hugo echoed Bully's words, opting for brevity to minimize potential missteps. Once seated, Xiaolu placed her gloved hands conspicuously on the table. Her gaze lowered. She declared, "Let us get to the point." Her tone was as frigid as ice, devoid of any inflection. "You must be aware of the incidents involving Delilah Addis bullying and insulting her classmates, as well as disrespecting the former head of Slytherin. Before arriving here, Xiaoluo received an urgent letter from Principal McGonagall that IT detailed the recent events at the ball, still connected to Della's indiscretion. On this occasion, Albus Severus Potter, the son of Harry Potter, was also present. She had temporarily withdrawn from school due to health issues and thus missed the tumultuous battle at Hogwarts. However, she had heard whispers about Severus Snape's actions. Snape was her head of house and the person she admired most. Whenever Principal McGonagall mentioned Headmaster Snape, she would always say, "I misjudged him. He is certainly not a coward." Bully Addis, with a strained smile and beads of sweat forming on his forehead, was not oblivious to Della's misdeeds. This daughter had caused them too much trouble, and they were now reluctant to intervene. "Indeed, we have overlooked this matter. Please accept our apologies," he nodded, responding with utmost politeness, fearful that any misstep in his tone might lead to misunderstandings with Xiaoluo. Addis, belonging to a prominent family, remained courteous towards Xiaoluo, but as for Xiaoluo's standing with the Addis family, it was akin to a pack of wolves encountering a formidable lion. Xiaoluo intertwined her fingers, her gaze drifting between the chins of the couple and their clasped hands. "If memory serves me right, I should have previously written to both of you in the name of the school, yet received no replies." That a long list of Della's various small infractions had accumulated, pinned on a lengthy sheet of paper tucked within an envelope. Perhaps these were merely minor errors, yet they had severely impacted the academic lives of several students, prompting the school to take Della's behavior as a young tyrant very seriously. Xiaoluo suddenly lifted her gaze, noticing the tension concealed beneath Bully's wrinkled face. The woman beside him bore a similar expression. Hill noted the sharpness of her gaze, her anxiety becoming increasingly palpable. Logically, their unease seemed exceedingly unwarranted. Yes, we have simply been preoccupied with family affairs, leaving us with little time to spare. I sincerely apologize. Bully's hands, resting on his knees, continuously rubbed his suit trousers, the stiff fabric already creased. I believe your focus should be on nurturing young wizards. Della possesses considerable talent, yet without proper guidance, her gifts will be squandered. Shaluo averted her gaze, returning to the attention of her gloves. Bully discerned the underlying implications of her words. Essentially, she was insinuating that they did not regard Della with the necessary seriousness, being too engrossed in family matters, which resulted in Della's unrestrained behavior, leading to her current state. She had even gone so far as to insult her fellow classmates and berate the former head of her house, and not just once. We will arrange for someone to bring Della back. Please ensure she is disciplined before returning to Hogwarts. Shaluo leaned back slightly, then rose from her chair. She looked down at the two of them, her eyes swirling with a hidden current. Thank you for your hospitality, she stated coldly before her form vanished with the sound of apparition. Bully watched her depart. His demeanor shifted abruptly from respectful anxiety to raw anger. He slammed his fist onto the table, sending coffee and snacks flying. Chapter 25. A secret visit to Harry Potter. It's all your fault, he exclaimed, eyes wide, glaring at Hill. My fault. This is clearly your issue. Hill, no longer timid, retorted with a tone even sharper than Bully's, like a thorn. How could you spoil her so? Look at what a disgrace she has become. It is a humiliation to the Addis family. Bully mercilessly labeled Della as trash, further igniting the woman's fury. Who do you call trash? She is my daughter. Hill lunged forward, gripping Bully's suit collar, shoving him as she spoke. Bully violently swatted her hand away, speaking with disdain. Your daughter is yours alone. I have no interest in her. You should discipline your daughter who insulted the esteemed Snape. She nearly faced expulsion. Bully was acutely aware of the true stakes involved. Snape was a great wizard, a hero who had saved the magical world, and was revered at Hogwarts. Della behaved like a mindless individual, never considering her words. Be mindful of your conduct in her presence. Never reveal your true feelings, he concluded, storming angrily into the house, leaving a furious Hill to shout in frustration that a dragonfly perched on a tree slowly took flight, drifting far from the villa until it transformed into Shaluo. She had not departed, but had instead concealed herself as a dragonfly. Never reveal your true feelings? That advice had come too late. She would investigate the Addis family thoroughly, certain she could uncover evidence to lead to the family's downfall. Shaluo cast a disdainful glance back at the distant villa before using apparition to truly leave. Since that day, the magical world had been shrouded in an ominous cloud, every corner heavy with oppression. The students remaining at the school remained unaware, oblivious to the barrage of sensationalist reports flooding the magical media regarding the prolonged and tumultuous rainy weather. Some attributed it to global warming. Others claimed it was a natural cycle, while some foreboded it as an ill omen. Shaluo's apparition materialized in the Minister of Magic's office. Harry Potter sat at his desk deep in thought. Rising upon seeing Shaluo, of Mr. Potter, Shaluo strode confidently to the desk and quickly took a seat. Harry Potter appeared much as he had before, yet the hollows beneath his eyes bore the marks of time. Very well, let us commence our discussion. Principal McGonagall has already informed me of Hyena's specific circumstances. This clandestine meeting had been a secret, on the day McGonagall decided to make an exception for admission. She had already conveyed Hyena's situation to Harry via encrypted correspondence. Why take such measures? Because the Centaur had informed McGonagall that Hyena had cast an unprecedented spell on the frequency wave directed at the memory butterfly. It was a spell capable of reflecting frequency waves. Indeed, there are certain spells within the magical repertoire that can rebound the effects of others. However, none of these spells could contend with the memory butterfly. It could be said that when faced with a memory butterfly, the typical wizard would prioritize fleeing. Later, McGonagall had a private conversation with Hyena, inquiring about her parents and when she had learned those spells. Yet Hyena claimed she could not recall. Almost no one forgets spells they have learned, especially one that had never existed before. Unless her memory had been tampered with. Yes, she stated, the spell was of her own invention. I have scoured all magical texts from ancient to modern to confirm this. Shaluo's expression appeared pale and frail beneath the floating magical candles. Talent, at times, is not always a blessing. That a 14-year-old young, which had devised a spell to counter the memory butterfly. A magical creature that had caused many wizards considerable distress for years. Its frequency waves are lethal to wizards, hastening memory loss, ultimately leading to a loss of consciousness, resulting in a state akin to a vegetative existence. Thus, Hyena's self-created spell was a milestone, yet it had yet to be disclosed to the wizarding community. Harry's expression was slightly tense. Hyena's situation had arisen too suddenly. The creation of a spell signifies that Hyena possesses extraordinary talent. And considering her age, she could indeed be described as exceptionally gifted. During the Wizarding Ring tournament, I had previously used my position at the Ministry to combat the slander directed at you by magical media. He began, laying the groundwork. For if Hyena's situation became known within the magical community, she could very well become a target point. One of the most absurd rumors from years past was that Shaluo Ovis was so powerful that she might aspire to dominate the magical world. In the eyes of most wizards, powerful wizards are presumed to seek dominion over the magical realm. McGonagall had already taken measures to keep this confidential. However, the issue lies with Hyena, who remains unaware of her circumstances. Even casually casting advanced spells, the Shaluo's gaze lingered on her gloved arms, concealing a suffocating truth. High talent does not equate to higher virtue. It can also invite trouble. This is indeed a thorny issue. McGonagall mentioned that it seems Hyena has lost a significant part of her memory and cannot even recall when she learned those spells. Harry stated. He recalled how, over 2 decades ago during the final battle with Voldemort, his companion Hermione Granger had used a similar spell to erase her parents' memories. That I do not understand how these fragmented matters connect. Why erase Hyena's memories? They are merely recollections of learning advanced spells. Are they truly that significant? Xiao Luo gently furrowed his brow, his hands spread out on the desk, indicating his bewilderment. The seemingly unrelated doubts presented together lacked any discernible logic. Perhaps our knowledge remains insufficient. Yet Hyena's extraordinary talent is nothing short of astonishing. Harry, upon contemplating talent, couldn't help but recall what he had seen in the pensive regarding Voldemort's past. At that time, Voldemort was known as Tom. Even in his youth, Tom's brilliance was several years ahead of Hyena's. Perhaps Hyena's talent surpasses that of Tom. Coupled with the numerous inexplicable enigmas surrounding her, Harry found himself troubled by unfounded concerns. If even you are astonished, then my own shock upon hearing of her self-created spells pales in comparison. Xiao Luo interlocked his fingers, the black gloves glimmering faintly. His gaze, partially obscured by his hair, was filled with worry. Most crucially, the Ministry of Magic's records bore no mention of her. It was not as Professor McGonagall speculated, that her information had been meticulously erased, but rather that she had never registered at all. Harry gestured in the air, summoning the Ministry's records from 14 years ago, revealing a blue magical projection. Chapter 26. The Sorting Hat Statement. These are all the wizarding records from 14 years past. And without a doubt, Hyena's name is absent. I also searched records from the preceding 14 years, and the result was the same. Every wizard must register with the Ministry to lawfully wield a wand. Much like a muggle's identification card, perhaps she has never registered with the Ministry, despite her vast knowledge of spells. She must have had a teacher, and would not her teacher be aware of the need for registration? Xiao Luo inquired. This too seemed another unrelated doubt, unable to be woven into a coherent narrative, akin to pearls scattered across the ground. Harry adjusted his glasses and indicated for Xiao Luo to continue. I have brought the sorting hat. This is the focal point of our discussion today. Professor McGonagall stated that we need to hear what it has to say. Xiao Luo produced his wand from within his robe with his left hand. Casting a spell to conjure the sorting hat and placing it on the desk, the dim candlelight illuminated it, revealing its deep brown, somewhat aged leather. The sorting hat moved its mouth slightly, as if a fish were gasping for air. Minister, it is a pleasure to see you again. Harry smiled and shook his head. No, it is better to call me Harry. Very well, Harry, concerning that girl. It suddenly fell silent, not in contemplation, but rather in uncertainty about where to commence. Then let us begin with why there is no sorting result. Sorting hat. Xiao Luo spoke softly, placing his wand back and crossing his fingers on the desk. Very well, the sorting hat began, hesitating over its next words. Perhaps I am a fool. I cannot make a sorting decision because her talent is as towering as the highest peak in the world. She has no need to attend Hogwarts for her education. Xiao Luo pondered as he listened, and once the sorting hat had finished, he added, so she does not belong to any house. Indeed, well said, Slytherin, Gryffindor, the the blue eagle, or the charming badger. None of these matter to her. She is simply too powerful, but Hana is only 14. Harry frowned, still finding it hard to believe, even with some knowledge of the situation. Indeed, a gifted witch at the age of 14, the Sorting Hat reluctantly mentioned a name it preferred not to utter. Though it had long since turned to dust, Harry seemed to sense what the Sorting Hat wished to express. He glanced at Xiao Luo, whose expression was rife with concern. Tom Riddle? She completed the thought for both of them. Yes, without a doubt. The Sorting Hat opened its mouth wide. Or rather, when the wizarding world became aware of your existence and your talent, they experienced the same concerns that we do now. Harry paused. Hoping Xiao Luo would not mind his words, they could not determine my talent, nor could they dictate my choices. Much like Voldemort chose the dark path, they feared I might do the same. When the magical media reported on the matter back then, Xiao Luo had already contemplated this issue. Wizards are contradictory. They idolize the powerful while simultaneously fearing them. Thus, she refrained from responding to any such newspapers. What could she do? She was only 14. Xiao Luo lowered her head slightly, gazing at her gloved right hand. Voldemort was among the few exceptionally gifted wizards I have encountered. It is unfortunate he did not choose to walk the path of light. I believe Hana will make the right choice. The Sorting Hat attempted to console Xiao Luo, but this was merely one of the reasons for her despondence. The moment of silence fell over the office. The warm candlelight offering no solace. Sir, Hana's wand is also quite peculiar. It is a mere twig. Xiao Luo temporarily subdued her negative emotions. Now was not the time for sorrow. The mention of the dry branch evoked a memory in Harry. A wand chooses its master. Indeed, that wand bore no discernible difference from a withered twig found by the roadside. However, I pondered whether, should it be possible, the dry branch might hold some clues regarding Hana's existence prior to her arrival at Hogwarts. Numerous uncertainties intertwined like a labyrinth's pathways. Continuing the investigation with Hana's wand might prove to be a relatively sound choice, especially since they seemed to have no alternatives left. Xiao Luo tightly closed her eyes for a brief moment, then sighed softly, her upright posture rising and falling in tandem with her breath. How could she acquire Hana's wand without raising her suspicions? Sir, Xiao Luo hesitated before slightly opening her dark eyes. Did Hana need to be privy to these matters? Or should they wait for a more opportune moment to disclose the information? Harry nodded in agreement, pursing his lips. The notion of waiting for the right moment reminded him of various past events. Images drifting before his eyes. Over the past 2 decades, there were many occurrences he had unconsciously chosen to forget. Principal McGonagall had mentioned in her letter that she felt a sense of unease whenever she thought of Hana and her remarkable abilities. Though the source of this disquiet eluded her. I will dispatch someone to investigate that dry branch wand. It would be ideal if you could observe the wand up close. We need to use it as a starting point. She stated. Understood. And what are your thoughts on the unusual weather in the magical realm? Xiao Luo expressed her concern that this phenomenon might be linked to Hana. Are you referring to the unprecedented storm that struck the magical community on the day Hana arrived at Hogwarts? As mentioned by Principal McGonagall, media outlets have reported various speculations regarding this tempest. The coincidence of this abnormal weather and Hana's appearance naturally led McGonagall to draw connections between the two. There are too many inexplicable aspects surrounding her. I cannot ascertain whether the storm is related to her or how she might be connected to the climate, Xiao Luo confessed, reluctant to voice such sentiments. Despite the coincidence, there was no evidence to support the theory, and she was hesitant to attribute the storm to Hana. Let us set this matter aside for now. We should first delve into Hana's origins. Without clarifying her identity, we cannot elucidate the chain of events that transpired thereafter. Her lineage is evidently a mystery and may serve as the key to all explanations. Her talents, her wand, her anomalies. She does not even recall when she learned those spells. It is highly probable that someone has erased her memories. Point 1 does not forget the act of learning magic so completely. Whoever undertook this action must have had a strong motive, rendering Hana like a blank canvas, inscrutable to others. In any case, the Ministry of Magic must keep their investigation into her a secret for the time being, and the investigators will maintain confidentiality. After concluding their secretive discussion, Xiao Luo returned to the academy with the Sorting Hat, properly stowing it away. She then planned to visit Nicole Yeg. On her way back, she received another letter from Principal McGonagall, scolding Della for yet another blunder and berating the half-blood wizard, an incident overheard by Albus. However, Witnessing the loud argument between Bryce Addis and his wife today, along with Bryce's seemingly gentlemanly facade belied by harsh words, allowed her to comprehend the source of Della's behavior. It was evident that Bryce Addis did not genuinely respect Xiao Luo, regardless of her position as a Hogwarts teacher or as the champion of the inaugural Wizarding Ring tournament. His actions were merely a fade to preserve his gentlemanly image and uphold the Addis family's reputation. Of course, everyone has their dualities. The Addis family appeared upright, but concealed many unsavory secrets beneath the surface. Their rise to prominence had ulterior motives. As Xiao Luo traversed the shadows, the stillness of Hogwarts at night sent shivers down her spine. The little raven remained silent in her pocket, serving not only as an exceptional pet, but also as Xiao Luo's finest assistant. Do you recall that incident from last time? She mused, feeling a strong sense of intrusion as she gazed at me. The raven assistant flew out of her pocket, circling her before hovering a short distance ahead. Indeed, you just had to say I was too fatigued. The raven's voice was soft, reminiscent of animated characters. If we consider Hana to be an extraordinary individual, could it not be plausible for her to employ a mind-reading spell? As Xiao Luo strode purposefully, her robe billowed occasionally, the black and white attire beneath remaining indistinct in the night. To hear such words from your lips is akin to Nicole declaring her aversion to purple. It is simply inconceivable. The raven assistant flapped its wings, teasing her. Hana was no ordinary witch. One could not employ the logic applicable to mundane wizards to understand her. Thus, she might not be able to scrutinize Hana through her own calm reasoning. Truth be told, if Hana continued to wield advanced spells, her health might dwindle significantly by the time she reached her 30s. The raven assistant was not an ordinary magical creature. It could speak, empathize, and wield magic like those house elves. Please, do not remind me of this matter. I fear I may inadvertently reveal the truth to her. Xiao Luo shot an annoyed glance at the raven assistant in the darkness, to which its eyes gleamed in response. The corridor fell silent for a moment, save for the sounds of Xiao Luo's footsteps and the fluttering of the raven's wings outside the arched windows. Rain began to fall softly, unbeknownst to her. This was yet another aggravating layer to an already burdensome situation. When will this rain cease? My wings are bound to mold. The raven assistant attempted to lighten the mood, sensing its master's current agitation and anxiety. Yet Xiao Luo ignored it, her thoughts consumed by Hana's use of the mind-reading spell. What had she seen? Why did she wish to delve into her memories? Chapter 28. The mind-reading spell experiment. After traversing numerous corridors, Xiao Luo and the raven assistant arrived at Nicole's dormitory door. Consulting a specialist in spellwork is indeed a wise choice, the raven assistant remarked, perching on Xiao Luo's shoulder as she reached for the doorknob with her right hand. The door creaked open gently, revealing a room illuminated by floating candles, accompanied by the sound of a window being closed. Nicole turned from the window, and Xiao Luo expertly closed the dormitory door and locked it, signaling that their forthcoming conversation would be of a confidential nature. Nicole turned to her with a gentle gaze, a departure from her usual regal demeanor. Did you seek out Minister Potter? Prior to the ball, Xiao Luo had approached Nicole, sharing her experience of Hana casting the mind-reading spell, hoping that Nicole could perform the same on her. If she felt the same sensation, it would validate Hana's use of the spell. Yes. Xiao Luo retracted the confident stride she had taken in the corridor and advanced cautiously within Nicole's intimate space. As Nicole noticed her proximity, the fatigue on her face became increasingly apparent. Slowly, she raised her hand adorned with an amethyst ring, and when Xiao Luo stood before her, she gently brushed away the thin veil of rain from Xiao Luo's dark hair. From her bangs and stray strands to the crown of her head, then to the low ponytail Xiao Luo often wore, and finally to her robe. Her face was obscured by the flickering candlelight, appearing to smile, yet her lips remained flat. Her touch was light, as if fearing to startle the usually aloof and unapproachable Director Ovis. Let us give it a try. If I can assist you in any way, I would be delighted. Nicole's voice, typically less expressive before students, carried a delicate tone infused with a sense of reassurance, making her seem somewhat different today. That I had another nightmare a few days ago. Concerning events from many years ago, Xiao Luo's gaze, which usually radiated shrewdness and composure, now revealed only exhaustion and panic. Nicole brushed the rain from her shoulders, then locked eyes with Xiao Luo. I asked about the nightmare where your right hand could no longer grasp your wand. The slight furrow of her brow signified her awareness of all that transpired within the realm of Shaluo. A person willing to share their nightmares will naturally disclose every other emotion: joy, anger, sorrow, and delight. Shaluo lowered her head, and in that moment, it seemed as though she shed the burdensome mantle of being the Dean of Ovis. There was no longer a need to confine herself within rigid constraints. Her gaze lingering on the amethyst necklace nestled between Nicole's collarbones, one truly understood why Nicole held such a fondness for amethyst. It was merely because Shaluo had once gifted her a ring, which had ignited her affection for the color purple. What if she were to transform into my likeness in the future, losing the right to wield a wand with her right hand, and nearly forfeiting her life in the process? Nicole was acutely aware of Shaluo's concerns. Upon seeing Hana, she was reminded of her own childhood, having suffered the repercussions of her gifts due to their excessive use. She remained uncertain of Hana's thoughts and perceptions regarding her own abilities, yet she felt an overwhelming urge to intervene. Her past experiences informed her that Hana was being gradually consumed by her talents. Hadn't you already spoken to her? Surely she would comply. Moreover, did you not provide her with the potion to suppress magic? What if she possesses boundless power? She is unfathomable, and she herself is unaware of the depths of her own enigma. Shaluo's emotions began to escalate, her speech quickening considerably. Perhaps at the opportune moment, you ought to reveal to her what you wish for her to know, for she is the one directly involved. Nicole understood Shaluo's desire to protect Hana, yet she held an almost obsessive belief that covert protection was the most effective means, hoping that Hana would remain unscathed by this ordeal. In truth, she had yet to inquire about Hana's own perspective. Very well, I shall contemplate this. Her low, hesitant tone betrayed her indecision. She believed Hana to be ensnared in a predicament and wished to assist her. Simultaneously, she pondered that had someone been available to aid her in the past, she might not have to don black gloves daily to conceal the frightful marks. This could be deemed the solitude of the strong. No one could fathom the burdens borne by one of extraordinary talent, nor the trials they must endure. Behind the confident flourish of a wand lies the backlash of talent upon the body, which could result in the loss of an arm, an eye, or other unimaginable consequences. Shaluo yearned to avert such a future, at the very least sparing Hana from further suffering. As a child, it was sufficient for her to grow up joyfully. The candles in the small room crackled softly, reminiscent of all the dire outcomes she now envisioned. Though they may be fleeting, the sting of a spark landing upon one's skin would not diminish. Nicole observed the solemn figure lost in contemplation, her shallow eye sockets, perfectly proportioned nose, and thin lips exuding an air of aloofness. Descending from there were the dark, fine lines that adorned her entire right arm and chest. Tales she would never share with others. Those inky tendrils clung to Shaluo's right side like a web spun by a spider, signifying a part of her body that could not perceive external stimuli and was incapable of gripping a wand to cast spells. The first time she wielded a wand with her left hand was during the wizard ring competition, for her right hand was clad in a black glove, causing a plethora of magical media to falsely accuse her of cheating. As her opponent, Nicole clearly understood that even with her less dexterous left hand, she could conjure formidable spells. This was largely attributed to her exceptional talent and diligent practice. To lose to her was an honor. Then let me give it a try. I shall attempt the mind-reading spell. Based on Shaluo's description prior to the ball, Nicole surmised it was indeed a mind-reading incantation. However, she saw no harm in testing it out. Shaluo raised her head once more, locking eyes with Nicole. The mixture of anticipation and restraint in her gaze was palpable. Nicole averted her eyes slightly, preparing to cast the spell, and as she quickly lifted her gaze, both their eyes shimmered with a faint blue light. Shaluo's pupils dilated swiftly, and an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped her, akin to being bound by unyielding shackles. This sensation was far more intense than when Hana had cast the spell. Even if it were not an experiment, she could ascertain that someone was employing a mind-reading incantation upon her and could discern the direction of the magical energy to identify the caster. As the duration of the spell extended, Shaluo increasingly felt an unease in her body, her very breath becoming labored. Soon after, Nicole concluded the incantation, and as the mental connection forged by magic severed, Shaluo was beset by a wave of dizziness, her body swaying unsteadily. She gasped for air, her vision blurring, as a pair of hands suddenly steadied her, aiding her in maintaining her balance. Chapter 29. The Mermaid. Are you all right? I apologize, Nicole instinctively uttered, her heart sinking at the sight of Shalua's discomfort. More often than not, Shalua was reluctant to share her suffering, preferring to endure it alone. Thus, how many worries remained unspoken? Her reluctance stemmed solely from the fear of affecting Nicole's mood. Yet, it truly would not. She herself was seeking ways to prolong Shalua's life, never perceiving her as a burden. I am fine. This phrase had become Shalua's mantra, perpetually on her lips. Are you truly fine? You're sweating profusely. Nicole gently brushed the fine beads of sweat from her forehead with a free hand, just as she had done previously. She must have gleaned something. It likely pertained to my right hand. At that moment, Shalua had already given her the potion, and under such circumstances, it was not surprising that Hana wished to know more. The mind-reading spell she had employed left behind only a trace as small as a mosquito bite. I am genuinely curious who among you two prevails. Shalua, wearied, made a jest, then added, "Thank you." This expression of gratitude was not what Nicole sought. She wished for Shalua to understand that she did not perceive her as a burden. Hoping that she would not always shoulder the weight alone, as the evening's clandestine conversation came to a close, Nicole escorted Shalua to the door, watching her silhouette fade into the shadows of the corridor before finally closing the door behind her. It was undoubtedly a relief for her to reclaim her autonomy. After all, no matter how formidable she was merely a witch, incapable of resolving so many matters single-handedly. The flickering candlelight in the room seemed to reflect the lingering warmth of the person who had just departed. I leaned against the door, raising her arm to touch the amethyst to her lips, a chilly sensation enveloping her. Memories began to turn the pages in her mind. They had met during the Wizarding Ring tournament, later encountering each other in a pub during the finals, and thus a friendship blossomed. Shalua was not one for conversation, while I was a gentle and noble comedic actress, always able to bring a smile to Shaluo's face. On the eve of the finals, I fortuitously stumbled upon Shaluo practicing spells in the countryside, and it was then that she discovered the reason behind Shaluo's constant wearing of a black glove. She realized that Shaluo was forcing herself to wield her innate powers, resulting in the frequent use of potent magical spells that jeopardized her health and even threatened her life. I implored her to withdraw from the competition, yet the steadfast Shaluo remained determined to contend for the championship on the final day, and I could not fathom what Shaluo was so resolutely trying to prove. And so, during her unconscious state, she employed a mind-reading spell on her. Thus, she uncovered everything about Shaluo, which even traced back to the Battle of Hogwarts over 20 years ago, the fateful confrontation between Harry Potter and Voldemort. From that moment, I began to rely on Shaluo. Should a day come when Shaluo were to suddenly perish, I could scarcely imagine how she would confront a world of magic devoid of her companion. She could only strive to discover means to mitigate the backlash, a pursuit that had initiated her ambition to become a spell expert post the Wizarding Ring tournament. As night fell, a fine drizzle descended upon Hogwarts. As anticipated, the Slytherin dormitory was situated by the lake, where magical creatures occasionally glided past the glass of the common room. While the students slumbered in their dormitories, Hana remained awake, biding her time until midnight when all were deep in sleep. Tonight, she wished to experiment with that spell. She yearned to uncover what memories she had lost. Stealthily, she crawled out of bed, ensuring that Kalia was sound asleep before she donned her shoes and cautiously retrieved her wand from within her robe. Even the slightest sound sent shivers down her spine, fearing it might rouse Kalia. This matter was not something Kalia could not know, but Hana, still reeling from the emotions of the ball, felt it best to undertake this alone. She hoped that Headmistress McGonagall would handle the situation appropriately. Insulting a classmate's mother could hardly be a trivial matter. The concept of parents had always been foreign to her, making it difficult to imagine Kalia's feelings. Hana pressed against the dormitory door lock, striving to prevent any metallic clinks. With a careful tug, the lock clicked open, the sound of metal scraping barely audible as she peered through the dark light filtering in from the window. Keeping a watchful eye on Kalia's slumber, after a tense and protracted struggle to unlock the door, Hana finally stepped out of the dormitory, taking deep breaths of the fresh air only once the door was securely closed behind her. The candles in the corridor flickered, their bases adorned with smooth serpents coiling around the pillars, their flames casting flickering light upon them, causing the delicate tails of the serpents to sway in a daze. Startled, Hana hastened towards the staircase leading to the common room, casting the shadows reflected on the wall aside. Upon reaching the common room, She found the situation even more dire than in the corridor. There were no candles illuminating the space. Hana's hand trembled slightly as she gripped her wand, her toes gingerly feeling for the stairs, relying on her memories of the place from earlier in the day to navigate her descent. Occasional splashes echoed from the lake outside the glass, but she forced herself to pretend she could not hear them, attempting to distract herself from her fear. "Hey," a low voice called softly. "Who is there?" The sudden voice startled Hana, and she pointed her wand toward the source, which was the glass of the common room, beyond which lay the lake. The sound of water flowing beneath amplified in her ears as she cautiously advanced. Though still some distance from the glass, the creature's breath was startlingly clear beside her, as if it was deliberately beckoning her to listen. They remained suspended in their gaze through the glass, the breath continuing to linger. Hana now confirmed that indeed, there was something watching her from beyond. Taking a deep breath, she whispered, "Who?" At that moment, a faint starlight began to glow from within the lake, illuminating the source of the breath before her eyes. That it was a girl with skin of deep blue, her long hair an even darker shade, her similarly hued eyes appearing even more translucent in the water. Her lips and nails tinged with a soft red. The girl's face was exquisitely crafted, with gently arched brows that lent her an air of melancholy. Around her neck hung a necklace, its pendant a silver-embedded blue opal. The upper half of her body was draped in translucent fabric, strands of hair cascading around her arms, and below, an astonishingly rare fishtail connected delicately to her slender waist. Hana stood frozen, her eyes wide with wonder at the sight of the fishtail. It transitioned from opaque to transparent, revealing the skeletal structure within, with fins gracefully arrayed. The scales at the tail glimmered faintly, and the veins pulsing with blood were barely visible. "Hello," the mermaid softly reminded Hana. "You've been staring at me too long, though." "I am sorry," Hana stammered, lifting her gaze to the mermaid. The mermaid's necklace emitted a soft glow, faint enough to illuminate her entire form, yet her surroundings remained murky. Chapter 30. The girl Adela. Hana endeavored to calm her fluttering heart, realizing that she had frightened herself. Why should she apologize? Clearly, she was in a state of panic and began to babble incoherently. "You are truly beautiful." The mermaid, undeterred by Hana's awkwardness, gazed at her as though she were a remarkable work of art. Although the necklace's glow was faint, the girl could still discern the hazy outline of Hana's face. She took in Hana's deep green hair, styled like a jellyfish, and her similarly colored eyes, which were deep and enigmatic, yet still bore traces of youthful innocence. Hana seemed oblivious to how captivating her features were. The mermaid's gaze drifted downward, resting on the area where Hana's heart lay. She noted that Hana's heart resided on the right side. Unlike most individuals whose hearts were positioned on the left, the mermaid's eyes fixated on Hana's heart. The necklace around her neck began to flicker intermittently. Their gazes met, and they remained silent, quietly observing the interplay of light and shadow. The surrounding environment appeared to dissolve into utter stillness, prompting Hana to shift her focus to her own heart. A rhythmic thumping gradually filled her ears, and she switched the wand to her left hand, allowing her trembling right hand to gently cover her heart. In that moment, the sound of her heartbeat resonated with astonishing clarity, perfectly synchronizing with the flickering light. The mermaid seemed to sense something, her deep blue eyes studying Hana intently. In her gaze, Hana's heart was outlined in glowing green lines, blood pulsing in and out. This heart was unlike any other, a sensation only a mermaid could perceive. Why? Hana could not comprehend this peculiar phenomenon. Observing the mermaid hovering in the water, her tail revealing its skeletal form, which seemed strange, they resonate. The mermaid swayed her tail gently, gliding closer to the glass, her deep blue hair flowing like soft, delicate seaweed. "Resonate?" Hana echoed in confusion, unable to grasp the mermaid's intent. This unexpected mermaid girl left her feeling bewildered, akin to a piece of meat unexpectedly surfacing in a fruit salad. "Yes, resonate." The mermaid suddenly propelled herself forward, her icy blue skin glistening as her hand unfurled like a hawk's talon. Hana instinctively took a step back into the darkness as the mermaid's hand seemed to reach for her neck. Despite the barrier of glass, to her astonishment, she found herself tumbling directly into the water. Hana was stunned, the icy lake and the murky depths below confirming that she was indeed submerged and could breathe freely. The mermaid swam behind her, and as she realized what had transpired, she turned in terror, witnessing the mermaid's eyes glimmering with blue light, leaving a shimmering trail in their wake. Breathless and bewildered, she stood in her nightclothes. Acutely aware of the water's quiet flow around her, the mermaid circled her twice, seemingly examining her. Hana's fear had not yet subsided, rendering her unable to focus on the mermaid's intentions. The mermaid then ceased her circling, coming to a halt before Hana. "Did you awaken me?" The mermaid's statement bore little interrogative tone. It felt more like a declaration of fact. Hana was taken aback, and then stammered, "I don't know what you're talking about." Observing her bewildered expression, the mermaid's previously clear gaze turned troubled once more. She sensed something within the child resonating with her necklace, the pulsation of heartbeats and luminescence being merely one manifestation of it. "How long have you been here?" The mermaid inquired again. Less than 2 weeks. Hana recalled lightly. So much had transpired in such a short time. Certainly, there had been moments of joy as well. "That's right. I awakened from a black shell when you arrived, but could not locate you," she explained. Lacking legs, she was unable to reach the shore. As the mermaid twirled in the water, seemingly celebrating a joy. She continued, "My name is Adile, and yours?" With a gentle smile, she resembled a child in her innocence. Hana, torn about revealing her name to a stranger, hesitantly uttered, "Hana Joan, but oh, does it mean healer in dawn?" Adile's words jolted Hana's memory of her prior encounter with Albus in the library, where he too had remarked on the significance of her name, which seemed to shroud a mystery. Hana herself was oblivious to its implications, as if the name were not truly hers. "Why didn't you come to find me?" A look of confusion crossed the mermaid's face, yet this unfounded question deepened Hana's own perplexity. "Why would I come looking for you?" She had no recollection of awakening a mermaid to know. She should refer to her as Adile. Adile furrowed her brow and softly replied, "You awoke me. Surely something is destined to occur." Hana remained bewildered, shaking her head to express her ignorance of any impending events. "I don't understand your words. It's all right. I can feel that something is about to unfold in this world." After I awoke, numerous magical beings came to inform me that the magical realm is facing a once-in-a-millennium storm, and the waters of the lake have grown murkier than before. Hana recalled that Dilara had previously mentioned something akin to this, hinting that the storm was somehow connected to her. "A storm? Indeed, a storm that concerns you." "What, me?" Hana gazed at Adile's innocent features in disbelief. If Adile was truthful, then Dilara's casual remark was prophetic. The notion that it was related to her was unfathomable. It was merely a mundane natural phenomenon that had somehow entangled her. Did that imply she had harmed many? Exactly. However, Adile scrutinized Hana with an enigmatic gaze. "It is not entirely your fault. You are merely a part of the reason. I have just awakened, and many things have slipped my memory." When she emerged from the shell, the water outside had already accumulated a thick layer of shifting sands. Clearly, she had been in slumber far longer than a day or two. "If I could remember, perhaps I could elucidate further." Hana merely shook her head. "I haven't done anything extraordinary. Perhaps I was simply dreaming." "Certainly not." Adile shook her head, then gently placed her hand over Hana's heart. The rhythmic heartbeat returned, synchronizing with the fall of Adile's necklace. My necklace reacts. I sense unease. Fear flickered across her face, contrasting sharply with her earlier joy. "What about your memories?" The hand resting on Hana's heart trembled slightly before retracting. Chapter 31. Beyond the plan, the revelation from Adile tightened Hana's heart. She had long pondered why she could recall nothing, and those around her appeared equally baffled. "Are you certain?" Hana asked, both terrified and curious. Eager for answers and their origins, she truly felt as if her mind had been scraped clean. Adile's hands slowly covered the blue opal pendant of her necklace, her long lashes cast downwards. The blue glow was obscured by her palms, but beams of light slipped through her fingers, casting a glow upon her face. Then, she spoke softly. "The use of magical spells leaves traces if some traces remain undiscovered. It merely indicates that the spellcaster is far more powerful than you, thus capable of erasing those traces." Hana's gaze was entranced by the beams of light escaping from Adile's fingers, the scene appearing dreamlike. Drawing her into a trance, it dawned on her that her memories had indeed been tampered with. What had once been mere speculation was now confirmed. Yet, apart from this enigma, what of the other strange occurrences? Did the odd dream she experienced after fainting in the library relate to the one who had robbed her of her memory? Why would someone want to erase her recollections? Was it because their existence threatened something, leading to their obliteration? She didn't even know how she had arrived at Hogwarts. Upon awakening, she had found herself clutching a wand before Professor McGonagall. That moment, a powerful desire surged within her to join Hogwarts. When Carlisle questioned her about her knowledge of advanced spells, her response was one of bewilderment. Perhaps it was linked to the spellcaster. The wand is a wizard's tool, transmitting spells and energy. Yet, a sufficiently powerful wizard could bypass the tool altogether. The presence of such a person suggested that Adile was indeed a formidable sorceress. Yet Hana had never encountered a mermaid before. The existence of mermaids in the world left her emotions unsettled. Could the appearance of this mermaid girl be deemed a peculiar occurrence? Adile had mentioned that it was Hana who awakened her. The timing coincided precisely with Hana's arrival at Hogwarts on that very day. The magical realm had begun to experience unrelenting rain, which continued to this day. Should they trace events back to the day she arrived at Hogwarts? The peculiarities surrounding her were becoming increasingly outrageous. Hana, Hana, a familiar voice broke through her thoughts. Huh? Hana turned to see Carlisle holding a candle, her other hand resting upon Hana's shoulder. Why are you awake in the dead of night? What are you doing here? Carlisle looked at her with concern and then guided her to sit on the sofa. Noticing Hana's anxious demeanor, Carlisle asked gently, "Are you all right? Is it because of Delara at the ball?" Carlisle was primarily concerned about whether Delara's insult toward her mother would incur consequences. The rest mattered little to her. She hoped Hana would not dwell too much on the matter, for Delara was simply an unreasonable young lady. Dumbfounded at Hana's hesitant speech and uneven breathing betrayed her true emotions. She required comfort at this moment. What's wrong? Sensing Hana's unusual state, Carlisle instinctively surveyed the surrounding darkness, then grabbed a blanket from the sofa to wrap Hana snugly, embracing her with one arm. She felt Hana trembling. Did you have a nightmare? Yet, even if it were a nightmare, why come here? Why not wake her directly? Hana yearned to disclose her encounter with the mermaid, but another voice within her cautioned against it. It's all right. Don't be afraid. Carlisle held her close, gently patting her back. Hana wished to articulate her thoughts, believing that doing so might alleviate her fears. Many mysteries had begun to unravel, revealing truths that only heightened her anxiety. Who was manipulating events from the shadows, and why? And why did she possess such extraordinary talents in the eyes of others? Furthermore, what of that book? Why could Carlisle not see the words inscribed within? Don't be afraid. Speak. Carlisle reassured her earnestly, striving to dispel her fears. Just as Hana was about to speak, a ghostly hiss echoed in her ear, elongated and eerie. She turned to glance out at the murky, dark lake beyond the glass. Adile was gently swaying her tail outside, her slender finger pressed to her lips. Hana comprehended her silent message. What are you looking at? Carlisle noticed her distraction and looked outside as well, but saw nothing. Only the dark green lake shimmering in the night. Just the sound of the water flowing. There's nothing to fear, she comforted, patting Hana's shoulder. Yet Hana immediately realized, you can't see her? The previous book was similar. Only Hana could perceive the characters inscribed upon its pages, leading Carlisle to mistakenly believe that Hana sought to tease her. Thus, is it possible that Adil is somehow connected to that book? Carlisle inquired, perplexed by Hana's peculiar behavior. It's nothing. I just discovered a spell and wish to see if I can recall certain memories with it. Hana gradually shifted the topic, for even if she mentioned Adil, Carlisle would undoubtedly remain skeptical, as she could not perceive Adil's existence. A spell? Pray, enlighten me. Such matters intrigued Carlisle greatly. She was always eager to delve into enchantments and potions, especially if they could enhance her capabilities. It's called the Memory Treasure Hunt spell. Have you heard of it? Hana sat up straight, feeling a sense of ease with Carlisle beside her, despite the surrounding darkness. Memory Treasure Hunt. Let me ponder. Carlisle mused, closing her eyes in contemplation for a few seconds. I've never heard of it. Is it your own creation? Certainly not. There aren't that many self-invented spells, but if I told her it's from that book of enchantments, she likely wouldn't believe me, would she? Nonetheless, I wish to try it. I have no other means. After all that, I long to uncover my past. The memories that had eluded her felt as though they had siphoned away her very soul. Although she remained alive, she felt a profound disconnection from reality. Of course, but you ran away from the common room, scaring yourself, just for this? Carlisle remarked, for she had not actually been asleep earlier. Her thoughts were consumed with what punishment Della might receive come dawn. Keeping her awake, she had witnessed Hana sneaking out of bed stealthily, akin to a kitten pilfering food, initially assuming she was headed to the lavatory, only to see her quietly slip out of the dormitory. Concerned for Hana's safety, she had followed with a candle in hand. Well, initially, yes, but then an unforeseen event transpired. Let us return to our room. After we try, we can sleep. Was she afraid of disturbing her? Carlyle thought, yet Hana could simply tell her otherwise. Though Dean Ovis has forbidden us from using advanced magic, I shall not disclose that to her. After all, she herself was still clandestinely practicing. It would make little sense to prevent Hana from attempting it. Come along. She removed the blanket from Hana and arranged it neatly on the sofa, wrapping an arm around her as she rose and took the candlestick. The two ascended the stairs together. While behind them, Adil observed thoughtfully, gazing at the girl who towered over Hana. Chapter 32. The wand malfunctions upon returning to the dormitory. Hana temporarily set aside her mermaid-esque adventure. She refrained from elaborating to Carlyle about the origin of the spell in detail. This spell requires a mirror. Could you lend me yours? Hana gestured towards the simple, vintage mirror resting on the table. Of course, at any time, Carlyle replied, reclining on her bed as she reached for the mirror on the nightstand and placed it precisely between their two beds. Hana adjusted it, her fingers gently tracing the uneven patterns on the frame. The one who had robbed her of her memories possessed profound magic. Even if she cast this spell, it might prove utterly futile, a reckless struggle. However, she had to try. She was eager to unveil the secrets that lay within her. After contemplating in silence, she inhaled deeply, grasped the withered twig wand beside her, and cautiously pressed its tip against the mirror, aligning it with her own reflection. Carlyle held her breath, waiting in hushed anticipation for Hana's next move. Then, Hana focused intently on her reflection and softly spoke the words, "Memory treasure haunt." The tip of the twig wand slowly emanated a faint blue glow reminiscent of stars, trailing delicate wisps as it began to drift towards Hana through the mirror's reflection. The light floated freely, seemingly on the verge of reaching Hana, when it abruptly vanished, along with the wand's glow, which dimmed significantly. The two exchanged bewildered glances, an unsettling premonition creeping into their hearts, akin to ants crawling up their spines. "Shall we try again?" Carlyle encouraged. Hana nodded and addressed her reflection once more. Memory treasure haunt. Strangely, the wand remained completely unresponsive. Anxiety and panic began to surface in Hana's deep green eyes. She attempted once more, but the outcome was the same. Not only did the twig wand fail to react, but she also sensed an absence of magical energy flowing within her. What could this mean? Carlyle exclaimed, rising abruptly from her bed, her silver hair swaying gently in the air. How could this happen? She approached Hana, placing her hands on her shoulders, her usually composed demeanor replaced with shock. How could this be? Hana's hands trembled. In less than a minute, her palms were damp with cold sweat, the fingers clutching the twig wand gradually losing strength. Has the wand malfunctioned? That's impossible. Could her talent simply vanish? Such occurrences of a wizard suddenly being unable to wield their wand were exceedingly rare. Surely something exceptional was amiss. Why not try the reveal spell on the bookshelves? Hana nodded quickly and stood, her eyes fixed on the bookshelves as she silently recited the incantation. Yet the pile of tomes remained unresponsive, heightening her panic. This is utterly bizarre. How could your magic simply disappear? Carlyle closed her eyes tightly, rapidly retracing the events of the past few days in her mind, desperately seeking a clue. Before the ball commenced, everything had seemed fine. She had even used the displacement spell to transport them to a nearby garden. It was then that Carlyle's gaze fell upon the potion bottle on Hana's nightstand. That had been given to Hana by Professor Ovis, who had specifically mentioned that the potion would not interfere with the school nurse's remedies, urging Hana to remember to drink it. Could it be that the dean's potion was the issue? Yet surely the dean would not wish to harm Hana, now that Hana was unable to cast spells. The potion must have been inhibiting her from using advanced incantations. Based on the current circumstances, it seemed that the potion required time to take effect, for Hana had only just used the displacement spell that afternoon. Even so, this was merely conjecture. If she voiced it, Hana likely wouldn't believe her. Would she? Carlyle wrestled with whether to share her suspicions with Hana, but Hana had already caught on to her doubts regarding the potion. She swiftly seized the potion bottle, recalling that she had consumed some after returning to the dormitory that afternoon and had not used magic since, except for just now. Therefore, this potion must certainly be the source of the problem. The professor gave it to me, Hana murmured, her voice soft and filled with grievance. Tears welled in her deep green eyes, a fleeting green light flashing from them before vanishing almost immediately. She was unable to wield advanced spells. This rendered her incapable of using the advanced mind-reading incantation that tracked individuals and objects. Even if she were unaware of why she possessed such formidable spells, a creeping dread enveloped her, rendering her breathless. She had finally uncovered an opportunity to explore her memories, yet now it seemed impossible. It felt as though everything had come to an end. She was terrified of this sense of being stripped of her very essence, perpetually feeling as if she did not truly live, compounded by the strange dreams and the talents others spoke of her possessing. Yet, as the one directly involved, she remained utterly oblivious. These peculiar events had unfolded in succession. Initially, she felt little, but as more incidents transpired, fear began to gnaw at her. She sensed that something held her mind captive, and she yearned to uncover the truth. Warm tears spilled from her eyes. Carlike immediately enveloped her petite frame in her arms, cradling her face against her collarbone, gently patting her back as one would comfort a child. Though she spoke not a word, it felt as though she had conveyed everything. Hana seemed to cast no blame on anyone, nor could she pinpoint the exact cause of her sorrow. She merely felt an overwhelming sadness. She stifled the sounds rising in her throat, suppressing her tears. As it seemed somewhat embarrassing for her, the truth lay within Hana's tears, and in that moment, she felt certain that this matter was somehow connected to Professor Ovis. Carlike continued to soothe her, softly saying, "Surely the professor means no harm. She simply wishes for us to refrain from engaging with advanced spells, does she not?" Regarding this matter, one wonders if Carly Kai can be considered an even more unfortunate individual. She is unable to master advanced spells due to her lack of talent. Thus, Professor Ovis does not need to take special measures for her. To some extent, she harbors a tinge of envy towards Hana. "However, I am merely curious about the whereabouts of my memories." Hana spoke through her sobs, her words scarcely intelligible. "It's all right. Let us calm ourselves for a moment. But we must trust that Professor Ovis will not harm us. She has stated that advanced spells can be detrimental to us. She is protecting us. So, can you please calm down, take a deep breath, and let us consider our next steps." Carly Kai patiently comforted Hana, an endeavor she seldom undertakes, and tears rarely grace her cheeks, no matter the circumstances. Although she cannot fully fathom Hana's current emotions, she continues to engage in her less-than-favored tasks with resilience. Chapter 33. Little Scamander. The daylight at Hogwarts was still shrouded by ominous clouds. Though not as impenetrable as before, alleviating the desolation felt by those who gazed skyward, today seemed to promise better tidings. The light filtering through the dormitory curtains appeared as a harbinger of hope. Following last night's ball, students resumed their classes as usual. However, one unremarkable girl, truly unpopular among her peers, was notably absent from Slytherin today. Dyla had been taken home by the family's butler. As her dormitory mates recounted, she departed in the early morning when most students and faculty were still asleep. Dyla left all her belongings behind, suggesting she would return, though the timeline remained uncertain. The instructor in the classroom was Professor Shaluo, and Hana and Carly Kai chose seats at the back. Their distracted expressions indicated a lack of interest in the lecture, even though Hana was aware of the purpose behind the potion given to her by Professor Shaluo. She could not accept the loss of her ability to wield advanced spells. Moreover, she remained uncertain about when the potion would lose its efficacy. She could only await the return of her beloved pet. Feeling as if she had lost it, after class, Hana wandered aimlessly alongside Carly Kai through the bustling corridor filled with students and teachers. They passed beneath the arch windows, as if this corridor existed outside of time. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Magical creatures are escaping." Both girls, standing at the corridor's exit, instinctively turned to look. Students hurriedly rushed towards them, followed by a chaotic flurry of magical creatures darting from the direction of the Care of Magical Creatures classroom. "What has happened?" Hana squinted her deep green eyes, seemingly oblivious to everything else. Just then, a running girl stumbled and fell. Without a second thought, she rushed over to help her up. "Thank you," the girl said. Lifting her gaze, it was Biman. "Are you all right?" Carly Kai quickly joined in to assist Biman. She shook her head, using one hand to rub her knee. Her expression far from relaxed. "It's scraped. Let me take you to the infirmary," Hana offered, noticing the large, bloody abrasion on Biman's knee, the crimson fluid oozing from the wound caused by a stone, coalescing into droplets of varying sizes that clung to her injury. Hana stared at the vivid blood. A sudden thought striking her, she raised her hand in a gesture to pause, signaling for the others to wait. Gradually, she crouched down, retrieving a dry twig from her robe, pointing her wand's tip towards Biman's wound. Carly Kai comprehended Hana's intent and instinctively pressed her lips together. However, Hana hesitated, a flurry of anxious thoughts fluttering within her, a mix of fear about the outcome and a burning desire to know what would happen next. As students fled past the three of them, neither Hana nor Carly Kai could pay heed to their intentions. Just then, Professors Xiaoluo and Nicole hurried into view, inadvertently halting their steps upon spotting Hana. Dejected eyes met Xiaoluo's obsidian gaze, her peripheral vision catching sight of the raven assistant perched on Xiaoluo's shoulder. At that moment, Hana felt a strong aversion to confronting Xiaoluo, wishing instead to find a crevice in the ground to hide within. Sealing the gap with earth in less than 2 seconds, she turned away, her demeanor sulking, akin to a petulant child. Carly Kai, equally disheartened, was about to offer comfort when Hana abruptly dashed off towards the care of magical creatures classroom. Xiaoluo and Nicole exchanged worried glances before swiftly approaching Biman to assess her injury. "Hello, Professor," Biman greeted. Nicole cast a furtive glance at Carly Kai, whose expression resembled a potpourri of mixed emotions, indecipherable in flavor. "It appears there are no fractures," Xiaoluo remarked, retrieving his wand from within his robe and using a spell to mend Biman's wound. Carly Kai discreetly released her grip on Biman, slightly turning towards Xiaoluo to say, "Goodbye, Professor," in a hurried and polite tone, before swiftly retreating, fearful that Xiaoluo might call her back. The raven assistant on Xiaoluo's shoulder voiced a soft complaint towards Carly Kai's retreating figure. "You didn't even say hello. How did it turn into goodbye?" It seemed even the typically composed top student could experience moments of fluster. "Thank you, Professor," Biman expressed, somewhat puzzled by Carly Kai's unusual behavior. She typically anticipated Professor Ovis's arrival with great eagerness. Yet today she seemed entirely out of character. "It's all right. Let us return to the classroom. It's not safe here," Biman suggested, sensing something amiss but refraining from probing further. Quietly heading back, Nicole glanced around, managing a wry smile. She had never found these little creatures so endearing, scurrying about with such exuberance. Jokingly, she teased about the magical creatures now frolicking everywhere, some boldly crossing their paths. They each conjured barriers to contain the little rascals, awaiting the arrival of the professional care of magical creatures instructor to handle the mischief makers. Meanwhile, Xiaoluo remained preoccupied with concern for Hana. Outside the care of magical creatures classroom, the chaos of magical creatures multiplied. They seemed to have been confined for too long, relishing their newfound freedom, completely disregarding the calls of the caretakers. Despite their usual kindness, Hana rushed into the fray, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of so many magical creatures. While everyone else appeared distressed by the pandemonium, Hana noticed that Morty Willis, seated on the lawn, bore no semblance of worry. Surrounded by an array of peculiar magical creatures, he exclaimed, "Wow, a snakebird. No, this is my robe. You can't just crawl in. Hey, don't eat that, you greedy little mouse. No fighting, be gentlemen. Oh, and watch out for that cat-eared rabbit. Don't twist your ankle." He appeared to be like a parent fretting over children. Yet Hana detected no hint of fatigue or displeasure on his face. This reminded her of the time he unexpectedly attended the Fantastic Beasts summoning class, when he suddenly approached her and Carly Kai's table. Declaring himself a fan of Scamander, it was clear he had a profound fondness for magical creatures, exhibiting a level of expertise. The magical creatures obediently surrounded Morty, while those pursued by the caretakers were in a state of agitation. Morty, engrossed in play with the little creatures, suddenly spotted Hana standing nearby. He became flustered, offering her an awkward smile. "My apologies, lady. I cannot extend a gentlemanly greeting at this moment, as these little creatures are simply too clingy." Hana merely smiled politely and shook her head, opting not to elaborate further. Chapter 34. Eerie sounds. Hana. The voice of Carly lingered behind her, calling out in a prolonged manner, while it seemed that Biman's injury should have improved by now. "Are you all right?" She hurriedly rushed to Hana's side, hastily running her fingers through her silver hair to tidy it up. "I'm fine. I just ran into Professor Ois, and her discomfort has magnified significantly since yesterday." She let out a resigned sigh, her hands clutching a withered branch before her, her shoulders drooping as if she hadn't slept well. "Do not worry. The professor surely wishes to assist you. Carlike remarked, driven by her bias towards Professor Ois and the understanding that she had no other motives for her actions. Although Professor Ois appeared aloof and indifferent, lacking enthusiasm towards anyone, she possessed a remarkable patience for her students, which often went unnoticed. Excuse me, ladies, but what are you discussing? May I listen in? Not far away, Doty had finally managed to extricate himself from the magical creature clinging to him and was now struggling to stand. His ears, inadvertently attuned to Carlike's words, prompted his inquiry that a gentleman does not eavesdrop on others' conversations. That as Doty approached, Carlike quickly gestured for him to stop. She cast a look of disdain at the magical creature. Of course not, and I would appreciate it if you refrained from coming closer. Thank you for your cooperation, sir. Her words bore an edge of rudeness, laced with a hint of deliberate provocation. Perhaps Doty had forgotten the comments he had carelessly directed at Hana and Carlike during the last class of Nicole Yeager's curse lesson. Carlike had indeed been quite affected by his words, though she had never mentioned it. Miss Flare, but don't you think you are being a tad too forceful? Doty refrained from advancing, balancing the magical creature in his hands while casting a sidelong glance at Hana, who appeared to be in a rather poor mood. Is that so? Surely you must be mistaken, Mr. Willis, Carlike retorted in a similarly brusque tone, making it clear she was eager to conclude this pointless exchange. Especially given Doty's identity, Hana, standing beside Carlike, seemed oblivious to their verbal sparring, her gaze vacant and distant, for reasons unknown. Despite the lively magical creatures surrounding her, an inexplicable sense of panic began to swell within her. She anxiously rubbed her fingers against the withered branch, her eyes scanning the vicinity in an attempt to uncover the source of her unease. Hiss! What was that sound? Hana furrowed her brow, her deep green eyes narrowing slightly. She concentrated, hoping to capture the anomaly once more, to ascertain whether she had misheard. Hiss! The disturbance came again, but she could not determine its direction or the source of the noise. Just as Hana pondered this, Doty's cat-eared rabbit suddenly became agitated, its front paws scratching incessantly at Doty's wizarding robe, repeatedly snagging the emblem upon it. Hey, little rabbit, if you keep that up, I shall require you to replace my robe. Doty attempted to soothe the creature, his expression mirroring his confusion. Generally calm, the cat-eared rabbit had suddenly become irritable, leaving several scratches on his robe, an outcome he felt would surely invite a mild reprimand from the head of Gryffindor. Observing the rabbit's frantic behavior in Doty's arms only intensified Hana's rising dread. Are you all right? Carlike gently patted her shoulder, leaning down slightly to inquire, her silver hair cascading in the air. Before Hana could finish her sentence, she instinctively inhaled deeply. She herself was uncertain of what she feared. Hiss! It's happening again. What is happening again? Carlike quickly scanned the surroundings, seeing nothing amiss. Did you not hear it? Hana's green eyes brimmed with terror. She recalled the words from that book and the image of Adorella in the lake beyond the glass from yesterday. Carlike could not perceive these things. Would the same chaos unfold once more? Doty, cradling the agitated rabbit, found no mention in his books regarding the sudden fury of a cat-eared rabbit. Almost immediately, the other magical creatures around him began to exhibit signs of distress as well. Those capable of running dashed about erratically, while those able to fly soared chaotically. Coupled with the dark clouds obscuring the golden sunlight, the scene resembled an impending apocalypse. Meanwhile, two administrators, preoccupied with chasing the errant creatures, were forced to halt. The previously scattered beings began to congregate towards the classroom, accompanied by various terrified shrieks. The two administrators, their foreheads slick with sweat, exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend this bizarre phenomenon. Doty turned to observe the little creatures hastily making their way towards the creature classroom, an exodus reminiscent of family migration. What is happening? He comforted the cat-eared rabbit, his gaze filled with an inquisitive expression, almost as if he were seeking answers from it. The rabbit burrowed into Doty's robe, evidently seeking solace in the darkness within. It let out a high-pitched cry, prompting Doty to suddenly recall the cause. Are you afraid? Upon hearing Doty mention fear, Hana's dazed and panicked eyes locked onto him. Doty returned her gaze, nodding slightly as he spoke. The cat-eared rabbit is usually gentle. Its sudden agitation must be due to some external fright. Hiss! Doty's words were abruptly interrupted by the peculiar sound, as Hana, as if under a spell, whirled around, and, in the next moment, her legs gave way, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Carlike barely had time to assist her before Hana lacking strength, began to shuffle backward with her feeble limbs. Both Dodi and Carlike were taken aback by the sight. They turned to follow Hana's gaze, where a mere 100 meters away lay the riverbank. Carlike, Hana's forehead glistened with large beads of sweat, her face pale as she stared horrified at the thicket not far off, her voice barely a whisper. "What is it?" She followed Hana's gaze, yet saw nothing out of the ordinary. Nevertheless, she wrapped her arms around Hana, seeking to comfort her while strands of silver hair intertwined with her own arm. "There," Hana gasped, nearly breathless, her deep green eyes fixated on the grassy expanse ahead. "A snake," she uttered weakly, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "At a snake." Carlike was utterly baffled, glancing in the direction of Hana's gaze. "Is there a snake over there?" She recalled the previous prank, where Hana had mentioned words in that book. Yet she had seen nothing written there, suspecting Hana might be deceiving her. Was this yet another prank? As Carlike encircled Hana with her arms, she felt the tremors coursing through her body, the sweat on her forehead unrelenting. Alongside the frantic escape of the magical creatures, if this were a prank, it was certainly an extravagant one. She found herself questioning the peculiar occurrences surrounding the book from earlier. Now, she had to trust that Hana had witnessed something invisible to her own eyes. "Where are they?" The phrase "where are they" acted as a key, unlocking Hana's heart, as she feared Carlike would not believe her. She suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over her, her breath flowing more freely. 20 meters, countless, Hana stammered, burying her deep green hair within Carlike's embrace. How could such strange occurrences befall me? There's amnesia, books, and now these stout creatures draped in green skin, sporting bat-like wings. What was she truly doing at Hogwarts? Wait, a snake? Hearing Dodi's voice, Carlike glanced back at him, realizing she had no time to converse. Dodi, holding the cat-eared rabbit thoughtfully, contemplated the situation. The rabbit was afraid of snakes, which explained its sudden fury. It was indeed because of the presence of snakes. He too gazed towards the 20-meter mark, where nothing was visible. He disregarded the strangeness of the situation and spoke to Carlike. Perhaps using hearing might be effective? After all, as a third-year student, the spells available to him were quite limited. Carlike, renowned throughout the school as the top student, would surely possess spells capable of addressing these unseen serpents. Upon hearing Dodi's suggestion, Carlike pondered while drawing her wand from her robe. That moment. Dozens of bat-like serpents had traversed from over 20 meters down to a mere 10, and Hana, paralyzed by fear, had retreated into Carlike's embrace, unable to utter a word. Echolocation. Carlike aimed her wand at the distance of several meters. A blue light shot forth rapidly, revealing the serpentine bodies of the creatures that had been gliding towards them. "Oh my God!" Calikai inhaled deeply, stifling a cry that nearly escaped her throat. Merlin's beard. Dwitchy stood frozen, staring at the group of snakes drawing ever closer to Hana. No wonder the cat-eared rabbit was so terrified. He too felt a surge of fear. In this world, there existed magical creatures that a refined gentleman like Scarman had never encountered before. He shook his head in embarrassment. Faced with the slithering serpents, it was indeed challenging for a gentleman to maintain his composure. The snakes seemed to realize their exposure. Their vibrant green eyes gleamed ominously before they unfurled their bat-like wings and soared into the air. Dozens of snakes abruptly lifted off the ground, hovering towards the three individuals, their flickering tongues seemingly expressing their wrath. Calikai and Dwitchy widened their eyes in astonishment, but their legs felt as if they were bound, rendering them immobile. Hana, catching sight of this scene through the strands of her deep green hair, suddenly broke free from Calikai's grasp. Memories of her previous dream flooded her mind. Countless memory butterflies, numerous snakes, and herself bound to a cross, surrounded by a group of individuals clad in black robes. In reality, she found herself clutching her own throat, while in her dream, a faceless woman seemed intent on choking her. What was happening? Her dreams were manifesting into reality. Before her, the silhouettes of the snakes rapidly magnified in her vision, causing her to forget the notion of escape. Bubble shield. In a moment of urgency, Calikai cast a bubble shield around the three, creating a sturdy protective barrier that temporarily contained them in a singular space. Flames roared. Subsequently, she waved her wand, unleashing bursts of fire towards the serpentine horde. The flames reaching high above the barrier. Initially believing this to be the end, they were taken aback as the snakes, flapping their wings, soared directly through the flames. Calikai and Dwitchy were once again left speechless. Hana, focusing intently on the approaching serpents, could see they were about to collide with the shield. Suddenly, a faint green light flickered in her trembling pupils, and the snakes plummeted straight down to the ground. Crashing onto the grass, Calakai and Dwitchy breathed a sigh of relief, though they remained uncertain about the nature of what had transpired. Dwitchy hurried over to crouch beside Hana, ready to check on her condition. Before they could speak, the snakes began to rise slowly again. Meanwhile, Shaluo and Nicole, sensing something amiss with the creatures, hurried to the biology classroom to investigate. They discovered a mass of snakes piled on the riverbank, their expressions shifting to sheer shock. Most importantly, 3 students stood before the writhing serpents. Shaluo, wand in hand, was about to rush forward when Nicole, adorned with a purple crystal ring, grasped her arm, and Nicole's gaze urged her to assess the situation first. The snakes remained stationary, their eyes seemingly scrutinizing something. They raised their heads high, poised as if ready to strike, their gazes dark and foreboding. The largest among them, the leader, faced Hana directly. Hana's terrified eyes began to fill with confusion. What was happening? Dwitchy's voice was barely a whisper, but suddenly several snakes hissed sharply, their displeasure evident at the sound of Dwitchy's voice. Then, the leader of the snakes advanced slowly, flicking its tongue and emitting a nauseating hiss. What was going on? Professor McGonagall approached Shaluo and Nicole from behind, prompting them to step aside, allowing her to take the central position. They watched from a distance as the leading snake coiled its body and glided close to Hana, finally halting nearby. Incredible! Professor McGonagall observed the serpents, their wings retracted, showing no inclination to attack. The leader remained still, its eyes, akin to black glass beads, fixated on the trembling Hana. It narrowed the green scales around its eyes, then lowered its flat head and shortened its neck. Before anyone could comprehend its actions, the serpents behind it mirrored the leader's movements, shortening their necks and lowering their heads in unison. What? Shaluo's voice carried a chill of confusion. Are they bowing? Is this a bat-winged snake? Nicole recalled reading about such a creature in a long obsolete book on magical creatures, which claimed this species had been extinct for hundreds of thousands of years. The situation seemed dire. Professor McGonagall spoke up, her voice laced with weariness and concern. She could not deny that the shadows left by the Battle of Hogwarts haunted her, perhaps to the point of never being forgotten. The clouds above filtered the sun's golden rays, leaving only a pallid light for the magical realm. Go check on the children, she suggested softly, delegating the task to the 2 teachers while she needed a moment of solitude. The snakes lowered their heads, one after another, turning and gliding into the river. Their outlines gradually faded into obscurity, alleviating some of the fear that had gripped the 3, until the last snake slipped beneath the water's surface. Even the leader's form vanished. Calakai and Dwitchy dared not make a move. The leader remained, lifting its neck, then curling it back down, repeating its earlier motions before finally tilting its head backward. Its thick, serpentine body writhed along the grass, making its way to the river until it fully submerged, allowing Hana to finally relax her tense posture. Chapter 36. A Web of Mysteries. It's over. Calakai had yet to lower her wand. Gently touching Hana's back with a clenched fist, they were soon met with hurried footsteps. It was Shaluo and Nicole. The 2 teachers rushed over and immediately crouched down beside them. Are you all right? Wizards? Nicole asked, her eyes scanning for any injuries. Shaluo noticed Hana's face had turned pale, her facial muscles slack with fatigue, her deep green eyes still dazed, setting aside the fact that the snakes had departed. She worried about what the children would use to defend themselves in the event of a more perilous encounter. Without formidable protective spells, they could ultimately find themselves in grave danger. Shaluo's initial intention had merely been to protect them. But now it seemed that such protection could sometimes become a shackle. Calakai, her head lowered, glanced worriedly at Hana, stealthily observing Shaluo through the gaps in her silver hair. The obsidian-like eyes of Shaluo were momentarily clouded with concern. Her lips pressed tightly together, and her pupils quivered slightly. If only Hana could retaliate as she had during the encounter with the memory butterflies. Why had those snakes suddenly fallen to the ground? Surely, this was a miracle. Had that miracle not occurred, would they have barreled through the wall of flames, leaving the 3 of them disfigured or worse? Calakai understood that Professor Ovis's actions were solely intended to protect Hana. If that protection resulted in harm, she would undoubtedly feel immense guilt. Let's head back. After a moment of weariness while observing Hana's dazed state, Shaluo closed her eyes briefly before opening them with resolve. Her tone remained as cool as ever, yet both Calakai and Dwitchy could discern her underlying worry. Shaluo then turned her gaze to the other two that Kalakai and Dwitchy had yet to fully recover. The cat-eared rabbit nestled in Dwitchy's arms had quieted down, a clear indication that the danger had passed. Some magical creatures possess a heightened sensitivity to peril compared to wizards. Nicole glanced towards the direction of the magical creatures classroom, where many magical beings were still making their way back. Perhaps the earlier snake encounter had served as a lesson for those mischief makers. She exhaled, as if completing a monumental task, watching as Shaluo and Kalakai slowly helped Hana to her feet. The young girl had indeed been thoroughly frightened, while Kalakai and Dwitchy appeared relatively unscathed, lacking such intense reactions. What reassured Nicole the most was that Hana displayed no peculiar response toward Shaluo. She likely understood the potion's implications, and it was her fervent hope that this would not breed resentment toward Shaluo. She hoped they could have a proper conversation upon arriving at the infirmary. Both Dwitchy and Kalakai were in decent condition, while Hana seemed as if her very soul had been drained. She sat quietly on the bed, replaying the earlier scenes of the serpents and the vision of being besieged by those bat-winged creatures in her dreams. Had those snakes emerged from her nightmares? Her worst fears had come to fruition. What would come next? The memory butterflies surrounding all of Hogwarts, or the dark-clad figures looming before her. Moreover, why had she dreamt of that faceless person choking her while she found herself clutching her own throat in reality? What connections lay within these events? Or perhaps it is intertwined with her lost memories. One strange occurrence follows another, and she suddenly feels an overwhelming sense of helplessness and fear. Carly Kai cannot perceive the contents of the book, nor can she discern the presence of a dial. Initially, she was the only one able to see the swarm of snakes. It seems she is utterly alone in confronting her fears, isolated and without support. Carly Kai sits silently at the edge of the bed, unsure of how to communicate with the current version of Hana. She appears to have only a limited understanding of Hana. Her initial desire to befriend her stemmed from the profound impression left by the moment Hana defeated the memory butterfly. "Excuse me, everyone. I need to conduct a checkup." The school nurse, clad in a grayish-white cotton coat, entered the room, her gaze immediately focusing on Hana, who was nestled in bed. However, she first approached the bed where Dosai sat. Upon noticing the nurse's approach, Dosai hastily whispered, "I'm fine. Please check on that lady first." While speaking, he subtly signaled to the nurse that the pressing concern was Hana, not himself. The nurse acknowledged him with a nod of appreciation, then redirected her attention to Hana's bed. Carly Kai observed the school nurse with a puzzled expression. "I asked this a new school nurse. I've never seen this person before." The nurse glanced at Carly Kai before turning her attention to Hana. "I need to examine you." Student. Hana's mind remained adrift, and she ignored the nurse, treating those around her as if they did not exist. It wasn't until the nurse leaned closer to assess her condition that Hana caught a fleeting glimpse of an indistinct face in her peripheral vision. This triggered memories of a nightmare in which she had choked herself in her sleep. Startled by the nurse's approach, her arms lost strength, and she instinctively recoiled. Carly Kai, taken aback by Hana's sudden movement, shot a peculiar glance at the seemingly unprofessional nurse. "You startled her, ma'am." Lacking knowledge of the nurse's surname, Carly Kai could only address her in a simplistic manner, her tone laced with discontent. "I apologize." The nurse, recognizing the extent of Hana's reaction, realized that the fear stemmed from the earlier encounter with the snakes. "You need not be so tense. The danger has passed." These words. Hana's deep green eyes regarded the nurse with a look of unfamiliarity, as if questioning the truth of her statement. "Perhaps you should rest in the dormitory for a few days if your mental state is not well." Unfortunately, the nurse could not comprehend the depth of Hana's fear, which extended beyond the fright of the snakes. Shaluo cast a cold glance at the nurse before looking at Hana, who was obscured by the nurse's presence. Their current actions seemed to weave an intricate web of deception, leaving Hana in the dark. This nurse was not merely a school nurse, but a covert operative under Harry Potter, sent to approach Hana. It could be said she was monitoring Hana, or perhaps seeking to understand or protect her. Shaluo could hardly fathom how Hana would feel if she ever learned these truths. Would she be filled with the same fear that rendered her mute now? This situation was ostensibly for her benefit, yet it felt profoundly unfair that if Hana continued to wield spells with reckless abandon, the outcomes could mirror Shaluo's own plight. The presence of these secret agents aimed to prevent any anomalies surrounding Hana from being linked to dark magic or Voldemort. Could one truly assert that the Sorting Hat's judgment was erroneous? Chapter 37. Friends. Even if it were wrong, Hana's magical talent could easily render her an adversary to all witches and wizards. Her overwhelming strength could instill fear in anyone who fell short of her prowess, potentially leading to a collective uprising against her. Talent is a matter of chance, and whether it be fortune or misfortune. Shallowa could not determine. After the nurse exchanged a few words with Hana, she departed without any interaction with Shallowa, who was equally in the know. Once the nurse exited the room, Dosai finally vacated his bed. Still clutching his cat-eared rabbit, he navigated past two teachers seated on chairs to approach Hana, one hand supporting the rabbit's chest as he presented it before her. Perhaps the cat-eared rabbit wishes to converse with the lady for a moment? Everyone knew that the cat-eared rabbit could not speak, yet Dosai's playful antics were perfectly in line with his character. Carly Kai raised an eyebrow at Dosai, her previous disdain for him noticeably diminished. The obedient cat-eared rabbit leapt onto the bed, gradually making its way to rest on Hana's lap. The adorable white creature gently shifted its body, sending delightful sensations through Hana's thighs, despite the weighty fabric of her skirt. The external stimulation began to dissipate the shadows within her thoughts, and she looked down at the rabbit, whose ears wobbled playfully, having recently been frightened into a shriek. Observing Hana's relaxation, Carly Kai felt the tension in her own hard ease. "I'm here for you," she said with a light shrug. Dosai, on the opposite side of the bed, nodded in agreement and added, "The gentleman and the cat-eared rabbit are here too." Carly Kai glanced at Dosai, their eyes meeting for a brief 2 seconds. "Shao." Nicole quietly called out to Shallow, glancing between her and the door. She felt that it might be best for them to temporarily remove themselves from the scene and discuss matters later. With that, Nicole turned and walked towards the ornate golden double doors, while Shallow lingered, observing the warm scene before her, a long-lost warmth blossoming within her heart. Hana was indeed the luckier one that her gaze fell, obscuring the three individuals from her view, her long lashes shimmering with emotion. She felt a twinge of regret for having walked this path alone for so many years, until she met Nicole. Her kin and former friends had long since succumbed to the grave, their legacy consumed by the green flames that ravaged the Ovis family for 9 days, erasing all traces of their former glory in a cloud of ash. If only Hana could find her parents. She hoped the outcome would be a positive one to Shaw, but quietly turned away, her footsteps light as she departed. Perhaps she should not view Hana as a reflection of her past self. By doing so, many issues would unravel. Her protection of Hana should not be a cage, but rather a means for that isolated self to achieve genuine redemption. Hana's gaze followed Sheloa's retreating figure, and she began to comprehend her a bit more, though she still struggled to accept the fact that her magical powers were being suppressed by potions. She acknowledged that she had briefly wished to blame Sheloa. Had she been able to wield advanced spells, perhaps she would not have been so terrified of the snake's dough. When the teacher is around, it feels suffocating. Dosai glanced back, ensuring that Shaw had indeed exited before daring to speak. "Is that so? Then doesn't that mean you can't breathe freely during every class?" Carly Kai's jest lightened Dosai's mood considerably. It was a curious sensation. Here was the top student in the entire school, a veritable academic prodigy, now joking with someone as unremarkable as himself. During the last charms class, she hardly acknowledged him at all. Well, a gentleman must have his own way of breathing. Dosai had yet to formulate a response to this question, but chose to set it aside for the time being. Carly Kai shook her head, seemingly exasperated, her silver hair swaying slightly. She redirected her attention to Hana. "You shouldn't place too much pressure on yourself. Perhaps you could speak with Professor Ovis privately." The current situation suggested that both were well aware of the unspoken understanding, rendering a private discussion unnecessary for the time being. Speak with her privately? Dosai's expression instantly morphed into one of terror. His mouth agape and eyes wide. "What have you done to deserve such a punishment?" Students who sought a private audience with Professor Ovis were often those who had erred, and even those seeking guidance were at risk of being lectured. Let alone those who had made mistakes. TSK, who said she made a mistake. Carly Kai shot Dosai a warning glare, admonishing him to choose his words carefully. The adaptable gentleman nodded, his hands clasped at his abdomen, adopting a somewhat comical demeanor. After all, the top studentess' advice should not be ignored. The last thing he wanted was for her to whimsically cast a transformation spell on him, tarnishing his gentlemanly image. The two of them were engaged in a playful exchange, and although Hana found little amusement in their antics, she began to genuinely relax. It seemed that things were not as dire as she had initially thought. She reached out to touch the ears of the cat-eared rabbit, which perked up adorably, eliciting an undeniable charm. If only she possessed the ability to make her dreams come true, how splendid it would be to dream of a cat-eared rabbit. Next, she would have to contemplate how to confront the nightmares that might materialize. Seeing her in this state brought Carlike a sense of relief. She ceased her banter with Machi and turned her gaze to Hana, a faint smile gracing her lips. Usually, she wore a stoic expression, akin to a hawk, and her occasional laughter could be somewhat peculiar. Hana, however, remained subdued, her tone heavy with concern. Do you remember the days when I fainted in the library? Machi's eyes sharpened with clarity. He recalled visiting Hana during that time, that Hana's striking hair and eye color were captivating, though she was oblivious to the fact that they had become a popular topic of conversation at school. Truth be told, such behavior was rather impolite. Carlike recalled how she had dreamt of clutching her own neck, a sudden wave of fear washing over her. I had a rather strange dream during those days. She began, hesitating as she contemplated whether to share the astonishing details. You had a nightmare? Carlike inquired, placing her hand gently on Hana's shoulder, a hint of guilt surfacing for only now learning this troubling revelation. Yes, I dreamt of countless snakes. I was bound to a cross, and those snakes lunged at me. This revelation. Carlike and Machi exchanged incredulous glances before turning back to Hana. Are you referring to those snakes? Carlike retracted her hand, her brow furrowing in concern. Yes, those very snakes, but the setting was different. In my dream, I was tied up in a dimly lit room, surrounded by serpents entwined together, listening to Hana's description. Machi's expression conveyed a firm negation. Are you suggesting that your nightmare has come to fruition? He inquired. Chapter 38. The reenactment of experience. Could these two events be dismissed as mere coincidence? To do so would seem rather hasty. The elements from her dream had seemingly manifested in the real world, akin to the arcane practices of a mysterious alchemist who could predict the future through tarot. I wonder if anyone would believe such a ludicrous notion. Even in the presence of her close friends, Carlike and the kind-hearted gentleman Machi, Hana felt a lack of confidence. If I had heard someone say this before, I would not have believed it, or perhaps I would have thought it merely a coincidence. Yet, this was Hana, a person surrounded by many enigmas, or perhaps one could say, peculiarities. Additionally, Hana was a friend, and her first instinct would be to choose to believe in her. As for Machi, he was unaware of Hana's previous experiences, leaving him puzzled by the riddle-like conversation between the two ladies. Of course, he merely wore a look of confusion, refraining from asking too many questions. Having encountered many bizarre magical creatures, Hana's ordeal felt akin to the encounters he had with beings beyond his comprehension. That I dreamt of other things as well. Hana instinctively cradled the tranquil cat-eared rabbit, one hand gently stroking its fur. I was in the schoolyard, surrounded by countless memory butterflies, and a group of individuals cloaked in black robes stood before me, obscuring half their faces. That I experienced a series of remarkable dreams that day. Astonishing indeed. Moreover, I even found myself clutching my own neck. It had been some time since she last cooked, yet Carlike remained completely unaware of this detail. She only knew that Hana had been grasping her neck in her sleep. And had she been more perceptive at the time, she would have asked more probing questions. Have you had that dream again? Carlike continued to furrow her brow, feeling guilty for not being able to share the burden with her friend. She looked at Hana and shook her head, feeling somewhat relieved. If that is the case, does it mean the memory butterflies might appear as well, though perhaps in different times and settings from your dreams? Both Hana and Carlike resonated with the notion of memory butterflies, while Machi remained oblivious to their shared experiences. Memory butterflies? Are they the gigantic butterflies with fine, thread-like tentacles sprouting from their backs? The size of a memory butterfly was several times that of a human, and when it soared through the air, the sheer scale created an overwhelming sense of pressure. Machi glanced at Hana, then at Carlike, and the sincere expressions in their eyes conveyed that they had encountered such rare magical beings. My goodness, I find myself in the presence of two legendary ladies. He too had attempted to seek out such magical creatures during outdoor adventures, but each time he returned empty-handed. Naturally, he was aware of the dangers these creatures posed, and he was curious as to how Hana and Carlike had managed to escape. Hana and Carlike exchanged glances, realizing that Machi was unaware of much regarding their past. Are you implying that you are complimenting us? Carlike raised an eyebrow, her demeanor reminiscent of a superior at work. Of course, Machi stammered, his expression shifting to one of embarrassment. I have no idea if they will return. In my dream, they surrounded Hogwarts as if seeking retribution against me. She could still vividly recall that scene, where the memory butterflies fixed their dark eyes upon her, their enormous wings fluttering in the air, poised to strike. Retribution. Machi tilted his head in inquiry, now utterly convinced that Hana and Karlike must have had some fascinating adventures. And he was eager to learn more about such experiences. Perhaps, I cannot definitively say whether nightmares truly come to pass. Hana hoped that this was simply her conjecture. Well then, may I inquire about the intriguing adventures that the two of you have experienced? He relished adventure and enjoyed the company of those who shared that passion. Intriguing? Nearly losing 100 points is intriguing. I'm not so sure, Karlike replied, reflecting on an experience that had left her feeling utterly humiliated when Professor McGonagall caught them in the act. She had hidden behind a tree or bush, following Hana out of sheer curiosity as to how she managed to break through those 3 barriers, inadvertently aiding her in the process. Unfortunately, this led to them being caught by Professor McGonagall. Losing 100 points? I've never heard of Slytherin losing 100 points, Machi mused, recalling the formidable visage of Syrax Ovis, knowing that if they were indeed penalized, they would be publicly chastised before the entire school. So it was quite close then. Karlike exchanged glances with Hana, contemplating whether they could share their experience in the Forbidden Forest with Machi. Seeing the individual propped against the headboard nod, she continued her narrative. About a month and a half ago, we encountered a memory butterfly in the Forbidden Forest, but we managed to defeat it together, with Hana playing a more significant role on this note. Karlike could not help but acknowledge Hana's prowess. She employed her self-created spell called Mirror Reflection to bounce the frequency wave back at the memory butterfly, leading to its defeat. Karlike occasionally pondered whether she would have perished had she been alone that day. Defeating a memory butterfly, Merlin S. Beard, that's incredible. Machi stared wide-eyed at Hana, whose demeanor had visibly brightened, his face a canvas of astonishment. The frequency wave of a memory butterfly was immensely destructive. And under normal circumstances, it was seldom unleashed. Once it was, those facing it were often in grave peril. Did you know that the frequency wave of a memory butterfly is as terrifying as a Muggle biochemical weapon? Furthermore, you created your own spell? Hana, at a similar age to him, had already developed her own spell, while he was still merely playing house with magical creatures at home. Indeed, creating a spell that can reflect frequency waves is something I've never heard of before. So I was quite taken aback as well. Karlike had extensively studied the theory behind spells, but her lack of innate talent limited her to mastering only a few high-level spells. The creation of a spell required both considerable talent and diligent effort. Goodness, this is even more thrilling than an adventure story, Machi exclaimed, sounding like a weathered elder who had seen much of life. Oh, that memory butterfly might return to seek retribution against you. I've read that memory butterflies indeed harbor grudges. Far more so than a cat-eared rabbit. The cat-eared rabbit, still held in Hana's grasp, twitched its ears, as if it comprehended the words spoken by Dwechi. Chapter 39. Extinct Species. This moment. I can only hope that these are merely my conjectures. If this nightmare were to materialize, I would be at a loss as to what to do. Those drooping, deep green eyes were fixed upon the cat-eared rabbit. And should the serpents encircle it, its demise would be inevitable. Professor Ovis's potion suppressed the flow of magical energy. When the time came, she might not be able to counter the overwhelming number of memory butterflies with mere reflective spells. It could also affect others within the academy. Both Dwechi and Karlike discerned her unease. It's all right. We can always devise a solution. After all, can an ant topple an elephant? Karlike reassured Hana in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. A side of her that many failed to see. Nonetheless, Dwechi had witnessed this aspect. He had previously thought that a super scholar like Karlike would hardly grow close to others. Perhaps that person simply had not appeared yet? Hana resembled the cat-eared rabbit, seemingly cherished like a treasure in Karlike's hands. She cast a grateful glance towards those green eyes, her lips curling into a smile. Observing Hana begin to shake off her despondency brought joy to Dwechi's heart. Despite the terrifying appearance of the serpents moments ago, if this was the outcome, it seemed rather favorable, didn't it? Dwechi mused contentedly, releasing a long sigh of relief. Wait, the atmosphere, once warm, was abruptly shattered by Dwechi. Hana and Karlike's expressions shifted dramatically, gazing at him in confusion. Ahem, what I mean to say is, I have something to discuss. He nodded awkwardly, feeling remorseful for interrupting the mood. The two ladies regarded him, awaiting his next words. You see, I have a nickname. Little Scamander, you know. His round, bulging eyes flicked to Hana and then to Karlike, whose expression had grown notably colder. She seemed less inclined to entertain any superfluous dialogue. Of course, what I mean is, the serpents from before. I encountered them in a book. They are called batwing snakes, yet they have been extinct for a long time. Thus, I believe this is quite an extraordinary occurrence. This was why he felt compelled to interrupt the previously cozy ambience. Extinct. Kalik's gaze held disbelief, her scarred hand clenched tightly in anxiety. The situation was becoming increasingly bizarre. I consulted the oldest tome on magical creatures. It is quite difficult to be mistaken, to which he shrugged, his wizard's robe shifting with the motion. Extinct species. Hana's green eyes darted around, plagued by an impending sense of collapse, though she maintained her composure. All she sought was to reclaim her memories. Yet this had led to a series of events that impeded others. What other oddities awaited her in the future? Don't worry. We'll always find a way, Kalik assured. Meanwhile, Dwatchi contemplated that with his extensive collection of magical creature tomes, he could surely uncover the weaknesses of the memory butterflies. This world is not solely ruled by the strong. Even the mightiest individuals possess vulnerabilities. I believe I could search for the weaknesses of the memory butterflies in the books. Didn't you mention that you couldn't use that spell? Though Dwatchi was unaware of the reasons behind this limitation, he recognized that he might have overlooked shared experiences with the two ladies, leaving him somewhat in the dark. Regardless of the reasons, being able to assist them was a source of delight. Thank you. Hana's complex smile conveyed her gratitude to Dwatchi. In truth, he ought to be considered a person inadvertently drawn into this situation as well. Oh, no need for thanks. It's simply what a gentleman ought to do. Despite being a mere expression of gratitude, it made Dwatchi feel as if flowers were blooming in his heart. The pale light streaming through the window, though faint, would eventually find someone to color it. Perhaps the storm clouds were beginning to disperse. In the office, Principal McGonagall communicated the recent peculiarities to Harry Potter via a confidential letter. They had reached a consensus on Hana's first day of enrollment. They would collaboratively observe her and the events surrounding her, ensuring that any anomalies were promptly reported to Harry Potter. The surveillance personnel embedded within the school were already prepared, with a rather unfamiliar school nurse being one of them. Their task was to monitor the bizarre occurrences surrounding Hana, protecting her from utilizing high-level spells that would severely deplete her energy, while also relaying her magical aptitude. It was apparent from the outset that Hana was no ordinary individual, a realization that Principal McGonagall had grasped on her very first day. Harry Potter, coincidentally, had begun dispatching individuals to investigate the source of the sudden climate changes from the very day Hana enrolled. Initially, both he and McGonagall regarded the situation as a mere climatic issue, but as the peculiarities surrounding Hana multiplied, they were compelled to question whether the storm was somehow linked to her. The magical world had not seen golden sunshine for nearly a month, and wizards began to grow anxious, many becoming aware that this climatic shift was far from normal. Numerous media outlets inundated the public with articles regarding climate change and the impending apocalypse, speculating in various ways, though none connected it to the girl who had enrolled at Hogwarts a month prior. This was perhaps for the best. While Hana's prowess was well known within the school, the ordinary students merely viewed her as a diligent and hard-working individual. It was unfathomable to consider the chaos that would ensue if one day the wizarding community learned of Hana's existence. Would she not find herself in the same predicament as the likes of Shalua Ovis, endlessly gracing the pages of magical newspapers, besieged by unfounded rumors at the same time? Shalua Ovis was receiving threats and intimidation from various factions, with even bounty hunters among wizards dispatched to eliminate her. Though she had never uttered a word about it, the majority of wizards unanimously believed that someone as powerful as she must harbor ambitions to dominate the magical world. Such foolish and self-deprecating individuals were capable of the most astonishingly absurd actions. Hana's mere presence often reminded Shalua of her former self, but it mattered not. She had resolved not to view Hana through the lens of her past. In the Ministry of Magic's office, Harry Potter regarded Principal McGonagall's confidential letter with a grave expression when a man suddenly barged in, neglecting to knock. Harry swiftly concealed the letter in his hand. Upon entering and spotting Harry, the envelope had vanished without a trace. However, the man's demeanor suggested he was unconvinced that Harry had seen nothing. He scrutinized Harry's unyielding expression, forcing a reluctant smile. Minister Potter. The man's tone was laced with cunning and calculation, exuding a palpable sense of intrusion. He was Vance Bugaway, another heavyweight within the Ministry of Magic. Why do I say this? Although Vance Bugaway was merely a high-ranking official, unlike other senior members, he consistently sought to overshadow Harry Potter. His desire to supplant Harry was common knowledge within the Ministry. Chapter 40. The Fabrication of Connections. His respect for Harry was merely a fade, resting on an unwilling smile that there's something you need. Harry responded with the same demeanor he would employ in the routine handling of affairs, as if McGonagall's letter had never existed. Vance Bugaway knew that Harry was concealing something. Yet, lacking evidence, he was unable to openly voice his newfound suspicions. That I have heard, sir, that you recently made some personnel adjustments. Vance's eyes bore into Harry's, as if he sought to extract the truth he suspected lurked within Harry's gaze. If he could uncover even the slightest flaw in Harry Potter, he could then usurp his position. Yes, just a standard personnel adjustment. Moreover, those are my subordinates. Harry's implication was clear. The personnel changes he made had no relevance to Vance, suggesting that he was overstepping his bounds. Very well, Mr. Vank chuckled, his demeanor as stiff as those wooden puppets. He truly lacked the talent for deceit. Realizing that lingering any longer would yield no favorable outcome, he skillfully excused himself and slammed the door shut behind him. Harry felt no anger. Spending additional time with someone like Vank was hardly worthwhile. His piercing gaze remained fixed on the door, as if contemplating something profound. Vank had, in fact, been covertly orchestrating a pursuit to eliminate former Death Eaters. If these Death Eaters belonged to lesser families, none would escape. Even those who had reformed would meet their demise at Vank's hands. Conversely, those with formidable backgrounds, despite their reformation, would still be brought to the attention of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement by Vank. Should the entire council endorse Vank's proposal, he would have the legal right to hunt down all former Death Eaters without consequence. Over the years, even without formal approval, he had clandestinely slain many who had turned away from darkness. The tally of such individuals reached into the thousands. Many had established families, aspirations, and even engaged in charitable endeavors. This was the primary reason the council had almost unanimously voted against the extermination of all Death Eaters. Yet, Vank stubbornly believed that all Death Eaters deserved death, including their progeny. Recently, he had discovered Harry mobilizing his personnel, leading him to firmly conclude that Harry was indeed involved in something significant, likely a secret of grave importance. Harry refocused his attention, and the letter reappeared before him. It mentioned the matter of the serpent. This serpent was not only a species long thought extinct, the boggart, but it also appeared to be specifically seeking out Hana. The leading serpent had even inclined its head toward her, a gesture of humility and respect from a boggart toward a formidable being. Since this scene had been witnessed firsthand by Professor McGonagall, her description in the letter left Harry utterly astonished. The serpent had once been one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Neville Longbottom had slain that serpent, Nagini, during the Battle of Hogwarts with the Sword of Gryffindor, thereby saving his friends Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley. Did the sudden reappearance of the extinct boggart have any connection to Hana's existence? The answer seemed to be glaringly evident. Furthermore, did Hana's emergence signify the potential resurgence of turmoil in the magical world? All these seemingly unrelated events appeared to be intricately intertwined. Harry contemplated the letter, then placed a corner of it over the candle flamed as the corner ignited. The contents of the missive were incinerated. He harbored an unsettling premonition that Hana was no ordinary individual, gifted, enigmatic, with emerald eyes. The coincidences surrounding her were too numerous to be mere chance. Due to the recent incident involving the serpents, Hana had been granted a few days of rest, and her friend Carly had been authorized to care for her. Consequently, Hana and Carly spent their days in the library poring over various tomes on magical creatures, attempting to uncover the weaknesses of the memory butterfly. Should the memory butterfly arrive as anticipated, they would not be left utterly helpless. Though Doki attended classes daily, he would also make his way to the library during his free time to assist the two ladies in their search. Since Hana could no longer employ advanced spells, she was unable to utilize the spell-checking charm for this daunting task akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The trio could only leaf through page by page, with Madame Lodef, the librarian, urging them to take breaks. Unfortunately, their efforts bore little fruit. By the time Hana's holiday came to an end, they had yet to uncover a single clue regarding the memory butterfly's vulnerabilities or its nemesis. The three of them sat on the library chairs, surrounded by a dozen books on magical creatures. Doki slumped in his chair, his body devoid of energy, as he weakly shook his head. Having perused countless books on magical creatures since childhood, he could not find any useful information. This left him, a small Scamander, feeling exceedingly frustrated. How could he still claim to be Scamander's #1 fan? Had they overlooked something? He gazed up at the library ceiling, feeling faint as he endeavored to comprehend every word in the volumes before him. Carly Kai shared Doki's sense of frustration. She suddenly felt unworthy of the title of top student in the school. After 5 days of searching, they had found not a single lead, only basic information regarding the memory butterfly. Hana, on the other hand, appeared somewhat distracted. "What is it? Are you tired?" Carly Kai inquired, noticing Hana's troubled expression and glancing at the wall clock, which indicated it was already dinner time. They had exerted themselves for an entire day, albeit to no avail. "No," Hana replied, her posture slumping, her dark green hair somewhat disheveled over her shoulders. The hand that had been poised to turn the page now lay flat on the table, as if the spirit of perseverance had begun to wane. Although she insisted otherwise, Carly Kai was unconvinced. 5 days spent in the library, immersed in the dense text both day and night, left few able to maintain their vigor. "Why not take a break? Shall we head to the dining hall for dinner together?" As she spoke, she reached over to tidy Hana's hair, revealing the scar on the back of her hand. Doki had noticed the superachiever scar long ago, but was only now seeing it up close. The scar bore a lightning-like outline, with remnants of burn marks still visible on her skin. Carly Kai had never been concerned about the scar that marred her hand. She knew it would not hinder her from achieving anything. Hana responded, feeling somewhat disheartened. She had thoughts she wished to articulate, yet they remained unvoiced on the tip of her tongue. During these recent days of studying in the library, she could not help but reflect on that peculiar spell, the one that had initiated her troubles. She had carried the book with her, having shrunk it using a shrinking charm. The issue was that she could not fathom why Carly Kai was unable to read the words on its pages or perceive the presence of Altier. Why was it that only she could see it? As she pondered this bizarre question while striving to discover the memory butterfly's weaknesses, she felt increasingly fatigued. Chapter 41. The Grizzly Gentleman. All right. But tomorrow we must return to classes. Your studies take precedence. Hana felt immense gratitude that Carly Kai was willing to dedicate so much time to assist her in this search. She recalled Professor Ovis mentioning how hard he had worked upon arriving at Hogwarts, and how Carly Kai had willingly borne the burden of her family's legacy. The more she considered it, the more she felt it was inappropriate to impose upon her. After returning to classes, Carly Kai ought to devote more time to herself. Doki also came by to help her after classes, for which she was truly thankful. "Ts no trouble. Our matters are of greater importance to Carly Kai." It was not merely Hana's issue, but one they shared. Doki remained silent but nodded in agreement, humorously uncertain if he was included in the arc Carly Kai mentioned. Surely he was. After all, he was well aware of the thrilling adventures of the two lovely ladies. He hoped he was included. If there were any future escapades, he would not suggest they bring him along. Hana felt a warm glow in her heart at Carly Kai's words. The day they met felt like a dreamlike tale, one that had now extended into the realm of newfound friendship, leading her to believe that after encountering the memory butterfly, she might escape unscathed. Thankfully, with Carly Kai and Doki by her side, her sense of helplessness did not seem as pale as the clouds outside. "Shall we head to the dining hall for dinner then?" Although Hana wore a smile, both Cowlike and Dwitchy could discern her fatigue. Thus, the three friends tidied up the books they had been perusing at the table all day and made their way to the cafeteria. By this time, it was already a bit late for dinner. The cafeteria was sparsely populated, with only a few students who had already finished their meals making their way out. The trio found a relatively secluded spot to sit down, each taking hold of the menu laid flat on the wooden table. With a mere tap of their fingers on a dish's name, it would automatically appear on their table. Cowlike and Hana sat side by side, while the space beside Dwitchy remained empty, giving him a somewhat lonely air. The three were not truly savoring their meal. Each seemed lost in their own thoughts. Hana was concerned that taking up Cowlike's time outside of class would interfere with her study schedule. Cowlike, on the other hand, worried about Hana's sleep patterns. Every night, she lugged books back from the library, and not even the sound of her books thudding to the ground could rouse her. By that time, it was typically around 3 or 4 in the morning. How could one possibly endure on just 3 or 4 hours of sleep each day? If this continued, her health would inevitably suffer. As for Dwitchy, he was primarily preoccupied with thoughts of the cat-eared rabbit that the magical creature caretaker had taken back, alongside the magical creatures he was raising at home. Even though the school year had just begun a month ago, he already missed them dearly. The three of them ate their dinner absent-mindedly, when Dwitchy suddenly felt something furry moving by his feet under the table. He looked curiously beneath the table and discovered a gray, fluffy creature wriggling about. "Wow!" Dwitchy exclaimed in surprise. glancing up at the two slightly astonished ladies, urging them to look under the table. The gray fluff ball was squirming on Dwechi's shoe, as if it were nibbling on something. He bent down to pick it up. It was about the size of two cat-eared rabbits, and he could barely hold it with both hands, needing to support it by its forepaws. What is this? After coming into contact with Dwechi, Cowlike found her apprehension toward magical creatures had diminished. It was a small gray bear, a type of magical creature adept at concealing itself and healing others. Dwechi moved to the empty seat next to the bench and placed the little gray bear on the table. The bear showed no fear of strangers, nuzzling its round head against Dwechi's palm. Hana gazed into the bear's eyes and was astonished to discover something remarkable. Its eyes could change color. In the Muggle world, there is an animal known as a chameleon, and there are several similar creatures in the magical realm as well. Indeed, the gray bear, lacking vocal cords, evolved to adapt to light, developing the ability to change the color of its eyes to convey emotions. One might interpret this as its way of speaking. Cowlike and Hana nodded in understanding, surprised by the existence of such a peculiar magical creature. How did it end up here? As Cowlike bit into a piece of meat on her fork, the gray bear suddenly shifted from Dwechi's grasp. Its color-changing eyes fixated on the fork in Cowlike's hand. The three exchanged glances, their faces brimming with wonder. The gray bear slowly approached, its nose twitching slightly, as if searching for something enticing. Upon realizing that its nose had caught the scent of barbecue sauce from Cowlike's fork, its wriggling body came to an abrupt halt. The bear pressed its nose against the fork and then extended its pink tongue to lick the barbecue sauce. Was it really here to steal a bite? How uncouth, Dwechi remarked, raising an eyebrow at the bear's enthusiastic munching. A gentleman. This bear? Hana echoed Dwechi's jest, setting down her knife and fork, resting one hand on the table and propping her chin up with the other. Quietly observing the bear. It was relishing the treat. Although there was only a smidgen of barbecue sauce on the fork, the gray bear was savoring it just the same. Within the bear's plush fur, there was a cord of leather, neither too thick nor too thin, from which hung a round tag. Cowlike adjusted the tag with her other hand, and it read Ander, the gray bear of Rhea Kongben. Rhea Kongben, as she uttered the name, Rhea, who had just entered, was instantly drawn over. He strode toward them with a sturdy build, standing nearly as tall as Cowlike, his slightly curled hair and gray eyes complemented by a warm smile. He wore casual attire topped with a wizard's robe, adorned with the Gryffindor crest on his chest. Dwechi turned to Rhea, a flicker of delight crossing his features. Hey, it's my senior. Hello. Rhea was a cheerful individual. Passionate about Quidditch and various Muggle sports, he thrived on being active, his father a national-level athlete in the Muggle world. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the gray bear immediately ceased its licking and darted to the edge of the table. It leaped down, only to be deftly caught by Rhea midair. The three seemed to realize something. This bear was indeed here to pilfer food, which explained Rhea's urgency in catching it. It appeared to be quite the habitual offender. I apologize. Ander ran out of my dormitory, Rhea said, his tone radiating warmth as he spoke kindly to the trio while firmly restraining the escape-prone Ander. He looked down at the bear, his gray eyes flashing with a moment of intensity. As if he were about to swallow Ander whole, the three watched this scene unfold with keen clarity. But as Rhea looked up again, he instantly donned a friendly smile. Chapter 42. Birthday gift. This contrast was akin to Cowlike unexpectedly expressing concern for a caterpillar one day. I am sorry. I saw it licking your fork just now. Rhea looked at Cowlike, smiling. He certainly recognized the top student of the entire school. That it's quite all right, Cowlike replied, her tone harmonious despite the absence of a smile. I apologize for interrupting your meal, my friends. He continued to hold on to the struggling Ander, whose tawny skin was beginning to show prominent veins. Little Scamanda, observing Ander's vigorous struggles, couldn't he help but ask, why does it want to escape so badly? Is it because Rhea is too intimidating? ISNT its owner. It's just a bit mischievous. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Ander has snuck into the kitchen 73 times in the first month of school. And Rhea has been warned by the chef 73 times, not to mention he has to help prepare dinner every day after class. It's all this little troublemaker's fault. Well, it seems to be more than just mischief. Dwechi perceptively noted the familiarity in Rhea's grip on Ander, suspecting that this was not the bear's first foray into the cafeteria beneath someone else's table. It hungry. Wasn't he just licking the barbecue sauce off Cowlike's fork? Of course not. It simply decided to sneak out and play while I was organizing my bookshelf, Rhea explained. And Ander is quite clever. It chooses dimly lit paths and skillfully avoids the bustling crowd, eventually reaching its destination. Oh, that's how it is. Does it particularly enjoy barbecue sauce? Dwitchy inquired, prompting Cowlike and Hana to exchange glances and then look at the fork in Cowlike's hand, both of them breaking into gentle smiles. Barbecue sauce is its favorite. If it weren't for its kitchen heists, I wouldn't have been forced to work as a kitchen assistant. Rhea reflected on the fact that today was his last day assisting in the kitchen. Feeling elated, only to discover Ander's latest escapade. Given the current situation, it appeared he would not have to continue helping if the chefs caught Ander again. He would likely be unable to escape that duty for the entire semester. Kitchen assistant? The three asked in unison, intrigued, as such a thing was unheard of at Hogwarts. Yes, this little rascal has no one to look after it at home, so I had no choice but to bring it to school. At this point, Rhea's previously cheerful expression dimmed. Are your parents very busy with work? Dwitchy inquired. Rhea seemed to shake his head in mild resignation while lifting the struggling Ander. They passed away 10 years ago. Ander is the birthday gift they left for me. Suddenly, the usually silent Hana felt a sharp pang at the tip of her nose, as if her heartbeat had skipped a beat. Carly immediately sensed this and turned her face towards Hana. As their eyes met, it seemed that Carly could glimpse the endless worry reflected in Hana's green eyes. She reached out and gently patted Hana's arm in a gesture of comfort. Although Dwitchy was unaware of certain details concerning Hana's parents, he suddenly realized that this topic should not be discussed any further. He quickly salvaged the situation by asking, "What do the kitchen helpers do?" Ander, held in Leia's arms, suddenly grew quiet. He set Ander down and donned a smile, as if the pain of losing his parents had vanished. That depends on the chef's mood. Perhaps it's washing dishes, or maybe mopping the floor. The most torturous task is preparing the special barbecue sauce. While concocting it, one must also fend off this little rascal from sneaking bites. It's utterly exhausting. He shook his head, feigning disdain for Ander, yet his tone betrayed a hint of affection. Special barbecue sauce? Is it really that delicious? Dwitchy inquired, his eagerness nearly written all over his face. Leia chuckled and placed Ander on the table. Please wait a moment. He promptly headed towards the kitchen and soon emerged with a jug of special barbecue sauce and a new set of cutlery. He first handed the cutlery to Carly. Thank you. Carly replied politely as she exchanged her old utensils for the new ones. Leia then poured a ring of barbecue sauce onto each person's plate. The aroma of the sauce enveloped the trio, while Ander clumsily crawled in place, tortured by the tantalizing sauce wavering before him. It seemed he was in a state of dismay when suddenly a small bowl of barbecue sauce was placed in front of him. Of course, Leia had not forgotten him. Ander joyfully raised his front paws, spinning in place like a circus bear, his eyes transforming into a warm shade of yellow, signifying his delight. Hana and Carly took bites of the meat dipped in barbecue sauce, both expressing their surprise at its exquisite flavor, discussing its taste, texture, and the likely ingredients. Dwitchy devoured several pieces, nodding vigorously in approval. Just don't dip too much at once, or it might be too spicy. Leia cautioned. As long as everyone enjoys it, that's all that matters. I learned this secret recipe from a hidden source. Upon hearing this, Dwitchy suddenly posed a perplexing question. Why doesn't the school cafeteria serve this barbecue sauce? He continued to chew gleefully on the meat-coated and peanut-flavored sauce. Because Ander loves peanuts, I added peanut powder to this, while the school version lacks that peanut aroma. The mention of peanuts. Dwitchy froze mid-chew, his expression akin to a robot that had run out of battery. Peanuts? His eyes widened with terror as he glanced at the meat on his fork and then at Leia. Is there a problem? Hana and Carly slowly set down their cutlery, the taste of peanuts still lingering in their mouths. Hey, Carly remarked, observing Dwitchy's neck. You have? One red spot after another began to surface on Dwitchy's neck, and he gradually became aware of a wave of itchiness. Are you allergic to peanuts? Leia's expression was filled with confusion. How could he not detect such a strong peanut scent? Oh no. Dwitchy hastily set down his cutlery, gently covering his neck with the back of his hand, feeling the warmth of the red spots, which itched maddeningly at the slightest touch. We need to go to the infirmary, Carly exclaimed anxiously. No, there's no need for the infirmary. Leia glanced around to confirm there were no onlookers, then gestured to Ander, who was still enjoying the barbecue sauce. Ander swiftly crawled before Dwitchy, placing his front paws on his neck. My God, it feels like a million ants are crawling all over me. Dwitchy was on the verge of breaking down. The embarrassment of having everyone witness his lack of composure over a peanut allergy was overwhelming. It's all right, just relax, Leia reassured him, while Carly and Hana stood by, helplessly watching Dwitchy and Ander. Chapter 43. The vanguard of taste. A green glow gradually emanated from Ander's paws resting on Dwitchy's neck, spreading across his skin. Dwitchy instantly felt a significant relief from the fiery sensation on his skin, while the red spots on his neck began to fade. Carly and Hana finally felt a sense of relief. Allergies could be perilous and potentially life-threatening. Why did you eat it if you knew you were allergic to peanuts? Hana asked, looking at Dwitchy, who was slowly relaxing, his expression resembling someone who had just narrowly escaped a disaster. Dwitchy hesitated, reaching up to touch his now cool neck, the red spots completely gone. Ander withdrew his paw, and the green light gradually diminished. Seeing that he had healed Dwitchy, Ander joyfully twirled in place, his front paws waving in the air. Of course, I know I'm allergic to peanuts, Dwitchy replied, sounding a bit aggrieved. Ander scurried over to Leia, his eyes sparkling with various lights. Leia understood what Ander was conveying. It's fine now, isn't it? Leia smiled as he ruffled Ander's plush head. Good job, little baird. As night fell, Hogwarts succumbed to slumber, while the lingering winds from the recent storm continued to sweep across the castle. In the Ministry of Magic's high-level meeting room, the officials summarized the findings regarding the unusual weather patterns affecting the magical world. I believe this climate change is closely related to global warming. Many regions have undergone alterations in their climatic structures, perhaps impacting the magical realm, one official stated. While we cannot dismiss the possibility of global climate change, we must have overlooked something, which explains our lack of breakthroughs in the investigation, another added. The storms themselves are intricately linked to the magical world. Magic has the power to alter weather. What if this storm was conjured by a wizard? We've been focusing our investigation on matters beyond the magical world, which might be one reason for our stagnation, a female official remarked at that moment. Harry cast a vigilant glance at the female official. Her conjecture partially accurate. Professor McGonagall had previously mentioned that the onset of the storm might be associated with the peculiar girl Hana. The timing was too coincidental to ignore, though there was no concrete evidence to support Professor McGonagall's theory. It was a potential avenue for uncovering new insights. Yet, if it were ever proven that Hana was connected to the storm, the Ministry would undoubtedly intervene at Hogwarts. What would become of Hana? What kind of abilities did she possess that could so drastically alter the climate of the magical world? From the current perspective, it seemed even Hana herself was unaware of this matter. Minister Potter, do you have anything to say? Fank Bugway, Harry Potter's rival, feigned concerned. He was acutely observant of every action Harry took, eagerly seeking any flaw that could be exploited to further his own ambitions of replacing Harry. Certainly, Harry tapped his finger against his glasses. Regarding the conjecture put forth by Deputy Minister Fateful, I believe there is some merit to it. We have expended too much energy focusing on aspects outside the magical realm. Harry's response was measured, ensuring he provided no opportunity for Fank to capitalize on. Let us proceed accordingly, everyone. The magical world has begun to panic. Harry rose from his seat. The meeting is adjourned. He exited the conference room, his facial muscles taut with concern. Upon returning to his office, he locked the door and used magical communication to contact Professor McGonagall. Her image materialized in the glass of water. Harry, she said, equally troubled. Professor McGonagall, a high-ranking official, just raised the possibility of wizard involvement that I believe if it pertains to Hana, the Ministry must intervene at Hogwarts for an investigation. The storm itself is a grave matter. Surely, Professor McGonagall understood the severity of the storm that as Shylock had said. Possessing excessive talent was not necessarily a blessing. However, she believed wholeheartedly that Hana would not engage in such actions. Of course, we are here to assist Hana. Her internal conflict mirrored Harry's, but I will prioritize her safety. After uttering this, Harry felt the wording was amiss. Let's keep our discussion strictly to the matter at hand. If the Ministry of Magic itself harbors criminal activities, then the wizarding world is bound to descend into chaos. I too hope that this matter is merely our conjecture. I genuinely believe that the little girl has no reason to act in such a manner. Harry continued to elaborate. What are your thoughts on the emergence of the bat-winged snake along the banks of the Hogwarts River, Harry? Professor McGonagall is aware that when Voldemort was still alive, one of his Horcruxes was a snake. Consequently, she must consider the worst-case scenario. The inspector I dispatched to Hogwarts has already informed me of this situation, and we are investigating the reasons behind the appearance of the bat-winged snake, a species that was previously thought to be extinct. I too cannot help but think of Voldemort. Although it is challenging for me to connect Hana with him, the Sorting Hat claimed it could always sense Voldemort through Hana. In the magical world, exceptionally gifted wizards are a rarity. However, Voldemort made choices that took everyone by surprise. Even if one day the outcome may not be favorable, if Hana were to choose the side of justice, it would still be a positive development. The strength of an individual is not inherently terrifying. What is truly frightening is the use of that strength to bully the weak, regardless of whether Hana's emergence is connected to Voldemort. Their primary concern will be to ensure her safety, preventing her talents from causing harm to herself or others. All the clues resemble a pristine white jigsaw puzzle, though they lie in the basket. There is no way to piece them together. The image of Professor McGonagall in the cup gradually faded, and Harry relaxed his body against the leather chair. This sensation seemed to transport her back to a few years ago during the Wizarding Ring tournament, when she fervently investigated the source of the rumors, feeling just as frantic as now to eye in the Gryffindor common room. Leah was lighting candles while studying a pharmacology book on food. There is a certain connection between food and medicine. In China, some ingredients can serve as both medicine and seasoning. Ander lay beside her, his snores barely audible. How could someone who knows they are severely allergic to peanuts attempt barbecue sauce with such a strong peanut flavor? There is only one explanation. Dwitchy cannot taste or smell it. If a potion could be concocted through food pharmacology that temporarily stimulates his sense of taste, then by sprinkling the potion over food, he could temporarily regain his taste and smell. And no wonder he felt so wronged when Carlyle reproached him today. If the potion is successfully made, Dwitchy will finally be able to taste the flavor of the barbecue sauce. After the night, a new day dawned at Hogwarts under a blanket of clouds. After class, Dwitchy took the initiative to find Hana. The two walked side by side down the corridor, still heading towards the library. Hey, aren't we inviting Carlyle? Dwitchy glanced around but saw no sign of Carlyle. She was too exhausted and had fallen asleep at her desk in class. Of course, she had no intention of going back to wake her. Chapter 44. Misunderstanding. As she exited the classroom, Carlyle mentioned that she felt a bit tired and wanted to rest her head on the desk for a while, asking Hana to wait 15 minutes before waking her up. However, Hana had come out early, wanting her to sleep well. Every night, she stayed up late to help Hana find the weaknesses of the memory butterfly, which is why she had fallen behind in her studies for 5 days and was now so exhausted. Hana observed all of this. The more gratitude she felt, the more guilt she experienced. These troubles were originally hers, yet they now affected others. Well, a super scholar's time is indeed quite tight. Dwitchy sighed, and the two hurried to the library. Just like the previous days, they brought the books they needed to read, diligently searching for answers amidst the sea of texts. Time ticked away, and they made no progress towards finding answers. Their minds, immersed in the books, began to feel somewhat weary, and Dwitchy found himself becoming distracted. Hey, look, this little animal looks a bit silly. Dwitchy pointed to a picture of a unicorn pig in the book, causing Hana to burst into laughter. She glanced at the clock and realized it was already dinner time. Let's call it a day. It's time for dinner. The two continued discussing the unicorn pig as they made their way to the dining hall, where they spotted Carlyle standing at a distance, holding a pumpkin-shaped bowl filled with food. She watched Hana and Dwitchy chatting and laughing, a chill gradually rising in her eyes. She had said she would rest for 15 minutes. Could they not wait even that long for her? She had hurried to eat dinner, eager to return to the library to continue studying. Yet here were these two, laughing and joking. Anger simmered within her, and her grip on the pumpkin bowl tightened unconsciously. Carlyle, someone called her name from beside her, and her cold gaze shot over like a knife. It was Biman. She had coincidentally appeared here. Biman felt a bit nervous. It was the first time she had seen Carlyle so angry, and it seemed to be because of Hana. Just moments ago, she had observed Hana entering the dining hall, chatting and laughing with Dwitchy. Are you okay, Carlyle? Biman asked. Recently, her interactions with Carlyle had diminished, as Carlyle usually spent her time with Hana. I'm fine. Carlyle replied icily, showing no intention of engaging in conversation with Biman. Even uttering those two words irritated her. Had she made new friends only to abandon her? It was somewhat incomprehensible. Carlyle turned to leave, disregarding the person beside her. Biman rolled her eyes and immediately spoke up. Carlyle stopped in her tracks. Carlyle turned around, her patience wearing thin. She had no desire to listen to anyone. Biman could see that Carlyle was on the brink of an outburst and quickly organized her thoughts. Can I move back in? I heard that Dyla is coming back. As soon as she spoke, Carlyle's expression shifted to one of extreme confusion. Hadn't she been the one wanting to move back in? She had mentioned facing Dyla and confronting her past. Her insecurities should have changed. She was capable of making that decision. which made Carlike happy. So why was she suddenly wanting to move back? A sense of displeasure lingered within Carlike. She did not wish for Biman to return there. Suit yourself. Though she outwardly appeared indifferent, she agreed to Biman. Normally, such matters should have been communicated to Hana in advance. Yet, if she hadn't even informed Carlike about leaving early, why would she notify Hana? With her back turned to Biman, Carlike did not see the smirk that crept onto Biman's face. Thus, Biman quickly moved her belongings back into the dormitory. She did not choose the bed she had previously slept in, but instead opted for the vacant one beside Carlike. She noticed the potted plant that she had not taken with her. The moonflower had withered. The dried leaves were casually tossed into the trash bin, as if the former vibrancy of the potted plant had never existed. After dinner, Hana returned to the dormitory as usual, thinking that by now, Carlike should have seen the note and returned to the dorm herself. Although she hadn't woken Carlike before leaving, she had left a note explaining her absence. As she approached the dormitory door, the sounds of conversation inside halted her hand mid-motion. This formula is a bit difficult to comprehend. You just need to. Oh, I see. Her green eyes darted around, matching the voices to their owners. Biman? She whispered. What was Biman doing in their dormitory? Pushing open the heavy dormitory door, Hana was greeted by the sight of Carlike sitting at her desk and Biman, with the bedding from Carlike's left bed now present in the room. She stared at the additional belongings, momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, the two continued conversing, seemingly oblivious to her entrance, just as she was about to call out to Carlike. Carlike abruptly stood up from her chair, carrying her books to sit on the edge of her bed. She did not even glance at Hana, who still had her hand on the door. Biman remained silent, busying herself with her belongings. The tension in the room gradually became palpable, and Hana, puzzled, closed the door, glancing at Carlike and then at Biman's personal items. Shouldn't Biman have informed her about moving back in? The thought made Hana feel somewhat uneasy. As she walked back to her bed, she noticed the changes in the room. The potted plant was missing. She distinctly remembered not having moved it. Carlike wouldn't have touched it either. Did Biman remove the plant herself? The clock on the wall suddenly emitted a small owl, signaling that bedtime was approaching. As Hana washed up, her mind wandered, still perplexed by Carlike's unusual behavior that day. The more she pondered, the more disquieted she felt, yet it seemed inappropriate to inquire directly. Out of nowhere, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky, accompanied by a cool breeze. By the time Hana emerged from the restroom, Biman and Carlike were already asleep, having not even left her a candle. She could barely discern their forms in the dim light of the restroom's candle. If only she could cast a mind-reading spell, everything would be so much simpler. Ever since she had consumed Professor Ovis's potion, many matters had become convoluted. She found herself constantly poring over books, searching for the weaknesses of memory butterflies, and if she could still employ the flipping charm, their efficiency would significantly increase. At this moment, however, she was utterly clueless about what had transpired. The potion suppressed the flow of energy, preventing her from harnessing more power to cast higher-level spells. Yet, she remained uncertain about how long the potion's effects would last. Would she have to drink that pink potion again? If it were Professor Ovis, he would likely wish for her to continue consuming it. If one day she too were to face punishment for her extraordinary talents, Professor Ovis would surely feel remorse. Did defying someone as goodwill imply that one was a villain? Hana grasped the doorframe, confronted by a veil of darkness. She turned back and extinguished the candle, plunging the room into complete obscurity. Guided only by her memory, she advanced slowly. The darkness enveloped her, and although she reassured herself that there was nothing to fear, anxiety lurked within her heart. Chapter 45. An unusual night. She struggled to recall how the room had appeared when it was illuminated. Retracing the path of her memories, suddenly, her knee collided with a sharp corner, producing a significant noise. Pain radiated from her knee as she stumbled against the protruding leg of Carlike's bed. She winced silently, scolding herself, and then considered Carlike's peculiar behavior that day. Why hadn't Biman informed her of his return? When she had seen the two of them conversing in the dormitory, Hana had felt like an intruder. With this thought, she let out a soft sigh, her nose tinged with a hint of sadness. The recent troubles with the memory butterflies had already drained her, as if ever since her arrival at Hogwarts. Such oddities had been unrelenting. She shifted slightly, and the weight of Carlike's abnormal demeanor deepened her sorrow. This line of thought seemed to circle back to the potion. Professor Ovis had advised her against excessive use of advanced spells, warning of severe consequences for her health, possibly even her life. Professor Ovis was inherently malevolent? Was he? Despite this, Hana found it difficult to fully accept the reality of her limitations regarding high-level spells. After a laborious return to her bed, the surrounding darkness was not as terrifying as before. The soft mattress felt like a sanctuary. Hana hastily burrowed into her blankets. She had a habit of lighting a candle before sleep, as its warm glow provided her with a sense of security. However, it seemed she could no longer do that. In the dark, she reached for her nightstand, her fingers brushing against the candlestick, an impulse to ignite a candle swelling within her. Yet, recalling the earlier scenes drained her spirits and filled her with melancholy. Her hand lingered on the candlestick for a long while before she finally withdrew it. Lying still, she closed her eyes, sensing that this night was markedly different from the others, not solely because Biman had returned silently. Carlike was known for her aloof demeanor, but this shift was too drastic. Hana was unprepared for it. Perhaps she would ask her about it tomorrow. Without the flame of the candlestick, it was well into the night before she finally fell asleep. She encountered yet another nightmare. In her dream, she found herself in a secret chamber filled with cobwebs and scuttling spiders. Various insects crawling everywhere. It had been years since anyone had set foot in this place. Someone had been practicing magic there, wielding perilous spells capable of delivering lethal strikes. The individual appeared to be consumed by rage, exerting tremendous force with each flick of their wand. The tip of the wand pointed at a void, as if directed toward the enemy of the spellcaster. The light rain persisted throughout the night, with clouds lingering in the sky. When Hana awoke, the outside world greeted her with a cold, wintry morning. Through the soft morning light, she gazed at the still sleeping Carlike and Biman, her initial fresh enthusiasm for rising evaporating instantly. What was wrong with Carlike? Hana's still drowsy face was etched with confusion. She had gone to bed particularly late, yet awoke unusually early. Psychologically, this behavior often indicated high levels of stress, accompanied by a decline in mental state. After a swift wash-up, the morning light brightened a bit more as she passed Carlike's bed. She couldn't help but steal a glance at her before quietly exiting the dormitory. Navigating the dimly lit corridor, she descended the staircase and arrived at the common room by the lake. The candles here were already lit, and Hana felt a wave of relief wash over her. She paused by the sofa area, her deep green eyes drawn to the still murky lake water. She had indeed been startled the first time she saw it till. Yet now, in retrospect, such strange occurrences no longer seemed particularly odd to her. After all, she herself was rather peculiar. She could only hope these matters would be resolved swiftly. When she had heard Rhea mention that her parents had passed away, Hana felt a flicker of emotion within her. What were her parents like? Where were they now? Just as Hana was lost in contemplation of the lake's surface, a gentle voice pulled her thoughts back to reality. When she finally regained her awareness, she found herself once again submerged in the lake. This time, however, she was not as surprised as before, even as she watched Atil gracefully swaying her deep blue tail before her, surrounded by the water. Hana's deep green hair flowed like a jellyfish. "What is it? Do you need something from me?" Atil inquired. Her lips slightly pursed. She sensed a significant change in Hana. "You seem rather unhappy. Have you encountered some difficulties?" Hana, her eyes previously drooping, lifted them to meet Atil's innocent smile. After a moment of contemplation, she sighed wearily. The girl rested her chin on her hands, her elbows floating in the water as if supported by something. Her sapphire-like eyes regarded Hana. "Perhaps I can assist you. Share your troubles, and divide it in half. They may not seem so burdensome." Divided in half. This notion sounded appealing, yet she pondered whether the worries weighing on her heart were something she could easily share. Hana shook her head in resignation, denying her own feelings. "I had a dream. But it's not a troublesome matter. In the dream, a snake appeared at school, and I worry that the memory butterfly I dreamt of might also manifest. So, these past few days, I've been researching memory butterflies with my friends, trying to prepare in advance. Yet it seemed only she and Machi were actively engaged in this endeavor, didn't it?" Carlike likely wished to avoid it altogether. Initially intending to steer clear of Carlike, she found herself entangled in thoughts of her once more. A nightmare come true. Atil summarized, her sapphire eyes glimmering with contemplation. As she pondered, she gently stroked her long, dark blue hair. The conversation paused, the sounds of the lake's gentle flow taking center stage. "Perhaps it's not a nightmare come true," Atil mused, her earlier smile dimming slightly. "Why do you say that?" Hana asked, her curiosity piqued if it could be anything other than a nightmare. That would indeed be preferable. Well, I've recently recalled certain memories from before my slumber. However, most of them are fragmented and incomplete. She hesitated. Have you ever heard of the Alchemist clan? It is a very ancient wizarding lineage. After she finished speaking, noticing the bewilderment on Hana's face, she nodded in understanding and began to explain. The relationship between magical energy and wizards can be perceived as a mutually beneficial symbiosis. Wizards provide a home for magical energy, thereby sustaining their own existence. In return, magical energy resides within the wizard's body, enabling them to wield magic. Chapter 46. The Alchemist clan. The Alchemist clan bestowed upon themselves the name of alchemists because they could forge a connection with magical energy by enduring the pain of its entry into their bodies. Long ago, tarot cards became a medium through which some ancient humans established a bond with magical energy. Ordinary members of the Alchemist clan practiced enduring pain, transforming their bodies into a sanctuary for magical energy, which in turn granted them the ability to wield magic. The tarot cards, imbued with magical energy, became the weapons of the Alchemist clan, akin to the wands held by ordinary wizards. However, before the ancient wars descended upon the stars, the Alchemist clan retreated from the world. In my memories, their withdrawal prior to the outbreak of war was linked to their ability to foresee the future, and this foresight was nearly infallible. After establishing a connection with the tarot cards, the Alchemist clan acquired abilities distinct from those of ordinary wizards. Foresight into the future is one of them. Foresight into the future? Hana inquired, her surprise evident despite her own identity as a wizard. Indeed, the dreams of the Alchemist clan can predict the future. In a sense, it aligns with what you referred to as nightmares coming true. In addition to this, there is another ability unique to the Alchemist clan, accompanied by an even more potent flow of magical energy. However, I have yet to recall it. Adele felt a pang of disappointment, lowering her head. Since awakening from her shell, fragments of her former memories had gradually surfaced in her mind. Yet they remained disjointed and ineffective. But I did not hear the professor mention this ancient clan in my history of magic class? Of course not. As I mentioned, they retreated long ago. The reason I am aware of these matters is that I coexisted in the same era as them. At this revelation, astonishment flickered in Hana's green eyes. Then have you not lived alone for several centuries? Adele shook her head, responding, what you say is not entirely accurate. I no longer recall precisely when I fell into slumber. Perhaps it has been longer than several centuries. The water flowing beside Adele differed entirely from the water she remembered, leading her to conclude that an immense span of time had elapsed in this world. Hana nodded in comprehension. The ancient humans Adele spoke of might be linked to the ancestors of humanity. This temporal expanse could hardly be encapsulated within mere centuries. What is the memory butterfly you mentioned? Adele returned to the subject, wishing for Hana not to feel overly burdened by the prospect of nightmares manifesting. To foresee the future is indeed a fortunate gift, as it allows one to prepare defenses against impending misfortunes. It is a magical creature capable of attacking using high-frequency waves. When I first encountered it, I repelled it with a spell of my own creation, but the number of memory butterflies in my dreams was so vast that they surrounded the entire school. Listening to Hana's description, Adele seemed to visualize that heart-stopping scene and understood why she was so anxious. Frequency waves. If it is indeed a frequency, then can we not devise a way to interfere with it? If so, then even a multitude would pose no issue. Adele's words sparked a realization in Hana. Why had she not thought of this earlier? Could this not be the memory butterfly's weakness? The sorrow in Hana's eyes dissipated like clouds before the wind. Thank you. But her excitement faded almost instantaneously from her face. Are you aware of a certain type of snake? It possesses bat-like wings and skin reminiscent of mossy green. My friend told me they have long been extinct. Bat wings and green skin. In the fading remnants of Adele's memory, she recalled a peculiar ritual. Chains encircled the snake and its master, both enduring the pain of being sealed in the center of an altar. A colossal magical totem spun rapidly with the infusion of magical energy. As the bodies of the snake and its master gradually faded away, the totem shrank, pressing down upon the altar's center until it vanished. People believed the ritual had concluded. Yet, amidst the cheers, a beam of green light gracefully soared from the altar's center, accompanied by a cacophony of harsh, hoarse cries that echoed beneath the altar, striking terror into the hearts of the populace. The light surged upward through the panic, piercing the cloudy sky with brilliant sparks that engulfed the entire altar square within moments. The blazing sparks fell like stars descending from the heavens. bringing ruin to the once glorious magical realm. That a sense of dread weighed heavily on Adele's chest. She seemed to have overlooked this segment of memory. That I have seen it. During a ritual, a guard was present. And both the snake and its master were sealed. Sealed? Hana furrowed her brow. Memories related to Adele stretched back to the legends of ancient humans, while not all bat-winged snakes were sealed at that time. Their early extinction rendered it improbable for them to appear in Hogwarts without reason. All clues pointed back to Hana herself. Yes, it was a ritual, though I am uncertain of the morality of the snake and its master. After the ritual concluded, they inadvertently summoned the green flames that would lead to the world's destruction. At this juncture, Adele suddenly noticed the Slytherin emblem on Hana's wizarding robe, a serpent coiled around it. Hana followed her gaze, staring down in a daze. A wave of fear spread through her heart. Could the appearance of the bat-winged snake be akin to a storm, directly linked to her own existence? It bears a resemblance, yet Hogwarts is not an ancient magical school. Slytherin's existence might merely be a coincidence. Adele closed her eyes, her thoughts racing with fragmented memories. I have always felt that the emergence of the bat-winged snake signifies something ominous. As she spoke, Adele instinctively clasped her hands together, turning away to swim gently onward. When Hana looked up at Adele again, she found herself back in the Slytherin common room. Adele remained in place, and the candles on the candelabra appeared to have burned little shorter than before. Hana thought she must be imagining things, but upon closer inspection, the candles had indeed not diminished significantly, and the light streaming through the skylight remained unchanged. Could it be that time had stood still? They had spoken at length if that were the case. After her last conversation with Adele, Carly Kay's appearance was due to her having been following her all along. Perhaps out of concern for her, Hana shook her head slightly. This did little to alleviate her inner turmoil. Though Adele's memories were fragmented, everything she spoke of seemed intricately linked to the ancient era of humanity. Did this imply that she too was a member of that ancient clan? Why had she fallen into slumber, and what had awakened her? Countless thoughts flooded Hana's mind, constricting her like a hand around her throat, making it difficult to breathe. Her dazed eyes slowly lifted to the skylight, where droplets of water clung to the glass. It had rained the previous night. Without the candlelight, she had fallen asleep to the sound of the rain. And her sleep had been restless, as if she had dreamt once more. Chapter 47. The strange teacher this time. The dream was peculiar, though it did not involve a horde of bat-winged snakes. The strangeness of the dream lingered vividly in her memory. With some time remaining before class, she decided to visit the library to search for useful information regarding bat-winged snakes, ancient humans, ancient clans, and magical creatures capable of influencing the frequency waves of memory. Butterflies. Sighing heavily, the girl lowered her head, a genuine expression of melancholy crossing her face. Why had she come to Hogwarts? To bring forth an unprecedented storm and unending clouds? Or merely to cause trouble for Professor McGonagall and Professor Ovis? Disturbed and flustered, Hana departed from the Slytherin common room, seemingly drawn to the library as if by an invisible thread. The early morning at Hogwarts was nearly deserted. With the chill of the corridors merging seamlessly with the coolness indoors, she stepped inside slowly, recalling her first visit to the library when she had employed the spell for research. At that time, she hadn't paid much attention to the reactions of her fellow students. Complications began to unfold as her curiosity deepened, igniting a desire to uncover more truths. She could always sense the presence of truth. Yet she remained oblivious to how far she was from it. The thought that so many were entangled in her quest for truth seemed unjustifiable. Classmate. This call shattered the tranquil morning in the library. Hana instinctively turned around to find a teacher she had no recollection of at all. Stunned, she responded, "Hello." At merely 13 years of age, her bewildered demeanor felt entirely appropriate, far removed from any association with the dark figure mentioned by the Sorting Hat. So early, the unfamiliar teacher's tone was gentle, devoid of any hostility. "That I came here to read," Hana admitted, a twinge of guilt surfacing as she imagined the awkward scenario of being caught using the research spell by this very teacher. "Ah, then carry on," the teacher replied, lingering at the entrance, maintaining a respectful distance from Hana. Yet, if they drew too close, unintended consequences might arise. This unfamiliar teacher was an associate of Harry, specifically assigned to monitor Hana at Hogwarts. Their presence signified that the young girl would be under constant surveillance in public areas. Their primary task was to observe her for any unusual behavior. Should any signs of potential harm to the school or dark magic emerge, they were to act swiftly and discreetly. Secondly, They were there to protect her. Her innate talent could accelerate her physical deterioration, much like a fleeting owl if she exhibited any inclination towards advanced spells. They were obligated to intervene. Furthermore, until her origins and parental background were fully understood, the monitoring personnel would not withdraw from Hogwarts, maintaining unwavering vigilance against any unpredictable actions from this enigmatic girl. While this may appear harsh, any unforeseen incident could potentially jeopardize the entire Hogwarts establishment. The teacher smiled and exited, ensuring Hana remained oblivious to her subtle oddities. They were acutely aware of Hana's capabilities and thus remained ever cautious. Hana gazed at the door, now shut, and pondered the peculiarities of the teacher's demeanor. After shaking her head, she dismissed her thoughts, reasoning that she was perhaps being overly sensitive to the recent odd occurrences. Even so, a lingering curiosity compelled her to glance back at the door before turning away. She chose a discreet spot against the wall and began to reflect on the events of the past month. They resembled a tattered net, interconnected yet incomplete. Suddenly, she recalled what Atel had mentioned about ancient wars, vividly imagining the scene as Atel had described. It was indeed a piece of ancient history. Contemporary texts likely contained little useful information. Even Atel had asserted that the clan known as the Alchemists had faded from magical history. This thought. Hana remembered a book she had placed in her robe's pocket but had not opened for some time. She recalled that Carlike had once said she could not see the words within the book. The fact that she could see them while others could not, besides the book, there was Atel and the recently encountered bat-winged serpent, suggested a potential connection. Hana retrieved the shrunken book from her robe and placed it on the table. The leather cover bore the title The Origins of Spells. She fixated on the word origins, which signified beginnings and sources. The book's front page proclaimed that it would automatically record any spells that had been conjured. Could this book be related to the ancient humans Atel spoke of? Most intriguingly, only she could perceive the words within it. This indicated that perhaps the book had manifested due to her presence. How could this be? Hana questioned her own hypothesis, reluctant to accept that even the existence of this book was tied to her. With her youthful fingers, she opened the book, revealing a spell she had never encountered before. Just as she was about to recite it aloud, she abruptly noticed an alteration at the top of the page. What was happening? Her green eyes widened with astonishment and fear. Initially, there had simply been a sun within a moon. Now, 3 rows of waves had appeared beneath it. Waves? She ruminated on the implications. Water? She had not opened this book since her encounter with Atel in the Slytherin common room. The answer lay before her. Atel, the ancient and mysterious era mentioned in the memory of the mermaid girl. This book could not be ordinary. Its appearance was surely not coincidental. The waves symbolized Atel. But what did the sun and moon represent? Had those 2 figures already made their appearance? What were their intentions? Why were they intertwined with her fate? What secrets did this book hold? Hana's fingers traced the totem of the moon. Sun and waves, the fibers of the paper standing upright, much like her own sense of alienation at Hogwarts. She could not comprehend why events had become so convoluted and illogical. Even her friends had begun to exhibit an inexplicable indifference. Suddenly, she felt a wave of weakness wash over her limbs, her heartbeat fluctuating, accompanied by a throbbing pain in her head. The discomfort lingered for an extended period before it subsided, causing her to furrow her brow in confusion. Why had she experienced such an inexplicable headache? Unconsciously, she linked her malaise to the recent peculiarities, her green gaze shifting back to the book. What did the connection between Atel and the book signify? A sense of unease began to settle within her, and the residual pain in her head left her feeling utterly exhausted. As the temperature in the magical world plummeted, the sudden storm added an extra layer of mystery to the unfolding enigma. The unrelenting clouds had already instilled panic among the wizards, while the abrupt drop in temperature disrupted the life cycles of numerous magical creatures. The magical realm had prematurely entered deep autumn. In Professor McGonagall's office, she conversed with Harry via a projection. Someone had already suggested in the meeting that the storm investigation should commence with humans, but she suspected they would be unable to uncover anything related to Hana. She had also dispatched additional personnel to conduct covert inquiries. Within the holographic image of the cup, Harry's expression was grave, until the entirety of the situation was clarified. He could not involve Hana or Hogwarts with the Ministry of Magic, as it would undoubtedly incite chaos. I believe that locating her parents could simplify matters, McGonagall remarked. No one knows where she comes from, her background, or any details about her, including her own identity. The deliberate erasure of such mundane information has made them all the more significant. Indeed, Professor, let us remain in constant contact. I have a feeling something is about to transpire, Harry replied. Our investigation appears to be extensive, yet we have little concrete leads. However, the Sorting Hat did mention similarities between Hana and Voldemort, necessitating heightened vigilance. McGonagall nodded, fully comprehending Harry's implications. They had assigned numerous monitors disguised as teachers within the school to observe Hana's behavior in public areas daily. While this may seem inappropriate, Harry's strategy had to remain concealed. The bell signaling the start of class rang, and Hana entered the classroom, only to find that Carlyle was absent. Approaching the podium, she noticed the female teacher preparing for the lesson. Excuse me, Hana interjected, drawing the teacher's attention. Is Carlyle Flare not attending this class? She recalled hearing Professor Ovis mention that Carlyle sometimes completed her lessons ahead of schedule to pursue other subjects. Perhaps she had other engagements today? Even though Hana repeatedly reassured herself in her heart, she could not shake the feeling of disbelief. They had always attended classes together, but after witnessing her sudden behavior yesterday, she had risen early to leave. For a fleeting moment, Hana pondered whether, had she woken late, Carlyle might have ignored her and not awakened her, resulting in her arriving late to class. Although such thoughts were mere figments of her imagination, they resonated deeply with her current emotional state. By noon, following the conclusion of class, Doty rushed to Hana's classroom to seek her out. He announced that he had devised a plan, though he was unsure if it would be effective when the memory butterfly appeared. The only danger posed by the memory butterfly was its frequency waves, so if they approached the matter from that angle, they could save themselves the trouble of poring over texts. Doty spoke earnestly, like an adult, gesturing with his fingers as he explained. However, he failed to notice the fleeting look of astonishment on Hana's face. Adil and Doty had come to a similar conclusion. Why had she been foolishly relying on Carlyle and Doty to assist her with so much seemingly futile effort? It was indeed a viable plan. Hana affirmed his suggestion, though her tone was notably more subdued than usual. She found it difficult to summon any joy. It felt as though her happiness had been completely drained away. But the boy hesitated, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Shouldn't this sort of thing be left to Carlyle? He did not mean to imply that Carlyle was obligated to help, but rather he believed her intelligence would naturally lead her to devise a solution before anyone else. Hey, aren't we going to find her? The oblivious gentleman finally sensed the discordant atmosphere and glanced around, noting only unfamiliar classmates. Ahead, the direction led to the cafeteria. Well, perhaps we should postpone that for today? Hana offered a vague excuse, unsure how to articulate the events of the previous night to Doty. Moreover, explaining would make her seem petty. It was merely that Carlyle's old friend had returned to the dormitory. It was hardly a significant matter. The two walked on, enveloped in an unusual tension, when around the corner at the end of the corridor, a familiar figure emerged. They exchanged glances, one high and the other low. Amidst the bustling crowd, their vision constantly obscured. Just as she was about to speak, Carlyle seemed to decisively sever the visual connection, unwilling to be scrutinized any longer. Hey, Miss Flare. Doty's greeting faded to silence as Carlyle turned and walked away. His face was a mask of disbelief as he looked at Hana, his pale eyes filled with confusion. What unknown calamity had transpired between them in just a day? Meanwhile, Hana maintained an expressionless facade, a suffocating sense of bewilderment constricting her throat, making it difficult for her to breathe. The gentleman sensed the atmosphere around them plummet to an icy chill and promptly sealed his lips, which had been moving as quickly as a train. What an idiot! That Reyes said she would find me today. I suppose I should take my leave. It should have been he seeking her out. The bonds of friendship among women can be so easily infectious, particularly after they have argued or debated. The gentleman felt ill-equipped to address such matters and resolved to consult the owner of the little bear. Although his inquiry was tentative, he had already formulated several strategies in his mind. Otherwise, how could he maintain an air of nonchalance while making a hasty retreat, aiming to prevent Miss Joan from feeling further disheartened? Hana's gaze remained fixed on the spot where Carlyle had vanished, paying no heed to what Doty had said. The light in her green eyes dimmed, and she seemed to lose her very essence. Collapsing inward, what on earth was happening? She avoided her in class and avoided her after class. Carlyle's gaze appeared to harbor a certain wariness towards her, yet she could not fathom what she had done to provoke it. Doty hurried back to the Gryffindor common room, then swiftly made his way to Rhea's dormitory. He was anxious, tapping his feet at the door like a gentleman performing a tap dance. Nevertheless, he still knocked politely, 3 sharp raps echoing in succession. Before long, The door creaked open. Through the widening gap, Dodi beheld Rhea, towering over him, and in that instant, he felt as though he had encountered a savior. "Hey, Dodi." Rhea was taken aback by his arrival, wondering if news of the seasoning mix he had given Dodi had somehow spread among the roommates. "That would certainly be a surprise, Mr. Bear." "What?" His eyes widened in astonishment. Was this the new name the little boy had chosen for himself? Something was amiss. Dodi disregarded the beads of perspiration forming on his forehead and recounted the events that had just transpired. Rhea listened, his expression growing increasingly perplexed. "How could that be?" He asked. "That I saw cow-like in the cafeteria yesterday. She borrowed a pumpkin bowl to pack food for Hana. How did they go from that to being strangers today?" No matter how he pondered, it seemed implausible, yet Dodi had no reason to jest about such matters. But they appeared as if they were meeting again after harboring decades of accumulated animosity. It was equally bewildering to him. Hadn't everything been fine just the day before? How could good friends so abruptly sever ties? Rhea observed Dodi's anxious demeanor, his cerulean eyes shifting thoughtfully. He recalled encountering cow-like in the cafeteria yesterday, where she had mentioned that Hana enjoyed the roasted corn served there, hence her effort to bring her a generous portion. Cow-like had shown genuine concern for Hana's busy day, her words laced with a parental undertone. Therefore, it must have been something that transpired after leaving the cafeteria that led to the current predicament, unresolved by the time nightfall arrived. "Hey," Dodi suddenly recalled something Hana had mentioned while they were at the library together yesterday. Was it possible that her irritation stemmed from not being invited to dinner? Rhea gently shook his head. Cow-like would never fall out with Hana over something so trivial. It's simply not in her nature. Chapter 49. A call in the darkness. After Dodi made his excuses to leave, Hana did not immediately return to her dormitory. It seemed unlikely that she would be able to do so, even if she wished. How had it come to this? She found herself utterly perplexed. The events had unfolded without any discernible logic. As she wondered, she realized she had arrived at a familiar location, the Forbidden Forest, a place cow-like had once frequented in secret. She stood there in a daze, devoid of sunlight. The forest appeared even more sinister, shrouded in a dull grayness that it was hard to believe that cow-like chose to study in such a place. One that would frighten the average person. She had always claimed to be intriguing. Perhaps she truly was? Just as Hana began to reminisce, a strange, soft call disrupted her thoughts. Facing the Forbidden Forest, she noticed that barriers had been re-established. Was it merely her imagination? Hana furrowed her brow, straining to listen more intently. Soon, she discerned numerous elongated shadows emerging from the dimness of the forest. An ominous premonition gripped her heart. This scene seemed eerily familiar. Her legs felt as though they were bound with lead, and despite her innate fear, she could not move to flee. The writhing shadows of serpents drew ever closer, becoming increasingly distinct. It was that group of snakes. Help, she thought. If only cow-like were here. Her feeble cry for help was abruptly interrupted by a sharp pain that seized her head, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. Suddenly, lightning illuminated the darkened world, and the shadow behind the girl began to rise. The serpent horde materialized, green-skinned, bat-winged, with eyes that sparkled like gemstones. Shinalia. At that moment, a tall figure stood amidst the chaos, their black cloak billowing wildly in the wind. "Band, protect her." As soon as the words left his lips, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour, leaving the patrolling centaur momentarily stunned behind the barrier. Above him, the world was engulfed by the tempest, not to mention Hogwarts itself. After sending word to the other teachers to bring back Hana, the centaur shared his suspicions with Minerva McGonagall. On the day Hana arrived, the magical realm mirrored the apocalyptic scene that unfolded when she fainted today. Perhaps she lacked the ability to unleash such a climatic disaster upon all wizards, yet her extraordinary talent was undeniably rare. The source of the storm might well be linked to her uncontrollable magical prowess. In the infirmary, a circle of concerned faces surrounded Hana's bedside. Callie K, Dorky, Rhea, Rhea's little gray bear, and Biman were all present. Only Callie K remained seated, while Biman stood a distance behind her. "I have never seen anyone frequent the infirmary so persistently," Dorky remarked, his words trembling as if barely audible, tears glistening in his pale eyes. "That Miss Joan is so kind. She must not come to harm." Rhea gently placed a hand on his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Hana would surely awaken, though the timing remained uncertain. The school nurse indicated that she had collapsed due to excessive shock. She had been discovered in the Forbidden Forest, but why had she fainted so suddenly? She certainly did not appear to be in poor health. Ria's peripheral vision caught sight of Biman, who too was puzzled by Dorky's earlier comments. Meanwhile, Hana had already slumbered through the afternoon. Other teachers and students continued their lessons as usual, and it was said that some students requiring the nurse's assistance had been sent to another infirmary. Was it possible that Headmistress McGonagall was concealing something? How strange, Ria mused, her thoughts slipping past her lips. Her quiet voice resonating in the hushed infirmary, each word surprisingly clear. She has always been rather peculiar. Callie Kay suddenly interjected, drawing everyone's attention. She spoke with the authority of a leader, possessing a voice and status that others lacked. The group regarded her statement with astonishment, momentarily at a loss for its meaning, thus refraining from any response. In Callie Kay's eyes, ever since she had met Hana, an array of odd occurrences had unfolded. Although she often found it impossible to articulate these bizarre events, she held no grievance, as she relished the opportunity to unravel the mysteries alongside Hana. Admittedly, she still felt anger about yesterday's incident. Though it had begun to dissipate, was it truly so difficult to wait a mere 15 minutes for her to awaken before heading to the library together? This was not like her at all. She acknowledged that when she had seen Hana walking with Dorky, her temper had flared, prompting her to refrain from stopping Biman from returning. She had no desire to recall the events that transpired later in the dormitory. She was Callie Kay. How could she engage in such childish behavior? Why had she allowed a moment of anger to affect her dear friend? It was foolish, a first for her in all her years. Come to think of it, her venture into the Forbidden Forest must have stemmed from this very reason. It was a place they both knew well. I have some matters to attend to. I think I should be leaving now, Biman stated abruptly, her body already in motion, as if fearing she might miss something. The others were too preoccupied to acknowledge her, and she departed on her own. Upon reaching the doorway, she encountered Headmistress McGonagall and Professor Ovis. She greeted the teachers, presenting herself as a harmless, well-behaved girl. Yet, she had scarcely walked far when she overheard McGonagall's words. "Child, we need to ascertain what she saw before she fainted. We must extract her memories." Biman halted, a rarely seen side of her revealing itself. One as cunning and skeptical as a fox. Coincidentally, she had passed by the classroom where Callie Kay and Hana had been, and had taken the note Hana left behind. It read, "Thank you, beautiful Miss Flare, for all your help. Please rest well and remember to bring my blanket back to the dormitory after dinner." She had discarded the note, but the blanket remained essential. The pot of moon grass was likewise no longer needed. She had resolved to play the villain, even being ruthless with herself. Returning to Callie Kay's dormitory was a premeditated decision, largely unrelated to retrieving it from Dela. She no longer feared that young lady no one would know that she had been monitoring Callie Kay's movements around the school, ultimately resorting to such a despicable tactic. The evidence had been destroyed, and no witnesses would emerge. Should the truth come to light, no one would suspect her involvement. Biman smirked coldly, a stark contrast to her charming and generous facade. She retreated to the doorway, tilting her head to observe the actions of everyone within. She was determined to find a way to drive Hana away. Inside the room, McGonagall instructed everyone to step back, noticing the worried expression etched on Callie Kay's face, which mirrored her own sorrow. Raising her wand, a beam of light twisted and curled like smoke, drifting toward Hana. If they could only discover what she had witnessed, perhaps some of the enigmas would be unraveled. Chapter 50. Side by side in battle, everyone focused intently on the beam, as if engaging in a struggle against fate. Biman, watching from the doorway, felt her prejudice against Hana deepening as she observed the group's concern. Just as the light was about to penetrate Hana's mind, a protective barrier suddenly enveloped her. The onlookers stood frozen in shock at the unfolding scene. Almost immediately, the connection between Hana and the beam from McGonagall's wand was violently shattered by an inexplicable green lightning bolt. McGonagall barely had time to react before her wand was wrenched from her grasp. The wand fell. A totem depicting a moon encircling the sun burst forth from Hana's body. The totem spun rapidly, its black luminescence filling the eyes of all present with an eerie glow. Within those eyes, alongside the ominous light, lay astonishment and terror. In a moment of confusion and panic, Callie Kay recalled the time during the ball when Hana had pointed to a blank book, claiming there was a sun within it. The totem, with its white sun surrounded by a black crescent moon, surely held profound significance. Callie Kay stared vacantly at the spinning totem, and suddenly, a strange scene flickered before her, a vast wilderness. An altar for pillars. She collapsed, her body overcome with weakness. The others were equally dumbfounded, rendered speechless. What was that place? Dorky instinctively grasped Rhea's wizarding robe, trembling uncontrollably. Rhea appeared calm, yet her heart was tumultuous. Biman, eavesdropping outside, felt her legs weaken at the sight of the earlier spectacle. Retreating along the wall, her face a mask of terror. What sort of creature was she? In a fit of fright, Biman fled, tears streaming down her face, desperate to inform everyone of the incident. The totem vanished. The barrier dissipating, yet the strangeness lingering in the room remained. Shulon, concealing her astonishment, slowly helped McGonagall to her feet. The innocent wand lay quietly on the floor. Today's events must not be disclosed to anyone. McGonagall said, her voice trembling. This includes Harry and the inspectors. She was now certain that Hana's arrival at Hogwarts was far from simple. She had also come to realize that someone had tampered with her memories. Finally understanding why Harry's investigation had proven futile, they returned to the office, where Nicole awaited them. Upon seeing the fear etched on their faces, she surmised that whatever had transpired was significant. What should we do now? Shiwelua assisted Minerva into a chair. Minerva, her gaze distant, remained silent. Meanwhile, the painting on the wall depicted Dumbledore, who remarked, if she leaves Hogwarts, she may face even greater dangers, and so will this world. Shiwelua slowly bowed her head, tacitly accepting Dumbledore's words. The centaur had suggested that the storm might be linked to Hana's uncontrollable magical talent. McGonagall spoke slowly. The potion suppressed Hana's energy flow, yet still, such an incident occurred. Shulon nodded. Continuing, we cannot allow the Ministry of Magic to learn of this. Otherwise, she will be taken away and imprisoned at once. She was reluctant to witness this scene and harbored doubts that the Ministry of Magic could resolve the situation if faced with a similar predicament. Headmistress McGonagall concurred with her sentiments. Perhaps, we ought not to fight alone. We should unite with Hana. Whether it be disaster or storm, or even Voldemort, an unsettling dread gripped me, reminiscent of the foreboding I felt over 20 years ago. I had previously refrained from voicing my concerns, but today, I deemed it imperative to speak out. She articulated a stream of thoughts, unburdening herself of the reflections that had lingered for so long. In the infirmary, Hana gradually stirred from her unconscious state, while the tempest outside began to subside. Through her blurred vision, she discerned Carlyke's tense visage, and fleeting moments of sorrow flashed through her mind. Her hand swiftly reached out, enveloping Carlyke in an embrace, fearing that if she hesitated for even a second, she would slip away once more. Did I see them again? Hana whispered, her face pressed tightly against Carlyke's shoulder. Her grip firm. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke with a tone of deep grievance. Did it's all right. I am here, Carlyke replied, returning the embrace, the previous awkwardness seemingly erased. Those they? She pondered, recalling the snakes in her mind. What did you see? Her chin rested gently against Hana, her palms soothingly patting her back. The mention of snakes. Carlyke's expression instantly sharpened. Once was coincidence, twice could it still be mere happenstance? Moreover, hadn't Doki mentioned that those snakes were an extinct species? Why then did they reappear? It couldn't possibly be a prank, could it? Some arcane spell that allowed only Hana to perceive the serpents, requiring her to employ a locating charm to reveal their presence. Doki stood nearby, his face a mask of astonishment. They had encountered those snakes by the riverbank before, yet they had inexplicably sought out Hana again. Just then, Leah suddenly nudged his arm. Snakes? She began. It's a long story. Tonight, I shall share the adventures of two legendary ladies. That he spoke almost silently, forming the words with his lips. The little gray bear, Andy, perked up its ears, eager to hear of Doki's escapades. You mustn't venture into the forbidden forest alone again, Carlyke advised, and after a prolonged silence, Hana simply replied, Okay, could you fetch me something to eat? She inquired, glancing at Doki and Leah. Of course, Leah responded readily, and Doki followed suit as they stepped outside. Just as he closed the infirmary door, he caught a glimpse of Doki bending down to pick something up. He approached Doki, noticing that he held a Slytherin badge. The two exchanged a peculiar glance. Surely, no one witnessed what transpired earlier. Leah mused, recalling that both teachers had exited and turned right, closing the door behind them, thus failing to notice the badge that had fallen. The voyeur must have caught sight of the teacher's departure. Headmistress McGonagall had insisted that the events of the day be kept secret. Yet, it now seemed that this secret was no longer tenable. As for the Slytherin badge, they would see whose wizarding robe lacked the emblem bestowed by Professor Ovis. Each badge was unique to its owner, and Leah had been at the school long enough to know that no one would misplace such an important item. The eavesdropper, if they had fled in fright, would not have failed to hear the metallic clatter of the fallen badge. He surmised that the voyeur must have also witnessed the shocking scene that had unfolded. Chapter 51. The altar reappears in the room. Hana still clung to Carlike, unwilling to release her embrace. Naturally, Carlike had no intention of pushing her away. When Carlike awoke the previous day and found Hana absent from the classroom, the sky had already darkened. For a moment, she thought Hana simply did not wish to wait for her. It did not weigh on her mind until fear drove her to seek solace in the person she subconsciously deemed most reliable. "Why are you angry with me?" Hana asked softly. Carlike recounted the entire sequence of events, to which Hana responded in astonishment. "Didn't I leave you a note and cover you with a blanket?" Note? Blanket? Yet, she had seen neither. Why would Hana deceive her? "Hey, folks," Leah and Doki entered, laden with food, along with that very badge. "Look what we found just outside the door," Leah announced as he handed the badge to Carlike. "What is this?" She scrutinized the badge, unable to discern any difference. "We should inform the headmistress about this matter," she said, unconsciously lowering her voice. "No problem." Doki volunteered as he took the badge and quickly exited. This time, he headed to the headmistress's office, turning right. By chance, he encountered Biman. "Good evening, ma'am," Doki greeted, noticing her anxious demeanor as her eyes darted around. "I was just passing through," she replied, yet did not elaborate on her purpose for being there. "I'll be on my way," Doki said, puzzled as he watched Biman walk away, her head slightly shaking as if searching for something on the ground. His eyes shifted, producing the badge from his pocket. Before Biman left the infirmary, she had worn the badge on her robe, yet it was absent when she walked by just now. She likely did not realize when or where it had fallen. Hence her frantic search. It seemed they need not speculate. The voyeur was indeed Biman. I heard she returned to Carlike's dormitory. "How strange," Leah remarked. "It appears someone has been meddling in the shadows, causing a rift between you two." Having listened to their account of the previous day's events, Leah quipped, "However, this individual's methods are rather unrefined and their tactics quite crude." His implication was clear. The strong bond between the two meant that any initial misunderstanding could not sever their connection. As they understood one another too well, Carlike released Hana, smoothing her slightly disheveled hair. "This awkwardness ends here. By the way, shouldn't we discuss what just happened?" Leah gestured to the earlier spectacle. "Of course," Hana replied, puzzled, awaiting an explanation from one of them. "Headmistress McGonagall wanted to extract your memory for review, but was blocked by a barrier, and lightning shattered her magical beam." Carlike explained. "It was a disarming spell. It seems your magical aptitude was the cause. My aptitude." Hana found it increasingly hard to believe. How could she possess the ability to disarm Headmistress McGonagall's wand? Imagine, as the beam approached you, a defensive barrier and counterattack emerged, followed by a totem depicting a moon enveloping the sun. What? Carlike anticipated her shock, recalling the sun that Hana had once mentioned. Hana then pulled a wizarding robe from the cupboard, retrieving a palm-sized book from her pocket. Flipping it open to a random page, the totem at the top began to rotate, and the three wavy lines representing waves seemed to swim through the air. Leah glanced at Hana, then at the book. "Why does this book have no words?" he inquired, sensing its uniqueness, which prompted his question. "Perhaps it is not that there are no words. Simply, we cannot see them," Carlike jested. "Much like the snake group by the riverbank that day. The origins of this book are quite peculiar." Hana interjected. "It lacks the library's certification, which is why when I took it out without registering, Lodi was unaware that a book was missing from the library." Leah took the book from Hana's hands, examining it closely when suddenly, the little gray bear poked its head out. Swiftly climbing onto Leah's shoulder, it sniffed the book and let out a disdainful wail. Clearly, this book had been sealed away for quite some time, for Andy would not find the musty scent so unbearable otherwise. The three shared a laugh. Leah's ability to lighten the mood seemed to rival Doki's. "Otto told me tales of the ancient magical wars and alchemists. The waves symbolize her, so this book must have significant ties to that era." After Hana finished speaking, Kali Kai and Leia exchanged puzzled glances. They found her words utterly incomprehensible. "Dilu? A new friend. Yet it seemed you could not see her, much like the words inscribed upon the pages of a book." Hana began to explain to herself, recounting to the two about the falling starry sky and the alchemist as relayed by a Dilu. "Isn't this just a story to deceive children?" Kali Kai remarked, a hint of disbelief in her tone. Concepts of ancient times and alchemists were foreign to her. She had never encountered them in her studies of magical history. However, what reason would Hana have to mislead them? One glance at her serious round face made that evident that I haven't heard of it either. But the mermaid you mentioned does ring a bell, Leia interjected, recalling. In ancient Chinese mythology, there exists a being in the East Sea known as Jiao Rin, which is a creature with a fish's tail. Legend has it they possess mysterious powers capable of cataclysmic destruction, and humanity is utterly envious of such power. He paused, shifting the direction of the conversation. Yet that is merely a tale from the East. In the realm of magic, I haven't come across any mermaids wielding magical abilities. Hana responded earnestly, continuing, perhaps we cannot apply our current understanding of magical history to deluge seems to imply that the ancestors of the magical world left scarcely any trace in history. However, the Alchemist clan managed to evade the calamity of the falling starry sky due to their tarot cards and prophetic abilities. Thus, if civilization has been passed down from a state of near extinction, that lineage should still exist today, though we remain oblivious to it. Kali Kai pondered. Isn't the most pressing question why a mermaid would seek you out? Why not someone else? Even the serpents seem to be drawn to you. And there are other peculiarities. The more she spoke, the more Kali Kai felt that Hana was surrounded by peril. First, you mentioned wanting to uncover your memories, and then a series of strange events unfolded. Do you still believe this is merely a matter of forgetfulness? Chapter 52. Lurking for opportunity from the outset, Kali Kai was bewildered that Hana could not recall when she had learned spells. Yet she had kept her true thoughts to herself. But why? Who benefits from erasing my memories? The fleeting images that sometimes flashed in her mind felt both foreign and yearned for. The term parents began to feel like an unattainable concept, something she deeply cared about. She curled her knees, cradling them with her arms, resting her chin atop, resembling a troubled neighbor girl. Whoever is responsible for this, we shall certainly uncover their identity. Kali Kai reached out, gently comforting her back, even if it might prove somewhat futile. Meanwhile, Leia silently furrowed his brow, clearly grasping neither the context nor the unfolding events, yet he seemed to comprehend Hana's plight. He had heard of a remarkably gifted wizard from Slytherin. Thus he had long been acquainted with Hana, but it appeared that exceptional talent could also harbor troubles. While in the Forbidden Forest, I seem to recall someone calling my name. Hana suddenly recalled, realizing she had heard a voice just before she fainted that it was a woman's voice, followed by the appearance of the winged serpents. Then, she had lost consciousness. Had this been in the past, Kali Kai would have dismissed it as mere hallucination. Were you alone? The two typically remained inseparable, yet it was precisely during one of their quarrels that Hana had heard the strange sound. Was this not a clear indication that it was directed at her? What is it? Hana observed the confusion on Kali Kai's face, probing her own thoughts. Suppose there is a child in an amusement park without an adult accompanying her. Could she not become a target for human traffickers? Kali Kai's analogy was strikingly vivid, implying that she would refrain from quarreling with Hana in the future and would not abandon her to wander alone in sadness. I have a question for both of you. After piecing together the fragmented information, Leia felt a surge of curiosity. Setting aside the issue of the invisible text in this book, I wish to ask why you obtained it. More specifically, why does this book so conveniently relate to the mermaid you encountered? Thus, I lean towards the idea that these occurrences seem orchestrated by someone, yet their intentions remain concealed. This puppeteer appears to be awaiting the opportune moment. An adept hunter surely understands the importance of preparation, even if this borders on conspiracy theory. Nevertheless, strange occurrences relentlessly tormented the oblivious Hana. Without planting a seed, from where does the fruit arise? Kali Kai cast a glance at Leia, signifying her agreement with his assertion. Moreover, there is another matter. After the totem appeared, we witnessed an exceedingly strange sight. The location was vast, with an altar of 4 stone pillars at the center of the wilderness. And besides us, Professor Owais and Headmistress McGonagall were also present. An altar. She could not shake the feeling that this might relate to the sealing ritual and the winged serpent spoken of by Adilu. The sealing ritual, Hana mused, recalling that Adilu had once mentioned a sealing ceremony that heralded disaster, leading to the retreat of the Alchemist clan and the downfall of the magical realm. She subsequently narrated the memories relayed by Adilu to the two, akin to telling a fairy tale to children. It seems implausible, yet I believe you. Kali Kai nodded decisively, despite her expression still bearing skepticism. Leia shared a similar sentiment. The Lee's recollections were limited, having slumbered for so long that she barely remembered them herself. Leia returned the book to Hana, and I wonder where we should begin our investigation into these matters. The information we possess is not equivalent to what you know. Just like this time, who would have anticipated that a seemingly random bolt of lightning could so mindlessly obliterate Professor McGonagall's wand? The atmosphere grew somber, akin to clouds obscuring the sunlight. There is one more thing I have yet to mention. Hana felt an urge to confide in Kali Kai, realizing she had not fully respected this friendship until now. Speak, Kali Kai encouraged, resembling a caring older sister, observing Hana's weary visage. Dio, you recall, when Dela threw a tantrum and asked if the storm was connected to me. Upon hearing this, both Kali Kai and Leia's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Adela said it was I who awakened her, that the storm came because of me. As she spoke, tears began to well in her green eyes. Perhaps it was the presence of friends that allowed her to shed her facade of strength when she had first heard Adela say such things. She had only felt surprised. That it's all right. Kali Kai extended her hand to rest on Hana's head, warmth radiating through her touch. The scar on her knuckles was starkly visible, yet her attention had never lingered there. In the office, Headmistress McGonagall placed her wand upon a plush cloth before her. Wands choose their masters. Logically, aside from her weapon, the wand should rightfully belong to Hana, yet she could distinctly feel that the wand had not changed its allegiance. Was it because she had not used the weapon? Or because she had failed to disarm? A grand wizard's wand would not be so easily relinquished, had Hana's prowess grown to such an extent. Even the nearly forgotten insight charm flowed effortlessly from her. Her talent was nothing short of extraordinary. The insight charm's precursor was the Eye of Insight, capable of perceiving through people or objects. A feat that many generations of ancient wizards could not master. Once perfected, it granted the ability to perceive all existence, from the Earth billions of years ago to a luminous future. Her talent was truly terrifying. Lost in thought, Headmistress McGonagall suddenly heard a knock at the stone door of her office. She turned to see it was Dory. Upon entering, Dory informed her about the badge and mentioned that the individual in question might be Biman. Headmistress McGonagall instructed him to return for now. She regarded the Slytherin badge, her deeply set eyes glinting with shrewdness. By the time Kali Kai and Hana returned to their dormitory, it was already quite late, and the Slytherin common room was deserted. Upon their return, they discovered Biman was already asleep. Let us defer the matter regarding that badge until tomorrow. Today, the candle on the bedside table was lit by Carlike herself. As she reclined on Hana's bed, only returning to her own once she saw Hana drift into slumber, in the dead of night, Hana began to dream inexplicably once more. Anger cage, anger cage, anger cage. She muttered an unknown incantation, rousing the startled Biman, who was still reeling from the loss of the badge. Biman gazed at the flickering flame atop Hana's cabinet, her face shrouded in darkness. Meanwhile, Hana continued to chant anger cage. Across Carlike's bed, Biman noticed that Hana had already donned her wizard's robe. Why would one wear a wizard's robe to sleep? Chapter 53. The face beneath the cloak suddenly, the candle on the cabinet extinguished, plunging Biman's vision into utter darkness. That it felt as though her throat constricted, rendering her unable to draw breath, her body trembling with fear. Outside, a bolt of lightning illuminated the night sky, flooding the room with an intense brightness. In the fleeting moment as the lightning faded, she beheld a figure cloaked in black standing at Hana's bedside. Astonished, she widened her eyes and clamped her hands firmly over her mouth to suppress a scream. Immediately thereafter, the thunder that followed the lightning crashed down upon the world like a nuclear explosion, reigniting the storm in the magical realm. After the cacophony, silence enveloped the world, save for the raging tempest. Biman remained frozen in terror. After a brief moment of stillness, she suddenly heard a peculiar rustling in the darkness. Numerous green orbs of light emerged, inching closer to her. "Carlike," she called out, her voice trembling. But it was barely a whisper. "Help?" As soon as she uttered the words, a horde of serpents surged forth, coiling around her body one after another. She screamed in terror, bewildered that the room was so small, yet Carlike and Hana remained blissfully asleep. Unbeknownst to her, a soundproof barrier had enveloped her surroundings. Bound like a mummy, she rolled from the bed to the floor, and the last serpent opened its three-pronged fangs, sinking them viciously into her neck. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the bed, the floor, and even staining the barrier with her sacrifice. She was suffocated, her mouth and nose covered. In that moment, teetering on the brink of death, she caught a glimpse of her assailant's face and the cold, murderous aura emanating from their glowing eyes. Daybreak arrived. Carlike was the first to rise, dressing hastily in preparation to awaken Hana. However, she was taken aback to find Hana impeccably clad in her wizard's robe. Hana was awake. Temporarily disregarding her hesitation, Carlike approached Hana, only to turn back and discover Biman lying motionless on the floor, her lifeless form bearing a haunting stillness. Her mind blank, she instinctively retreated to Hana's bedside and turned her over. Hana, groggily rubbing her verdant eyes, her hair tousled, murmured, "What's wrong?" Just as she was about to turn, Carlike grasped her shoulders, commanding her, "Don't move." A chill of cold sweat trickled down Carlike's back, from her neck to her waist. Her shirt was still unbuttoned, but she had no time to concern herself with that. Ignoring Hana's confusion, she covered her eyes, flipping the bed over, and led her briskly out of the dormitory that we must call the dean. Quietly, Hana could unmistakably sense Carlike's unusual demeanor. She gradually awoke from her drowsiness, only to be met with the nauseating scent of blood. She stumbled forward, desperate to find a professor, wishing to alleviate Carlike's solitude in the dormitory. Carlike slowly retreated into the dormitory, torn between tears and shouts, utterly at a loss. Pressed against the dormitory door, her mind buzzed incessantly. After an indeterminate time, she heard familiar voices calling for her from outside. It was Hana. She opened the door to find Professor Ois rushing in. Standing at the entrance, Sheloa paused, her brow furrowed, silent. "You two should wait in my office and skip class today, perhaps due to the abruptness of the situation." Sheloa's tone was rather stern, tinged with an undercurrent of reproach. Carlike hastily buttoned her shirt, grabbing her jacket and wizard's robe before dashing out. Hana followed closely behind. Upon reaching the common room, the glass was suddenly rapped upon. She turned to see Adiel, who seemed eager to convey something urgent. She glanced at Carlike, who had already exited the common room, and with a furrowed brow, hurried over. "I had a strong feeling yesterday, but I could not discern its meaning." Adiel believed her premonition indicated that something had transpired the previous night, and Hana's face reflected a dawning realization. Hana nodded and quickly ran out to catch up with Carlike. The two met along the way, remaining silent as they proceeded to Sheloa's office. Upon arrival, Nicole Yage was preparing coffee. She had heard from Sheloa about the peculiar events witnessed in the infirmary concerning Hana. "Would you two care for some coffee?" she inquired with a gentle, elegant smile, gesturing toward the chairs already prepared at the table. The two slowly seated themselves, both still shaken. Nicole set steaming cups of coffee before them, followed by 2 plates of breakfast. "Please wait here for a moment. If you have any questions, feel free to find me in the adjoining study." Sensing they had private matters to discuss, Nicole found an excuse to excuse herself. Once Nicole left the room, the two fell into a heavy silence. Hana pondered whether her troubles had caused Carlike to withdraw into herself. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Even if no one explicitly linked the incident to her, Adiel's words had already hinted at it. "That I am sorry," she murmured, her voice as soft as a kitten's mew. Carlike wondered why Hana had suddenly apologized. Was it because of her? Hana's voice grew even softer. Carlike glanced at her, noticing the guilt etched on her face. "I was just wondering why the bite marks on her neck formed 2 rows of 3 holes, resembling snake bites. Yet I've never heard of a 3-fanged snake. It must be the bat-winged snake." Hana replied, her voice still a whisper. "When the serpents descended by the riverbank, I saw their mouths open. They indeed had 3 fangs on top and bottom." Although Hana had braced herself for the possibility, it was still difficult to accept that it was indeed that group of snakes. The serpents had emerged because of her. Even if they did not voice it, she could feel it. Such matters could not simply be brushed aside like Dela's tantrums. As Biman's roommates, they would inevitably become subjects of inquiry. Carlike not only worried about that, but also about the bat-winged snakes. "What should we do? Perhaps I should go alone." After Hana spoke, Carlike sighed softly. "What are you thinking?" Setting aside the possibility of the Ministry of Magic's involvement, the principal and professors could face interrogation. And even if they don't, no one would allow you to go alone. You are not the murderer. Going alone would only seal your own fate. Hana shook her head, her face contorted in despair. "Ever since I came to this school, strange occurrences have become quite frequent." She wished to leave this place, even if it might prove futile. That at least, she hoped to avoid bringing so much trouble with her. Chapter 54, Coercive interrogation. Carlike keenly perceived Hana's troubled thoughts and reached out to ruffle her hair. No more dark thoughts. I was frightened as well. If you weren't by my side, I would have screamed. She had merely been suppressing her fear. Were she to scream, it would inevitably draw attention from other dormitories, escalating the matter. Furthermore, if she were to be frightened, what would become of Hana? Hana nodded, and then continued. Earlier, Adiel mentioned she had a strange feeling last night that Adiel's intuition seemed tied to the onset of the curse. If Biman had indeed been slain by the bat-winged snake, then these bizarre occurrences must relate to the appearance of that book. The bat-winged snake was someone's guardian, yet Adiel was unaware of who that individual might be. Although the reason behind the bat-winged serpent's lethal intentions towards Biman remains shrouded in mystery. The previous two attempts have made it abundantly clear that its true target is Hana. The rationale behind its restraint from inflicting harm upon her is equally elusive. Suddenly, Carlike recalled that yesterday, Leia and Dwechi mentioned that someone had spied on the scene involving the totem within Hana's body and that wilderness altar. That individual belonged to Slytherin. Could it be that this person is Biman? If so, what compels the bat-winged serpent to seek her demise, and how could it possibly know of Biman's clandestine observations? The entire scenario seems utterly illogical. Carlike paused her contemplation, discarding her earlier deductions. We must remember one thing. We mourn Biman's death, and we are terrified. Yet we are not the perpetrators. No sooner had she uttered these words than the office door was flung open with an unsparing force. It was the Ministry of Magic personnel. They exchanged a glance, silently affirming their unspoken agreement. The two were temporarily stripped of their wands by the Ministry and, with empty hands, boarded the flying patrol car en route to the Ministry. As they traveled to the interrogation room, the officers shoved them roughly, urging them to hurry. Move it, quickly. Once they reached the interrogation room, they were questioned by the representative of this operation, Vank Bugave. The deceased resided in the same dormitory as they did, thus implicating them in the case. All right, young ladies, the interrogation begins. Vank scrutinized Hana with suspicion as he smiled and inquired, "What were you doing when that girl named Biman died?" His gaze fixated on every muscle in Hana's face, for even the slightest twitch could serve as evidence. Sleeping, Hana replied without hesitation, recalling Carlike's advice to answer truthfully to any question posed. Both of them had only learned of Biman's death upon waking that morning. What else could they have done throughout such a lengthy night, if not sleep? To lie would not be virtuous. Vank, of course, was unconvinced. He was determined to unearth the true culprit today. Meanwhile, Carlike was being interrogated by one of Vank's subordinates, who posed the same question, and her response mirrored Hana's. "Very well, Miss Fowler. Yet, even with your statement, the suspicions surrounding you remain unshakable." Vank turned his gaze back to Hana, asking, "Biman met a gruesome end. If the true murderer lies elsewhere, why did you turn a blind eye?" Carlike heard the identical query and responded, "I don't know. I slept soundly." The subordinate pressed further. "How can you prove you are not the murderer, separated by a wall?" They fell into a near-simultaneous silence. Could they articulate that the wound on Biman's neck was inflicted by a three-pronged serpent? Yet, would such a revelation entangle Hana in trouble, once the bat-winged serpent was involved with her? Even her innocence would be difficult to establish. However, neither could prove their own innocence. What fate awaited them? The two girls were once again forcefully escorted away, brought to a dimly lit room. The floor of the chamber contained a pit, teeming with small fish darting about. Bone-eating fish. Carlike's complexion turned pale, her eyes wide with terror. She shook her head, her silver hair disheveled, unable to fathom that anyone in the ministry would resort to such brutal interrogation methods. As the officer prepared to shove Hana into the pit, Carlike instinctively shouted, "No, you can't do this." The bone-eating fish thrived on creating an opening through the skin's pores, subsequently burrowing in to feast within the human body. She could scarcely imagine the agony of such an invasion. "Very well, then, let us hear the truth from Miss Fowler." Vank loomed over the two girls, gripping their shoulders and wrists as if possessing all the power in the world. "I truly do not know. We were all fast asleep." Carlike's voice trembled with desperation, her body striving to break free. With unsatisfactory answers, Vank's smile suddenly turned cold, and his gaze sharpened as he glared at Carlike. "Push her in." The two officers thrust Carlike forward with sudden force, catching her completely off guard. Hana's green eyes widened in horror as she watched Carlike's silver hair wildly flutter in the air. "Bubble barrier," she instinctively shouted towards Carlike. As Carlike fell into the water, a bubble enveloped her body, colliding with the schools of bone-eating fish. Kalike was momentarily stunned, her gaze fixed on Hana. She recalled their shared experience confronting the memory butterflies. When Hana had effortlessly cast the summoning charm without a wand. She was a prodigy. The absence of a wand could not stifle her innate talent. Meanwhile, Vank and several others were rendered speechless, their eyes bulging like frogs in astonishment. What just happened? Vank exclaimed, his disbelief palpable as he regarded the still-cuffed Hana, casting spells without a wand. Could this girl truly be the failed prodigy from Hogwarts? Vank's indifferent eyes narrowed, a thought emerging of another extraordinarily gifted wizard. The champion of the wizarding ring, he was the one who had suffered defeat at that individual's hands. How fortuitous! He harbored a deep disdain for those talented wizards who flaunted their abilities before him, wishing nothing more than to strip them of their skins. His gaze toward Hana gradually transformed into one of murderous intent, his one hand trembling involuntarily as its tip slowly inched toward Hana's face. The subordinate officers, witnessing this unsettling scene, instinctively recoiled, and even those holding Hana released her. This is unacceptable, he suddenly roared, like a deranged lunatic. He then swung his wand forcefully, prepared to utter the incantation, Avada Kedavra. A beam of blue light shot from the doorway, knocking Vank's wand from his grasp. He did not immediately retrieve it, nor did he turn to see who had entered, Deputy Minister Bugave. Without my authorization, you have no right to apprehend anyone, no right to employ torture, nor can you execute a suspect on your own accord. Harry Potter glared at him, his unwavering stance radiating authority. After speaking, his subordinates hurriedly entered to shield Hana. Kalike, floating in the water, was also rescued. Take them away, Harry instructed briskly, his gaze still fixed on Vank. Your actions will be reported to all higher-ups. Consider this a warning that I hope you refrain from unlawfully pilfering my office's apprehension orders to engage in actions despised by all. Chapter 55. Eradicating danger. Upon concluding his remarks, he turned to leave, while Vank remained silent, his eyes fixed on the throngs of bone-eating fish in the water. Sooner or later, he would cast Harry Potter into that very pit. The two girls, taken away by Harry, found themselves in his office. Even though they had been temporarily rescued, they still needed to prove their innocence to secure their release. Harry closed the office door and reassured them. Do not worry. Ladies. As he took his seat, he noticed their lingering unease. But we truly do not know. We have no reason to harm her, Kalike insisted, shaking her head in distress. Of course, I do not equate suspects with murderers. The deceased bore 2 rows of 3-pronged bite marks on her neck. I have already dispatched individuals to investigate any serpents with 3 prongs. Upon hearing the word serpent, Kalike grew even more anxious than Hana. Why serpents? She followed Harry's lead. For today she could not afford to appear sagacious, because we discovered numerous bruises resembling serpent scales on her skin, and her nasal bridge was broken. She suffocated due to being smothered. However, I cannot fathom why the serpent would choose to suffocate her, yet still bite her, injecting her body with potent venom. This notion seems absurd. The murderer is a serpent. Hana remained silent, casting her gaze downward. Perhaps not just one, but a multitude. Yet, why would the bat-winged serpent target Biman? Were they not the intended victims? Harry's eyes darted between their expressions as he stated, Then I have one more matter I wish to inquire about privately. This indicated that the forthcoming question bore no relevance to the case at hand. From where did your wand originate? Do you remember? Why inquire about her memory? The first half of the question was already a standalone query. Most importantly, Harry must have uncovered something, prompting this untimely question directed at Hana. Very few within Hogwarts were privy to Hana's circumstances. Those capable of communicating with Harry should only be Professor McGonagall and Professor Ovis. While Kalike attempted to quell her inner turmoil, she pondered the unnecessary nature of Harry's inquiry that I do not recall. The answer was anticipated by Harry, regarding Hana's background, apart from what he presently knew. He had gleaned almost nothing else. And those spells of yours, did you learn them on your own? Hana's heart fluttered with anxiety as she timidly cast a glance at the expression on Harry's face, then shook her head. She couldn't recall whether it was Professor McGonagall who had divulged this information to him, but was it truly necessary to inform the minister merely due to her innate talent? Hana's unease intensified. She wished to avoid bringing this up, for doing so would only remind her of the troubles that had arisen because of her. The office fell into a brief silence, during which a brownish-yellow investigation report gradually materialized on Harry's desk. That IT contained comprehensive details about the 3-fanged snake, Yet the dynamic photograph of the bat-winged snake was conspicuously absent from the frame. Harry picked it up and scrutinized it intently, his expression slowly shifting to one of astonishment. The report stated that the bat-winged snake was the only three-fanged serpent, characterized by its uniquely spiked belly scales. However, the bat-winged snake had long been extinct, leaving only scant information about it. After a thorough comparison, the venom found in Biman's body was discovered to be an unprecedented type of poison. The perpetrator had left clues for the Ministry of Magic with unrestrained audacity. Yet they were unable to apprehend the true culprit. It felt like a provocation. Perhaps the purpose of injecting the venom was just that. Just capture it from within. Suddenly, chaos erupted outside the office, and the door was rudely flung open. The person who locked eyes with Harry was Vance. He allowed his subordinates to intrude without the minister's permission, confronting Harry with a defiant posture. The trial is to be held. The parents of the deceased demand the death penalty. Hana and Kalik were roughly dragged away, the word death penalty echoing in the office they had just left. Upon entering the courtroom, they found it filled with wizards, alongside the heartbroken parents of Biman. Among them sat the patriarch of the Addis family, also a high-ranking official in the ministry. He occupied a rather inconspicuous spot in the last row. The trial was not originally his duty. He gazed down at the distressed Hana, a smug smile gracing his face. Their eyes met, and he took in the panic reflected in her green irises. It is you who have caused my daughter's death. You must be punished. You must pay with your lives. Biman's mother was restrained by her husband and the court's security, otherwise, she would have rushed forward. The judge rapped his gavel twice, and the rest of the courtroom fell silent. Vance stood nearby, a triumphant smirk on his face as he declared, "Your Honor, I am certain they are the culprits." They were in the same room as the deceased. The two girls were bewildered by Vance's relentless targeting of them. Yet it seemed they had no right to speak in this courtroom. "We need to hear what the suspects have to say," the judge remarked, casting a glance at Vance before turning to Kalik and Hana. Kalik fearfully looked at the judge and explained, "We were both fast asleep. We have no idea what transpired last night." "Nonsense. You must be covering for something," Vance retorted loudly, his peripheral vision catching sight of Harry, who had just entered the courtroom, accompanied by the resolute Professor McGonagall. All the wizards were aware of the Battle of Hogwarts, and the judge regarded the elderly yet spirited woman with respect. The two approached the judge, and McGonagall handed him a piece of paper. That it was merely the report from earlier. It simply needed to be disseminated in a more convincing manner for the two girls to truly earn the trust of everyone present. The judge studied each word of the report carefully, then looked up at Vance with a piercing gaze. He appeared to breathe a sigh of relief as he set the report down. "My presence may be a disruption, but I must testify for the innocent girls," McGonagall said, directing a warning glance at Vance. She waved her wand, and an image appeared in the air. All eyes turned toward it. In the dim light, the image depicted serpents wrapping around Biman, who struggled in vain. The last serpent sank its fangs into Biman's neck. Within mere minutes, she succumbed in her dormitory. Notably, the girls were absent from this footage. "A student returned Biman's lost badge to me," McGonagall stated, tapping her wand in the air. The Slytherin emblem materialized from thin air and floated before Biman's mother. The lost badge was a grave offense for Slytherin House. Biman had altered her appearance using this very badge. She tapped the air again, and a second badge appeared, drifting toward Biman's mother. Trembling, she accepted the second Slytherin badge, and the moment the metal rested in her palm, its true form revealed itself. This was a gift from Biman's mother to her when Biman was in her first year. The false badge was originally a brooch, serving as a vessel for magical energy. Just before her death, Biman had used her last ounce of strength to imbue the memory into the brooch, but the energy was so faint that the image remained hazy. The once quiet courtroom began to murmur softly, as Bruin Addis quietly observed McGonagall deftly navigate the perilous situation from his corner seat. He held little interest in the case. That it was said that the girl named Hana was a prodigy. Yet it seemed she was not as remarkable as rumored. This atmosphere of judgment appeared capable of intimidating her. That useless Della was expelled for associating with such a person. Soon after, Bruin discreetly left his seat and exited the courtroom through a concealed door. McGonagall's gaze naturally shifted toward the circular seating, watching Bruin's figure vanish behind the partially closed door. Her lowered gaze exuded a sense of tranquility. Hana should not be in this courtroom. Firstly, because neither she nor Kalik were the culprits. Secondly, because her reputation as a magical prodigy had long spread throughout the wizarding world. A month prior, An unsuspecting student had shared a magical recording of her using the research spell in the library, leading to newspapers touting her as a Hogwarts magical genius circulating in every corner of the wizarding community. That McGonagall had intentionally concealed the emergence of those newspapers, although she knew Hana would eventually discover that she had become a celebrity in the magical realm. How absurd that the judge prepared to conclude the proceedings. Vance cast a venomous glare at him. Without sufficient evidence, no conclusions could be drawn, though his focus was on the materials in hand. This statement was clearly a jab at Vance. Indeed, few in the ministry held Vance in high regard. His arrogance and obstinacy had long since ingrained themselves in the hearts of many that McGonagall hurried over, as security had already released the two girls from the witness stand. She placed a comforting hand on each of their shoulders, her heart aching at the lingering distress etched upon their faces. While questioning was inevitable, the stench of blood had permeated the Slytherin dormitory, leading frightened students and unaware teachers to bring the matter to light. At that moment, Harry had been occupied with other meetings, allowing Deputy Minister Vance to take the lead in sending people to Hogwarts. He was eager to prove himself, resorting to any means necessary. Whomever he could manipulate, he would do so with meticulous care. "Let us go, girls." As they prepared to leave, Hana slowed her pace, casting a concerned glance at Biman's parents. They remained enveloped in sorrow, for Biman was their child. Hana could sense that their grief was distinctly different from that of an outsider. Is this the nature of the bond between parents and children? Are her parents similarly inclined? If so, why is it that she cannot recall anything at all? The peculiarities that emerge from this situation strike her as profoundly illogical, regardless of how one perceives them. She begins to conjure fragmented memories, chaotic images, and cacophonous sounds. Some are in pursuit while others flee. The sky looms dark and oppressive, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. Even more suffocating is the chilling sound of a baby crying, which sends shivers through her very core. Whenever these thoughts surface, a dull ache invariably throbs in her head. Just a few steps out of the tribunal, Vanks storms out in a fit of fury. Although he refrains from shouting, the sound of his polished shoes striking the floor resonates loudly. Professor McGonagall stands protectively in the periphery of the girl, while Vank nearly brushes past her. She can discern the frightening obsession within this man. She has heard whispers of the Deputy Minister of Magic. As the trio passes a newspaper repository, Hana inadvertently spots herself on the front page. She freezes, her hands involuntarily reaching for the paper. The moving image within the frame captures her using a spell in the library. A wave of unease sweeps through her heart, causing her hands to tremble as she clutches the newspaper. Observing this, Carlyle swiftly retrieves the paper from her grasp and returns it to its place. Seizing the moment while Hana remains in shock, she encircles her with her arms and hastens to follow Professor McGonagall. The stench of blood in the Slytherin dormitory has been thoroughly eradicated, and the dormitory itself has been permanently sealed. Carlyle and Hana have been relocated to a new abode. Professor Ovis awaits them at the school entrance, where twilight has descended, yet the clouds obscure the once resplendent sunset. Hogwarts appears shrouded in a gloomy haze. At the bridge, both Carlyle and Hana instinctively lower their heads, slowly making their way towards Shaluo and Nicole. Professor McGonagall trails behind them. Shaluo utters not a word, merely placing a hand on each of their shoulders. She is resolute in her belief that they are not the perpetrators, even in the absence of the image of the Biman brooch. Her conviction remains unshaken. After escorting the two girls to their new dormitory, Shaluo gazes anxiously at their retreating figures through the narrowing gap of the door. The lock on the doorknob clicks shut. Yet Shaluo's hand hesitates to release its grip. She contemplates the origins of all this turmoil, along with the increasingly convoluted junctures it entails. The dim light at the end of the corridor casts shadows just inches from Shaluo, who bows her head in self-reproach and sorrow. She has taken upon herself the duty of protecting Hana, yet has failed to fulfill it. Now, she must reassess whether her decision to administer the energy suppressant to Hana was indeed the right one. Her tall figure traverses through flickering candlelit candelabras, her shadow stretching and contracting in a cyclical dance until she descends the staircase. The new dormitory is enveloped in an atmosphere that renders one uneasy. Carlyle and Hana lie together on the same bed, cocooned in blankets, as if constructing a sanctuary of absolute safety. The room is illuminated by the glow of candles, yet fails to warm the chill residing in their hearts. "Hey," Hana whispers, her face slightly turned towards Carlyle. Fatigue is etched across her features, a stark contrast to her usual brilliance. Carlyle responds, mustering her best composure, even though her focus is far from intact, that I must inform Professor McGonagall. That badge belongs to Biman. I caught a glimpse of it on the day you saw it. But why is it that you are both unharmed? Their gazes inadvertently lock, a silent understanding passing between them as they ponder the same question without uttering a word. Each pair of eyes reflects their own thoughts, left unspoken, as these truths may be burdens neither wishes to accept. You mentioned leaving me a note and a blanket that day. I trust you would not deceive me. Yet those items have clearly been tampered with by another. Although I cannot provide evidence, I cannot fathom who else it could be. It was wrong of me to lash out at you. My unease stems not only from Biman's demise, but also from my own pride preventing me from offering a proper apology. She rarely makes mistakes. Thus, when she does falter, it leaves her utterly unprepared. However, she remains oblivious to the fact that Hana is not offended by the incident. Hana wishes to apologize sincerely because she genuinely values their friendship. Though Hana remains silent, she leans her head against Carlyke's arm, her hands encircling Carlyke within the blanket. Her unblinking green eyes harbor unspoken intentions. Before dawn breaks, she must arrive at a decision. Chapter 57. The abandoned friend. In the early hours, Hogwarts is suffused with the scent of rain. Droplets still clinging to the arched windows, shadows flit by in the reflections of the water. As ethereal footsteps echo down the empty corridor, at the end of the passage lies a corner adorned with a portrait. Hana seldom pays attention to the man depicted within. With his dark hair and black robes, he always presents a stern demeanor. Are you prepared to forsake your friends? The portrait Snape remains as impassive as ever, his lips barely moving as he speaks. A chill breeze brushes against Hana's heart, prompting her to shake her head. She merely wishes to avoid causing further trouble. These individuals owe her nothing. Thus, silence is preferable. The frigid air remains still, ultimately giving way to the sound of retreating footsteps. A raven's call echoes from the heavens, seemingly bidding farewell to Hana. During the first period of the morning, Carlyke is absent from class. She scours every location Hana might be found, yet there is no trace of her. As the bell tolls for the first lesson, she lingers among the throngs of students, unsure where to turn. Leah and Doki have unexpectedly become fast friends, as Leah crafted a special concoction for Doki, presenting it as a birthday gift. Hey, Carlyke? Doki regards Carlyke with a peculiar gaze, confusion evident in her eyes. What has transpired? Where is Hana? A small gray bear named Andy stands at Doki's shoulder, its nose sniffing the air as if searching for something. It then climbs down, its eyes shifting colors on Leah's arm. Doki observes Leah's changing expression and wonders if it relates to Biman's situation. Carlyke remains stunned for an extended moment, watching the ebb and flow of her fellow students before shaking her head. Tears welling in her eyes, she dashes away, an exemplary student missing her first class. She arrives at Shalua's office and knocks urgently 3 times. Shalua's raven assistant stands perched on the desk, its eyes reflecting images from the early morning. Taking a deep breath, Carlyke seems reluctant to confront the reality of the situation. Hana has left alone. What if she encounters danger? Moreover, her wand has been temporarily confiscated by the Ministry of Magic. How does she differ from a muggle? Shalua opens the door to find Carlyke's tear-filled eyes. She is already aware of the facts and requires no further elaboration. Days prior, Carlyke sensed Hana's inner turmoil. The weight of Biman's incident pressed heavily upon her heart, prompting her quiet departure. Originally, Shaluo should have reassured her that they would find Hana, yet a silent exit only serves to validate the notion that she does not wish to be found. Shaluo falls silent, gently clasping Carlyke's shoulders to go to class. This was certainly not the response that Carlyke wished to hear, yet she nodded nonetheless, her tears held captive within her eyes, refusing to fall. Rhea and Doki, who arrived fashionably late, stood a short distance away. Shaluo glanced at them, her eyes conveying a silent plea for them to look after Carlyke. Throughout the day, Carlyke remained utterly silent, her mind impervious to the distractions of the people and events surrounding her. Even when Rhea and Doki endeavored to engage her in conversation during lunch, their efforts bore no fruit. Gradually, she came to realize that the subtle movement of Hana's arm beside her was not a mere reaction to the chill of the blanket, but a quiet farewell. Initially, at Hogwarts, she had occupied a dormitory alone. Now, she found herself once more in solitude, though her emotions were entirely different from those of that earlier time. Upon returning to her dormitory in the evening, she settled in the common room. Fellow students who passed by noticed her unusual demeanor but refrained from inquiring further. Some who frequently observed Carlyke and Hana together found it peculiar that Hana was nowhere to be seen. Assuming merely that they had not encountered her that day, Hana had left without taking anything with her, not even her Slytherin badge or wizarding robes. Carlike was left uncertain whether the presence of these items signified Hana's potential return or her complete indifference to this place. Were they not good friends? Carlike had never perceived Hana as a burden. Despite sensing that Hana often thought otherwise, she lingered in the common room until all had retreated to their dormitories for the night. The lights extinguished before she finally returned. The dormitory felt desolate, and she was reluctant to go back. Before sleep, she lit a candle and placed it on her bedside table, as if to conjure the illusion of Hana's presence. In the dead of night, she drifted into a light slumber, awakening at the slightest sound to scan her surroundings. Each time she discovered she was alone, she would return to her restless sleep. During these brief interludes of sleep, she often dreamt of Hana entering the room, or of her departure never having occurred. The magical realm was vast, and in Hana's memories, she had never ventured into those places. She had taken only one possession with her, that book. She felt as though she had brought a burden upon everyone, for many matters were intertwined with this tome, finding a nearby tree trunk. She leaned against it and retrieved the book. The totem within glowed, illuminating her expressionless face. She harbored disdain for this book, yet felt powerless to rid herself of it. She observed the rotating totem, a white moon encircled by a black sun, beneath which lay blue waves. If the waves represented a dire, then the moon and sun must correspond to two others. Suddenly, she recalled that when Professor McGonagall attempted to extract memories from her, it was the lightning on her person that had disarmed her. That could not have been her doing. She was incapable of such an act, nor would she ever choose to. They had spoken of seeing the totem and the ancient altar for mere seconds. Why? Perhaps Rhea was right. It all seemed orchestrated by someone unseen, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. Therefore, she resolved to seek the connection between the totem and the wizards if she could decipher this book. She might unravel those strange occurrences that as she pondered this. A faint hissing sound began to reach her ears. That it was a sound she recognized all too well. The call of the bat-winged snakes that had long been extinct yet constantly manifested around her. She lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings. Faintly perceiving movement amidst the grass, the serpent's head emerged, followed by dozens more. Unlike before, she felt no fear. Having distanced herself from Hogwarts, she believed the trouble would not affect others. This persistent assembly of snakes must have a purpose. She extended her finger to press against the book, its pages glowing and turning to the section on bat-winged snakes. The serpents encircled her. Yet she remained seated, unwavering. It was as if, even if the snakes were to fly at her with their abilities, she would accept her fate without fear. The pages detailed all there was to know about the bat-winged snakes, the guards of the deity Nalia. Capable of transforming into human form, possessing bat-like wings, three-pronged fangs, and an unresolvable venom. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the leader of the snakes gradually elongating its neck, transforming into human shape. Clad in black attire, the bat wings folded behind him, he loomed ominously. Why did he wish to kill her? Chapter 58. The culprit band stood several meters away, motionless, his robes billowing in the wind. She wishes to expose you. This will bring you trouble, he stated matter-of-factly, revealing no hint of surprise. It was astounding that after being so frightened on 2 previous occasions, she now questioned him in such a manner. It was as if she were an entirely different person. Yet he covertly scrutinized Hana, who still bore the youthful naivety of a 13-year-old girl. Expose? Hana echoed the word, recalling the incident when Biman had spied on her and the reasons behind her conflict with Carlike. How do you know she intends to expose you? Unless these invisible snakes are patrolling the school day and night. Her voice grew even more stern, adopting the tone of a miniature adult, yet retaining an air of composure. Band replied in a low voice, reading her thoughts, akin to how Hana had used the mind-reading spell on Doki, Carlike, and Professor Ovis. A dawning realization flooded the girl's eyes. She was unaware of why she had invoked the mind-reading spell. If this snake could do so as well, perhaps there existed a connection between them. It was she who discarded the note and blanket you gave that girl. She intentionally remarked about returning to the dormitory when that girl saw you with that boy. It was she who misplaced the badge. She had already pinned an exposed letter for the media, which was discovered and hidden by that individual named Shaluo Ovis. These were thoughts Hana had harbored in her mind, but had never voiced to Carlike that time. She believed Carlike would surely look down upon anyone who accused others without evidence. Be quiet, Hana muttered impatiently. How does he know so much? It appeared as though she had been kept in the dark all along. a fool unaware of anything that it truly is her, Hana murmured to herself, reassuring her inner self that she had not been mistaken and that she needed not feel guilt or remorse for doubting others. Sometimes, the malice concealed beneath a facade of goodwill is far more repugnant. Those new teachers and the new school nurse were planted to monitor you. They are wary of you. The boy's tone shifted, tinged with a hint of grievance, his voice gradually diminishing. What did you say? Hana instinctively looked up, her green eyes wide with disbelief, her brow furrowed in incredulity. She herself was unsure why she possessed the talents that others spoke of. She had done nothing. Why was she being monitored? Who was watching her? The urgency in her words echoed through the quiet forest beneath the night sky, as the snakes lifted their heads and circled around her, occasionally hissing. Should I really say it? Band raised his eyes to observe Hana's expression but did not continue. His hesitation indicated that whatever he had to say was not to be spoken lightly, lest it cause Hana distress. Amidst Band's uncertainty, she gradually deduced the identity of that individual. She found it difficult to utter their name. Both Professor McGonagall and Professor Ovis were genuinely concerned for her, and she preferred to believe that every action they took would not harm her. She looked up into the darkness at the boy, who was of her own age, his face still bearing the marks of youth. He was, after all, a snake transformed into human form. I wish to know something. Hana declared straightforwardly, as if the earlier incident where this boy had frightened her with a pack of bat-winged snakes had never occurred. Band replied, intrigued, contemplating what she might wish to inquire about. Do you know where this book originated? Hana lifted the book into the air. Though the darkness obscured its details, the outline was still discernible. The beginning of spells, she added for clarification. Band's gaze flickered in the shadows, soon offering a response. I've never heard of it. His tone turned innocent, as if to convey that he knew nothing and hoped Hana would refrain from further questioning. Then why do you appear? Wasn't it said that your kind had been extinct for hundreds of thousands of years? She was somewhat incensed, not only because she had been frightened herself, but also due to the considerable trouble that the group of snakes had caused her friends. Most importantly, Biman had perished because of these serpents, and it was evident that this was a deliberate act of murder. Reflecting on the events of the previous morning sent chills down her spine. As she and Carlike had come perilously close to being branded as murderers. Well, just because we do not appear does not signify our disappearance. We have merely concealed ourselves, Bandai replied to Hana. Akin to a child clarifying misunderstandings to an adult. Concealment. Adiller had mentioned to her the ancient magical clan of alchemists, who had withdrawn from competition prior to the outbreak of war, ultimately surviving the turmoil. They too had hidden themselves, rather than vanished. Reality mirrored her dreams, strikingly similar to the foresight exhibited by the alchemists, an oddity indeed. Could the alchemist clan be an additional layer to this intricate web of people and events? It was already rife with convolutions. Those seemingly unrelated occurrences must surely possess some clandestine connection. What purpose does hiding serve? The inquiry had begun to stray from its core. When weary, one must rest. Just as humans and animals alike, we must sleep when fatigued. This notion rippled through Hana's mind like a gentle awakening from a slumber. The bat-winged snakes had not become extinct. Rather, like Adiller, they had succumbed to slumber. Although the reasons remained unknown, the source of their awakening could be uncovered. Why did you suddenly appear at Hogwarts? Hana recalled the scene from that day, though the fear had diminished. The astonishment lingered. The snakes now encircled her like obedient children, whereas at that moment, they had soared towards her with their wings unfurled. Their three-pronged mouths agape that it was because I sensed a force calling us that we awakened from the barrier. When Bandai opened his eyes, he found himself in a dusty, antiquated basement. Other bat-winged snakes were curled up in uneven circular discs. Following the pull of energy, they ultimately arrived at the banks of Hogwarts. The energy beckoned. She remembered the evening in the Slytherin common room when Adiller had stated it was her who had awakened him. The ensuing storm was also linked to her. This serpent bore a resemblance to Adiller. The energy within my body? Hana sensed she was on the verge of a revelation, yet the thought eluded her grasp, leaving her speechless. Yes, a familiar energy. When we arrived, we concealed ourselves to avoid detection, not anticipating it would be so easily unraveled. Bandai scoffed, a hint of defiance in his tone. The one who unraveled the concealment was Doki, while the incantation was cast by Carlike. She had only been away for a day. And yet she missed her friends dearly. However, one could only choose between longing for friends and causing them trouble. Hana vigorously shook her head, temporarily setting aside these thoughts. She suddenly sighed, wishing to investigate these bizarre occurrences. yet feeling utterly lost in such moments. She found herself missing the assistance of friends. Thus, she shook her head once more. Upon pausing, she realized the boy still stood there, just as she was about to call out to him. He urgently shushed her. Chapter 59. The paranoid, the snake swarm ceased their frolicking in the grass, as a gentle breeze rustled through, drifting towards the distant thicket. Bandai retrieved his wand from his pocket, stealthily approaching Hana to signal her to rise. This aura was familiar to him, for yesterday he had secretly followed the Ministry of Magic's capture team into the ministry itself. It was he, Bandai, who was alluding to something. And though Hana had yet to comprehend the situation, she sensed that the snake swarm had become entirely alert. The night was silent. Suddenly, a red light surged from the depths of darkness, racing towards them. Bandai swiftly wielded his wand to block the crimson beam. Run. He grasped Hana's arm, intending to flee, but upon turning, he was momentarily blinded by a burst of light. Ha 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 ha. The laughter that followed the brilliance startled Hana. Was it the deputy minister? How could he know she was here? Once outside the school, would anyone still protect you? Murder, he spoke with a leisurely tone, yet his words were resolute. For reasons unknown, whenever the subject of this matter arose, Hana inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety. She could not fathom when Vank had arrived, or how he knew her whereabouts that I did not. The murderer is that boy who transforms into a bat-winged snake. She ought to have continued, but the words caught in her throat, rendering her speechless. Humph. Then I shall see whether you truly are, Vank declared frantically, and suddenly, the surrounding darkness erupted with numerous red lights, resembling shooting stars gliding across the ground. The bat-winged snakes in the grass immediately unfurled their wings, leaping into the air, instantaneously transforming back into their human forms. They brandished their wands to fend off Vank's subordinates, the beams of red and blue light illuminating the surrounding foliage in a flickering dance. Meanwhile, Vank stood frozen in place. What had he witnessed? The legendary bat-winged snakes, transforming into humans? Who exactly was this Hana John? Vank's gaze turned ferociously fierce as he furiously aimed his wand at Hana, uttering the incantation for memory extraction. A beam shot forth from the tip of his wand, intending to strike Hana, when the scene from the infirmary re-emerged. Lightning erupted from her body, shattering Vank's magical beam and extending towards his wand's tip. The lightning struck again, sending his wand flying carelessly to the ground. Vank was utterly caught off guard, while Bandai had already seized Hana's hand, pulling her away. Some of the subordinates split off to pursue them, with the bat-winged snakes trailing behind, launching attacks with their wands as they ran. What a truly paranoid individual, Bandai complained openly, leaving no room for subtlety. It is not just because of you. Hana had already freed herself from Bandai's grasp and was running on her own. Her expression as grim as a bitter melon. To call him paranoid was to reflect his own nature. Compared to that life, exposure seemed to incur little loss. Hey, I know what you're thinking, Bandai exclaimed as they ran. Don't harbor any goodwill, that's reserved for the virtuous. After speaking, he deftly dodged a beam of red light. Good heavens, that was close. Hana fell silent, her internal conflict seemingly tilting towards a particular side due to the boy's words. No, I can't run any longer. Bandai abruptly halted, propping his hands on his knees. He glanced back at the figure not far from them, then rushed forward, seizing Hana's arm to use a disapparition spell. Hana had yet to comprehend the situation when she found herself in an unfamiliar environment. The sound of the boy's ragged breaths filled her ears. He had just awakened and had never run such a distance. Where are we? The girl inquired, her gaze drawn to the surrounding walls. A basement. This is where Bandai and his companion slumbered and awoke. He took a moment to catch his breath, then snapped his fingers, igniting the torches with golden flames. The scene brightened, revealing the uneven circular discs where the bat-winged snakes had rested during their slumber. Upon closer inspection, each disc bore a crescent moon totem, which emitted a faint black glow. She felt a sudden wave of panic wash over her, as the images of those strange occurrences flashed before her eyes. What does this moon signify? She glanced around at the other discs, each adorned with the same totem. I'm not sure, Bandai said, his eyes darting around. I didn't know after sleeping here for so long. Hana shot him a sidelong glance, failing to perceive his clumsy attempts at deception. How could he not know? He simply could not divulge the truth. Bandai mused inwardly. Wait, the girl furrowed her brow. The deputy minister has already seen you. He will certainly make a big deal out of it. Bandai had killed Biman alongside his companions, and Vank had never intended to let her escape suspicion. Now that he had witnessed the bat-winged snakes transforming into humans, he would likely become even more convinced that he and Carlike were the murderers. Well, there is nothing to be done about that. It was such a pressing situation before, they certainly wouldn't care who saw them. His rationale made sense to Hana, who nodded in resignation. Let us not do this again. It is evident that she is referring to the matter concerning Biman. Not only does she bring trouble upon herself, but she also casts suspicion upon Carly Kai. Not only will she be subjected to endless questioning and investigation, but her family will suffer the same fate. Moreover, if you are so formidable, why allow her to retain memories within the brooch? Clearly intending to suffocate her, they still chose to administer a final bite of poison. Such cruelty is beyond comprehension. Retaining those memories serves little purpose, as those individuals will never apprehend me. Bandai's tone bore a hint of defiance, as it was clear that his actions were merely to prevent the girl from spreading rumors. However, my dear friend, at this juncture, Hana fell silent, for speaking of these matters only evoked feelings of guilt within her. Never mind, just tell me how to leave this place. Upon hearing her desire to depart, Bandai's eyes widened in surprise. Where do you intend to go? She herself was uncertain of her destination. All she wanted was to clarify matters regarding that book. Yet, the serpent connected to the book knew nothing at all. None of your concern. Hana shot her a look of impatience. He had caused trouble for himself by killing Biman, but having saved her just moments ago. It seemed they were even. Very well, shall I escort you to the place we were at earlier? That place? The deputy minister has not wandered far. Does he wish to see your parish? Hana gazed at him languidly, realizing he wore an expression of triumph at having outwitted another. Ahem, you must at least provide me with a destination, lest I inadvertently shift to some peculiar locale. Diagonal alley. Then I previously heard Carly Kai mention that it is a marketplace for wizards. There is a shop dedicated to selling wands. Perhaps I can inquire about my own wand, although it is not currently in my possession. Very well. Bandai grasped Hana's arm, and in an instant, they transformed into a swirling vortex and vanished. The next moment, the bustling diagonal alley materialized before them. Wizards engaged in conversation while making purchases, creating an atmosphere that was indescribably vibrant. Chapter 60. Father and Wizard, I have only just awakened. And what a transformation this world has undergone. Diagonal alley is adorned with ancient architecture, and the night air is pale and subdued, lacking the brightness of the warm lights within the shops. What does this mean? Hana pondered within her mind. Has the change been so significant that he, like Adiel, has been in slumber for an extended period? Hana cast a glance at him, contemplating silently, yet refraining from voicing her thoughts. Her wariness of strangers gradually returning, the two wandered along Diagonal Alley, with Bandai's face alight with curiosity, resembling an unripe child. He stood at a similar height to Hana, clad in black attire and a matching robe. This inevitably reminded Hana of the figures in black from her dreams. Her dreams bore prophetic significance. Could the individuals in black from her dreams refer to this boy? He was not without his fair share of bat-winged serpent companions. And such a thought seemed to align perfectly. Oh, you know of mermaids? Hana casually inquired, hoping that if he was linked to the inception of the spell, he might possess some knowledge. Mermaids? He turned around, stepping back while contemplating her face for a moment. That I do not know. His words rang true, yet bore a small lie. He certainly knew of mermaids, but there was no need to explain it in such detail to Hana. His task was simply to protect her, nothing more. After speaking, he averted his gaze, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes as he began to observe his surroundings once more. Hana did not dwell on it further, but let out a quiet sigh. Coincidentally, they arrived at the shop specializing in wands. At the entrance, there was a glass counter, within which a square sign floated. It read, "A wand chooses its master." Surrounding it were the floating illusions of wands, which, when gazed upon for too long, resembled the twinkling stars in the sky. Hana's attention was captured by the wand illusions, and her mind involuntarily conjured the image of her own wand, a seemingly unremarkable branch of a dead tree. It was peculiar to consider that both Professor McGonagall and Professor Ovis were not unaware of the strange occurrences surrounding her. Did her incongruous wand not attract their attention? Hana recalled the boy had mentioned that someone at Hogwarts had arranged for spies to monitor her. Perhaps they had been aware all along but chose not to disclose it to her. Or perhaps they had already commenced an investigation in secret. Their silence might have been for reasons of their own. Wait, Hana called to the boy, signaling that she intended to enter the shop and take a look around. Pushing open the door, she found the interior simply arranged, with a cohesive style. Directly across from the entrance stood a counter where a middle-aged man illuminated his book with a candle. He noticed someone entering, and only when Bandai sauntered in did he raise his gaze to observe the visitor. The recent weather has been unfavorable. It is ill-advised to come at such a late hour. The proprietor's tone was somewhat brusque, though devoid of malice. Hana paid it no mind, resolutely inhaling as she observed the wand illusions displayed in the cabinets while making her way to the counter. "These wands are truly beautiful," she remarked sincerely, thinking of her own black, dead branch. One cannot judge a person by appearances, nor a wand. The golden key can only unlock the golden lock. This sentiment echoed the notion that a wand chooses its master. Hana surveyed the floating wand illusions, finding none that bore resemblance to her own. With a slight pout, she approached the counter. The proprietor remained absorbed in his book. "Excuse me, may I ask a few questions?" she politely inquired, unperturbed by the proprietor's manner of receiving guests. "Speak, lively young lady." Was he implying that she was too talkative? Hana chose to overlook this remark. "Are there any wands that differ from the displayed illusions?" The proprietor's expression briefly faltered, pondering how this young girl could pose such a question. "What do you mean?" His gaze began to take on an odd quality, gradually shifting from his book to Hana's face. "I mean wands that are particularly rare in appearance." Their eyes met, and the proprietor's hand holding the book trembled slightly at the sight of her exceedingly rare green eyes. An inexplicable agitation settled within him. Yet he could not evade the girl's inquiry. "Are you referring to a bone wand?" he stated bluntly, assuming that this was the information the girl sought. However, upon seeing her look of confusion, it was clear he had misjudged her intentions. He retrieved his own wand from a drawer in the counter, waving it through the air, leaving a trail of blue light behind, and the illusion of the bone wand appeared before Hana's eyes. The wand was slender, with a small sphere connecting every 5 centimeters, resembling a series of linked little finger bones. Yet, the girl shook her head. "Not special enough." The proprietor assessed her, and a certain worry within him dissipated. He had initially thought that this seemingly diminutive girl was seeking the most powerful wand, but it turned out he had overestimated her. "Very well, beautiful young lady. What kind of special wand do you seek?" The proprietor set the wand down, preparing to return to his book, perhaps something resembling a branch, although all wands are made of wood. It was unclear which word had captured the proprietor's attention. But he immediately straightened his slumped posture. Hana reiterated, "Something like a branch." The moment her words fell, the proprietor's expression shifted to one of seriousness and gravity. The floating candles drifted around Hana, illuminating her face with greater clarity. "It is you?" At that moment, Hana finally discerned the true identity of the proprietor. Aishi, Biman's father. He had witnessed the entire court session that day and overheard the guards discussing the peculiar one they were monitoring, one that resembled a dead branch. No one had ever seen such a wand. Hana stood frozen at the sight of Feloti. What should her reaction be now? Should she turn and walk away, or should she apologize to this man? Yet, Biman was not her doing, nor was it Carly Kai's. The true culprit was the boy behind her, darting around like a circus monkey. "Hello." Hana greeted him like a marionette. This time, the greeting felt entirely different from when she first entered. She likely understood why the proprietor appeared so lackluster. The two shared a long, silent gaze, until Feloti finally averted his eyes. "Very well. To be honest, as someone who has sold wands for such a long time, I have never encountered a wand that resembles a dead branch. The wand, to a certain extent, can be considered a commodity, requiring thoughtful design, careful crafting, and ultimately being delivered into the hands of its rightful owner. Are you unaware of the origin of your wand? Perhaps you should inquire with your parents." Feloti spoke in a rapid succession, seemingly eager to conclude the topic. However, the subjects he broached were matters that Hana could not freely discuss with outsiders. It appeared that it was time to bring this conversation to a close. Yet, upon hearing Feloti relent, Hana's eyes sparkled with a newfound hope. "I could delve into the books. The annals of magical history are replete with peculiarities." The prospect of a solution caused Hana's lips to involuntarily curve into a smile. However, the moment she recalled that the middle-aged man before her was Biban's father, her smile promptly vanished. The atmosphere fell silent once more, punctuated only by the crackling of the burning candle and the sound of Bandai pacing about. Feloti regarded Hana with a puzzled expression, as if silently questioning her reluctance to leave. Hana stammered awkwardly. "Do you believe we are responsible for Biban's demise?" As she continued, her voice grew increasingly uncertain. Although she was not the perpetrator, she was acutely aware of who was. Yet, she could not voice it. Feloti's weariness seemed to deepen at her words. "There is evidence to prove you are not the culprits." As a father, he naturally wished to swiftly uncover the truth behind his daughter's murder. Yet, being a father also meant he could not unjustly accuse another's child. This was not contingent upon Hana's age. He simply sought to be an upright father and wizard. Seeing Hana's silence, he added gently. The investigator informed me that this is the most bizarre case he has ever encountered. The serpent in the footage has long been extinct, yet it suddenly reappeared and killed my daughter. To outsiders, this entire scenario lacks logic and remains perplexing. However, Hana understood that Bandai had acted to prevent Biman from spreading rumors. Yet, she found it odd that, even for such a reason, erasing memories would suffice. Why resort to such drastic measures as to take a life? Thank you. Perhaps due to the significant malice emanating from the unfamiliar Frank, she found a measure of comfort in the presence of another stranger. When might I have the pleasure of meeting you again? Her earnest inquiry touched Philoti slightly. The middle-aged man glanced back at the books on the shelf behind him and replied, "There is no need to visit daily. Come back periodically to check in." Having received his agreement, she resolved to approach this matter diligently. The vast array of texts on magical history would require considerable time for him to sift through. "Thank you very much." Hana cautiously retreated 2 steps before turning to leave. Noticing that Bandai's ruckus had diminished, she sensed something unusual about the boy. Once outside the shop, she fixed her gaze intently on Bandai. You could have easily chosen to erase her memories. Implicitly, she suggested that his motive for killing Biman must have been more complex. Even if he remained silent, Hana could not believe it was merely to prevent Biman from spreading rumors. Confronted with Hana's serious demeanor, Bandai appeared somewhat flustered, masking his unease with a nonchalant reply. Then why not just tell him I am the murderer? The reason she refrained from doing so stemmed from her own ulterior motives. She wished to unravel the mystery surrounding herself through Bandai's connection to the curse's origin. Struck by the accuracy of his insight, Hana's body trembled slightly, her resolute gaze faltering as she instinctively lowered her head. To know yet remain silent would mean she was shielding the true culprit, rendering her no different from the murderer. However, the boy still evaded a direct answer regarding why he had killed Biman. He was deliberately avoiding the question, further convincing Hana that he was concealing something significant from her. The apparition within the cabinet gradually faded, signaling the impending closure of the shop. A faint sound snapped Hana back to reality. As she looked around, she realized the boy had vanished, leaving only a few scattered wizards walking along the street. The day at the market was drawing to a close, even the streetlights dimmed. Having departed from Hogwarts, where could she possibly go? With no parents to seek out and no friends to turn to, a wave of melancholy washed over her. She wandered aimlessly down the street. Many shops already displaying signs of closure. Casually glancing around, she made her way toward a street corner still illuminated by a few shops. Meow, the muted night and soft footfalls were interrupted by a clear, melodic meow, drawing Hana's attention to the alley from whence it came. Beyond the threshold of light and shadow, a small black kitten stood watching her. Despite the dimness, its cuteness was apparent. Its eyes glimmered with a green luminescence in the faint light. Meow, it called out again in a soft, childlike tone before turning its plump body and darting into the darkness of the alley. Hana found herself unconsciously following it, her mind seemingly detached from her will. Crossing the boundary of light and shadow, she failed to notice the corner behind her crumbling to ashes. After running for a while, she spotted a pointed gray tent not far ahead. Yellow light glowed from within as the black kitten slipped into a corner of the tent. Hana's curiosity piqued by the tent's mysterious allure. Her feet moved instinctively toward the source of light. Parting the tent flap, the light illuminated her face. "Wow, welcome to TT's Divination Hut. I am Betty TT." A little girl clad in witch attire sat upon a floating round stool, playfully toying with a crystal ball. Her large eyes, chubby cheeks, and purple hair styled in twin ponytails, adorned with a purple hat-shaped hairpin, created an endearing sight. In stark contrast to the world outside the tent, a warm fire crackled within, and a transparent book floated in the center of a circular chandelier. Its pages turning on their own. A plethora of crystal balls adorned a triangular stand on the shelf, each reflecting the entire room, as though a multitude of eyes were observing Hana's every move. The black kitten leaped from the ground to the magical staircase, and then onto Betty TT's shoulder. It seemed the kitten's purpose was to lead her here, that It was careless of her. Upon catching a glimpse of the kitten's eyes earlier, she must have fallen prey to some enchanting spell. Hana said little, but as she turned to leave, she found the entrance of the tent had transformed into a solid wall. Glancing around, she realized the space was much larger than it appeared from outside. Betty TT, noticing her curiosity, maneuvered her floating stool to Hana's side, circling her once. Have you begun to appreciate the wonders of magic?" The statement struck Hana as peculiar, for she had always been immersed in magic. You are interrupting my desire to leave. Hana's green eyes scrutinized Betty TT, who keenly detected the unease reflected in her gaze. This is a divination hut. Do you have any questions you wish to ask? TT floated back behind the table, her hand waving to reveal tarot cards that materialized on the velvet surface. This reminded Hana of what Adir had mentioned about the Alchemist clan. Surely, you have questions you wish to pose. TT supported her chin with her hands, looking at her with a cheerful smile that showcased her adorable fangs. The black cat on her shoulder leaped onto the table, meowing twice at Hana, as if urging her to speak. Meanwhile, the crystal ball beside the cat began to glow, rising and floating towards Hana. Her fingers, enchanted by magic, involuntarily grasped the crystal ball. TT then reached above the tarot cards, and 3 cards representing the past, present, and future soared into the air, swirling around Hana. The Tower, the Wheel of Fortune, and Death. Chapter 62. The Alchemist emerges. Betty TT extended her hand, and Hana found herself magically pressed onto a suddenly materializing sofa, her body thrust forward towards the table. The crystal ball returned to its place, and the white cat groomed its paw, while the 3 tarot cards lay before Hana on the velvet cloth. She attempted to break free from the magical restraint but was unsuccessful. "Hey, let me go," she shouted at TT, just as the tower card structure erupted from the card itself. Hana stared in astonishment at the illusionary building on the table, her struggles naturally ceasing. Eye in her green eyes. The golden spire of the tower shone brilliantly, symbolizing all that was good. Yet, a powerful bolt of lightning shattered the golden peak, causing the tower to topple. TT, her purple-tinged brows furrowed, inquired, "Have you experienced a significant transformation in the past?" The phantom replayed, and Hana's astonished gaze shifted from the illusion to the face of the little girl. She uttered not a word, yet it seemed as though she had spoken volumes. Now, Cha-Cha turned her attention to the second card, which symbolizes mystery, unpredictability, and the equitable cycle of fate. The tower's phantom withdrew from the tarot card, yet its essence continued to loop within. The second card was the Wheel of Fortune. It projected an illusion from the card. A circular ring slowly rotating, with a wolf-headed figure bending its back under the weight of the circle. The sharp indicator, akin to the second hand of a clock, traced a spiral trajectory around the perimeter, moving towards the center, only to spiral outward again. It appeared to embody the cycle of fate. Hana observed it with uncertainty, her heart faintly grasping its profound significance, the mysterious and unpredictable, the perpetual and capricious cycles. Was this not a reflection of her current predicament? The illusion of the Wheel of Fortune receded, and next came the upright card of Death, representing the future. The death figure in the card held a scythe in its right hand while dragging a flower with its left. Its phantom leapt from the card, scythe in hand, swirling around the room, the black robe billowing. Hana had not yet registered the scene when it returned to the table. The flower? Hana gazed at the bloom in confusion. From vibrant to withered, then withered again only to blossom anew, it perpetually cycled without cessation. Cha-Cha waved her hand, and the illusion returned to the card. Facing Hana's still astonished expression, she propped her chin in thought, her demeanor earnest. The magical bindings upon Hana's hands had inexplicably been released. "Why don't you place your hand here? I could attempt to glimpse your past, which would elucidate the meaning of the subsequent 2 cards." Her past? She herself was unaware of her previous life. Could it truly be discerned through divination? With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, she extended her hand, just as she was about to touch the crystal ball when a sudden, crisp sound of shattering glass erupted from the cabinet. Their gazes immediately fixed on the cabinet, as the remaining crystal balls began to explode one after another. Glass shards flew chaotically about the room, and the white cat, frightened, let out a terrified yowl, hastily leaping from the table to hide in a safe corner. It took Hana a moment to regain her senses, her eyes falling upon the crystal ball beneath her hands. Its once pristine interior now crazed with spreading fissures. "Get away!" she screamed in terror, as the crystal ball burst, a sharp shard piercing her palm, blood splattering onto her face, while other shards grazed her skin. By the time she instinctively raised her hand to shield herself, it was too late. The sofa restricted her movements entirely. Beneath the table, Betty Cha-Cha had no idea why this was happening. The flames in the cupboard crackled ominously, the remnants of the crystal balls leaving the room in disarray. Once the cacophony of the explosion subsided, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Cha-Cha cautiously peered out, her mind racing with frantic analysis, as the sound of Hana's muffled groans of pain filled her ears. "Your energy is too potent." Thus the crystal ball exploded, she conjectured, though she was bewildered by the source of such formidable energy. Hana disregarded her apologetic explanation, turning away with a hand pressed against her bleeding wound. That moment, the wall morphed into the exit of a tent. She walked towards the light, her blood trailing behind her like the withered yet blooming flower in the hands of death. She raised her face, marred by the shards of the crystal ball, her green eyes fixated on the exit of the alley, yet no matter how she moved, the distance remained unbridged. Panic overtook her as her attention shifted from her wound to the boundless darkness surrounding her. When she turned back, the divination booth had vanished. Meanwhile, Betty Cha-Cha, who had rushed out from the booth to apologize, found no trace of Hana in the inconspicuous alley. How could she have vanished in mere seconds? The blood from her wound had left no mark outside the tent. Betty Cha-Cha was distraught, returning to the tent only to discover that the white cat, which had played there earlier, was gone. In another realm, Hana caught a glimpse of something at her feet. She lowered her gaze in alarm to find her own shadow. The surface beneath her feet appeared to shimmer like water. Faint ripples discernible, not far away. The sound of splashing waves echoed as footsteps disturbed the surface. She lifted her eyes slightly, and the white cat that had led her into the alley approached her slowly. Behind her, a silhouette began to take shape, a woman with golden hair extending from beneath a hat obscured half of her face, the golden patterns of her white robe shielding her features. She wore white gloves and held a floating crystal ball. The white cat halted, and the woman's form became fully visible in the darkness. Who is this? Hana suppressed her question, her weary legs attempting to retreat. Yet, before she could take even half a step back, a surge of panic engulfed her as she sensed a profound silence behind her. Swiftly glancing back, she found herself standing at the edge of an abyss. She gasped for breath, fear coiling around her body uncontrollably. The woman in the white robe observed her silently. She formed the shape of a mouth uttering the words to hell, then raised the crystal ball high. Its light illuminating the boundless darkness. The brilliance was blinding, rendering Hana unable to open her eyes. The air filled with the sound of rapidly circulating magical energy. She struggled to open her eyes. And through the gaps between her fingers, she perceived a transparent card materializing above the crystal ball in the white-robed woman's grasp. The lower segment of the card read Death. Hana belatedly understood that the true intention of the white cat was not to guide her to Betty Cha-Cha's divination booth. It did not belong there at all. The transparent death card soared forth, clutching a golden scythe, the figure of death towering over her, radiating an oppressive aura. Unlike the illusions conjured by Betty Cha-Cha's tarot cards, the death summoned by the white-robed woman was a formidable, tangible presence. It was a powerful sorceress. The white-robed death roared, sending splashes across the water's surface. The golden scythe was raised, and in a furious rush, it lunged at Hana. In the blink of an eye, the scythe descended heavily towards her head, with the abyss looming behind her and her wand absent from her grasp. Was her life destined to end in this dark space? Deadly barrier, power number 8. A familiar voice echoed from the darkness behind Hana. The attention of the white-robed woman and death shifted to the opposite cliff. At a point of purple light rapidly expanded from the far side of the spatial barrier. A lion cloaked in purple fur charging towards them. The wind howled fiercely, startling the white-robed woman, who unconsciously lowered the crystal ball in her hands. Is there another alchemist in this world? In the next moment, the purple-furred golden lion leapt forward, forcefully pushing death away. The lion stood before Hana, roaring with a presence rivaling that of the earlier death. Betty Cha-Cha soon arrived, constructing a bridge of glowing purple light across the chasm. Hana stumbled forward, her heart a whirlwind of fear and wonder. The legendary alchemist capable of materializing tarot cards stood before her. Yet, why was she attacking her? Hana gazed at death hovering across the chasm and the white-robed woman, who appeared dazed for reasons unknown. Humph, merely an illusion of a false card. She had thought her a potential ally, but it turned out to be a mere trick. The white-robed woman raised the crystal ball once more, preparing for another strike. Just then, light began to emerge from above, signaling the collapse of the spatial barrier the white-robed woman had erected upon Hana's entry into the alley. The worm has come? The woman muttered, her tone laced with disdain. Think such a perfect opportunity would fail today. I shall not let her escape next time. The woman withdrew the crystal ball, and death vanished immediately. The white cat leapt onto the woman's other hand, and they both disappeared, leaving behind only a glimmer of golden light. The space, crafted to sever energetic connections, was torn apart by the tardy swarm of winged serpents from all directions. Hey! Bandai called out to Hana from a distance. as the purple-furred golden lion conjured by Betty Cha-Cha gradually faded back into the tarot card within her book. "Are you all right?" Band gazed upon the wound on her hand and the blood-streaked visage that bore a trace of regret. His brow furrowing slightly, heal swiftly, he brandished his wand and uttered an incantation, watching as Hana's injury gradually mended. Betty Cha-Cha, unbeknownst to him, had approached Hana's side, her expression tinged with remorse, hesitating to speak. The alleyway began to reveal its true form as the magical realm crafted by the woman in white dissipated entirely. Despite the healing, Hana felt disheartened. "I'm sorry." Betty Cha-Cha murmured softly from behind her, her stature notably shorter than Hana's. "That I mean. Could you refrain from running about recklessly?" His duty was to safeguard Hana. "And any misstep could prove disastrous. It's not like I asked you to find me." Band's inward musings were abruptly interrupted as Hana, without sparing him a glance, darted away once more. Betty Cha-Cha, still seeking forgiveness for her earlier transgressions, clutched her book filled with tarot cards and hurried after her to I'm not quite sure who that woman in the constructed space was, but based on my years of study in alchemy, I can surmise she belonged to an ancient lineage capable of materializing tarot cards. I'm not fabricating tales. I've dedicated years to studying them. Despite appearing no older than 8 or 9, Betty Cha-Cha's claim of extensive research in alchemy seemed implausible, and her words suggested that she was often disregarded when discussing such matters. Hana slowed her pace, casting a sideways glance at Band, who was deliberately lagging behind, maintaining a considerable distance from them. "You are a muggle?" Athalar had mentioned that the alchemical clan, due to their prophetic abilities, had evaded the catastrophic wars of the magical realm caused by falling stars. They were humans devoid of magical talent and were few in number, leading to an even more diminished cultural legacy. Hana had initially believed Betty Cha-Cha to be merely a witch with a fleeting interest in divination, yet the girl had just saved her with tarot cards. In response to Hana's unwavering inquiry, Betty Cha-Cha's hesitation had already revealed the answer. "Well, you must also be fascinated by alchemy, otherwise, how would you know that alchemists are all muggles?" Hana felt a surge of joy, realizing that traces of alchemists had not vanished entirely. "I only possess a smattering of knowledge. Yet, why would she wish to kill me?" The magical barrier had long been set, and the explosion of the crystal ball was likely her doing. This means Hana would likely exit the tent and enter that barrier. Oddly enough, when Vank attacked her, the lightning within her body had repelled it. In that urgent moment, this mysterious protective mechanism failed to activate. Had it not been for Betty Cha-Cha tearing apart the barrier, she would have met her demise, shrouded in mystery. She had nearly concluded that the woman was indeed an alchemist, and it was time to seek Athalar's assistance. She wondered if he had recalled anything. "Are you interested in alchemists?" Hana inquired. All she heard was a soft sigh from Betty Cha-Cha. "I am a muggle, but both my parents were wizards. However, they perished during the Battle of Hogwarts. Hence, I began searching for ways in which muggles could learn magic. Due to the elusive nature of alchemical practice, I have remained perpetually at the age of 8. My tarot cards can only summon specters. Far from true materialization. The reason that the Grim Reaper from earlier was defeated by the purple-haired golden lion of the strength card was merely because the attention of the woman in white was momentarily disrupted. Therefore, you must be at least in your 20s? 29, though I appear merely 8. This calculation implied that Betty Cha-Cha had been delving into alchemy since the tender age of 6 or 7. Such precocity invoked the image of Carlike in Hana's mind. "Who are you thinking of?" Hana, lost in memory, was startled by Betty Cha-Cha's inquiry, her green eyes widening slightly. "Don't be alarmed. It's a requisite skill for alchemists, micro-expression observation. When divining for others, observing micro-expressions can unveil their true reactions. A friend." Hana smiled, eager to resolve these peculiarities so she could reunite with Carlike and Doki, as well as Leia. Meanwhile, Betty Cha-Cha cast a fleeting glance at the cloaked band, shaking her head internally. This boy did not strike her as a friend. Despite his youthful appearance, his features were rife with calculation. By the way, why has the Alchemists suddenly appeared, when there have been no historical records for millennia? Betty Cha-Cha questioned with perplexity. Hana merely pursed her lips, refraining from revealing her true thoughts. However, prompted by Betty Cha-Cha's reminder, she hastily retrieved the tome of spells from her wizarding robe, flipping it open to a random page. The totem indeed revealed a transformation. The center of the moon was the sun, with waves symbolizing Athalar, encircled by stars. This indicated the woman from earlier, the long-lost alchemist. This also suggested that the appearance of the woman in white was somehow related to this book, and to her in particular, yet she could not comprehend why the woman sought her demise. How much do you know about alchemists? Hana asked, feeling somewhat more at ease, though the terror of having been ensnared between a scythe and a cliff had not fully dissipated. Alchemists. They can materialize tarot cards imbued with magical energy, thus calling themselves alchemists. Have you heard of the ancient era? Alchemists were a magical race from that time, yet for reasons unknown, their accounts in magical history are exceedingly scarce. Hana listened intently, noting that Betty Cha-Cha's words mirrored Athler's, that most importantly, they could create spatial barriers that isolated the flow of energy, akin to the one from earlier, if one were not sufficiently powerful. Or if no one from the outside shattered the barrier, survival was nearly impossible. This affirmed that the woman in white intended to eliminate her in one fell swoop. Alchemists possessed prophetic abilities, allowing them to foresee that Hana would be lured by the white cat and subsequently fall into a trap. As for why the incident occurred within the tent, it likely required time to arrange the barrier or some other catalyst. I previously thought it was your overwhelming energy that caused the crystal ball to explode. Now it seems the alchemist orchestrated it from the shadows. That white cat only appeared in the divination house today. Betty Cha-Cha's face fell. I'm so sorry. I merely felt that the divination house had been devoid of visitors for quite some time. Hence my excitement earlier. I should have let you go sooner. She glanced at Hana's now healed hand, recalling the sight of her bleeding profusely moments ago, her tone laden with regret. However, that alchemist possesses such formidable power. She could have killed you outright. Why then construct a barrier to confine you? 64. At the cloud of suspicion upon finishing her statement, Betty Cha-Cha sensed an unsettling disquiet and hurriedly clarified. Wait, that's not what I meant. Please don't misunderstand. Hana shook her head, her focus now solely on uncovering the true intentions of the woman in white. Why, when she could have simply killed her, would she choose to ensnare her in a barrier? Was this not superfluous? Perhaps she could inquire of that boy. Hana cast a fleeting glance back at Band, who strolled nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the earlier peril, as if it had never transpired. He noticed Hana observing him, deliberately rolling his eyes and whistling in self-amusement. Forget it. Hana turned back to Betty Cha-Cha. How did you discover me? Had it not been for Betty Cha-Cha's timely intervention, she would have already lost her life. I noticed there were no bloodstains outside the tent, and the white cat had vanished, so I decided to take a chance. I ended up discovering the spatial barrier, which I shattered using the chariot card. That boy arrived just in time as well. It seems he sensed your danger due to the barrier's collapse and came to your aid. Perhaps the chaos of the earlier scene or her lack of interest in magical creatures prevented her from being curious about the swarm of bat-winged serpents. Sense my danger? She inquired, bewildered by the notion. Why do you say that? Betty glanced in Bandai's direction. I surmised that the spatial barrier itself can obstruct the flow of energy, which is why he couldn't immediately sense your peril. However, once I shatter the barrier, wouldn't he come with numerous serpents to rescue you? Furthermore, why is it that it is not another wizard who comes to your aid, but rather someone you happen to know? Her words acted like a brush, filling in the details of some perplexing questions in Hyena's mind. Reflecting on the previous incident involving Biman, the two situations bore a striking resemblance. That alchemist employed a barrier, presumably to prevent him from rescuing her, didn't he? Although the origins of the defense mechanism within her body remain a mystery, the interruption of energy flow and the subsequent failure of the mechanism to activate provide a coherent explanation. Such a method is truly insidious. By the way, what about your room? It is quite a mess, strewn with shards of errant crystal orbs. No worries, a little magic will suffice to mend it. Betty interlocked her fingers, her thumbs twisting nervously. You are a student at Hogwarts, aren't you? Why aren't you attending classes there? Her parents had once been commendable students at Hogwarts and were employed there as well. Therefore, her aspiration was to attend Hogwarts, earn the esteemed badge of Ravenclaw, and fulfill her parents' unachieved goals from their student days. She had long noticed the Slytherin emblem on Hyena's robes, though she had yet to find an opportunity to mention it. While she wasn't enrolled at the school, any mention of Hogwarts filled her heart with joy. I've taken a temporary leave. I have a few matters to attend to. Hyena could only deflect for the moment. Although she would likely encounter Betty again in the future. It's quite late. Aren't you heading back? Most of the shops in Nocturne Alley have already closed, making the notion of coming here to shop seem rather impractical. As she contemplated her return, she masked her embarrassment and prepared to weave yet another lie to cover her first. All right, then, Do return early. Otherwise, the teachers there will worry. I must head back to my divination room now. Betty reluctantly bid farewell, gesturing in the opposite direction. Thank you. As she prepared to depart, Hana felt a certain burden lift from her heart. By the way, I still don't know your name. Hana John. In the moonlit night, Betty smiled and nodded, her eyes sparkling. By Chinsha. Betty Cha-Cha is merely her nickname. The surname Bai is also rather uncommon in her birthplace. Are you of Eastern descent? Hana asked, somewhat astonished. For she had rarely encountered a wizard from China. Indeed, if given the chance, I shall take you there for a visit. Betty cheerfully pointed towards the direction of China. Well, thank you, but I am not in the mood for such thoughts at the moment. Perhaps it will take a long time before I am. Moreover, although I do not understand why that alchemist sought to harm you, you must protect yourself. They excel in enchanting the hearts of others and are equally adept at constructing such barriers. It is possible you might unwittingly fall into their traps next time. The white-robed woman failed in her attempt, thus she has ample motivation to seek Hana again. Due to this misstep, she will surely employ even more potent means to achieve her ends. I can place a mark on you using the magician card number 1, thereby preventing her from tracing you through the remnants of this encounter. However, this mark is time-limited and not unbreakable. Should she possess sufficient power, she might utilize the world card number 21 to pinpoint your location. Betty retrieved a book, extracting the magician card and gently pressing it against Hana's forehead. Consider this a token of my apology for your injury. The mark in the shape of an infinity symbol vanished on Hana's forehead, merging seamlessly with her being. You can come back to find me after some time. Hana had heard similar sentiments twice today. Even though both were unaware of the challenges they faced, they still offered her their kindness. She ought to ponder whether such assistance might bring them harm. Much like the recent experiences at Hogwarts, you must also be vigilant after all. She herself did not know when she might fall into someone else's trap. Following a brief farewell, Bandai cautiously approached Hana. It would be prudent to inquire whether Bandai knew who that woman was earlier. Yet, Hana sensed that he harbored secrets from her. Regardless of his motives for following her, her guard instinctively heightened. The two shared an unspoken understanding as they wandered through the night in Nocturne Alley, neither mentioning the events of the evening. Where do you intend to go next? They settled on an unnamed sidewalk in Nocturne Alley. The icy ground long untouched by sunlight. That I don't know, Hana replied lightly, her tone lacking enthusiasm. The night illuminated Hana's face, revealing no signs of anger, while Bandai felt an inexplicable anxiety stirring within him. Why venture out? Wouldn't it be better for you to remain where you were? Clearly, Bandai did not believe that his actions in harming a Hogwarts student were in any way wrong. Nor did he consider the burden this placed upon Hana and her companions. Although Hana and Carlake had officially returned to school, as long as the snake pack depicted in the footage remained unfound, they would continue to be suspects. The leader of this serpent pack was seated right beside her, yet she could not turn this criminal over to the Ministry of Magic. For her, leaving was the best option. Should she encounter similar troubles again, at least her friends would not be ensnared in the chaos. Observing that Hana was unwilling to engage with him, he abruptly ceased the conversation. Silence enveloped them for a considerable time, until Hana suddenly recalled someone who might assist her. That I need to wash my face. Her statement was highly incongruous and ill-suited to the current atmosphere. Bandai questioned, but Hana had already risen and walked several paces away. Please rest a moment. I shall return shortly. I in the distance, Hana's not-so-tall figure faded into the darkness. Just moments after an assassination attempt, she now dared to act alone. Bandai grimaced in frustration. He had hoped to display his chivalry, but found her far too resolute. It seemed he spoke to the air, as the surrounding darkness was pierced by a hissing sound. A group of green-skinned serpents, their bat wings tucked close, silently trailed after Hana. Near Nocturne Alley lay a place once frequented by Death Eaters, Diagon Alley. Following the demise of the Dark Lord Voldemort, this area had become a desolate wasteland. Hana meandered through the streets, taking lefts and rights, and upon traversing a narrow path connecting the two locations, she arrived at Diagon Alley. Forsaken for over 20 years, the dense night cast an eerie pall over every building in her sight. As she wandered, she found no source of water. Contemplating her departure, she was suddenly chilled by a gust of wind. A dull pain throbbed in her forehead, intensifying to an excruciating level in mere moments. Clutching her forehead, she staggered back along the path she had come, the pain in her head overshadowing her prior anxiety. All she could think about was escaping this place swiftly. The short distance felt interminable over those 30 seconds, as she struggled to comprehend why the long-absent headache had returned. It felt as if countless ants were gnawing at her brain, her limbs tingling, her chest barely rising and falling, and breathing became an arduous task. The sensation of impending death filled her with another kind of panic, propelling her to move quickly, even if it meant limping along the wall. One hand grasped the uneven wall, while the other rubbed her temples, relying solely on willpower to endure the dizziness. At last, upon reaching the entrance to Diagon Alley, she collapsed to the ground, the residual pain in her head persisting, as if someone with a deep-seated grudge was tormenting her mercilessly. The cold wind whisked away the beads of sweat from her forehead and behind her ears, while her fingers, raw and sore from gripping the wall, turned her ed.by now. Nocturne Alley had descended into the latter half of the night. It seemed she would have to sleep on the streets tonight. After a moment of self-deprecating sorrow, she noticed the night sky above her gradually narrowing until she could no longer perceive any sound. The clamor drowned out the tranquility of her dreams, and all scenes within her slumber became chaotically intertwined. Take me away, to anywhere. We cannot leave you. We can never foresee what lies ahead. The scene was as vivid as if it were unfolding right before her eyes. Yet Hana could not discern the faces of the two figures. A gust of black smoke swept through, dissipating the image. One was in pursuit while the other fled, the woman, clad in a dark robe, cradled a sleeping infant in her arms. Suddenly, the scene shifted, revealing the woman lifeless, leaning against a concealed earthen wall, while the infant in her grasp remained wide awake. The sky mirrored the present magical realm, shrouded in ominous clouds that a fierce wind blew, and a throng of individuals in black robes stood in an open space, dark and dense like an uncountable swarm of ants. Hana, Hana, wake up! The voice belonged to Betty Cha-Cha. As Hana lay on the long sofa, she gradually opened her eyes to the warm light and the enlarged visage of Betty Cha-Cha. Thank goodness! Betty Cha-Cha swiftly settled cross-legged onto the carpet, her expression one of relief after an ordeal. Cha-Cha, how did I end up here? Perhaps due to the lingering effects of sleep. Her voice was considerably more hoarse than the previous night. She recalled the throbbing pain in her head that had caused her to faint on the street in the alleyway. I found your badge in the tent yesterday and thought to look for you on the street, and I happened to encounter you at the corner of the alley. How could you have collapsed alone on the street? Where is that boy who was with you? Upon hearing Betty Cha-Cha's words, she remembered that she had separated from the boy after deciding to search for a water source. They had failed to locate it, and she had lost contact with Adilu, leaving her reliant on Betty Cha-Cha to retrieve her badge. But I'm sorry for being a bother. Hana attempted to sit up, only to find her body felt as though it were devoid of bones. Why had her head suddenly started to throb? Wasn't it always the case that she felt this way only when she tried to recall past events? It's all right. I made hot cocoa. Betty Cha-Cha lifted a white cup from the small round table, her gaze subtly assessing Hana's demeanor. After handing it to her, Cha-Cha remained silent, fixated on her. Hana's facial muscles were slack, her eyes devoid of sparkle, her entire being steeped in low spirits. May I ask you a question? Cha-Cha's expression suddenly turned serious, leaving Hana feeling a bit unsettled. What is it? Was the alchemist we encountered a few days ago truly the legendary one? Although many days had passed, Betty Cha-Cha remained captivated yet skeptical about the events of that night. Hana did not drink the hot cocoa but merely held it limply in her weak hands. Why was she asking such a question? Hadn't she been the one to rescue her that day? Yet, it was not surprising for someone obsessed with alchemy to pose such inquiries. If one day she were to find the object of her longing, she too would surely feel as though lost in a dream. Yes, Hana replied tersely, avoiding elaboration, hoping to steer the conversation away from herself. Upon receiving confirmation, a smile broke out on Betty Cha-Cha's face. Unable to be contained. Oh my goodness, I truly encountered an alchemist. Since embarking on her study of alchemy, Betty Cha-Cha had only been able to explore on her own due to the lack of relevant practice books. Although she could now summon the phantoms of tarot cards, she was still far from achieving true mastery. If she could ultimately perfect alchemy, even a muggle could wield magic openly, securing a place in the magical world. As Betty Cha-Cha reveled in her excitement, Hana especially noted her expression, adeptly avoiding Betty Cha-Cha's gaze whenever it threatened to meet hers. That I must take my leave, Hana murmured softly, gradually rising and placing the hot cocoa on the small round table. Beside it lay her Slytherin badge, which must have fallen out during the explosion of the crystal ball. She picked up the badge and happened to notice a few strands of white cat fur lying on the table. Thank you for helping me tidy up, she smiled at Betty Cha-Cha, attempting to alleviate her own fatigue. No problem. Hana nodded in response, taking a step toward the exit of the tent. Did you just say I've been unconscious for several days? Earlier, Biddy Cha-Cha had mentioned the alchemist they encountered a few days prior. Yes, I don't know why you were unconscious for so long. In any case, it's been a week. Today is Sunday. Hana nodded and turned back, her gaze filled with suspicion. On the day the crystal ball exploded, hadn't that alchemist white cat hidden under the table? Why, then, were there scattered cat hairs on the table? She stepped out of the tent, finding herself back in the same narrow alley. The boy in black had transformed back into a winged serpent, coiling up in the crevice of the wall. Upon hearing movement, his serpentine form gradually morphed back into a human, leaning against a nearby wall. Hey, we've been waiting for you for a week. Why did it take you so long to come out? Bandai's tone was rather irritating, as if the awkwardness from a week prior had yet to dissipate. You could have just come inside to find me. Hana continued walking ahead, causing Bandai's voice to grow increasingly faint. We're cold-blooded creatures, you know? Watching Hana's retreating figure, Bandai's gaze sharpened. His eyes flicked toward the tent, laden with unspoken implications. The strange oddity due to the bizarre weather changes a few months ago. Autumn in the magical realm had turned as frigid as winter. Hana stepped out of the corner alley, attempting to discover the places where oddity might appear. Bandai followed closely behind her. Silent throughout the day, lacking the warmth and nourishment of school, Hana could only rely on wild fruits she found along the way to stave off hunger. As for Bandai, she scarcely acknowledged his presence. If he chose to accompany her, so be it. It mattered little if he occasionally muttered to himself and went unheard. She resolved in her mind that this seemingly kind, yet ever-secretive boy must be linked to the curse's origin. Once she uncovered the truth, she would hand the perpetrator over to the Ministry of Magic. The location of the river was difficult to discern, as the forest was riddled with twists and turns. In mid-July, Hana found herself lost several times within the woods, but today she finally located the river that circled the forest. She thought that seeing Audi Lu would surely provide her with more answers. Thus, as evening approached, she deliberately avoided Bandai, crouching alone by the riverbank. Audi Lu had mentioned that she awakened at Hogwarts because her energy had summoned him. So, now that her position had changed, could she also summon him? Audi Lu, can you hear me? Hana tentatively called out in a hushed tone, the river's surface calm, as expected, without the appearance she longed for. Audi Lu, if you can feel me, could you come find me? I need your help. Her voice grew fainter, her hopeful gaze fixed upon the water's surface, but after a long while, only the ripples stirred by pebbles remained. Had she placed too much hope upon this? Yet now, feeling cornered, she sought the aid of Audi Lu, whose memories were still incomplete after awakening. Clinging to a sliver of hope, she scanned the river flowing past her several times. It remained unchanged. The sound of trickling water accompanied by an unseasonable chill for July. Achoo! Crouching by the river, Hana let out a large sneeze, which signified the complete collapse of her expectations. Rising and stamping her legs to shake off the numbing sensation, she cast one last forlorn glance at the river dressed in the hues of dusk before departing. However, as she stepped into the dimly lit forest, Hana immediately sensed a shift in atmosphere. Markedly different from when she had arrived moments ago, she instinctively detected an air of oppression and danger. Her previous experiences had cautioned her to leave this place swiftly. Steeling herself, she quickened her pace. But before she could traverse the narrow path, her only exit was obstructed by a familiar figure. She observed the individual not far away, along with his subordinates concealed within the woods. It was Vank. With no time to ponder why Vank consistently used official business to target her, she pivoted on her heel, intending to flee. However, Vank had already positioned himself with his subordinates, blocking every conceivable exit. Upon turning, she was met with a group of menacing figures brandishing wands, their gleeful expression seeming to celebrate their imminent capture of Hana. Oh dear, Hana lamented helplessly, turning to cast a wordless gaze at the wily man before her. What is it that you truly desire? She did not mention Biman nor the serpents that had transformed into humans surrounding her that night. From Vank's increasingly irksome pursuit, it appeared that his intentions were not merely to capture her. Of course, it is to bring you to justice, Ms. Murderer. Vank exhibited no hesitation in referring to Hana, for he had contemplated the matter. Images could be fabricated, yet that serpentine horde transformed into humans could not. Upon hearing Vank deliberately label her as the murderer, Hana's initial reaction was not one of anger, but rather a sense of annoyance at Vank's inexplicable targeting. Additionally, guilt lingered within her for withholding information. Her demeanor appeared unnatural, prompting Vank's gaze to grow ever more resolute. I am not the murderer, Hana asserted plainly, her emerald eyes betraying a flicker of unease. Listen, miss, he replied. If I were to claim that the long-extinct batwing serpents would safeguard your subordinates, they would deem me a madman. The implication was clear. She must elucidate the nature of that serpent group, or else this relentless pursuit would persist indefinitely. The atmosphere momentarily fell into silence, as Hana's erratic gaze revealed her inner turmoil. Yet Vank remained oblivious to her interests. With a sudden, eerie laugh reminiscent of a circus clown, Vank said, "You should ponder this well, Miss Murderer," with a flourish of his wand. A familiar figure materialized amidst a haze of smoke. It was Karik, bound to a chair, while hundreds of voracious fish writhed in the water before her. "You," Hana gasped, ready to unleash her ire. But she realized that she was but a fish at the mercy of the knife. Provoking him would endanger Karik. Vank reveled in Hana's palpable tension. "So it is settled, Miss Murderer. If no one pays for the deceased life within 3 days, I shall select one of you." He fixed her with a fierce stare. Then with a wave of his hand, the image and his subordinates vanished. He left behind a cacophony of mad laughter, his form reduced to a mere speck through the use of a transfiguration spell. As silence enveloped her, Hana could acutely sense the thunderous rhythm of her heartbeat and the warmth of anger radiating from her forehead. That Vank's relentless machinations suggested motives beyond mere pursuit of the true culprit behind this case. The Ministry of Magic's methods should not be so ruthlessly unscrupulous. What, indeed, was his true purpose? Hana, like a marionette, began to move forward. Her expression was vacant, her deep green hair billowing in the wind, her hands dangling limply at her sides. It seemed as though the myriad incidents that had transpired were all directed at her, as if she possessed something of value that compelled thieves to lie in wait. Everything had grown bizarre since she had uncovered the incantation. It was as if the moment she arrived at Hogwarts, the quest to find her parents had spiraled into a labyrinth of confusion, yielding not a single clue, but rather a plethora of disorienting thoughts. As she neared the riverbank beside the forest, a familiar voice called out to her. "Hana." Startled, the girl turned, and through the dense underbrush, she spotted Atur. His voice carried an urgency that jolted her from her stupor, prompting her to rush towards him. "Atur." She knelt upon the grassy bank, her gaze intense. Yet Atur's countenance bore an unfamiliarity that unsettled her. Confused, she ventured a question. "Sorry to intrude, but have you remembered anything?" As she observed Atur's strange expression, her confidence in her inquiry waned. "No." He replied coldly. "Do not seek me out again." "What?" Hana was taken aback, unable to comprehend his abrupt dismissal. "Atur, you." Before she could inquire further, Atur's form vanished from the river's surface. Had she erred in some manner? Hana rapidly reviewed his demeanor and words, sensing that they were not characteristic of him. "Hey, little girl," a voice rang out from across the riverbank. Hana looked up to see an elderly man with silver hair, yet brimming with vitality. "Beware the crows as night falls," he cautioned kindly, before hoisting a bucket filled with wild berries and retreating. Following his path, she discovered a structure nestled nearby. The evening swiftly passed without the glow of sunset, and Hana found herself alone at the abode she had glimpsed from the riverbank. It had once been a church. Yet the interior was cloaked in layers of dust. As she stepped inside, the scent of dust compelled her to slow her breath and footsteps. This place had long been neglected. Suddenly, several clumps of black soil fell from the beams above. Startled, she looked up to find the church's roof festooned with flowering vines, while crows perched, awaiting the arrival of night. The clouds had obscured the sunset's light, rendering the church floor devoid of the expected hues. The roof was a hollow semicircle, positioned so that each day at dawn, the first rays of sunlight would illuminate the stone statue atop the altar. Hana approached the pure white statue, gradually closing the distance. It depicted a raven in flight, its sharp beak directed towards the ceiling, its eyes adorned with red and silver gemstones. It has been ages since we received visitors," the old man's voice echoed from a side door leading to the backyard. "I apologize for the intrusion," Hana replied, as he kindly shook his head. "No one has come here in quite some time." He gestured towards the thick layer of dust on the seats. "Would you care to enter? The backyard holds some flowers, but this winter has arrived too swiftly, and they have yet to bloom vibrantly." The elderly man turned and entered the backyard, prompting Hana to follow. As she approached the raven statue, the silver gemstones reflected her silhouette. "How peculiar," she mused. Despite the dust covering most of the church's contents, this statue, larger than a person, was meticulously cleaned. In the backyard, encircled by a low fence, several patches of soil against the church wall were entwined with climbing vines, many of which had yet to unfurl their blooms, now tinged with yellow. The vines had climbed to the roof, just as she had observed within the church, noticing Hana's interest in the wildflowers. The elderly man spoke up. They're wildflowers. I initially intended to remove them, but they grow so rapidly. Yes, they are quite lovely, Hana replied, a pang of melancholy stirring within her. The flowers, turned away from the rising sun, had scant opportunity to absorb its light, and due to the erratic climate, many buds had no chance to blossom. The flowers atop the roof flourished, yet these bore a hint of sorrow. The elderly man sighed, shrugging as if to console Hana, reassuring her not to dwell overly on the lives that had withered before blossoming. They will surely bloom again next year. She believed that, by then, she would uncover a way to restore the weather to its normal state. Indeed, it is merely that this winter has arrived too early. The next spring remains a distant prospect, he remarked. His words, though unintentional, stirred unease within Hana, for the shift in weather was due to her actions. And because of her, her friends were ensnared and endangered. She now had to devise a plan to rescue Karuk. None of them could be wrongfully condemned. Yet she lacked a wand, and Professor Ovis's energy suppressor had yet to fully dissipate. What means did she possess to save her? The wand was temporarily under the ministry's custody. Perhaps she could devise a way to retrieve it, confront Karuk, and then silently return the wand. It was far from an ideal plan. Yet she felt compelled to act. Thank you for your hospitality. The garden is beautiful. Aside from the flowers climbing the walls to reach the roof, the garden boasted an array of vibrant plants. A rarity in the ordinary world. The elderly man's gaze held a tinge of disappointment as he regarded Hana. Do you have urgent matters to attend to? It is quite late. Behind him stood a small cottage. Its lights aglow. In the forest, which seemed endless, it appeared like a constellation, mesmerizing to behold. Yes, Hana replied, lowering her head slightly, her green eyes glancing towards the door behind her. Grandfather? Who speaks? Just as she turned, a young girl's voice emerged from within the cottage. The door swung open, and lively barks of dogs greeted Hana from behind. She turned to find a small dog lounging on the old man's lap, panting, while a girl in a wheelchair appeared by the door. Clara and Hana locked eyes, the latter's beautiful green gaze filled with surprise. A guest. The elderly man's face bore an expression of embarrassment, for he anticipated that Clara might wish to keep Hana with her. However, he was acutely aware that this once neglected church had been forsaken by the affluent villagers, and no one was inclined to visit it. Hello, are you there? Clara inquired tentatively, her heart lifting at the sight of a peer she hadn't encountered in ages. Rendering her momentarily speechless with joy, she gently maneuvered her wheelchair closer to her grandfather. Hana, clad in a somewhat worn wizard's robe adorned with the distinct emblem of Slytherin, caught Clara's eye, eliciting a hint of surprise on her face. Hello, Hana, she murmured, following her gaze downward, realizing just how conspicuous that emblem was outside the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Yet, in engaging in matters unknown to others, she ought to remain discreet, ever mindful not to involve others in her troubles. The reason behind Adrielle's cold demeanor eluded her, but did the trials she was currently enduring not also bring her discomfort and distress? It was entirely reasonable for her not to extend a helping hand. Clara, with kindness, noticed Hana's discomposure upon the mention of the emblem and deftly shifted the conversation. Are you visiting the White Crow Church? Her grandfather had slowly retreated behind Clara, wearing a gentle smile as he observed the simple exchange between the two girls of similar age. This was his hope, that the White Crow Church would welcome new visitors and Clara would have a companion with whom she could converse. Well, yes, Hana mused, though she should have already departed the church to attend to her duties at the Ministry of Magic, overseeing the temporarily confiscated wands. Yet, upon seeing the girl in the wheelchair and the elderly man, who appeared joyful yet somewhat helpless, she hesitated. That on one side stood a friend, and on the other, a kind girl yearning for conversation. Then please, take a seat, she invited. From the armrest of the wheelchair, the girl retrieved her wand, reciting the familiar levitation charm, causing a bamboo-woven stool to rise gracefully and settle securely at Hana's feet. With her emerald eyes cast downward, she perched upon the lovely stool, signifying her intention to delay rescuing Carly Kay, which would only increase the peril Carly Kay faced. She hesitated, striving to navigate the unusual atmosphere laden with awkwardness. Clara watched her with uncertainty, her lips parting as if to speak, yet no words emerged, foreshadowing the unfolding events. I'm sorry, but I have something important to attend to, Hana said, her gaze fixed on the yellowing grass beneath her. Unable to meet Clara's eyes, she dreaded confronting anyone's disappointment, fearing the negative repercussions her presence might impose on others, even if she were the reluctant one, that it's quite all right. You may go, if you find the time. Would you perhaps return here? The gentle request seemed to offer an escape route, yet Clara could not perceive Hana's somewhat morbid consideration for others. She was merely embodying the empathy of a normal person. Of course, Hana lifted her gaze to Clara, her face radiating vitality, akin to the vibrant blossoms still blooming in the garden. Hana nodded absently, seemingly eager for their next encounter, yet her heart had already resolved. She would rescue Carly Kay, even at the risk of not returning. Exiting the church, she found herself in the cool breeze of the twilight, surrounded by sounds that mildly irked her. What are your plans now? In Bandai's view. Each time Hana embarked on a solitary endeavor, it introduced a new twist to her story of running away from home. The Ministry of Magic. Hana replied nonchalantly, her tone reminiscent of Carly Kay when they had first met. After her discreet departure from Hogwarts, Carly Kay was no longer the decisive overachiever she once was. Her concern for Hana surpassed that of anyone else. As Hana made her way to the ministry, Carly Kay, diligently studying in Hogwarts, fainted at her desk. She was not taken away by Fawkes, who lacked the authority to do so, just as Fawkes himself pondered. If he were to reveal that the serpents responsible for the death of Biman were those defending Hana, all would deem him insane. However, what if Hana herself ventured into the ministry? She was not regarded as a perpetrator, yet acted in ways that mirrored a criminal's behavior, with no suspicion cast upon her. Why the urgency to retrieve the wand? Did she harbor intentions to destroy evidence? He sought to rekindle public suspicion towards both Hana and Carly Kay. This was merely a simple scheme of Fawkes. Yet it could exploit Hana's greatest vulnerability, ultimately obliterating the brilliance of the Hogwarts prodigy, Hannah Jones, whom he found distasteful, much like how he had once clandestinely spread rumors of the cheating antics of the champion wizard. Tiberius Ovis, he loathed all those endowed with talent. Carly Kay was taken to the infirmary, where not only Modi and Rhea were watching over her, but also Tiberius had arrived. The two students were at a loss as to how to greet the professor. Fully aware that since Hannah's disappearance, Professor Ovis had not once mentioned her in their eyes. Such behavior signified a relinquishment of the search for Hana. Tiberius no longer appeared as the towering figure Carly Kay had once idolized. Yet, Tiberius did not reproach them for their actions, nor did she intend to linger in the infirmary. She approached the bedside, gazing at the pristine white sheets, noting the pale lips of Carly Kay, who had been studying obsessively. Her dark eyes were profound, and her elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly. The matter of Hannah's disappearance had been meticulously hushed, with no one aware of her whereabouts. Nor did many show concern for the genius wizard burdened with the suspicion of murder. In the eyes of the uninvolved, even a stain on a glass would render the water impure. They too sought Hana, yet found not a whisper of news or a glimmer of hope. Professor McGonagall had sensed on the day of the incident that Hana was intentionally evading them, for in Hana's eyes, her presence brought troubles to many who would otherwise have remained untroubled. This was also the primary reason they could not locate Hana. However, they remained uncertain how to convey this to Carly Kay. Take good care of her, Tiberius remarked, not casting her gaze upon the two quietly guarding gentlemen, but glancing back at the bed where Hana had once lain. Rhea observed this subtle gesture. Just as he had surmised, the teachers had not abandoned the search for Hana, yet some matters might be too complex to explain to those still considered children. Upon waking, Carly Kay's first inquiry was about Hana's whereabouts. She preferred to deceive herself, believing Hana was merely playing hide and seek, rather than having departed without a word. She was convinced that Hana would never abandon her friends. The school nurse informed her that she had fainted from exhaustion and advised her to rest for a few days before returning to her studies. I keep wondering, when I wake up one day, will there still be a blanket draped over my shoulders? And the dinner I brought her from the cafeteria, she hasn't eaten yet. After regaining consciousness, Carly Kay leaned despondently against the bed, her face a canvas of emotions, none of which bore any semblance to joy. She will return. You said she wouldn't abandon her friends. At this moment, Dwitchy became unusually quiet, no longer as vibrant as before, as if the colors that belonged to him had faded away. The little gray bear cried out, echoing Dwitchy's words. Karki remained silent, gazing towards the bed beside her, reminiscent of how Shaluo had looked not long ago. With the window just beyond, the sky was densely packed with dark clouds, and the earth was shrouded in darkness, mirroring her own inability to perceive hope. Hana had vanished without a trace. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, her hands ceaselessly wiping them away, yet the flow seemed inexhaustible. Only during her studies did that fervent energy allow her to temporarily escape reality. Within the Ministry of Magic, Hana feigned the guise of a child seeking an adult, covering her face and pretending to be ill. The bustling crowd worked to her advantage, as few noticed her presence. She vaguely recalled the day she was brought to the ministry by Vank, remembering the direction in which the Wand Keeper had likely gone. Twisting and turning through the throngs of adults, she finally arrived at a long corridor. A surge of joy filled her heart as she thought only of retrieving her wand to hasten Karki's rescue. However, her vet blinded her to the fact that this was merely a simple ruse. She successfully located the wand repository, and fortuitously, the staff were changing shifts. That fleeting moment felt like her lifeline. Concealing herself in a shadowy corner, she watched as the two wizards exited. Seizing the opportunity to approach the repository door, she deftly turned the doorknob, cautiously ensuring the two wizards had not noticed her. Everything was tranquil, and she entered the repository as desired, her wand resting within a transparent cabinet, shielded by magical protections. Hana recollected Harry's words, "Wands choose their masters." She also remembered how, upon encountering Karki, the wand had soared back into her hand. Thus, she extended her arm, and the wand flew to her. Suddenly, energy burst forth from the gnarled branches, shattering the protective magical barrier. In that instant, Vank arrived with Harry just in time. The wand landed firmly in Hana's grasp. She turned around, momentarily stunned. Harry stood agape, unable to utter a word. The act of a suspect reclaiming their wand would undoubtedly lead many to assume her guilt. Vank's subordinates, Harry's colleagues, and senior officials returning from an overseas conference all witnessed Hana taking back her wand. Even if she were not the perpetrator, such behavior would be perceived as an act of rebellion against the Ministry of Magic. A prelude to instigating panic, Harry's expression was one of bewilderment. He could not believe Hana would resort to such actions. It was only then that Hana realized she had fallen into a trap. Yet, it was too late. Vank signaled to his subordinates, who swiftly apprehended Hana and confiscated her wand once more. "Miss Thief, stealing is a reprehensible habit. Perhaps we should consider severing your hands instead. In front of such a crowd." Vank's words were clearly provocative, and Hana, her face flushed with anger, could not muster a rebuttal. She dared not look at Harry. Lowering her gaze, her eyes reddened, for if she sought Harry's assistance, he too would be drawn into peril. "I will detain her for now," Harry declared, quickly turning away. He could only act in this manner for the time being. Everyone had witnessed Hana stealing the wand, even if he disregarded his own safety. He could not compel Vank to release her at that moment. Soon, Harry relayed the news of Hana's secret capture to McGonagall. "I cannot believe she would engage in rebellious acts against the Ministry of Magic. Vank, along with our group, witnessed her in the repository. It is undoubtedly another one of his schemes." Hana was too naive, and thus fell victim to deception. He was not surprised. She had been absent from Hogwarts for over half a month. Just as I had previously suspected, no news was indeed the best news. Now that Hana had been found, she had not anticipated it would be in such a manner. Harry was anxious, his hands clasped together in a restless motion. There had been no substantial progress in his secret investigation into Hana, yet it was evident that Vank had set his sights on her. Now, all high-ranking officials were to conduct a procedural interrogation. We must devise a plan before the questioning concluded. However, I could not fathom why she had suddenly appeared at the ministry, attempting to steal a wand. She must have had her own reasons. I surmised that Vank had likely approached her privately and said something, for she would not possess the audacity or justification otherwise. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, from his return to the ministry with the other senior officials, to Vank leading them to the repository, culminating in the precise moment they spotted Hana wielding the wand. This was a meticulously orchestrated plan, where even a second's deviation would have been intolerable. Harry's reflection in the teacup on the table revealed McGonagall, deep in thought. The accusation of rebellion against the Ministry of Magic carried grave implications. Why was he so fixated on it? She believed the root cause of this matter lay not within Hana herself. Harry pondered, glancing towards the office door, as if recalling the scene when Vank had forcibly detained him. His character. That was the only answer he could provide, for explaining Vank to others was an exceedingly complex task. Years prior, when Vank had orchestrated rumors against Sirius Black, Harry had understood that more such incidents would inevitably follow. The interrogation commenced once more, in the same location as before. The officials occupied tiered circular seats, each engaged in discussion. Many could discern the undercurrents at play, yet lacked tangible evidence. Vank presented irrefutable proof to all, transforming the interrogation into a strategic duel between him and the senior officials. Hana was confined within a barrier. Should she attempt to force her way out, the barrier would claim her life. This was a unique treatment reserved for those suspected of opposing the Ministry of Magic. The judge regarded the recorded footage with skepticism. Although he had witnessed Hana attempting to steal the wand, he found it difficult to believe that we may commence the questioning now. Your Honor, Vank said, executing a mock gentlemanly bow. His smile insincere. The judge and other officials shot him disapproving glances, quickly averting their gaze. At that moment, Harry entered, followed by the inscrutable Sirius Black. Upon seeing Sirius, Hana instinctively turned her gaze elsewhere, as if unwilling to meet him. They had never been acquainted. The judge respectfully addressed the officials behind him. Minister Potter. Receiving Harry's silent cue, the judge began the interrogation in earnest. Sirius stood to Harry's right, subtly observing Vank with a keen gaze. She was acutely aware of Vank's past transgressions, yet lacked the evidence to substantiate her knowledge. The same fate had now befallen her student, prompting her to rush to the ministry upon learning of the situation. Harry had refrained from publicly announcing the commencement of proceedings, awaiting Sirius's strategy for the day. Vank also observed Sirius from the shadows, although they were strangers. Vank had once been defeated by the young champion of the wizarding tournament. The judge's expression revealed his predicament. It was difficult to reconcile this matter with the actions of a mere girl. Then, Miss Jones, why did you attempt to steal the wand from the repository? Although the wand rightfully belonged to Hana, she had no authority to reclaim it until the resolution of the Biman case. Hana lowered her head, uncertain of how to respond. Should she reveal Karki's capture? Would it endanger him? She feared Vank might harm Karki to eliminate evidence, and was also apprehensive about inadvertently disclosing information regarding the Bat-Bogey hex. After observing Hana's hesitation for a considerable time, the judge remarked, "There is no need for anxiety. Allow me to speak on her behalf." At this, all eyes turned towards Vank, though none bore a favorable expression. Miss Jones surely wished to destroy evidence pertaining to the death of Biman Ashi. Did she not? For you are indeed a suspect. Does that not follow logically? Vank's words were pointed, intent on linking Biman's case with the current proceedings. Upon hearing Vank's assertion, the expressions of the other officials shifted. Are you implying that Miss Jones is an accomplice in the murder of the deceased serpent? The judge appeared to inquire, though his tone was laced with veiled mockery. Vank discerned this, and, after a moment of stiff silence, broke into a smile. Before the wand is damaged, it retains a fragment of magical memory. Please take a look. Upon concluding his statement, he gestured for his subordinate to bring forth the wand he had just repaired. Meanwhile, Hana was in a state of extreme anxiety, biting her lip as her breath became noticeably rapid. The judge and other high-ranking officials began to harbor suspicions, and both Harry and Shaluo were equally astonished. They never imagined Hana would be associated with the bat-winged serpent. Miss John, Vank held his wand, his eyes betraying a sense of triumph. Pray, do recall, he drawled slowly, as though he were alluding to his grand proclamations that involved not just the bat-winged serpent, but also the bolt of lightning that had erupted from Hana's body the night he attempted to attack her. Hana glared at him through the barrier, but her defiance was futile. She had fallen into a trap from which there was no escape. An image materialized in the air, depicting the bat-winged serpent that had flown near Hana that fateful night. Alongside her panicked figure by the tree trunk, gasps of astonishment echoed from all present. Why was this girl entangled with those serpents? Her suspicions could not be entirely absolved. She might indeed be one of the culprits. Harry and Shaluo were even more shocked, as neither believed Hana capable of murder. One was a seasoned investigator who had observed Hana for an extended period, and the other her teacher for the better part of a semester. This is impossible, Shaluo emphasized softly at Harry's side. The image not only showcased Hana but also Vank, who was attacking her as Hana braced for Vank's magical assault. The earlier bolt of lightning, which had been directed at Professor McGonagall's wand, reappeared. I have a question. Harry immediately relayed Shaluo's words. Why would Deputy Minister Bugaway employ offensive magic against a mere child? Harry's gaze fixed on Vank, who seemed to clutch this leverage tightly, anticipating a new twist in today's interrogation. To subdue the murderer, of course, you have witnessed the multitude of bat-winged serpents surrounding the suspect. Although their origins remain a mystery, they are undoubtedly connected to Hana John. Vank suddenly bellowed in anger, pointing an accusing finger at Hana within the barrier. Hana, however, found herself at a loss for words. Moreover, the lightning that appeared out of nowhere retaliated against the subordinate's restraint. Does that not imply that Miss John harbors intentions contrary to the Ministry of Magic? Vank was unconcerned about the origins of the lightning. He merely sought an opportunity to exploit. He observed Hana's flushed face with a smirk in his heart. He had anticipated her reluctance to explain. Such certainty was somewhat perilous, yet it now appeared he had secured victory. Harry fell silent, his gaze directed at Hana. Their eyes met, yet Hana's expression conveyed to him that she genuinely lacked a suitable justification to counter Vank's every utterance. The judge, too, bore a conflicted expression, reluctantly striking the gavel. Well then, Miss John, do you have anything to say? Hana clenched her fists. She wished to speak, yet lacked evidence of Vank's assertions, despite the audience's unwillingness to heed them. Were irrefutable, did I? Hana struggled to voice her thoughts, but nothing emerged. Very well, Your Honor, please proceed with the conviction. The chamber erupted in strange murmurs, as if the person of the highest standing in the courtroom was Vank. The true authority, the evidence is compelling. If memory serves, 2 charges compounded warrant the death penalty, correct? Upon utterance of this statement, the courtroom descended into chaos. Everyone discerned Vank's targeting, even if the rationale was unclear. He had persistently been aggressive towards a mere child. Vank cast a glance at Harry and Shaluo, as if to flaunt his impending triumph. Yet, Shaluo merely offered him a cold sidelong glance, and Harry mirrored the sentiment, seemingly intent on disregarding him. Even if Vank sought to impose a forced conviction on Hana, Shaluo was already prepared with a means to rescue her, as the reigning champion of the Wizard's Ring. This renowned sorceress possessed the authority and status to vouch for others, should the guarantee hold. If it were later discovered that Hana was indeed the murderer, Shaluo would face execution as well. This guarantee required strength, courage, and vision. Shaluo believed in Hana, thus willingly took the risk. She was perplexed as to why Hana had suddenly run off alone, yet now that she had found her, she was determined to keep her safe. While the judge and other high-ranking officials deliberated, Hana remained despondent and silent. She reflected on her missteps, regretting her failure to avoid burdening others, which ultimately led to trouble for Harry and Shaluo. The mess had escalated considerably, and she felt largely responsible. She began to question whether she should have pursued the so-called truth. Not only had there been no progress, but so many had been dragged into this quagmire. And she had unwittingly provoked a formidable adversary. Vank continued to stoke the flames of conviction, yet Harry and Shaluo exhibited no signs of anxiety. Vank, of course, sensed something amiss that he persistently provoked Harry, straddling the line between bluntness and disrespect towards his superiors, thus making it difficult for anyone to truly catch him in wrongdoing. His animosity towards Hana stemmed from a simple motive. Anyone he disdained would vanish, conveniently allowing him to ascend the ranks within the Ministry of Magic. Why not seize the opportunity? Your Honor, the verdict should be forthcoming. No, he feigned urgency, as though any delay would result in someone whisking Hana away to safety, eager for her to be confined and executed post-haste. The judge merely shot him a disapproving glance, signaling him to temper his arrogance. Were it not for the Addis family covertly safeguarding his position, he would not have attained such standing within the ministry. Who would appreciate an individual thriving in their role merely due to nepotism? With murder and rebellion combined, the death penalty should be executed immediately. Would you not agree, Minister Potter? Vank beamed at Harry, aware that he had long been overlooked, yet still felt compelled to utter a few words to assert his existence. Ladies and gentlemen, I have something to say. Shaluo rose from her seat in the courtroom. Her grip on the ring unwavering. It symbolized the utmost honor and status. Few knew that the initiators of the Wizard's Ring included the Addis family, and Vank was no exception. Yet ultimately, they had been bested by an outsider. Thus, Vank harbored animosity towards Shaluo, while the Addis family covertly opposed her. The judge and high-ranking officials ceased their discussions, turning their attention to Shaluo. She presented the ring, the amethyst glowing faintly under their gaze, signifying the highest honor she had once attained. Shaluo declared her intent to vouch for Hana John in her personal capacity. The sentiments of the judge and officials oscillated dramatically. I alone shall vouch for her. Hana is definitely not the murderer. She gazed at Vank with unwavering certainty, as if to convey to everyone that there was undoubtedly someone orchestrating this entire sequence behind the scenes, rendering everything seemingly logical. While the suspect remained voiceless, Vank ground his teeth in fury, as if he might shatter his wand in his grip. No, she must be the murderer. No one shall absolve her. Vank shrieked like a madman in the courtroom. Resembling a child whose wishes had been thwarted, to be more precise, he resembled a suddenly unhinged individual. he shouted at everyone. You are all shielding the criminal, complicit accomplices. Pointing at the judge, he accused him of being an accomplice. A first in the Ministry of Magic, the judge, incensed, ordered Vank to be detained. Yet he appeared deranged, launching a wild assault with his wand in the courtroom that he incessantly shouted, You are all accomplices, a bunch of cowards. Why not point out the true culprit? The high-ranking officials and security personnel descended into chaos, while Shaluo and Harry swiftly approached the barrier, where Hana stood bewildered. She was puzzled by Vank's frenzied demeanor, questioning why he was so determined to convict her and so eager to see her dead. As Harry and Shaluo waved their wands to protect Hana, other high-ranking officials began evacuating one by one, and security personnel arrived in succession. Vank, teeth clenched, reached for his wand, intent on attacking Hana. Fortunately, the barrier was impervious. Vank's assaults were utterly ineffective against her. This formidable barrier was one he had established moments ago. Ordinary spells could not breach it. He had not anticipated such an outcome, inadvertently bringing disaster upon himself. He has grown too powerful, Shaluo pondered, scrutinizing Vank's magical onslaught while simultaneously fending off his attacks. Had a mere few years truly allowed one to progress so rapidly? On the ring of the sorcerer, Vank had once been her defeated foit that time. Vank was not nearly as formidable as he is now. One could even assert that he was significantly weaker. This incident must be extraordinary, for he is inherently an unusual madman. Harry's implication was clear. Vank must have employed some method to elevate his power to match theirs in just a few short years. He appeared unfazed by such occurrences, fully aware of the kind of person Vank was. The scene unfolding today seemed to be one he had anticipated long ago. Vank despised nothing more than witnessing others possess greater clarity and understanding than he. He loathed the thought of anyone being smarter than himself. Consequently, he unleashed a more potent magical assault, rendering the security personnel nearly incapable of approaching him. Murderer, perish! Vank bellowed at Hana with ferocity, his primary target still being her. His roar resonated like the thunderclaps of recent storms, as the entire courtroom appeared to succumb to Vank's dominion. He raised his wand. Though the incantation never escaped his lips, the wand's tip instantly elongated, sending forth a beam of magic aimed directly at Hana. Within the barrier, Hana was at a loss. Both Harry and Shaluo attempted to intercept the magical onslaught, but were unsuccessful. Other security personnel rushed in to defend, even having their wands forcibly removed. The beam was now but a barrier's distance from Hana. Escape was futile. All onlookers stood in stunned silence, for Vank's use of the death curse in front of so many was nothing short of a provocation against the Ministry of Magic's authority. As the magical beam shattered the barrier, just when everyone thought the ordeal was over, a bolt of lightning suddenly erupted from Hana's body. The crackling sound of electric sparks surged into the death curse, annihilating its magical force and causing the barrier to vanish entirely. In an instant, all present were rendered speechless. What was that flash of lightning? Had the little girl conjured it herself? Yet she possessed no wand. Even so, she had managed to thwart Vank's death curse. The tremendous force propelled those around her away, but Vank, undeterred, swung his wand once more, casting the death curse again. In that critical moment, Hana suddenly cried out, The wand is coming. Under the gaze of all, her withered branch wand soared in from the courtroom's entrance. The security personnel in the observation room remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, hastily rushing to report the situation to Harry. The wand landed in Hana's grasp, and she pointed it at Vank, focusing intently as she uttered the incantation. Ensnaring fury. A cacophony of chains clanking erupted from the ground, piercing many ears with its harshness. In the next moment, chains erupted from the earth. The first segment of the chain spiraled like a drill, glinting sharply under the courtroom's lights. The chains, like agile serpents, swiftly ensnared Vank's form. Before he could comprehend the situation, he instinctively cast the death curse. His singular desire today was for Hana to perish, a wish that had driven him to madness. A profound fear compelled him, when he had struggled long to escape. If Hana lived, his own doom would follow. Death curse, he shouted in desperation, the magical energy of the curse intensifying with his struggle. Those around him suffered varying degrees of backlash from this surge of energy. Some coughing blood, others collapsing to their knees or fainting. Hana, however, did not yield. She sensed the energy suppressants within her body were nearly depleted. With resolute determination, she brandished her wand, isolating herself and Vank within the barrier. Energy vortex. The whirlwind erupted from the tip of her wand, gradually devouring the energy of the death curse. Yet the strength of this energy was overwhelming. She felt as if she were on the brink of suffocation. Her hand, clutching the wand, began to tremble, for the vortex's capacity to absorb energy was limited. Should the vortex become unstable, she too would be harmed, and everyone present would suffer. Cracks began to form in the barrier that separated them. Reinforce the barrier. We cannot allow this energy to destroy our surroundings. Harry and Shallow immediately collaborated to mend it. Having also been affected by the recent surge of energy, Vank was ensnared by the chains of the ensnaring fury. And despite the barbed spikes digging into his hands, he showed no inclination to relinquish his wand. Hana was on the verge of collapse. The wand slipped from her grasp, yet Vank continued to channel energy into the death curse. The sound of the vortex filled the entire courtroom, as papers and documents danced wildly within it. The winds generated by the magical energy battered the attendees, transforming the courtroom from its former solemnity. A little girl faced off against a deputy minister with sinister intentions, and they were powerless to assist. Hana regarded Vank, who persisted against all odds, bewildered by his relentless obsession that only served to harm her. I did not kill her. You kidnapped my dear friend. Otherwise, I would never have resorted to stealing a wand. Vank paid no heed to Hana's protests, countering with an even more domineering tone. I did not kidnap your friend. Indeed, because you deceived me into stealing the wand. This led to a series of events designed to frame her with a death sentence. What of those serpents? You are undoubtedly implicated in her demise. As the conversation reached its climax, another bolt of lightning erupted from Hana's body, thoroughly obliterating Vank's assault. Vank fell unconscious, the barbed chain still tightly binding him. The overwhelming noise that had filled the courtroom abruptly ceased, and scattered papers fluttered around the stunned onlookers. The energy-absorbing vortex and the isolating barrier retracted back into Hana's withered branch. The residual energy within the barrier gradually spread to every conscious individual nearby. The security personnel, supporting the affected, resumed their duties, while Carlyle, who had overheard Professor McGonagall conversing with Shallow about Hana's appearance, arrived late. She dashed in from outside, brushing past everyone, and knelt beside Hana. Her breath was faint, the exhaustion from energy depletion causing her vitality to wane. What shall we do? She will recover slowly. Hana often found herself succumbing to dreams in various circumstances. The scenes were vivid, as if events had transpired and replayed in her mind. Yet upon awakening, she would remember nothing. Snippets of conversation filtered into Hana's consciousness. She sensed her body regaining awareness. Would danger still loom? Not for now, but if you exert yourself with magic again, the same fate could befall you. Came the warning. Fainting, going into shock, stopping breathing. Her health was fragile. She must be cautious not to fall ill, lest she succumb to temptation with magical potions. Listening to the words around her, Hana recalled Professor Ovis providing her with energy suppressants. That bottle of pink potion remained in her new dormitory. After consuming it once, she had never drunk it again. Energy suppression meant she could no longer wield advanced spells, yet in times of peril, she would find herself defenseless. What if her friends were nearby? She could not protect them. Having already lost her parents, she could not bear to lose her friends as well. That she's awake. Leah's voice rang out from the foot of the bed, drawing everyone's attention. Those green eyes slowly opened, reflecting the hospital lights with a lively glimmer. Her friends gathered around her, expressions of relief and joy gradually spreading across their faces. That it's a relief to see you awake, they murmured. Hana turned her gaze toward the speaker, a doctor clad in a white coat. The fact that you have awakened indicates you are nearly recovered. Should any further complications arise, remember to seek me out immediately. All right, thank you. Carlyle's face too was alight with uncontainable joy. Once the doctor departed, she relaxed, sitting at the edge of the bed. It's been so long since we last saw each other. Hana wanted to greet, but found herself at a loss for words. You finally woke up. That moment. Carlyle seemed more concerned about the immense grievances Hana had endured. Hana was unsure of what to say, or how to face her friends after such a long absence. It felt as though she had prepared herself for the possibility of never seeing them again since that fateful day. You may not know this, but we missed you terribly, especially. Dwitchy restored the gentlemanly atmosphere as always. Yet during the days of his friend's absence, he had lost the vibrancy that belonged to him. Such a manner of speaking and tone caused Hana's gaze to involuntarily dim. Should she not have selfishly departed from here? Though she had intended to confront her troubles alone, she ultimately brought forth even greater complications. Friends gathered around her, and this long-awaited warmth felt like a punishment for her selfishness. Ander misses you too. Leia remarked with a smile, as the little gray bear on her shoulder nimbly leapt onto the hospital bed and scampered to Hana's bedside. Would you like something to eat? I brought matcha mousse. And Leia also brought barbecue sauce. That Calicai's silver hair cascaded over her shoulder, appearing somewhat disheveled. She had long neglected such trivial details, and now, with Hana awakened, she was still immersed in the joy of Hana's return. Unable to spare even a fraction of her attention for herself, her complexion was pallid, her brows and eyes lacking their former vitality, and her lips bore faint cracks. Hana understood that Calicai must have been enduring a particularly difficult time. Leia and Dwitchy exuded a similar aura, giving the impression of having weathered great trials and emerged from them alive. Everyone observed Hana in silence, glancing from one person to another. Do not worry. That deputy minister has been detained. This seemed to signify the conclusion of the matter. She was safe. Yet, deep down, she knew that this incident was far from over. Hana's hand emerged from beneath the covers. And Calicai instinctively grasped it. That I'm sorry. She wished to say something else, but it appeared that this was the only phrase fitting as an opener. The expressions of everyone shifted, eager to comprehend the confusion and suppressed sorrow Hana felt during her absence. It's all right. We are all still here, they reassured her. Even if Hana had not been found, they would patiently await her return. Please stay with us from now on, Calicai urged, her brows furrowed, her gaze sorrowful. Lacking the sharpness she once possessed, she truly did not want to wake up the next morning and discover that her dear friend had vanished from the dormitory, having searched the entire school in vain. This was meant to comfort everyone, as well as to express Hana's own plea. Hana clutched her hand, her gaze fixed upon the Slytherin emblem on her wizarding robe, tears welling up in her eyes. I miss you all so much. Her voice was barely audible, laden with the tremor of her suppressed sobs. During her absence, she had been engulfed in anxiety without any new developments to release her burdens. Gradually realizing that she could no longer bear everything alone. In a few days, we will return to school, alongside Professor Oways. Hana nodded, nearly shedding the tears that threatened to spill, even in her absence. They still cared for her deeply. Did her silence render her too selfish? I apologize. I simply do not wish to be a burden, she confessed, a single tear streaming from her eye to her ear. Friends are meant to be a bother, right? A breakfast to share? Or to seek help with studies, or perhaps to borrow a friend's bear for a hug, Dwitchy remarked. Not long ago, Dwitchy, feeling overwhelmingly despondent, sought out Leia for a comforting embrace from Ander. Though it may not have had a significant effect, it at least provided a distraction. Calicai wiped her tears away. Friends are indeed meant to be a bother, no matter the trouble, be it a snake or anything else. Hana had always believed that Calicai and Dwitchy would harbor resentment towards her due to the unusual circumstances surrounding her, yet she had misjudged them. We are ready to face any trouble together. But you must not attempt to confront it alone any longer. When a problem is divided into 4 parts, it becomes far less daunting, Calicai concluded. Just as she finished speaking, a knock echoed at the door of the hospital room. Leia and Dwitchy turned to look, while Calicai helped Hana sit up against the headboard. The person who entered was Harry, and everyone greeted him politely. I apologize for intruding, but I heard Hana has awakened. And I have a few matters to inquire about. Harry took a seat, while Calicai remained at Hana's side, showing no intent to leave. Dwitchy and Leia were similarly steadfast. Harry, having gleaned the emotions of those present, refrained from saying anything further. That day when Calicai burst into the courtroom, Hana had been nearly devoid of breath, her heartbeat feeble. She had clung tightly to Hana, repeatedly pleading for someone to save her. It was only when the doctors from the magical hospital arrived that they forcibly removed Hana from her embrace, transporting her to the hospital. In those moments of resuscitation, there were several close calls where efforts nearly proved futile. For several days, her state of mind remained incredibly disoriented. Hana had been in a coma for nearly half a month, with the initial attending physician suggesting that hope might be lost. Thus, Calicai had broken down in tears at the door of the emergency room, guarding the entrance for days and nights without sleep, until her body could no longer endure, and she fainted. When she awoke, it was already the 10th day of Hana's coma. She continued to watch over her in the hospital room, with Leia and Dwitchy taking turns to keep her company. This is why the expressions of their little group appeared so haggard. Finally, today, Hana had awoken, and not only were her friends overjoyed, but so were Cialuo and McGonagall. Before Harry could pose his questions, Hana furrowed her brow and asked, Sir, you have placed spies in the school, haven't you? Her companions exchanged astonished glances. Spies? Dwitchy was both surprised and incredulous. Harry displayed a look of astonishment, pondering how Hana could possibly know of this matter. They are not spies, but observers. He did not withhold the truth, directly explaining to Hana. I, along with Principal McGonagall, have utilized certain means to gather some information regarding you. My information? Hana felt an immediate discomfort, as though she were being spied upon. Yet, the subsequent words revealed to her the intention behind Harry's actions. Do you remember the Sorting Hat, on the day of her formal enrollment? The Sorting Hat had hesitated for quite some time before determining which house she belonged to, ultimately concluding that she was unsuitable for any house. Consequently, the school had been rife with discussions regarding her placement in Slytherin. Hana felt a premonition stirring within her. Your professor always has approached me. She brought the Sorting Hat with her, the Sorting Hat stated. At this point, Harry instinctively paused, deliberating whether to allow the others to remain present. Go ahead, Hana encouraged him, her eyes radiating unwavering trust in her friends. Harry nodded. These matters must not be disclosed to others, as they could incite panic in the magical world. The events that could potentially cause such panic harkened back over 20 years. Leia pondered silently, considering what could have such a formidable impact other than Voldemort, who had been defeated by Harry Potter over 2 decades ago. I believe you have all heard of Voldemort, Harry stated, and as soon as the words left his lips, Calicai's expression shifted to one of disbelief. What connection does Hana have with that long-gone dark wizard? Surely you jest, Calicai softly protested. That I too find this exceedingly bizarre, Harry replied, gazing at her. However, the Sorting Hat claimed it could sense the essence of Tom, that is to say, Voldemort, within Hana. Upon hearing this, the 3 friends were left speechless, utterly shocked. Voldemort is dead, is he not? Leia seemed to be repeatedly confirming the veracity of Harry's words, yet Harry had no reason to deceive anyone. Indeed, and when I heard the Sorting Hat make such a declaration, I was equally incredulous. Wait, Tom? Hana suddenly recalled something, her face a mask of astonishment. You mean Tom? From her tone, her friends and Harry sensed that something was amiss. What does he look like? Harry waved his wand, and Tom's face materialized before them. Incredible. Hana shook her head. I dreamt of him shortly after arriving at Hogwarts. What? Leia could hardly believe her ears, while Dwatchy's eyes widened in shock. Calicai cast a worried glance in her direction. Meanwhile, Harry grew alert. Had he not come here today, Hana might not have been inclined to speak up, perhaps not even realizing it herself. What else have you dreamt of? The subconscious often reveals itself through dreams. And Hana dreaming of Tom was surely no mere coincidence. That a Horcrux and an unfamiliar teacher. A middle-aged man who appeared quite fearful, as one who has endured the darkest moments of the magical realm. Harry's expression gradually morphed into one of astonishment, his azure eyes betraying a hint of panic. Voldemort had been vanquished, yet could he possibly return? Why were these matters entwined with Hana rather than anyone else? Coincidentally, Hana's lineage had become an enigma. This series of seemingly unrelated events must surely possess some clandestine connection. These matters must not be spoken of to others. It is imperative that they remain confidential. Harry emphasized this repeatedly, for the situation surrounding Hana had escalated to a severity beyond their comprehension. Should this information reach any ears, Hogwarts would once again find itself the target of scrutiny. Hana and her companions would be regarded as akin to Voldemort himself. But why is he called Voldemort? She wondered aloud, seeking clarity. You don't know Voldemort? Asked Dwatchy, perplexed at haven't you read the biography written about Minister Potter? A biography? Hana retorted, questioning why she would consider reading about Harry Potter. Oh my goodness, Dwatchy muttered, his incredulity palpable. Tom's name reconfigured spells Voldemort. He was once an exceptionally talented student of Slytherin, yet ultimately transformed into a notorious dark wizard. Leia, equally astonished by Hana's ignorance of Voldemort, began to elucidate. Over 20 years ago, Voldemort was resurrected. At that time, we had yet to be born. Carly continued, echoing Leia's words. Voldemort, along with his numerous Death Eater followers, unleashed carnage upon the magical world. Many believed this chaos had cost them everything, and our former headmaster, Severus Snape, made a noble sacrifice. At this point, no one noticed the sudden sorrow that flickered in Harry's eyes, which quickly returned to his usual demeanor. The memory of Snape was one he could not face fully. Even as he approached middle age, the events of the Battle of Hogwarts remained vividly imprinted in his mind. Moreover, Minister Potter stood as the hero who defeated Voldemort and obliterated the most powerful wand in existence, the Elder Wand. Upon hearing this, Hana gradually became aware that she was somehow linked to an unparalleled villain. But why do I dream of him? She pondered, questioning herself while also seeking to confirm the reliability of Harry's deductions. If you are also uncertain, perhaps we must collaborate to unravel this mystery swiftly. Harry lowered his gaze in contemplation before finally confessing to Hana. I have conducted a discreet investigation into your origins. It may be somewhat impolite, and I hope you can forgive me. Upon hearing about matters concerning her lineage, Hana's eyes sparkled with an eagerness to uncover the truth. Is there any new discovery? Facing the anticipation reflected in the girl's verdant gaze, Harry instinctively averted his eyes. We could scarcely find any information regarding you or your parents, any details about your family background. There is not even a trace in the magical archives. I discussed this with Professor McGonagall, and it appears that everything about you has been erased. The individual responsible possesses remarkable skills, for they left no evidence behind. Hana's eyes dulled slowly, her hopes extinguished like a flickering flame. Suddenly, she recalled someone, Betty Cha-Cha. She is a muggle, yet has been certified as a witch due to her practice of alchemy. Is it possible that I am a muggle? Hence my invisibility in the magical world? Upon hearing Hana's speculation, Harry's eyes lit up. Indeed, they had never considered that angle before. However, during the trial, she had performed the summoning charm without a wand and had held her own against Fawkes. Casting spells without a wand requires a wizard of extraordinary prowess, akin to Dumbledore, or perhaps a house elf. During their confrontation, Fawkes had mentioned that Hana had become remarkably powerful in just a few short years. Setting aside the reasons behind his enhanced abilities, Hana was merely a teenager, yet exhibited strength that surpassed her peers, and even many accomplished witches and wizards. It was both awe-inspiring and perplexing. Furthermore, the defensive mechanism that resided within Hana activated twice within a mere few minutes, making it hard to believe she was a muggle. Although ultimately, Hana found herself in life-threatening danger due to excessive use of magic. But you even battled Fawkes. That's not something an ordinary wizard could accomplish, let alone a muggle, Dwitchy stated earnestly, his serious demeanor contrasting with his usual playful nature, prompting Leah to stifle a giggle at his earnestness. You make valid points, yet it seems we have no alternative paths available. Perhaps we should attempt the route she suggested. When at an impasse, one might consider the previously overlooked fork in the road. Indeed, who would believe that someone with defensive magic within them could be a muggle? Carly, sitting beside Hana, gently massaged her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. Since Harry had taken his seat, Hana's palms had been clammy with perspiration. Defensive magic? Is that the lightning? However, she herself remained oblivious to the origin of that lightning or its true magnitude. Indeed, many high-ranking officials present at the time were astounded. Establishing a defensive magic mechanism within another's body is a feat only achievable by the most proficient of wizards. I surmise your parents must have been exceptionally skilled wizards as well. Naturally, I will also investigate the Muggle world. Yet, I do not comprehend why it manifested. Was it the first time when Professor McGonagall attempted to extract my memories? At that moment, she had still been unconscious. Carly and the other two companions had informed her that Professor McGonagall had been struck by lightning while disarming her. According to the nature of this magic, it only appears to protect you in times of grave danger. It likely interpreted the act of memory extraction as a threat to you, hence the attack on Professor McGonagall. After hearing Harry's explanation, Hana immediately recalled her previous encounter with the Alchemist. The Alchemist had isolated her within a magical barrier, halting the flow of magical energy. Thus, when she found herself in peril, the defensive mechanism did not activate. The last time she faced Fawkes, as his attack neared her, the mechanism had triggered autonomously. The same had occurred during the trial. Astonishingly, she had felt nothing of the mechanism's operation or existence. If, as Harry deduced, her parents were indeed formidable wizards, then the complete erasure of her memories would find some semblance of explanation. Yet why must her memories be obliterated? What secrets lay hidden behind this? My memories have always been muddled. There are certain things I cannot recall. My parents, my experiences, and when I learned various spells that I do not even understand why I came to Hogwarts. Can you fathom that feeling of utter emptiness? Dwitchy pursed his lips, quickly attempting to relate to Hana's sentiment. Is it akin to that moment when I am jolted awake in class after dozing off? Laughter erupted among them. In any case, these matters must be interconnected, including everything she has encountered. Curses, mermaids, alchemists. Hana reflected on her previous obstinacy, recognizing it as unwise and ineffective. For now, she could only speculate, and her investigation must continue. After Harry concluded his thoughts, he recalled something else and continued. Many high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic witnessed your impressive display in the trial chamber. There is a discussion that has not been made public. And I believe I should inform you that a few years ago, during the Wizarding Ring tournament, your Professor Ovis demonstrated a rare talent in the wizarding world. She emerged victorious, yet faced a barrage of rumors as a result. The higher-ups unanimously decided to suppress what they witnessed in the trial chamber to shield you from unnecessary scrutiny. Of course, this does not undermine your abilities. Should rumors arise, we shall intervene at this point. Carly's mind shifted from her admiration for Professor Ovis back to the past. She had always believed that Professors McGonagall and Ovis had abandoned their search for Hana. Some matters are not as they appear on the surface. Are there rumors suggesting the professor aims to dominate the world? Carly's words dripped with disdain for the gossips. I have heard of this rumor as well. It is truly astonishing, Leah chimed in, expressing how ludicrous such claims were. Does strength equate to tyranny? Throughout history, great wizards have wielded their powers to safeguard the realm of magic. Yet, how is it that Professor Ovis has transformed into one who seeks dominion over the world? Previously, Leia even speculated that Professor Ovis was being targeted due to his prominence. But when the Ministry of Magic clarified the rumors, they merely stated that they had dealt with the media responsible for the fabrications. Without naming any specific individuals, there are also whispers that every contestant from the Addis family in the Wizarding Ring was vanquished by Professor Ovis. It is likely that the origin of this rumor largely stems from the Addis family themselves. In any case, it is essential to conceal one's brilliance when necessary, while also using one's abilities to pursue righteousness when the occasion demands. Harry admonished Helena, his gaze betraying a hint of concern. Should he encounter matters akin to dreaming of Tom in the future, he must immediately inform Professor McGonagall and Professor Ovis that I have withdrawn the Observer from Hogwarts, and I sincerely apologize for not keeping you informed about the covert investigation. Now that the air has been cleared, perhaps it is not such a bad thing. That is about all. So rest well, and prepare to return to school. It is not only her few friends who miss her. Professor McGonagall and Professor Ovis will likely wish to catch up with her privately. Just as Harry was about to rise to leave, Helena called out to him. I have one more thing to discuss regarding the Biman case. During her confrontation with Fank, the sounds of magical energy obscured Fank's inquiry about her relationship with that group of serpents. She was uncertain if anyone present had heard it, and of course, she felt powerless to dismiss the possibility. What do you think? Harry appeared intrigued by what she was about to divulge. I wish to clarify something about that footage. Fank's wand recorded only Helena. Alongside the frenzied bat-winged serpents. I have reflected carefully, and the footage does not capture any transformation of the bat-winged serpents into human form. Bat-winged serpents. Harry and the higher-ups had two primary considerations while analyzing this footage. One was Fank's unauthorized capture, and the other was that Helena might have been a victim of the bat-winged serpents. During the meeting, some suggested the possibility of Helena having a connection with those serpents. However, putting aside whether Helena possessed the ability to tame a serpent horde, bat-winged serpents had been extinct for over 100,000 years. Where could she possibly find such serpents to command them to harm Biman? Thus, this proposal was dismissed by the objective analyses of many. Yet, Helena appeared to have something to say, raising the question of whether the reality diverged from their deductions. Have you sent anyone to search for those serpents? She inquired candidly, feeling slightly guilty, perhaps suspecting they would be unable to find them. Of course, the image within the deceased's brooch was indeed tangible, a fact we have examined closely. The appearance of the bat-winged serpents, in this case, is a rarity for the Ministry of Magic. One might say that the investigation faces numerous constraints due to the lack of precedent. However, there is no need for excessive concern. Although your suspicion has not been entirely dispelled, it is merely one facet of the conjecture. Hardly anyone believes you to be the culprits. Harry's words acted as a soothing balm, temporarily alleviating Helena's unease. Carlyle observed her, realizing that Helena had indeed retained these memories. How could she truly abandon them? Thank you. Helena nodded awkwardly, and Harry regarded her with curiosity but refrained from asking further questions. After leaving the infirmary, Dorsey continued to pose inquiries. In no way, Helena, you truly do not know about Voldemort. Dorsey was aware that Helena's parents had become somewhat of a mystery. Thus he did not mention that nearly every child of this generation had heard tales of Voldemort and Harry Potter from their parents. Even so, one would expect she had at least heard something. Yet Helena's demeanor conveyed a profound ignorance that I genuinely do not know. She reflected, there are many things I remain unaware of, such as, I thought everyone could cast spells by merely wishing for them to come true. Leia remained silent, Observing Helena's naturally innocent expressions to it was as if she were an unblemished canvas, responding to many situations with the naivety of a child. You should abandon such whims. You have no idea how you nearly scared my heart out this time. Carlyle pouted, resembling a playful little girl. Dorsey subtly shook his head at Leia, his furrowed brow and pursed lips conveying the sentiment. Is this truly the Flora I once knew? Leia chuckled as well. He had previously shared a classroom with Carlyle and had only witnessed her cold, aloof academic demeanor. Indeed, such is the nature of friendship. It is through prolonged companionship that one can shed their masks and embrace authenticity. Although their acquaintance had initially been tenuous, the sudden disappearance of Helena brought together three unrelated friends, united by their shared concern for her. Now, with Helena's return, they congregated once more, akin to stars in the sky. Eternally shifting yet destined to reunite. So, will there be a next time? A next time? The three friends exclaimed in unison, causing her to abruptly lift her head, bewildered by their astonished expressions, stiffly. She shook her head and then continued to shake it a few more times. No next time, absolutely none. Upon returning to a warm environment, one's spirit appeared to relax considerably. Otherwise, she would not have acquiesced so readily. Speaking of Tom, is he truly that severe? When she mentioned this individual, she noticed the change in everyone's expressions, including Harry's. That indeed. However, we shall face it together, Leia said, resting a hand on Dorsey's shoulder, whose height was a perfect match, as he was half a head shorter. Exactly. Besides, those are merely conjectures. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence, Carlyle said while arranging Helena's hair, her deep green jellyfish locks having grown considerably. Hearing her friends offer such comfort filled Helena with warmth. Yet, what if this matter were not a mere coincidence? But I have a feeling it might not be a coincidence. Her tone was laced with trepidation, as she sought to gauge how much surprise her companions could endure. It seemed they all perceived her intent, remaining silent and awaiting her to continue. After a few moments of silence, she summoned forth the already shrunken grimoire of incantations with her bare hands. The others exhibited little reaction, for they understood that this girl before them possessed greater talent than even Professor Ovis. Is this the book? Carlyle exclaimed, astonished at the familiar cover. At the previous ball, Helena had mentioned that the book contained words and illustrations, yet to her eyes, it appeared entirely blank. She even suspected Helena was playing a prank on her. Well, I do not know why you cannot see the contents. But many occurrences began only after this book came into existence. Little gray bear Ander approached Helena, his fluffy paw reaching out to touch the book, yet he displayed no unusual reaction. This suggested that the book contained nothing particularly extraordinary, which contradicted Helena's claims of strange phenomena. Leia reached out to take the book, and Dorsey joined him in examining it. But there truly is nothing inside, Dorsey remarked. Puzzled, I could not discern anything either. But if it is invisible, perhaps a spell targeting you has been cast, preventing others from seeing its contents. Carlyle nodded instinctively at Leia's analysis. Previously, she had been convinced that Helena was merely playing tricks on her. So she had not considered this possibility. A spell, Helena pondered, holding the book, attempting to search for the spell that Leia had mentioned. She pressed her index finger against the center of the first page. And before she could articulate her inquiry, that point inexplicably vanished. Hesitating, she stared at that page, contemplating whether the book had intentionally concealed this spell. Perhaps what Leia suggested was indeed accurate. I apologize. I previously assumed you were merely playing a prank on me. Carlyle said apologetically. Of course, it is no trouble at all that I only just decided to share these matters with everyone. I have not handled this well. She had indeed deliberately concealed many things, including from Harry. The snake, the alchemist, or the mermaid. Now, I wish to discuss this book. It contains all spells, and seemingly some additional items as well. Its most remarkable feature is that whenever a new spell is born in the magical realm, it automatically detects and records it, much like a scanner. The name of the spell, its purpose, and even its creator will be documented. Dorsey nodded in agreement. That is simply astounding. Indeed. No publisher has ever claimed that their spellbook encompasses every incantation. Rhea furrowed her brow in contemplation. Wait, I recall you weren't registered, correct? For this book bears no library stamped at that moment. Carly did not see any mark on the book and assumed that Hana's words were merely a jest. She even believed it to be her own purchased notebook. Yes, I had forgotten, and later realized that the librarian had not announced any missing books on the bulletin board. The Hogwarts books are divided into two categories: those available for students to borrow freely from the library, and those confined to the restricted section. Could it be that you have acquired a book from the restricted section, yet you lack the key to access it, and besides, Fong is guarding it? Isn't he? Carly remarked. Fong? Hana replied with a hint of confusion. Upon hearing the name, her immediate thought was which wizard would choose such a pet-like name. Fong, the three-headed dog belonging to Hagrid, had once helped guard the Philosopher's Stone for the school. As someone passionate about magical creatures, Carly possessed knowledge akin to Hana's familiarity with spells. This Philosopher's Stone is part of the tale involving Minister Potter and Voldemort. Perhaps we can share that story with you later? Hana nodded in agreement, promising to listen intently to the untold stories once all matters were resolved. If it isn't from the restricted section or the library, how did you come across it in the library? The library was a place Carly knew intimately, with most of the books she had read etched in her memory. Even the compendium of spells was familiar to her, yet the one Hana held was entirely unfamiliar. Thus began a series of peculiar occurrences the day it inexplicably appeared. To recount everything from the beginning would be quite complex, but I assure you I will share it all with you gradually. She promised her companions, vowing never to keep them in the dark again. Ander, too, raised his hand enthusiastically. He was eager to partake in this intriguing matter. Throughout the day, Hana recounted her dreams of Tom Riddle, her encounters with mermaids, the snake, the later meeting with Betty, and the alchemist. Those tales that only Hana had experienced were listened to with great attentiveness, each friend fearful of missing even the slightest detail, lest they veer off her narrative. Incredible, what ancient species, what mermaids, Carly mused, feeling as though she and Hana were not of the same time and space. These events were far more fantastical than anything she had ever read in magazines. I believe I may have seen such books in some obscure publishing house, yet the authenticity of their content is generally dismissed by ordinary wizards as mere fabrications by certain authors. It seems the truth is far more intricate and fascinating, Rhea remarked. Apologies. I should have believed you. If it were merely a prank, how could it be linked to so many bizarre incidents? In essence, I was too nonchalant, wasn't I? After Hana had mentioned that peculiar book to her, she hadn't provided any further information, likely due to her initial disbelief. This is what I know so far, but I feel there is still much left unclear. I originally sought to investigate my parents' whereabouts, but coincidentally, these matters have emerged. As Rhea mentioned before, it seems someone has been orchestrating events behind the scenes, subtly guiding me along. When discussing these exhausting matters, Hana habitually infused her words with fatigue. Carly observed her. She used to be more vivacious, but now the weight of these strange occurrences had left her gasping for breath. Although her account was brief, the reality of what had transpired was undoubtedly more severe than she revealed. She was weary, yet instinctively concealed. It sounds quite convoluted. It seems we have been swept into another vortex. It is we. Not just Hana alone. By the way, there is one more thing. All gazes returned to Hana. When I faced Vank, I always had this indescribable feeling, as if I might forget where I placed my pen, even though it was right in my line of sight. Vank, as the Deputy Minister of Magic, was responsible for investigating cases, yet his excessive targeting of Hana left even the uninformed feeling unnerved. That Deputy Minister seems to have a particular grudge against you, Carly remarked, her pale eyes slightly furrowed. That I've never seen anyone enact the death penalty curse directly in court. Did you catch him at something incriminating that made him so eager to eliminate you? In the case of Biman, Carly was also among the suspects, yet Vank's extreme behavior was consistently directed at Hana, casting doubt on his character and whether he truly acted in the interest of his position. Though we heard about it later, we were still utterly shocked. To execute a penal curse before a judge's conviction is an outright provocation to the Ministry of Magic. Rhea shrugged, indicating that he too was witnessing such audacity for the first time. Indeed, and now he is imprisoned. The position of Deputy Minister is temporarily held by Minister Potter. With Harry at the helm, it signified an elevation in his power within the Ministry of Magic. From such heights, one can survey the landscape, yet the fall can be quite painful. Why? Whose proposal was this? Hana became alert. Harry was still investigating the Biman case, and granting him more power only increased his pressure and risk. You should have heard Dean Alice mention this person. Carly's hint. A name swiftly surfaced in Hana's mind. Blyad's in the dark, damp confines of Azkaban. A prisoner's heart is filled with dread. Those confined here either await execution or death. The broken holes in the cell walls greedily steal light from outside. Previously, one could at least judge whether it was morning or evening. However, the bizarre climatic changes a few months ago rendered the scorching sun invisible from any corner of the magical world. The night within the cell was pitch black, leaving prisoners unable to see the crumbling walls or iron doors. Akin to a completely blind wretch, the man clad in black robes, wielding an ornate wand, approached the end of the corridor where the former deputy minister of magic, Vank Bugaway, was held. In his youth, he had joined the ministry alongside Harry Potter, matching him in every regard. Yet ultimately, it was Harry who ascended to the position of Minister of Magic. Naturally, he harbored resentment, coupled with a terrifying jealousy that he was not a particularly gifted wizard, which fueled his disdain for those who were. When Sirius Black appeared and defeated him, it instilled doubt and wavering in his perception of the noble profession of wizardry. A sycophant of the power-hungry and desire-driven. After the wizard's ring, he chose to join the Ada's family, becoming a disciple within the clan. The Ada's family covertly supported him within the Ministry of Magic over the years. He was assigned to seek out talented wizards, ensuring that these individuals did not meet favorable ends. The original intention behind the wizard's ring was to identify and cultivate the strongest wizards. Akin to knights safeguarding the nation, should the need arise, they would be the foremost defenders of the weak. However, with Vank's involvement, the nature of the wizarding ring began to shift. No one could clearly articulate the intricacies, as evidence was elusive. For instance, some contestants had met bizarre deaths, while others who were eliminated also faced grim fates. It was widely accepted that someone was covertly committing murder, yet no one would connect Vank, who was already the deputy minister, to these events. The sound of the man's footsteps echoed through the corridor, yet the prisoners remained utterly silent. He knew who had arrived. The man reached the cell. Raising his wand, the tip suddenly glimmered with starlight, illuminating the square cell. Vank squinted against the blinding light, shielding his eyes with one hand. Through his fingers, the radiance obscured the man's face, as well as the iron door and its lock. Long time no see, Deputy Minister. The sardonic title seemed to reiterate Vank's already sealed fate, either death or demise. Vank remained silent, gradually lowering his hand, his gaze dulled in the light, staring vacantly ahead. Prison life is not pleasant, is it? Seeing that he received no reaction whatsoever, the man continued to taunt him with a provocative tone. A dog that does not bite, in the end, can only be boiled into an unpalatable soup. In the dimly lit cell illuminated by a flicker of starlight, the man's voice resonated loudly. Yet, Frank remained unresponsive, as if his very soul had been drained. The man furrowed his brow in discontent. Perceiving Frank's lack of engagement as a sign of indifference, very well, very well. The esteemed Mr. Bugave, my master has entrusted me with a message for you. Should you fail to eliminate that girl, he shall hollow out your brain, eager to uncover the debris that lies within Ta. The man's tone was anything but courteous, even bordering on aggressive. Today, I intended to cleanse you, for my master fears you may disseminate matters of great importance. He regarded Frank as inconsequential, fully aware that Frank was merely a pawn to be silenced when no longer useful. Well then, sir, I bid you good night, and may you hasten to rid yourself of that girl. With a flourish of his wand, the man gradually faded away, his enchanting laughter echoing through the cell. In the blink of an eye, the once illuminated walls returned to darkness. The wind whistled through the gaping holes in the walls, resembling a lurking devil that had never truly departed. Come out. Frank suddenly addressed the empty air, rendering the solitary cell even more desolate and terrifying. In the shadows, a breath slowly became audible, belonging to someone who had been invisible. Witnessing all that the beguiling man had done and said, her wand emitted a glow, with several points of light floating about like fireflies. Once more, Frank's cell was illuminated, and this time, he exhibited a flicker of response. He gazed at the shimmering incantation, his eyes involuntarily reflecting a sense of yearning. The existence of genius is an injustice to mediocrity. A genius requires only a modicum of effort, while the mediocre must toil endlessly to achieve results akin to those of a genius. Indeed, a wizard of extraordinary talent, any spell in your hands becomes a work of art. The spell Twinkle is a functional illumination charm. When cast, the tip of the wizard's wand emanates points of light that illuminate the surroundings, dazzling like stars in the sky. Yet, in the hands of Hana, this spell was even more romantic than the stars themselves. The floating points of light traversed through the iron door into the cell, dispelling the pervasive gloom and dampness. Hana furrowed her brow. The environment was even more dismal than a wild forest. The pampered princess feeling discomfort, though Frank was slumped against the wall, utterly devoid of strength. His eyes remained filled with resentment. The warmth of his back never managed to warm the spot against which he leaned, and his hands and feet were equally cold. I am not a princess. Hana replied straightforwardly, unfazed by Frank's arrogance. "You discovered me long ago. Why did you not inform him?" Hana had arrived here before the man. Just as she was about to reveal herself, the man's footsteps echoed from afar. She had intended to quietly escape under the almost imperceptible conditions, but upon turning the corner of another corridor, she heard Frank mention nothing of himself. She was astonished and listened intently to their encrypted exchange. Frank remained silent for quite some time, and Hana waited for his response amidst the cool breeze. The wind whirled several times, yet Frank's gaze remained vacant, fixed straight ahead. There was nothing there. "You must know something. For instance, why must you kill me?" The alchemist from not long ago had remained tight-lipped, but his intentions were all too clear: to end Hana's life. "Are you not afraid that I might kill you now?" Frank spoke dully, lacking vigor, like a man on the brink of death. "You cannot harm me, can you?" The defensive mechanism that had long been operating within her body continued to shield her, having thwarted 3 of Frank's life-draining attacks. A subtle shift in Frank's expression suggested he was recalling something. Many great wizards have failed to complete a defensive spell. Previously, he had heard Harry speculate that this spell might have been embedded in her body by her parents. Your parents must have sacrificed everything, did they not? When touching upon others' vulnerabilities, Frank always exhibited a peculiar sense of comfort. He seemed to recall having heard that during the proceedings of the Biman case. Carlyle Foiler's parents had sought updates from the Ministry of Magic. They had written letters during that time, and only ceased when they learned their daughter was not the perpetrator. However, during that period, no one mentioned Hana's parents or relatives approaching the ministry to inquire about her situation. Had Frank examined Hana's magical dossier closely, he would have discovered that this prodigious which was entirely absent from the records, which might have provided him with new reasons to pursue her relentlessly. "Perhaps," Hana replied nonchalantly, though her outward calm concealed a tempest of emotions within. Faced with her composure, Frank appeared slightly taken aback. Hana, merely 13 or 14 years of age, carried herself with an air of maturity. "I have nothing more to say. You may leave." The initial questions of why her existence had not been revealed and the motive behind the intent to kill her remained unanswered despite the lengthy discourse. "I have some unpleasant feelings regarding your spell." Frank's eyes suddenly trembled, his expression tinged with an almost imperceptible fear that he was unaware that Hana had gleaned certain details about the matter and was quietly making her own decisions. If he failed to eliminate Hana by the final deadline, he would face dire consequences. But what if he did kill her? Would that ensure his safety? The individual had granted him an unusual source of magical energy, which had facilitated his current advancements. If that energy were to be reclaimed, he would revert to being the ordinary Frank, lacking profound power. Would he survive the reclamation? Or would he be silenced alongside those he had witnessed? His present circumstances bore no distinction from that of a discarded pawn. If he did not take a gamble soon, he might lose even the last vestige of hope. "Since you are aware, there is no need for such elaborate efforts to come here." Frank and she were initially strangers. Now, he sought every means to eliminate her, surely for an unassailable reason that "I do not know who wishes to kill me." "So, would I disclose that to you?" Frank turned away, rendering his expression invisible to Hana. He was agitated, as most would scorn his arrogance, yet only Hana continued to press for answers. He dared not articulate the truth. For if he did, he might not even meet a peaceful end. "I shall come for you again. Prepare yourself." As he faced away from Hana, his clenched teeth concealed his rage from her sight. The initial agreement with that individual had simply entailed the destruction of some gifted wizards. He assumed the role of executioner, gaining formidable magical energy in return. He had secretly hunted many talented wizards, only to receive the order to eliminate Hana. The first order he received had specified a target, thereby alerting him to Hana's exceptional nature. Subsequent failed massacres only reinforced his suspicions. After several botched attempts, the individual at the top became anxious. That person leveraged their own life to coerce Frank into a covert pursuit for survival. Although he had initially used Carlyle to bait Hana, that too ended in failure. Unable to endure the feeling of being threatened any longer, he erupted in the courtroom. Now stripped of his wand, that individual would no longer covertly assist him and was more likely to strike him down. Moreover, his body had been cursed. If he failed to fulfill his task, he would face execution, and it would have to be by that individual. He could not take his own life. Only another could bring his existence to an end. "You cannot harm me." Hana reiterated her earlier words, but with a tone imbued with newfound gravity. She could not comprehend Frank's obsession, as he steadfastly refused to reveal who sought her death. "How naive. Do you truly believe that those around you are all virtuous?" Vank lowered his head and spoke in a mournful tone. The girls shivered in the cold wind that blew through the cave entrance. Vank implied that there was a traitor by her side. This traitor had become aware of her defensive spell and was devising means to dismantle it, so that Vank could subsequently kill her with greater ease. Thank you for informing me. Despite his high status and formidable magical prowess, Hana discerned the weariness and sorrow etched upon the face of this former deputy minister of magic. He resembled a lush tree, outwardly resplendent but inwardly ravaged by insects, leaving only a sorrowful shell behind. Humph, I truly detest you prodigies. You grasp everything I say with such alarming clarity. In truth, he did not resent the gifted. Rather, he irrationally projected his own lack of talent onto others. Thus, he perpetually appeared as a madman. Carlike, though devoid of innate gifts, never relinquished her resolve. She neither abandoned herself nor those who cared for her. Compared to Carlike, Vank was of the same age as Professor Ovis, yet his intellect paled in comparison to hers and to that of the industrious Carlike. After speaking, the luminous orbs floating in the cell began to drift away. The light along the walls succumbing to encroaching darkness until it illuminated only the area beside Hana's feet. She proceeded towards the end of the corridor, the wind growing increasingly fierce. The ominous clouds that perpetually shrouded the magical realm gathered in response to her presence. Did those who sought to end her life also find themselves ensnared in some manner? He would certainly not grant himself forgiveness, yet this did not alter the fact that Vank was both a villain and a pitiable wretch. Hey! Vank's voice suddenly resonated behind her. Your classmate may never return. Was he referring to Biman? Indeed, she may never come back. Hana did not halt her stride. The light followed her until it reached the end, at which point a rather loud disapparition spell whisked her and the glowing orbs away. The cell fell into an eerie silence once more, a prolonged quietude that could lead one to wonder if they had gone blind or deaf, plunging the inmates into a maddening spiral of self-doubt and self-affirmation. Had Vank received a life sentence instead of the death penalty, his latter years would be spent in psychological torment. He had recently contemplated certain matters. If death was inevitable, he would choose to embrace it with resolve. Once one steps into the mire, there is no chance of escape. Years prior, he had been vanquished by Shilua Ovis, and out of spite, he willingly became a pawn for others to exploit. By the time he regained his senses, it was too late. He was an unrepentant villain, and a villain deserved a fittingly grim conclusion. He shifted his body to face the direction where Hana had stood moments ago. After a long silence, he suddenly erupted into manic laughter, a blend of bitter self-mockery and compassion for his own plight. It was astonishing that his wretched and foul existence had elicited pity from a mere girl. Upon exiting the high tower cell designated for Vank's confinement, 3 companions awaited Hana in the woods outside. They were initially meant to return directly to school from the hospital, but Hana insisted on seeking out Vank. Before leaving the hospital, she had spoken with Harry, who informed her that Vank would henceforth reside in the cell. However, the outcome was uncertain, for he would make one final desperate attempt to kill her. He had allies, and Vank's saga was far from over. As Hana approached her companions, the luminous orbs instinctively encircled the 4 of them. He didn't trouble you, did he? Carlike was entirely opposed to Hana meeting Vank alone. Yet ultimately, she could not dissuade her. No, but he didn't reveal who was orchestrating things behind the scenes. Hana felt a twinge of disappointment. Despite having mentally prepared herself, it was an inevitable outcome. Of course he wouldn't tell you. He is notorious for his insanity within the Ministry of Magic. Dosai, like Carlike, was not particularly optimistic about the situation and failed to comprehend why Hana felt compelled to meet the former deputy minister. What criminal would divulge their next move to the authorities? Dosai added, which caused Vank's earlier proclamation of war to resurface in Hana's mind that he had accomplices. The ministry's high tower could not contain him. If one were to describe Hana's current emotions, they would encompass a blend of the fury of a victim and the anxiety of someone delving deeper into the truth. She sensed that the mastermind behind it all was on the verge of revealing themselves. It's all right. Let's return to school for now. Together, we'll strive to find the right path. Andra, perched upon Leia's shoulder, waved in support of Carlike. Beneath the somber night, the light vanished once more with the disapparition spell, leaving only the unseasonably cold wind battering against the towering cell walls. The implication that Carlike and Hana were suspects in the Biman case had tarnished their reputation significantly, even though the ministry had declared them innocent. Some individuals continued to mockingly refer to them as suspects. Given the heightened vigilance of the teachers regarding this matter, most refrained from openly disparaging the 2 girls. As the friends bid farewell on the spiraling staircase and returned to their respective dormitories. The tumultuous events of the past weeks seemed poised to conclude. Yet, the Slytherin common room remained abuzz with whispered discussions. No had implored everyone several times to cease such behavior, but to no avail. Hana followed closely behind Carlyle, her stature significantly shorter, and her presence seemed less imposing. Carlyle cast a glance at their classmates lounging on the sofa, choosing silence over words. Everyone scrutinized the two girls with peculiar expressions, as if observing strange creatures in a zoo. "Are you tired?" she asked lightly, glancing back at Hana. Hana responded, understanding all too well. "If you're tired, go rest. Quidditch will be followed by the final exams." As she spoke, she led Hana upstairs, seemingly ignoring the classmates on the sofa as if they were invisible. "How arrogant," someone muttered under their breath, causing Carlyle to halt her steps on the staircase. "Speak up. I can't hear you." Her tone was casual, yet the normalcy of it only heightened the chill in the air. Upon returning, Carlyle reverted to her former self. She was never one to cower. A stroke of bad luck would not deter her. A girl beside the classmate tugged at her sleeve, urging her to remain silent. The room fell silent for a moment before Carlyle resumed her ascent with Hana, due to the Biman incident. The two girls had been relocated to a different dormitory in the past. Passing by any dormitory was inconsequential, yet now, some individuals would overtly display fear or panic when passing by Carlyle and Hana's quarters. To her, such reactions were merely the result of others' overactive imaginations. The dormitory door swung open, revealing the same sight that greeted them upon their arrival over half a month ago, a candle flickering atop the bedside table. The moment they removed their robes and hung them on the rack, Hana pulled Carlyle down to sit at the edge of the bed. "Today, when Vank spoke to me, he mentioned something else. But I hesitated to voice it. She wished to preserve the warm atmosphere. No one relished having cold water thrown on their spirits. He must know something, which is why I sought him out. I anticipated he wouldn't disclose it, but doesn't that align with my suspicions?" As Carlyle listened, she slowly grasped her silvery hair, the strands brushing against the scarred skin of her hand. "Someone wishes to kill you. Expending such effort. Why? I can't help but wonder if there's something about you that draws their attention. Otherwise, why would they pursue you relentlessly?" In Carlyle's view, everything adhered to a certain logic. The series of inexplicable events could not have arisen from thin air. "Something that attracts them? I possess neither wealth nor status. I don't even know who my parents are. What could possibly draw them to me? To be honest, the time I was lured into the barrier by the Alchemists nearly cost me my life." That incident had been purely accidental. She had never anticipated that the defensive spell would be suppressed by the barrier, and it was only thanks to Betty Cha-Cha's intervention that she was saved. Carlyle's expression darkened with concern as she spoke. "That's precisely why you mustn't venture alone into perilous places. If we had been there at the time, at the very least, you wouldn't have had to face such fear alone. The existence of alchemists is a conundrum within the annals of magical history. They are formidable and enigmatic figures, and even with the presence of Carlyle and her two companions, it appears that no resolution can be reached. Or perhaps all four may meet their demise together." Hana had previously envisioned such a scenario and wished to avert it. Naturally, she would also take measures to safeguard herself. Her response did not address Carlyle's inquiry, seeming more like an evasion. Surely she did not wish to vanish once more. Carlyle pondered internally, her gaze fixed intently on the profile of Hana, though unspoken. The question was evident upon her countenance. This scrutiny persisted for a considerable time, rendering Hana somewhat bashful, and she cast a glance of mild grievance towards Carlyle. Just as she was about to speak, a sudden lump formed in her throat. She had no parents, nor kin. If she were to fall victim, it would matter little, having brushed the precipice of death on multiple occasions. Yet these individuals were different. She yearned for companionship and thus wished for her friend's well-being. "Okay," Carlyle replied succinctly, extending her hands to cradle Hana's face, her deep green eyes transforming from a myriad of complex negative emotions to a gentle smile. "After Quidditch, final exams will follow, and you, my dear, have fallen behind in your studies." The implication of her words was clear. They had much to catch up on in the days to come. Consequently, each day before class, Carlyle and Ducci would assist Hana in her studies, accompanied by the ever-loyal Andy. As for Rhea, he was an exceptional beater in Quidditch and had devoted all his time to training, leaving Andy temporarily in Ducci's care. Every noon, the group would convene for lunch. Rhea would venture into the kitchen to borrow space from the chef to concoct some barbecue sauce, ensuring to reserve a portion for Ducci that was devoid of peanut butter. "What are you doing?" Hana inquired curiously, observing the object in Ducci's hand. She sat beside Carlyle, while Ducci and Rhea occupied the opposite side. "Flavor enhancer," Ducci exclaimed, holding up the bottle, his pale eyes fixated upon it. A gentleman's special edition. When sprayed on food, it amplifies the taste, ensuring I never mistakenly consume peanut butter again. The recollection of his previous allergic reaction to peanut butter sent shivers down his spine. He never wished to experience that maddening itch, pain, and heat again. Hana looked on with mild surprise and turned to Kalike, who nodded slightly, a faint smile indicating Hana's correct assumption. Then, her gaze returned to the flavor enhancer in Ducci's hand. Is your sense of taste not very good? Hana paused her cutlery, her green eyes scrutinizing the bottle, noticing Rhea's surname etched upon it. This was given to him by Rhea, and since I haven't seen Ducci use it in days, I assume he must have run out of the previous batch and created a new one. She then glanced at Rhea, who was diligently focused on his meal, unaware of his talent for potion making. Rhea excels in potions. This is essentially a form of potion, Kalike explained, leaning closer to Hana's ear. A unique supplied Hana's eyes widened in realization, and just as she caught sight of Rhea lifting his head, she hurriedly joined Kalike in burying her face in her meal, as it seemed the food was rather unpalatable that day. Rhea, mimicking Kalike's earlier demeanor, leaned towards Ducci with a cheeky tease. I think so too. Ducci seamlessly responded, their camaraderie evident. Laughter erupted amongst the group, while nearby Quidditch players regarded them with curious glances. After lunch, Rhea returned to training, and Ducci accompanied Andy. Today, Kalike and Hana joined them. In the Quidditch preparation room. Gryffindor players congregated in small clusters, sharing laughter and conversation. Let me tell you, Rhea's broomstick is the most distinctive in the field, as it bears 2 bite marks from Andy, Ducci animatedly recounted, mimicking and chewing antics. I merely haven't been here to witness training for a few days, he added, recalling that when Kalike had last visited, Rhea's broom had still been intact. The three engaged in discussion. Rhea's expression suddenly shifted as he prepared to retrieve his broom. What's wrong? He crouched down, rummaging through the box. His companions quickly gathered around, only to find the broom reduced to splintered wood, strewn haphazardly within the box. Wood shavings adorned the once vibrant orange fabric, and the golden tassels had lost their luster. Kalike's temper flared instantly, and she was about to confront the boisterous group when Hana grasped her arm firmly. Though Hana had not paid attention to these individuals, she understood their motivations. In another corner, the leading girl had paused her conversation with other team members, arms crossed defiantly, her intent unmistakable. The teammates behind her cast wary glances, feigning interest in their brooms while subtly scrutinizing Hana and her companions. Despite Hana's intervention, Kalike's piercing gaze remained undeterred. She recognized this Gryffindor girl, often seen with a high ponytail, possessing a larger frame and strikingly bold features, exuding an air of intimidation. Though they had once shared a cordial acquaintance with Biman, they were not particularly close. The tension between their gazes filled the cramped room with an unnameable oppression. Rhea remained crouched, his expression vacant, betraying a simmering anger. Kalike withdrew her hand in frustration, though her ire was not directed at Hana. She turned her head, her silver hair concealing her fury, suppressing her urge to confront the girl directly. This is utterly pointless, lowly and base. Even without naming names, the opposing group instinctively glanced towards the lead ponytailed girl. Yet the girl remained unfazed, smirking as she retorted, "At least it's cleaner than a murderer." As her words hung in the air, her teammates recoiled in horror, slowly averting their gazes as if evading an unseen threat. Kalike's head stiffened, her jaw quivering, her gaze sharpening into a steely glare, her silver hair subtly undulating upon her shoulder. Ducci stood frozen, realizing that the matter concerning Biman Ashi could lead to unkind words directed at Hana and Kalike. Yet he never anticipated such an awkward and oppressive atmosphere. Panic surged within him. It seemed that nothing he could say would suffice, and perhaps silence was the best course of action. Andy had remained nestled within Ducci's arm, initially tranquil, but now stirred restlessly, as if awakened from a slumber by the commotion. This indicated that Rhea was in a precarious state, as was everyone else. A moment of silence ensued, and the girl bore the expression of a victor. Her gaze shifted to Hana, who was reputed as a genius, now seemingly disheveled. You would do well not to question Minister Potter's decisions. Her green eyes lifted slightly, with soft curls resting on her brow. Seemingly calm, yet her eyes flickered with intensity. I do not question, Hana replied. Then what is it you fear? The girl's words struck true, encapsulating Hana's current state. The onlookers exchanged confused glances, unable to decipher the unfolding tension. Suddenly, Hana's eye twitched, as if responding to the girl's remarks. The white-haired nuisance and the green-haired seaweed. You two are truly a perfect match. As her words faded, Kalike swiftly drew her wand from her robe. Aiming it directly at the girl, her gaze cutting through the air like a blade. The girl faltered for a moment, her eyes darting, her previously confident stance wavering, yet she quickly regained her composure. Go on, cast your spell. You dare not. Can you even perform it? Like a Death Eater, will you kill me with an unforgivable curse? Upon hearing this, Kalike's expression shifted to one of both anger and confusion. She had anticipated some hostility, but the sheer audacity of such malevolence was bewildering. Was it truly gratifying to stab at others with such unrelenting cruelty? She seemed utterly incapable of doing anything. As Hana often lamented her desire to avoid trouble alongside Dwechi, Rhea was equally troublesome at that moment. Hana's frustration surpassed even that of Kalike, as they refrained from escalating matters, wishing to avoid drawing attention. Yet, the true instigators were dissatisfied with the tranquility of Hogwarts, intent on leaving behind a trace of legend. The issue of talent had long plagued Kalike, although she refrained from voicing her concerns. It did not indicate a lack of care. Her silence stemmed from a determination to persevere, while her attachment to magic was marred by the bitterness of innate ability overshadowing her passion. Nevertheless, this did not justify the indignity she faced. Furthermore, Kalike had not committed murder, nor had she. You would do well to apologize now, lest the retelling of this incident to the teachers bring you undue embarrassment. Fellow Gryffindor, Hana opted for restraint, knowing they could not allow the situation to escalate, or else Hogwarts would be engulfed not just by clouds above, but by turmoil below. Apologize? On what grounds? Is it merely because you have the illustrious Professor Ovis backing you? The girl considered this an unclean atmosphere, one she wished to openly address, seemingly intent on altering the towering image of Professor Ovis in everyone's minds. She believed that Xiao Luo Ovis was a ruthless murderer. The Ministry of Magic declared they were not the culprits, attributing the crime to a group of snakes? Preposterous. She even suspected that the savior, Harry Potter, was shielding the guilty. Thus, she absolutely detested these two individuals. And even more so those who chose to associate with them. They appeared to disregard the deceased Biman, openly conversing with a murderer. Hana felt her anger clouding her judgment, a relentless buzzing echoing in her mind. She knew they were innocent, yet she found herself at a loss on how to defend her friends. With a narrowed gaze, she admonished more sternly, apologize. Despite its strength, her command seemed somewhat feeble at that moment. A familiar figure emerged slowly from among the team. Hana was taken aback internally. How had he arrived? It was Bandai, exuding the leisure of a wandering bard, a yellowed leaf clenched between his teeth. Do you want me to deal with her? Deal with her. Hana instinctively averted her green eyes, concealing her surprise from prying gazes. She needed to exercise caution. Her earlier flickering expression had already betrayed her unease. Of course, she felt uneasy, for the murderer, that snake, stood there in a manner only she could perceive and hear. She understood precisely why she withheld information about that snake. It still held potential value. Yet, her conscience incessantly berated her. Absolutely not. Are you trying to get us all killed? Though Hana shouted this internally, Bandai could hear her. The girl with the high ponytail furrowed her brow, perplexed by Hana's unusual reaction, and continued with an air of arrogance. A genius wizard is nothing more than this. You ought to accept your defeat. That it was as if she reveled in her ability to twist the truth. Believing it a remarkable feat, your inner thoughts are precisely this. I merely articulated them for you. Bandai replied calmly. The snake appeared smug, raising its brows in a manner reminiscent of thugs lurking in alleyways. I never considered killing anyone. You foolish snake. Hana's agitation was evident, as if her hidden thoughts had been exposed, yet she endeavored to maintain a composed facade. That not the case. Did you not contemplate killing Vank? Please, when you witnessed Vank seize that white-haired girl, your desire to devour him was palpable, was it not? Even if he deceived you, be silent. Hana suddenly shouted, her voice now resonating with strength. Bandai stood frozen, while others gaped in astonishment at her unexpected outburst. How could she suddenly behave like this? Was she not always the quiet, demure girl? Had the cafeteria's bland frog soup driven her mad? Each person entertained their own thoughts. While Kalike grasped Hana's wrist, her concern evident, she silently inquired with her gaze whether Hana was all right, if something was amiss. Clearly, the awkward and oppressive atmosphere had been shattered by the brilliance of Hana John, the prodigious wizard. Only then did Hana realize, but being caught in her secret thoughts, a flush crept across her face. She could no longer remain there. It was only a matter of time before her cover was blown. Thus, she shot a fierce glance at Bandai, who stood with an expression that was quite unsettling, as it clashed with his typically playful demeanor. Bandai seemed to receive the unspoken warning, clearing his throat in a symbolic gesture. "I shall return to assist you later." He promptly vanished, for despite the crowd, Hana found herself momentarily powerless against him. From an outsider's perspective, Hana's focus was solely on the Gryffindor girl with the high ponytail. The girl felt a chill under Hana's piercing gaze, contemplating whether to do something to mask her waning confidence. But Hana turned and fled. "Hana, wait." Kalike thought to pursue her, but was met with the Quidditch coach. Grooved, he entered through the door, with Albus and Scorpius ahead, the two narrowly avoiding a collision with Hana. Fortunately, they instinctively stepped aside, averting what could have been a mishap. Moments ago, they had been joyfully discussing amusing training anecdotes, only to find two factions standing apart. Scorpius scanned the expressions of everyone present. Sensing that something was amiss, he glanced at Albus, raising an eyebrow in surprise. At that moment, Albus noticed Rhea squatting silently on the ground. Perceiving her deviation from the norm, he approached and observed Rhea's box, which was no longer tidy, but filled with splintered wood and tattered orange-red fabric. The girl, seeing Albus approach, gradually tempered her domineering gaze, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment. "By Merlin's beard," Albus exclaimed in astonishment. Following closely behind, the Quidditch coach joined in. He had also retreated a step earlier to avoid the furious Hana. "Oh, Mr. Cambin, do you not care for your broomstick?" the coach remarked, shaking his head. Fully aware he was speaking ironically, he patted Rhea's shoulder twice and turned to the girl with the high ponytail. "Grace, this certainly is not your prank, is it?" Since the incident involving Biman spread throughout the school, students like Grace had emerged. Some whispered behind others' backs, while others placed frightening little creatures or toys in classmates' lockers. It is worth mentioning Dwitchy, whose collection of cute animals had amassed into a veritable zoo in his dormitory, with the dormitory supervisor noting the daily influx of curious and kind-hearted students eager to visit. After all, Dwitchy was the small scamander, and no creature posed a challenge for him. However, Kalike was not so fortunate. As she shared a dormitory with Biman and Hana, some mischievous children would place spiders or snakes to frighten her, or deliberately sit far away from her in the library, while others spoke ill of her in her presence. Just a few days prior, while returning to the dormitory with Hana, they passed the Slytherin common room, where a self-righteous girl attempted to confront her regarding the sheltering influence of Professor Ovis. Even though complaints to the teachers had dwindled, the faculty were not merely instructors. They possessed the ability to read the room and swiftly grasp the situation's essence. Indeed, does one require great intellect to devise schemes to torment others? As Kalike had remarked earlier, it was meaningless, lowbrow, and vile. Grace remained silent, her gaze averted, for displaying any defiance would only invite the teachers to perceive it as provocation. "Very well, Grace, please take a trip to the Quidditch department to finalize your withdrawal from the team." The few team members standing behind Grace lowered their heads in unison, retreating to their respective corners. Grace flung her broom aside and departed, casting an indignant glance at Carly Kay as she left. That look was infused with not only anger but also a subtle disdain. Meanwhile, Hana, who had acted out of self-interest, concealed herself in the most secluded spot of the school, outside the Forbidden Forest barrier. Here, no one would come unless Professor McGonagall needed to reinforce the wards. She perched upon the large stone where she had discovered Carly Kay's notebook on her first day. The wind swept past her, sending chills through her. She recognized that she had been wronged, and could not deny a connection to Biman's demise. Hence, when confronting that girl, she often felt a lack of confidence, which Carly Kay's keen gaze effortlessly detected as her inner turmoil. Hana vowed to herself that she must keep this matter to herself and never let it show on her face. What had caused that snake to appear so suddenly? It seemed aware of thoughts she herself dared not dwell upon. Could it have employed a mind-reading spell? If it did, then its power must surpass her own. Suddenly, she sensed a disturbance in her surroundings. Was it that clumsy snake again? "Come out!" she shouted, an expression of defiance adorning her face. One that did not quite align with her usual demeanor, yet somehow suited her. Then, the sound of magic swirling reached her ears. The snake was revealing its true form. Bandai slinked to Hana's side, a yellow leaf clutched in its mouth. "Is there something I can assist you with?" it inquired. "Eliminate that girl, or perhaps deal with Vank, or anyone else who brought her displeasure." All right. Just do me a favor and keep your distance. Stay away from this area." Hana exclaimed, her voice tinged with exasperation. her gestures betraying her frustration, akin to someone recoiling from a moldy cookie. "Very well," Bandai replied courteously to Hana's command, then tiptoed backwards several steps, his heels landing with precision. Was this the retreat she meant? "Is it?" Hana mused, cradling her head in her hands, her fingers anxiously tousling her hair, seeing that her attempt at humor had fallen flat and Hana's mood had worsened. Bandai's eyes darted around, suddenly inspired by a clever idea. He transformed back into a snake, coiling into a round shape, resembling a flattened pineapple, then spread his bat-like wings to envelop himself, resting his head on his body. In this form, he truly resembled a deep green, flat pineapple pie, and due to his serpentine shape, he appeared far less pretentious and much more docile. The atmosphere grew quieter, the cold wind brushing against Hana's face. Tousling her deep green jellyfish-like hair and her wizardess robe draped over the stone, she hugged her knees, her emerald eyes cast downwards, lacking vitality. Bandai maintained his position for quite a while. Clearly, this tactic proved more effective than his previous jests. At least Hana had ceased her tirades. "Hana," Carly K's voice echoed down the path, prompting Bandai to poke his head out. As the snake's body elongated, he vanished into the shadows just as Carly K approached. "Are you all right?" Carly K immediately crouched beside Hana upon arrival, only to be unexpectedly embraced by her, despite having faced her own share of grievances and malice. Carly K instinctively sought to comfort her friend, which prompted Hana to leap forward and envelop her in a "It's okay." Carly K reassured her, though she found herself sitting on the ground due to the shift in balance. Hana remained silent, resembling a deflated balloon, half of her face hidden against Carly K's shoulder, her gaze unfocused. "Grace has been expelled from Quidditch. That I intended to catch up with you, but I lingered behind to hear how Coach Gru would handle the situation." Carly K explained. "The outcome was as expected. The teachers are well aware of the students' actions. While they may not openly address the bullying of classmates, there exists an internal scale by which they discern right from wrong." As Carly K departed, she was called by Professor Gru, who informed her that he would be reporting the incident to the headmaster. Grace's behavior had the potential to influence impressionable students, creating chaos akin to a hodgepodge in Hogwarts. Hana, still silent, turned her eyes restlessly, as if grappling with an internal struggle. Should she disclose the existence of that snake to Carly K? However, doing so would hinder her own investigation into those matters. Moreover, she needed to find a way back to the palace the snake had previously shown her for further exploration. Yet, withholding this information would only lead to her friend's unwarranted suffering. Hana's thoughts became a tangled mess, leaving her indecisive about which path to choose. "That I'm sorry," she said, her voice heavy with resignation as she apologized to Carly K. Of course, Carly K. could not grasp the true meaning behind her words, merely finding them perplexing, as these events were not of her making. Meanwhile, Grace was in the Quidditch department, processing her departure. The teachers had offered her some semblance of dignity. Such matters should be announced publicly before her expulsion was formalized. However, Grace felt even more humiliated by this treatment. Why not expel her on the spot? She had indeed committed the act, and she was prepared for public disgrace. Instead, they had provided her with an escape route, which felt like a further humiliation. Grace was now convinced that Carly K had become as insufferable as Dyla, though their reasons for being disliked were different. All she desired was to enjoy her school life. So why were there so many individuals intent on complicating it? With a scowl etched on her face, Grace exited the Quidditch department, clutching the crumpled application for her resignation. Why is she quitting the team? Isn't Quidditch about to begin? Finally, we have a day without rain, one student remarked behind her. Yes, I was looking forward to it. Grace is my favorite Quidditch player. Hearing these words, Grace felt a pang of discomfort. Although she was deeply unhappy, she still stubbornly believed she was in the right as she walked away from the Quidditch department to the trash bin in the hallway. She tossed the crumpled application inside. What did it matter that many students admired her? She could not bear to remain in a place tainted by the presence of a murderer. She marched forward with determination, and her anger seemed palpable to those students who instinctively stepped aside to grant her passage. Yet, as she rounded a corner, she collided with a figure clad in dark green robes. Grace glanced up, quickly lowering her gaze, unsure of the expression on her face, hoping fervently that Professor McGonagall would not notice her. "Apologies, Professor," she muttered, hastily offering her apology. Though the stern-looking woman appeared formidable, she seemed not the type to wreak havoc upon another's broom and no harm done. "Grace, I am not in a hurry." because Grace had been in such a frantic rush. It was evident that if not for an urgent matter, she would not have inadvertently bumped into Professor McGonagall. The headmistress's words carried a deeper meaning. She had just learned from Coach Gru that Grace, his niece, had destroyed Leah's broom, openly admitting it without hesitation, even exhibiting a hint of defiance towards school rules. Gru had pleaded on her behalf, stating that she had chosen to resign from the Gryffindor Quidditch team and expressed his regret for his niece's actions. He further implied that the emergence of such behavior in Gryffindor reflected poorly on him as a coach. Gryffindor represented bravery, not recklessness. Minerva McGonagall regarded the somewhat weary coach, recalling that he was Grace's only close elder. Grace's parents had abandoned her, deeming her a magical anomaly, only to have another daughter. This context shed light on why Grace so frequently referenced the unforgivable curses. She was an exceptionally gifted Quidditch player. Yet she had chosen to shy away from it. McGonagall maintained her silence for a moment, and the students passing by dared not steal glances or utter a word. Very well, attend to your matters. She finally said. She did not directly address the matter at hand. Moreover, her current endeavors are, in fact, unrelated to Grace. She merely expressed astonishment at Grace's words and Gru's concern for his niece. Could this be construed as collusion? It seems to fall slightly short of that. Professor McGonagall departed in a flurry, and Grace turned to her, her gaze still lingering on the Quidditch department sign. Her face bore minimal emotion, just a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. As she reminisced about all that had transpired in the past hour, there was Carly's furious expression, Leia's repressed fury, Hana's anxious fidgeting, and that rebellious, delinquent version of herself. She recalled having abandoned her broom when exiting the Quidditch preparation room. Perhaps it was for the best. After all, that object was tainted by the filth of a murderer. She mused silently, continuing on her path amidst the astonished glances of many. Carly had gone into the Forbidden Forest to fetch Hana, and they were still in the preparation room, while the other competitors had commenced their nerve-wracking training. Leia sat beside a crate, her hands crossed, her face etched with melancholy. How was he to resolve this predicament? Yet, it seemed that Grace's resignation from the team was punishment enough. However, Gru, the coach, had already imposed a penalty on her, which in some measure could mitigate Grace's true punishment. Grace was an exceptional player. Yet she would no longer grace the Quidditch field. Leia, with his gentle and humble disposition, would reciprocate any assistance offered to him. Yet, if someone bullied him, he would be at a loss for how to respond. Doki sat silently beside him, placing the small bear, Ander, upon his shoulder. In the past, when he had walked alongside Leia, Leia had mentioned that this broom was a priceless heirloom left to him by his parents. Thus, he was uncertain how to channel his resentment or blame towards Grace. He had not participated in training, for he was without his broom. His spirits were also lacking. Do you really have a solution? Should I give it a try? I've never used any powerful repair spells. Such damage cannot be mended by ordinary spells. The two sat in the preparation room when Carly and Hana's voices reached them. They had been discussing whether magic could restore the shattered broom, while also conversing about Grace. Despite their innocence, even with the Ministry of Magic's official release, many continued to cast suspicious glances at them. With Leia being merely an innocent victim. You're here. Doki glanced at Leia with a lackluster expression, indicating for the two of them to observe him. I don't know what to do. Coach Gru suggested that perhaps Headmistress McGonagall could attempt to repair. Upon seeing his other two companions arrive, Leia endeavored to appear indifferent, though his expression betrayed him. He remained angry, like a fish bloated with air, and that feeling had yet to subside. Of course. Headmistress McGonagall's magic is formidable. Isn't it? Hana affirmed with a nod, her deep green hair swaying. As she contemplated how she might assist, I truly apologize, she hastily added, as the previous statement was merely a means to ease the tension. Now, she sought to address the main issue. Even if Carly insisted that it was not her concern, she would still find herself mired in guilt. What had Grace been ranting about earlier, calling her a white-haired girl or a seaweed fairy? She had intended to convey that Leia deserved this punishment merely for being friends with her. How utterly absurd. No, it is evident to everyone that this is not your fault. That I should have secured the crate. I always felt that such a ridiculous incident could not possibly occur. Had he taken precautions, would that indirectly imply that Carly and Hana are, what, murderers? The only likelihood is that he could no longer participate in the competition. Magic is willing to repair many things, but not all. Hana regarded him, then glanced at Carly, unconsciously exhaling a sigh, though it was tinged with worry. The situation was far from good. She felt a sudden urge to leave this place. Yet Carly had expressed a desire for her to stay. Well, I'll attempt to repair it, if that's all right. Though success is not guaranteed, she had observed that the broom had shattered into many pieces, and her confidence in restoring it was not high. Yet, she also longed for her friend to shine in Quidditch. A broom requires a period of adjustment. Purchasing a new one would not enable immediate synergy. Hina approached the crate, crouching down to inspect it. I believe she can do it. Doki offered supportively, though his pale eyes brimmed with admiration for Hina, who wouldn't want to befriend a genius witch. I believe so too. Leia's mood remained low, yet he earnestly affirmed Hina's capabilities, as so do I. Carly chimed in after Leia. Hina then produced her wand, stepping back slightly. Waving it while reciting the incantation, the fragments began to levitate slowly, each seeking its rightful place. The wood shavings on the red velvet also mirrored this behavior, returning to where they had fallen. At that moment, Headmistress McGonagall arrived at the door of the preparation room. Though she did not intrude, instead, she quietly observed Hina's every movement. Perfectly restored, this spell differed from the restoration charm. It could mend even the most irreparably shattered items. If a wizard's skill was insufficient, this spell would also fail to effect true repairs. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Leia's broom gradually reassembled, the jagged wood pieces returning to their rightful places, including the broom's bristles. As he witnessed the broom slowly returning to its former state, Leia's suppressed emotions lightened a fraction. Rather than feeling unhappy, he was more astonished. However, this would not tarnish his friendship with Hina. It's simply marvelous, Doki exclaimed, witnessing the shards return to their original form. He felt increasingly grateful for having a genius witch as a friend, as long as she could sit beside him during exams. It sounds as if you've never seen magic before, Carly teased him, lightening the atmosphere. After all, less than an hour prior, a battle had unfolded here that had left her feeling powerless. This brought to mind Delilah. While she certainly did not appreciate Delilah's capricious nature, the term was nearly over, and yet she had not returned to school. A fleeting suspicion flickered through Carly's mind, but vanished almost instantly. The pieces of the broom assembled, and the dazzling light born from the fissures was gradually absorbed by the broom's sheen. McGonagall, observing from outside, smiled quietly to herself. She pondered whether, had Tom not chosen to embrace darkness all those years ago, he might have become an outstanding wizard. Yet now, it seemed history might be about to repeat itself. Was 20 years of darkness not sufficient? As the broom was restored to its original condition, it slowly floated towards its owner, hovering in midair until Leia grasped it once more. As good as new. It is simply magnificent. Carly noted the glimmer of genuine happiness that had crept into Leia's previously somber eyes and offered solace in this manner. Ander had been trembling in Doki's arms, indicative of Leia's earlier anger or sorrow. However, he was no longer shaking as violently, for the truth was now evident. Leia wore the expression of a child receiving a gift, his lips involuntarily curling upwards, his fingers tracing the flawless surface of the broom as his eyes scrutinized it intently. He contemplated how he would participate in Quidditch if the broom could not be restored, or how he would explain the situation to his parents in heaven. Thank you, Hina, truly, thank you. His attention remained fixated on his broom, making it abundantly clear how satisfied he was. The atmosphere in the preparation room had lightened considerably, no longer burdened by the earlier tension. Can you imagine? I can watch the matches again. To be honest, I was a fan of Leia from the very beginning. Leia smiled as he asked, when you say previously, do you mean when you first started watching me train? Just a few days ago. It seems that not much time has passed. Yet in the mouth of Dwechi, it has become a thing of the past. However, everyone remains unconcerned, instead erupting into a chorus of laughter. Even Professor McGonagall, upon entering the preparation room, gazes with satisfaction at each individual present. Those areas have rendered Hogwarts devoid of its former vitality, yet the camaraderie among friends adds strokes of color to this otherwise dreary place. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to witness this. Please forgive me for eavesdropping just now. The wrinkles on McGonagall's face relaxed slightly as she clasped her hands together, her wand held loosely within them. Upon seeing her, Hana felt a premonition that perhaps certain matters required her attention. It's all right, Professor, there's nothing to worry about. The three responded in succession, and Ander waved his hand as if preparing to leap forward. Yes, there's something you need, Professor? Everyone turned their gaze to Hana. Not because they deemed her words superfluous, but rather as if they too shared her foresight regarding Professor McGonagall's visit. Yes, my dear, I apologize, but I must speak with you privately. As she spoke, McGonagall reached out, gently encircling Hana's shoulder, her demeanor shifting to one of tension. The companions exchanged glances, particularly Rhea, for Hana had just repaired his wand, and he hoped nothing untoward would befall her. Any time is fine. After exiting the preparation room, McGonagall lowered her head in silence for a few seconds before mustering the courage to say, "Harry is looking for you. At Hagrid's hut, it's a place that won't draw much attention, that I am very sorry. My dear, but there are matters I believe you should be informed of. It is your right to know them." Hana's brow furrowed slowly, an unsettling feeling beginning to emanate from her green eyes, intensifying and multiplying. "Regarding your aptitude for spells, it has become a well-known secret among the upper echelons of the Ministry of Magic. Please allow me to apologize once more, child, as they harbor certain thoughts, yes, merely thoughts." Before coming here, Minerva had prepared herself mentally, bolstered by the encouragement of Shaw and Nicole. The words she had intended to articulate had formed a sentence in her mind, yet now she found herself at a loss for expression. How could one bear such malevolence directed at a child? Though she too had once harbored secret fears and unspoken malice, she could not fathom subjecting a young one to such burdens. "I know, Headmaster, I am fully aware. What manner of individuals would prompt the Ministry of Magic to take such drastic measures? While I cannot grasp the greatness of Minister Potter, I understand his motivations. Professor Ovis genuinely cares for me. I am acutely aware of that." She had never broached such matters with her esteemed elders, understanding their predicaments. Though deeply affected herself, Hana had never truly resented them. Shallow Ovis, as the champion of the Wizarding Championship, epitomized the pinnacle of wizards in her era. For every admirer she had, there were equally as many who feared her. Although the rumors surrounding Professor Ovis were merely fabrications, could it truly be said that no one feared her presence? Yet Hana believed herself more fortunate than Shallow, for Shallow was willing to assist her, regardless of the cost. "I do not know who Voldemort is. I only wish to find my parents. That is my original intention, though things seem to be worsening, do they not? That book without a library mark, or rather, a dial, and the strange sensation during the confrontation with Fank." She could enumerate many examples, yet she found herself powerless to resolve the issues within. "Dear child, you must understand that over 20 years ago, we referred to him as the Dark Lord." Hana blinked, unable to empathize with that desperate history, yet she could sense it through Harry's actions that it is all over now. "Is it not? Voldemort. Child, I apologize. Shall I escort you to Hagrid's hut? Harry is waiting for you there." There were words she found difficult to voice, perhaps due to her advancing years. Was that not so? The expression on McGonagall's face grew more pained, occasionally overtaken by memories she could not bear to relive. Slowly, she raised her wand, placing her other hand on Hana's shoulder. "I wish you the best, my dear." Her unique voice, deepened by its somber tone, became even more melodious as she gazed at Hana while uttering the incantation. Gradually, a blue light began to emanate from the wand, spreading as it approached Hana's body. She closed her eyes against the brightness, and a gentle breeze washed over her ears, ushering in silence. Harry and Hagrid sat on a worn leather sofa, gathered around the fireplace, with a chair crafted from pure sandalwood and floral vines nearby. The scent of wood and blossoms provided a measure of relaxation for Hana. They heard the sound of the spell. Having been discussing Voldemort, before turning their heads in unison, that Hana's form slowly materialized beside the chair, her robe slightly soiled at the hem. Once she revealed her true self, Harry and Hagrid noticed her tense expression. McGonagall must have prepared her beforehand, for she was only 13, grappling with matters beyond her years. "Minister, administrator," she unconsciously lowered her gaze, her head slightly bowed, as if reluctant to confront certain truths and no need to be anxious. "We have met before. Hagrid is my dear friend. You are quite safe here." Harry extended his hand, gesturing for Hana to sit down. The chair had been specially prepared for her by Hagrid, despite Harry's and Hagrid's reassuring words. Hana felt a palpable discomfort as she settled into the chair. "It's all right, my dear. There is nothing to worry about. Minister Potter is the greatest wizard, so nothing is insurmountable." Hagrid's demeanor was amiable. He was kind to everyone, even befriending the fiercest of creatures. "Thank you." Hana endeavored to ease her tension, nodding as she spoke, feeling akin to a student caught in wrongdoing. Eye in her line of sight. A cup of hot cocoa floated towards her, exquisite in its presentation, evidently coming from Hagrid's direction. Nervously, she reached out with both hands to receive it, the warmth instantly enveloping her palms. She looked up at Hagrid, whose bushy beard and thick hair, though he stood tall, did not evoke fear. Thank you, Hagrid. Hagrid nodded, glancing at Harry. Perhaps she is simply hungry in her nervousness. The previously somber atmosphere lightened immediately, akin to the warmth of the cup of cocoa in Hana's hands. Very well, Hana. There are matters that Professor McGonagall should have discussed with you regarding the Ministry. The higher-ups witnessed your confrontation with Fink, and some have suggested monitoring your gifts, though this is not intended maliciously. The primary mission of the Ministry of Magic is to maintain the safety of the magical world, and there are certain potential factors they must scrutinize more closely. Yes, I understand. Although still a young girl. She did not exhibit the emotional volatility typical of her age. A girl who should have enjoyed a carefree childhood was forced to mature prematurely. The upper echelons have proposed that you be monitored. Although I have temporarily declined this suggestion. Previously, Harry's scrutiny of Hana had been intrusive, and now he believed it necessary to approach the matter in a more considerate manner. Is there a better way? Hana began to fret. Whenever I wield my wand, I feel an indescribable sensation, akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. Should it exceed its maximum capacity for expansion, the balloon will inevitably explode. This is a troubling notion. She had previously witnessed Fink's extreme aggression. Initially thinking he was merely obstinate in his desire to resolve the Biman case quickly. It was only during their confrontation that she realized he might not be aligned with the Alchemists. But he certainly harbored ill intentions. I inquired of Professor Ovis. She once administered an energy suppressor to you, did she not? Harry placed both hands on his knees, his gaze fixed on Hana's eyes as he spoke. Yes, I believe it was beneficial. At least, it prevented me from inadvertently casting spells I had never even encountered. Had anyone other than Harry and Hagrid been listening to Hana's words, they would surely have perceived her as boasting. She did not comprehend her own gifts or why she possessed knowledge of so many spells at times. She felt fear, for the concept of talent was an enigma to her. No, in truth, there is no need to perceive it in such a manner. Hana, your talent is predestined, yet it simultaneously demands a price from you. Your body, Hana, your physical condition is somewhat precarious and is gradually deteriorating. Speak candidly. Harry, I seldom encounter such phenomena. Hagrid was referring to 13-year-old Hana, whose medical examinations revealed a physical age of 18 during our last visit to the magical hospital. Hana's attending physician informed Harry that her body exhibited growth exceeding her chronological age. This accelerated physical development would render her more mature, whether in terms of magical prowess or personality, during her youth. However, human life is finite, and wizards are not exempt from this reality that a rapid increase in physical growth can hasten the approach of death, which was precisely what Shilaw initially feared. Perhaps you are unaware of Hana, as your Professor Ovis has discouraged me from discussing such matters, and naturally, our interactions have been rather limited in her youth. She possessed extraordinary gifts that ordinary wizards could not aspire to, yet simultaneously endured profound suffering. Hana tilted her head slightly, unconsciously tightening her grip on the cup in her hand as she contemplated Hagrid's words. Her swift maturation implied an equally rapid demise. It was only after Hagrid had finished speaking that he realized he had divulged information unsuitable for a child. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. He exchanged a glance with Harry, as if confessing his earlier indiscretion. Harry shook his head. Hana would inevitably learn the truth, as she was already confronting this reality, and she must face it. It's all right. She had already deduced much. She had overheard the physicians at the magical hospital speaking, though she was unaware to whom they were addressing at the time. It now seemed evident that they were referring to Harry. Was it due to the excessive use of spells? The professor had warned against my and Cowlike's unauthorized use of age-inappropriate charms, yet in moments of peril, whether for myself or my friends, those arcane spells served as the most formidable shield. She wished for her friends to encounter no harm. Her decision to leave was driven by this very concern. You are absolutely right, Hana. The purpose of energy suppressants lies precisely here. Yet, we have not yet discovered a solution to this dilemma. It is akin to having $10 in hand, spending $1 a day for 10 days.